Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quase Tiki, ei, Tiki! E tem que torrar com a Tiki!
Driven by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. It's day 2 now, and time to find out which teams will be progressing and which teams will be first exiting the tournament. The stakes are truly rising here in the step. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host, and I'm still joined on the desk by Professor. I'm not really sure sometimes, Zvone, how to say it. I actually prefer to call you the Zvone Zone.
Thank you. Thank you. Very glad to be here with you, especially out of all people. I think.
Thanks, man.
I think it makes a huge difference. The vibes are really good, as always in the Zvone Zone.
Live and vibe.
Live and vibe. That's our motto here in the step, as you like to call it.
Well, I don't think I like to call it. That's an accurate description.
But you also
I'm just
like to
calling
call
it what it is, right?
I mean, yeah, but you also like to use that terminology. You could also use,
That's true. That is right.
Ulaanbaatar, for example.
How you doing? Get some good rest last night.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the game until the end.
Yes.
I couldn't go. I was like, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Big versus Eruption, by the way, everybody.
Yeah, big Eruption on the server, and it went down to the wire. It was kind of a crazy game, if I'm completely honest. I don't know how Henry and Neokai managed to convey all of that, what was going down. Honestly, we kind of built it up as Big need to show themselves as where they are and their progression into being a solid team. I was not sold on that. I was not sold on what I saw from Big. It was kind of a really, really, really messy game from them, and honestly, I would say Eruption kind of over exceeding our expectations, playing some really solid Counter-Strike overall.
Yeah, so why don't we follow on from that and sort of discuss a bit about what transpired yesterday. Of course, we've got a bunch of matches to go today, but always good to check back and look at what happened the day before. So, as Prof just mentioned, the day ended with Big versus Eruption. Big, sort of the favourites, just squeezing by 2-1 in that best of 3. Before that, we had Bait versus the Huns. In a slightly similar fashion,
yeah.
Bait dropping a map, just about getting past the Huns. That was somewhat surprising, but they did level themselves out, but they will be looking, of course, for a stronger performance today. We had then earlier in the day as well, Heroic versus Chinggis Warriors. Heroic, I think, looking the strongest right now out of the field. They beat out Chinggis Warriors 2-0, and we actually started our day yesterday. Great having that bracket up on screen now. Everybody at home, take a look. With Saw versus GG How. Arguably the most surprising result of the day. GG How managing to find some form, that type of form that they've been trying to create for some time now.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, we started with, you kind of mentioned Heroic. I want to circle back to them as definitely the tournament favorites.
Zvone, I'll tell you, you can be my hero, baby.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will do that. I mean, yeah, they took care of business. I think Chinggis Warriors brought some firepower, brought some explosiveness, but it didn't really, it didn't scare Heroic. They didn't let the game get to them. They kept the composure and just closed out the game in with the long rounds drawn out and using their experience to their advantage, knowing kind of what I think Alex said yesterday on the desk, we have better team play. If we go the distance, we should beat them, right? So that's kind of the logic that Heroic had, it felt like, in that game, and they came out with a W, took care of business. I think definitely Saw will be disappointed with the loss, but it was a tough game, a lot of delays and technical difficulties, and it was very drawn out. So I can give them a bit of a pass for that, but obviously they need to bounce back, because if they don't bounce back today, they're out.
They're
right?
out. Yeah.
There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. Just to clarify to everybody at home, I perhaps wonder if we can get the schedule up for today. So our first 2 matches of the day, the losers will be going home.
Or staying home.
Yeah, or staying home. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I didn't think about that one.
No. Yeah, and just like yesterday, 4 matches over the course of today. We'll see if we can bring up that schedule for you. Either way, I can highlight for you now that our first matchup of the day is the Huns versus Eruption.
Yeah, domestic matchup.
Yep, the battle for the step in the truest sense.
Yeah, and the question is, who is gonna step up?
Who's going to step up?
Yeah, I mean, these two teams know each other pretty well. They've been playing each other. I think they have like 12 games in the head-to-head history between these cores. I think 2 games in the last 3 months, both won by the Huns, including, I think, the qualifier for this event, right? Because the Huns were supposed to be here, and Eruption came in as a replacement for a transparent me, and I don't know who that was, but someone from the Eruption side, I think.
Yeah, just to really impress the point that you just brought up to everybody at home. So the Huns and Eruption have played, I think it was 3 times in the last month. Either way, it's a few times in very relatively recent history. And the Huns have come out on top each time. So it looks like in recent history, yeah, that the Huns have Eruption's number.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the casters yesterday were also talking about it, like with the whole how close big played Eruption is. Like Eruption isn't even like a top 3 team. It's definitely the Mongols first, then the Huns, Genghis Warriors are the 2 that are fighting the most, and then after that probably Eruption. You know, Atox would have been there obviously before, but that's a completely different story. But all in all, they can take it to, you know, a team like the Huns, and they have gotten some wins. But if we look at overall the longer run, they're always going to be the ones coming out with a short stick.
Straw is usually the word used in that expression.
Short
straw.
But what about the end of the stick? There's a short end of the stick.
A short end of the stick indeed would be correct.
Yeah,
also.
okay.
I wonder if the expression the short straw refers to the straw used to drink liquids, or the straw from a haystack.
I think it's the haystack. But also, if you get the short straw and you have a long drink, that short straw is kind of useless. So you'd not want that. You'd rather have...
One of the worst travesties in life is having a drink where the straw is too short, because then it sinks into the liquid.
And then you're like trying to do this. No one wants to do that.
No one wants to do that.
No.
Do you know what I want to do right now? Focus in on the Huns. So as we mentioned yesterday, they just lost out to Bait. Again, one of the stronger teams here. We sort of recapped that a bit. Anything else you'd like to draw from that result yesterday, Prof, before we sort of talk about some other aspects?
Yeah, of course. I think it was a... In my opinion, it felt like a decent game from the Huns, and considering like the mismatch and the ranking, like probably like 15-20 spots between them, I think they played pretty well, like going 3 maps. The third map, not that competitive, but overall, you know, they showed something. But then we had 9 here on the desk to talk to us, and he was like very disappointed in how they played, and said that like it's not how they play in practice, and the lack of initiative. I think he said they like to play default and then play off of that, but his teammates weren't really giving him what he needed as the IGL to call the game and doing their own plays to open up the space, right? And I think this is a very classic issue that teams that want to play proper Counter-Strike and build a structure kind of find themselves in, and when it's like, you know, we are doing stuff like this, and maybe in practice where the pressure is lower, the players just go on and do a lot of things. But when, you know, you come to land here, you see your opponents, you know you're playing against some guys that were in Navi and NIP that played majors, you kind of start to guess yourself like, is this push a good thing to do or not? So that's something that the Huns need to overcome. I mean, that's a big issue, and some teams never really do. Some players never really do. So that's going to be a process for them.
If we stay on board with that interview that we had with Nine yesterday after the loss versus Bait, something else that he mentioned that he seemed to really impress was with regards to communication. He was saying that I think that they just sort of shut down sometimes, and that stop them from playing the game they know they're capable of. I wonder if that will be different today. Perhaps they'll be a bit more comfortable on the server going up against Eruption.
Yeah, I think that will definitely be the case, because like this is a team that they have beaten already a bunch of times, probably a few times on land, but most of it was online. So that there's still like that little bit of a gap of how is the land factor gonna play into all of the things. And you know, some players are just more comfortable playing at home on the setup that they know and have been using every day. But I do think also the amount of LAN cafes and everything here, I feel like everyone is kind of used to like playing outside of their comfort zone, let's say. So yeah, I think this is a game where the Huns should like live up to the favorite expectation.
Yeah, I would say that the Huns are sort of ahead here.
Yeah,
so
for sure. I mean, always like just a reference with like all of the odds on the internet. It's like 1.40, 1.50 for the Huns. So it's still a pretty decent favorite going into the domestic matchup for sure.
Yeah. Since we've got the opponents up on screen, why don't we focus in on Eruption? So yeah, just to quickly mention again, they lost 2-1 yesterday, but it was hotly contested at the end of our very long day versus Big. Arguably, they could have taken that one. They seem to be in good form.
Yeah, I mean, all the maps went the distance. The first map on overtime that they lost,
yeah,
could have won that. Could have been a 2-0, right? You can. It's one of those where realistically they really could have. It's not just like we could have done a bit better. There's like so many like coin flip moments that could have gone in the way of Eruption, and this could have been a W, which you wouldn't expect. And you know, if people just look at the scoreline, they wouldn't think it was this close. Also, just like noting some details that make it even worse for Big, because like you're thinking, underdog team, how are they going to win? They're going to win pistols, they're going to get early momentum. No, they had none of that. Every half they started like 5-1, 6-1 down, 6-0 down. They lost all of the pistols in the series, all 6 pistols in the series. You shouldn't be competitive. Like even top teams, when they play each other, if you know, Vitality, eventually when they lose their streak, they're just going to lose 4 pistols in a series, and it's going to be enough for them to, you know, not really have a fighting chance, because how MR12 economy and everything is working. These guys were fighting from behind every time, and every time they're making it super close.
In that sense then, though, Prof, how much of it was it Big struggles versus Eruption beating the odds and sort of playing above their own level, or the level we expected them to play?
I think it's like maybe 60 Big struggles, 60%, and 40%. I would say Eruption's really good play. I mean, I don't want to understate that they really did. You know, they would get some advantages, and some things that we saw, for example, Chinggis Warriors, like giving up advantages. Even Bait, like I feel like they weren't really playing the man advantage situations really well in some cases. You know, we could see Eruption get in a 5v3 and just like pull back, let Big come into the crossfire and just close out the round like a really solid team. You know, so really decent basic fundamentals have been shown really good.
Somewhat of a parallel we can draw between these two teams is that both showed yesterday that they can work from behind.
Yeah.
So the Huns, they did fizzle out on map 3 versus Bait, but across map 1 and 2, yeah, we saw them mount these little comebacks when that structure was really coming together. And yeah, in the same sense, Eruption, yes, they weren't always ahead. You know, they were playing solid Counter-Strike at times that was keeping them in the game, regaining rounds.
Yeah.
Coming into today, I'm unsure if that dynamic will be completely important, but it just goes to show that neither of these teams necessarily needs to get off to a huge start.
No, it's not going to be like a, you know, lose a pistol, it's Jover for you. I mean, even within the rounds, Eruption, for example, on the last map, they went down, they lost 16 opening duels and won 8 on Mirage, and still made it super close, 13-11 in the end. Like even in the rounds, they were able to come back. And I think many factors. They're playing a very interesting, like a lot of double opping, which I presume Huns will be more ready maybe for than Big was. A huge part was Fury 5K on the scout. Like he was finding so much impact in these low buys as well, which was super crucial. He did fizzle out towards Mirage. Like he had a really tough Mirage that kind of put Eruption in a situation where they had to come back from 12-6 to 12-11, eventually lose the game. But yeah, Score was playing great.
Score went huge.
We're highlighting him in the pre-game, and like the casters throughout the game. He is their big game player, just big player overall.
Yeah, will be a massive asset for Eruption if Score can pop off again today. I mean, his score yesterday was 62 to 52, 1.23 rating, so very solid. Hopefully sort of chance of victory doesn't hinge on him, but nonetheless, yeah, if he can pop off, massive asset.
Yeah, for sure. I think on the other side for Huns, it was Yami.
Yes.
He was playing lights out. First two maps, he was insane. Overall, for the rating, for the series, 1.25. But that was like after a pretty bad dust to across the board for all of the players, right? So if that just shows how good he was on the first two maps. So huge boon, I think, that he is playing so well, and just a necessity almost, because like when you look at some of the other players, I think Bartek has some moments when he gives up advantages and gives up kills for free, kind of like he's trying to do too much instead of just like focusing on himself, on his crosshair, kind of believing that he can win a duel, playing some, just I would say safer Counter-Strike, and then either that or trying to go for duels and just finding that balance, when to go for duels, when to play safe. I feel like he's still missing a bit of that. So he's a player that I feel like is kind of the weakness for the Huns, that are overall, other than that, pretty balanced out. Zerolt as well, like the new signing, he could do a bit more for them, and I think he will against domestic opposition.
Just waiting right now for clarity on when we can get this game going. With that said, we've got the map veto up on screen. It looks like we're going to be playing Ancient, Nuke, and Dust 2, Prof.
Okay, I mean, didn't really see the Nuke coming. I think that's kind of a new variation in these. I mean, it comes through sometimes. Definitely Ancient from coming in makes sense from Eruption. The bands also classic, like Inferno and Train out. I think Inferno going out kind of annoying for the Huns because they play a lot of it, and I think they're pretty comfortable. But other than that, it seems like a pretty solid combination of maps for both teams.
This could go to 3 for sure.
Yeah.
And it could be a close 3 maps across all the maps, Prof.
I mean, we can also see maybe the map win rate and stuff like that. Eruption will obviously be worse off across the board, just because they are winning less, and both of these teams actually, they play a lot of online and just regional competition. So there's a big sample size, but also sample size against, opposition that when you compare it to big, it doesn't really mean much, but when you compare it here, it does have kind of there's a point to it. But when you look at the win rate for the Huns, it's higher on every map, literally all 3 of these maps. And
looking forward to seeing Ancient, by the way. Did we see an Ancient yesterday?
I don't think we saw.
I don't think we did, right?
No, we have 2 Ancients actually on the veto. So I think.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So the pick from Eruption is actually on HLTV. It's Anubis.
Oh yeah, it must be, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that definitely does, mate.
Because Huns are not really the best Ancient team, and we see Anubis on the screen over there. So that's really nice. Really excited to see an Anubis. Really fan of the map. Are you a fan of the map?
Yeah, I'm not someone with like massive preferences over which map can deliver the best games or the best Counter-Strike, but it's definitely one that's sat well in the pool since its addition to the game. I think it could be particularly exciting with this kind of matchup. A Mongol versus Mongol battle. Could be some interesting dynamics playing out on the server. Yeah, specifically on Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a pretty interesting map from the perspective of like the CT side is really difficult.
Yeah.
You need to have a lot of proactivity and go for a lot of fights, and I think this is
I think it encourages risk-taking sometimes.
Yeah, as you said, and that's kind of what the Huns were talking about, like, oh, maybe, sometimes our individuals are not that proactive. Will they do that? I think it could be a struggle if they don't have that. I watched some games from even top teams, I don't know, like Liquid, for example, at certain points before their latest roster change, where they're just like, the pack would go for map control, but the extremity players, if they're not really putting pressure and they're not convincing the other guy that someone might come, then it's not really going to be an effective T side, right?
Considering we now know that first map is indeed Anubis, looking at the map stats, I do think now that this is sort of a veto that's favoured the Huns quite a bit, as opposed to it being more balanced as I thought before.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, you can look at the map win rates, but these two teams know each other quite well.
Yeah,
so there's going to be a lot of
point.
mind games and like trying to put the other team on maybe an uncomfortable position, and instead of just going for the tried and tested. Because like if you just look at the win rates, you would expect like Eruption would pick probably Ancient,
Yeah.
because that was the kind of the obvious pick, but then and when it came up on the veto, I was like, oh, okay, that
if we
makes
could
sense.
get the map, because I know we have these reps, if we can get the map stats up on screen, just because it is interesting sort of for the viewers at home to be able to see that as we talk about it. But Prof doing a great job at explaining these, but it would be nicer because, yeah, in terms of the numbers and the percents, yeah, this is looking like a favorable veto for the Huns.
Yes, I mean, but it has to look good because they are the better team. You know, they are the favorites. They are winning more. They're the team that, you know, qualified and went to Blast Lisbon. That was the group stage actually in Copenhagen. But anyway, they went there, played some top teams. They're qualified for this or here. They are the favorites to qualify for the major. They didn't. They dropped that, and now they're here for some retribution. And you know, getting a win here would be really nice for them, and potentially getting to that arena where they could play again against some top teams and in front of their home crowd.
Yeah, still waiting on official confirmation on when this matchup can go live, but an exciting way to start our day, Prof. Yeah. Remember, everybody at home, the loser of this matchup will go home or leave the studio and then go home.
Yeah, I'm looking. Seems like everyone's on the server.
Did you get? Did that fly over your head? Did you get it?
No, I wasn't listening.
Two Mongolian teams, Ulaanbaatar, go home or leave the studio and then go home, like literal, in the literal sense.
Or ride into the sunset.
Ride into the sunset. I like that.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, seems like 10 people on the server.
Okay.
Which is a good start.
5v5, right? Counter-Strike. 10 people on the server. That makes sense. That's the math. 5
minus 10 equals 5. 5 on both sides. X equals Y.
Yes.
Chart it on a plot.
Oh, Prof, I do have it officially. This one is ready to go. Everybody at home, it's the battle for the step, the Huns versus Eruption. Prof, thank you for your thoughts. But enough from us for now. Let's head on over to our casters, Dinko and Blair.
Turnaround they've had, right? They've come in as a last-minute replacement for Tyloo. They have to play big. They play them so close in that super late game yesterday.
What a game
and
that
they're
was.
back in the studio before they even get their recommended amount of sleep.
This is esports.
Yeah, this is esports.
This is true blue esports. None of that, you know, none of those, you know, your Katos and your Lisbons and any of that. This is going to be proper Counter-Strike the way that I like to see it. And I got to say, though, that was indeed a pretty impressive performance coming out from Eruption, obviously.
Score, man.
Score delivered. He was topping the scoreboard. He was just absolutely fooling with Big able to steal away the win. Losing a map, almost losing in the first map in overtime, and the final map coming out at 13-11. They pushed the Germans.
Yeah, they really did. They really did, and that was an impressive result. I think many of us were expecting it to be quite a big Eruption game, but
it was a big Eruption game.
One. We were expecting a quick one.
Nah, man.
But it didn't really pan out that way. It was a long-lasting affair. Now we get into this game in just a moment. It seems to be a little pause to kick things off, but Eruption, man, it's good to see them here. They're we were talking about the fact that there's so many Mongolian players in Counter-Strike competing within the top 70 teams in the world. So I mean, they're in the top 80. So even outside of that, so this is a fantastic look at even more of these Mongolian players coming up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, speaking of you know, some of the known names coming in the Mongolian scene, right? Huns, obviously. Nine. Huns, obviously, they did have a bit of a choke, a bit of a failure for the qualifiers for Austin, right? So they're coming in for some retribution, as Prof said. They are, for me, apart from GG, who I seem like are playing a very high level right now, at least in the event, at least from the game we saw yesterday against Saw, I think Huns for me would be the best of all the teams over here from Asia, right? Tyloo's not over here. You have 9. We've seen the way they've played. They were the favorites to make it Austin as well. So a bit of a chip on the shoulder. And yesterday, even against Bait, you know, a team who I rate pretty decently, despite the lack of their lack of LAN experience, they did a pretty good job taking a map off. Another close map as well. Could have been a 2-0 for the side of Huns. So coming in, they absolutely are going to be the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at them as taking this win, especially when you look at their head-to-head between each other, right? The history of it all, it's heavily one-sided to the Huns.
Oh, yeah. Extremely one-sided coming in from the Huns over here.
That's 10 map wins versus 2 of Eruption.
Yeah, have just only dropped 2 maps across 5 best-of-3s, but it looks like we're going to be going live here, Dinko.
Live and into the pistol round, Blair. It's exactly what we've all come here for today. Remember, it's do or die. And if you're Eruption, you know, you've played all your Counter-Strike matches in the space of 12 hours if you aren't able to get the job done here. Might be a very short trip to the studio.
Yeah, it's going to be a a bit of a stack towards A, but this is a wrong read coming in.
Cobra Zera
From Huns. As Eruption, they're going to be just going for a straight up play towards B. But with no information being gleaned, rotation's going to take place. So they need to be a little bit more quicker here, Dinka, because the jig might be up. That's information gleaned. News is aware. He heard the push coming out towards A mains. He's telling his teammates, guys, that you guys might want to probably fall back towards A now because the defense might be a little bit weaker. But still, 2 players lying in wait.
Dude, the A defense is way stronger than the B defense right now. You've got 2 players committed A main. You've got a 3rd rotating, aim from camera as soon as they need it. They have all the early warning systems here. Bartak up first, and he gets destroyed. Here's the great headshot. They're going to be a nuisance here for the defense as we go under a minute on the clock. Still a lot of time where they can bail out of this. They can go elsewhere for Eruption. 9 about to peek in the middle. Fury 5K about to go down, and 9 with no issues as the T's drift their way to the B bomb site for a split. Score coming through dark. And Yami trying to intermittently peek in towards that position, but here comes Score over the top, into the back of the site. Cobra Zera from the pillar, lays down 2, and just keeps shooting. Couldn't get the 3rd kill, drops into Con, and Score's gone in with the bomb on his back. Realizes that's the danger zone. He's about to be pushed through this temple smoke, though, as 9 comes in with a headshot. He's got his teammate inside a connector, so it's all on Magnums. He's brought the safety, but will it work? He's got himself a chance as he goes to the right side. 9 down, 1v1, and so close to the kill, but not yet confirmed. He's got it down low, reloads inside of the site, round the obelisk, dancing with that, and eventually, not clean, not pretty, but effective with the bursts.
What a way to start the day, Tigger. That is a round of Counter-Strike. Oh, you love to see that. That was insane. Like, it starts off with the A main push coming out. News like, guys, they just push A main. They're going to be rotating for the B hit. He goes in for a poke. It's a bit of a bait setup at A main. He still gets the opening kill. They're heading towards B, and I thought Cobra Zera did everything with the dualies. But in the end, Magnums, well, now we know why he's got his name as Magnum, Dinka.
Yes, indeed.
It's at BDE, baby.
Only got ourselves an eco coming up here for Huns. So, Eruption defeats the Magnums.
This is Eruption's map pick, and we could see, you know, Prof was he was expecting an Ancient to come out here. And if you look at all the 3 maps that is going to be played on the in the series, you're talking about Anubis, you're talking about Dust 2, and on Nuke. It heavily, and I mean heavily, favors the Huns in every single metric. This one's about just starving that SMG, the 3 SMGs from getting the lost bonus here. A kill would be a nice bonus. But we should see the rifles coming out. How was your sleep last night, Dinko?
Slept better than I have in a while, boy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. But you had a great time last night.
Yep,
watching the games.
Some could say that for sure. It was an enjoyable experience for sure, watching that big eruption. Especially when the 3rd map, you know, that was got to rewatch that. That was fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, I did fall asleep during that final map, and
it was a little late, but
woke up. You know, I wanted to get my 8 hours, so I'm ready for this opening game. And Eruption were still playing as I passed out play. So you know, fair play to them. Here goes the Huns, though, their first buy. Here heading into round 3. M4A1S. They like to be silent but deadly.
Eruption's map pick, Hunt opting to start on the CT side. I'll just try to get like 4 or 5 rounds, lessen the pressure heading into the second half, probably. But yeah, so far, so good for the side of Eruption. Gonna be pretty happy with the way things have panned out thus far. I've gone for the... Alright, let's say that. Score will be found by Bartak. Bartak was one of the names that Prof brought up on the desk, saying, you know, he was a bit...
He also brought up some straw usage as well.
Yeah, Prof...
He looked quite experienced with the
small straws.
Finger and thumb method.
The finger and thumb method, yeah.
Of using the straw.
Yeah. Prof is a man of many skills, so, you know.
Some say that. I just love how fluent he is in forum speak.
It does feel like an HLTV forum, you know, come alive.
Yes. Perhaps Prof is the AI.
He is the men's.
He is the men's. He is Jonathan E. secretly. Here's Cobra Zera out from Pillar. Oh. It's going to be Fury 5K to smash his head off for the Mac 10, but here comes Side Effect. And we'll see if Bartek will feel it any as he nearly force-fed his medicine, but he's going to hold on. Half his health gone, but still gets a second. And that's what you like from Mazinho's brother.
All right, you've done him like that.
Well, you got Nico's cousin.
True. But yeah, this should be safe. No time remaining. That looked a little weird from Eruption, right? Like it was a bit of a bonus round. You have a couple of SMGs in play as well. I would have probably liked something a little bit more simpler. Just group up together, go for the kill. But yeah, well handled by Bartek. And yeah, as I was alluding to as well, Prof was mentioning how Bartek was a bit of the chink in the armor, so to speak, for the side of Huns yesterday in the game they had against Bait. And it was a pretty commendable effort, right? Bait, a team coming in as one of the favorites as well, alongside Heroic in the absence of Tai Lu. And I think they did he struggled a little bit yesterday, but a pretty good start here. Very important 2K. As Cobra Zera with the Alligator, Dinko, the auto shoddy.
The XM1014 makes an appearance today in round 4.
I won't do that again. I apologize.
It was okay. It was like, it needs a little work, but you know, you got the foundations there, Blah.
Thanks.
I recently played a matchmaking game where a guy was just going only XM1014.
I respect that.
And he was owning. It can be a really solid gun.
If you know how to operate it, it is really, really deadly.
Yeah, if you can tame the beast. Got a minute 15 on this clock. Taking the time here. Eruption.
This could be the first time they actually go for a full A exec coming in. Thus far, it's been a little bit of poking towards A main, but mainly B.
A little bit of prodding.
Yeah, poking and prodding, Dinka, you love it. And this time around, it indeed looks like it's going to be hit. So Bartek will be tested.
The Furious 5K. He's in middle.
For me, Fury 5K has been kind of dangerous game there, Cobra. It's been a little hit or miss. He either drops like 20+ kills or 5. That's what we saw yesterday against Bait. So a little bit more consistency would be great.
Big pick here inside of middle. He's created a little bit of space there. Here we go. XM1014. The Alligator's hungry, and he's going to munch on only one. As 2 come in, it's Score to trade it out, and he's got into the B-bomb site. Xelrote is inside of mid. And we've got Bartek just quickly taking space and water to make sure he's got that gap of con. There's a kill from Fury 5K, second of the round so far, and it leaves Bartek on his lonesome. Can't get involved in this round. It's going to be 3-1 here. T-side start for Eruption. Now, it is an extremely T-sided map, but to see 2 gun rounds now go the way of Eruption in this fashion is fantastic to see for their early campaign. Or rather, 1 gun round. They lost the previous.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for the Huns, but also, man, you just can't like lose a couple of players there without any traits whatsoever. The opening, that's clean.
That's
is
a
so
good
clean.
hunt. That's everything gone. So, hunting down the Huns. Nothing saved over, and this should really allow Eruption to get off to a great T-sided start.
I'm counter-jinxing every player bring up. Like, Bartek is being, he struggled a little bit yesterday, gets an important 2K wins around. But like Fury, he's a little hit or miss. Gets a pivotal 3K to seal the round as well.
Yeah. Oh, he got.
I don't know what to do with his power.
You don't really get to sit in the caster chair all that often, but you get reminded very quickly, the power that you possess when you put that headset on. Like you have the curse available. Oh my God! Side effect.
What?
With 2. How has he got a second kill out of that? That is some unbelievable BS right there.
Wait, how does he get?
Because the AK, man, it just wildly connected a second shot as he was holding down the
Where was the second guy?
That is crazy. So, Score able to get a follow-up kill here for Eruption. They are just fragging out. The Huns can't handle the heat.
Well, Dinko, you did say Eruption, they ended the game last night at 2:30.
Who knows if they even went to bed? They might have just queued Face It.
Yeah, just playing Face It non-stop. They haven't stopped playing the entire night. So, yeah, they are absolutely warmed up. As Bartek left alone.
Yeah, I mean, there's no money left here at all. And he's not even going to get to a position where he can think about saving.
They're just getting out-dueled.
Yeah, they are. Straight up. Messed up. Well, Felico now coming up for the CT side. So you think 4-1 looks go... Well, wait a second. We got 5 coming up for Eruption in just a little bit.
Are we going to see another upset here, Dinko? Well, domestic derbies can be a little crazy here in Asia, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen it, especially when they go to LAN, right? That's
crazy. It's actually insane. Like, everything goes out the window. Every logic goes out the window.
They are playing right next to each other on the stage, but for some reason, I don't feel like, you know, if there was any other sort of domestic matchup, I think we hear a lot of screaming at each other, typing up. I think this could be a very respectful game here, but, you know, just play the Counter-Strike and it's in front of you.
I think it's more about the cultural difference. One thing I've noticed about all the Mongolian players and teams, and the Mongols, for example, like they're way more reserved, way more.
My favorite was when Benigno decided to start like screaming. He's like, "That's so fun to do."
I know, I love it. But he's the only one. Like he's literally the only one who does it. Like Blitz doesn't even high five. He finger touches. You know, that's how they are. But I'll tell you this, Dinka. One of my favorite memories, or rather nightmares, that I still have is watching Tyloo and the old VG gaming go up against each other in LAN.
Oh my god.
Man, watching Zoking just get up and flip off Tyloo, it was going to live rent-free in my head. It has for the past 10 years.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, 5-1 here for the side of Eruption. A great start on their map pick, as Huns opting to start on the defensive side. But still, Dinko, it is Anubis. You know, just 3 rounds can suffice at times.
At times, but you don't want to put yourself in that position where you have all that extra hard work to do. So get on the board now for the Huns. They've only picked up 1 round so far.
And the good thing for Eruption is everyone seems just ready to frag out, right? You can see everyone, you know, around the 5-kill mark, even though it's pretty early in the game here. Side effect looking pretty sharp as well. You saw that spray from him getting a 2K. And now for Huns. They need to get a few rounds here, else things are going to start to spiral out of control, I fear, here in map number 1. 0-5 for Mr. Zeralte. 1-5 for Yami. There we go. Bit of a default spread coming out from Eruption. Once again, you know, just poking, prodding, touching that B-bomb side.
Yes.
Drawing out the rotation as well. Mid's completely open, so if you're Huns right now, you need to try and get some information. You need to try and figure out where the city's going to be coming in from. And this is such a good call coming out from Eruption. Just going to be walking in towards mid. It's empty. Only Zeralte. As Bartek will somehow find side effect. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like side effect was destined to die anyway, but dies to Bartek. Fury 5K coming into connector. Score, peeking in towards the temple. Fury 5K cutting open Bartek, and they don't know actually, in fact, that Nine's aggressive A main because he didn't take that first kill. So Nine's position might be able to sandwich back in on this retake attempt. Score's going to check it. 1 kill's gone back in favor here of the Huns. It's now very low HP on Fury 5K. Half the health left on Magnums. Looking to hold down in this post plant. Right now locked out by the smoke at storage. Fury 5K waits on the other side of the smoke, looking to punish any aggression through it, but they've got to go soon on this retake attempt. Yami, 9, and they come back in for the retake attempt. So, second round here for Huns.
Yeah, I feel side effect needed to stay alive there. I don't think he needed to play so aggressively. You throw a little bit of util, wait outside of A main, stay alive, wait for teammates to come in. They were aware 9 was alive because he did get the assist on that kill initially, right? So, but well handled by Huns, a much needed round, and also keeping 4 players alive. The read was good, though. I like the read. I like the call coming out from Eruption. But if side effect had stayed alive, it would be a way more uncomfortable retake for the side of the Huns. But they will get their second on board here, Dinko. But money is not a problem at all. It's like the Bank of Abu Dhabi for Eruption at the moment. And in this economy, that's a lot of money, Dinko.
This economy, indeed.
The tariffs haven't hit them yet.
4 players outside of the A bomb site early here for Eruption, looking to be a direct hit into the A site with one simple lurk. It's Fury 5K holding down mid. But it's side effect to play into the A bomb site. First contact straight through. Contact main. Heaven ripped open. Score with a second kill. And the T side are through to the A bomb site. An important kill from Yami on that lurk kill. Fury 5K going down, evening out the numbers. 3v3 in this post plant. They've got Heaven control, they've got site control, and they're looking to resmoke camera. Yami only rotating over now. It's going to be a tough retake here for the Huns. They've got 1 kit available. It's on the back of Yami. but they're locked out with the util, and there's more utility. And because they went contact so early into the round, you've got so many extra nades than you would have had if you go for an execute. So this just makes it so difficult to get back in on this retake. But Cobra Zera straight to the throat. Score coming back with the AWP, and we know he's good on this. A second kill from Score, and he looks to settle the score in the 1v1 as the time's gone. The time is no longer there for this defuse. Score sets them up and knocks it home. Another round here for Eruption as they continue to build this T side.
Oh, that is beautiful from Score, Dinko. We saw it yesterday as well, delivering a name that for people who don't, international viewers tuning in right now, they're like, what happened to Score? He's still fragging out. He's still kicking ass. That second kill especially was great, and despite the fact that it was actually such a great call coming in from Eruption, right? Going for the early contact play, you pointed out, had a lot of utility. Cobra should have waited there. He did a great job getting 2 kills. Wait for a couple more seconds so you can swing together with your teammates. The trade would have happened. Instead, he goes a little too early, gets taken down, and one by one, they feed the beast. That is Score.
Double op setup coming out for the CT side, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Don't think it's going to work too well for them. Especially how many retakes you're having to go for, dude. It's like...
It's also the Mongolian special, double op setup on CT Anubis.
Oh.
Something we saw probably the first week of professional play on this map.
Well, let's see how it goes down then. It's not filling me with a whole lot of confidence.
I like how dynamic Eruption are being on the C side, right? Going for the faster contact plays and defaulting, and you can see they're actually exercising a lot of restraint when it comes to individuals. They're not just running in by the lones of working in pairs. Fury 2K and Neo is finding a couple of kills, and now there's no need to push into the smoke. Please don't push into the smoke. Oh.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about. If Eruption, if Eruption are playing like this, right, where they're disrespecting utility, they're going contact into the sites, double op setup just feels like the worst idea against this style right now. Because you're going to have to lose the bomb sides. You're going to have to go for quite a few retakes. That's the style of the game we're watching right now. And Eruption living up to their name, man. They just erupt through smokes, they erupt through A main. It's so impressive that they're playing with this much confidence at the moment.
It's counter logic gaming, Dinko.
Shout out JDM, I guess.
I guess. I mean,
Eric.
Think about it, right? It's
Cutler.
It's a
Was Fugly on that team?
Yeah, I think... No, he's the NRG. Right?
Yeah, but they eventually went to that.
Everyone went to that. It's a 3 versus 5, right? And they walk in through the smoke and aim in for no reason. Like, there's no need. But if you got a 2K over there, suddenly it's a 3v3 and things could spiral out of control. But no, they just play CLG style of Counter-Strike, I guess. And at this point, Dinko, I don't know why still I'm surprised.
No, you should be ready for this. Oh. Not able to hold on for just a second longer, then News comes in and makes sure there is no save again here for the AWP. So 2 ops, both gone. And it feels like this is going to be a mountain to climb in the second half to the side of the Huns.
I don't know. I feel like if they get...
they're going to figure this out.
I feel if they just get 3 rounds
but there's no sign we're going to see those 3 rounds right now, right? Like,
no, if just need 1 more round.
Overall,
yeah,
3 rounds.
Yeah,
okay.
I think 3 rounds will suffice if they're able to wake up. But right now, I agree. They are individually looking a little asleep at the moment. And taking nothing away from Eruption, apart from a couple of mistakes they've made so far, it's been some clean T side, showing why they picked this map. Can't wait to have Prof break this down with his little straw later on.
Prof and his little straw. Paula with his shorter long straw. What do you reckon?
I think he's got a chunga straw.
Oh, okay. MP9 for Yami. That's kind of the best weapon. They've got the hero MP9 blow.
Watch him win with these pistols.
Watch this. Watch this. Zeralte. Start of the smoke. Yami getting his feet wet in the water. He hasn't brought his welly boots. He's just getting those toes wet. Oh. Here goes Score around the back. Yami gone.
Good
Best
read.
weapon out of there. 9-5-7. Jumps up, looks for the head. Side effect. Looking to fight him, but protects himself in the rugs. He's going to wrap himself up and perhaps get stomped on. Here's Side effect with a peek out. It's 9 going down and a 5v3 here for Eruption. No surprises. We ain't seeing the Pistols win this one, Bled. You're full of BS. You sold us some snake oil.
Well, I do like me some snake oil, I just wanted to spread the love. But very good awareness there from Score as well, right? He's like, all right, they're being a little bit aggressive. A bit of a struggle there from News, but he gets it done in the end.
Zowie, Bartak left in mid. So job done here for Eruption. It's going to be an 8-2 scoreline. This T side looking good.
T side looking really good.
Hasn't really been a competitive half by any means. So, you know, like even these retakes, man, they haven't even really been, a lot of them haven't been coming close. You know, Score had to save them in that clutch, but you know, a lot of them have been, the rounds have been done almost immediately, right? With just these contact plays.
I mean, apart from, we had the Cobra Zero 1v2 on the B bomb side pistol round. So not Cobra Zero, I'm sorry, beg your pardon. I think it was, who was it? Was it Magnum? Yeah, it was Magnum with a 1v2 on the B bomb side, and then we had the 1v3 from Score. Apart from that, every other round, like you said, Dev 1 has been very, very, very lopsided. They just seem very locked in, and Huns a little asleep. Well, at least they get a kill. Bartak, can he retrieve the gun? No, he can't.
Bartak went down as well.
Score,
dude. I don't think they've been able to save any. Like they haven't been able to save anything.
Nothing.
It's just the hunt is just unbelievable right now from Eruption.
Eruption just looked like a whole different team. I think also the game they had against Big yesterday was a big like injection of confidence. No pun intended whatsoever, of course. Just an injection of confidence for them, and they're like, you know, we almost took down Big. You know, it could have been a 2-0 for them. So coming in, they just look like a whole different beast altogether. Again, reminding our viewers, it was supposed to be Tai Lu. Tai Lu with a team who qualified from the Chinese Open called the Asia Open Qualifier. And unfortunately, due to, you know, having to travel for the Blast Austin Major, they have the visa interviews, which is why they could make it over here. And Eruption came in as a last-minute replacement. And right now, I gotta say, they're looking like the best Mongolian team in the tournament.
Despite coming into this, you would have considered them maybe third.
I mean, I was thinking they're not even a like top 3 team in Mongolia, because you have the Mongols, obviously, Atox earlier, RIP, and then of course we have Genghis Warriors and the Huns, who would be my top 3 right now, in all honesty. Although, I guess depending on the day, Eruption could scrape into the top 3 conversation. Right now, though, they look like top 2. Right below Bartak's younger brother's other team. I'm trying to change the narrative here, Dinka. Alright, Zowie. Right, smart not to continue the fight, but that means mid's been rested. They have a lot of options available here. There's 9, able to find side effect. Again, side effect a little bit too ahead of the pack. That's a great read from Fury, but Cobra Zera holding down the line, looking for one more kill.
Peek into the open, Cobra Zera's got it. Second kill locked in, and then kind of throws it away.
I've seen this so many times, Dinko. Like, just because you get 2 kills doesn't mean the premises are clear. Surely they don't lose this one. Oh, missed shot.
All right, Score again for the clutch. Let's see if he's able to pull this one off. Taps the sight, and he's got a headshot. We need, yes, all the kills in the last 4 seconds here, and they should not offer him up a chance. Oh my god, 1 second in it. And Bartak will also go down. So Score does kill everybody. If he has 1 more second there, man, well, maybe a few more seconds than 1. But yeah, he certainly is just looking so sharp today. So there's your 3rd round. There it is. They've got the 3 you were asking for, Blah.
If they get 4, then suddenly we have a game in our hands. But with 3, it's still kind of thin. They need to win the pistol, but I still believe they can. That was a 4K from Score in he's 15 and 6 right now, Dinko. 5 multi-kills. 113 ADR as well.
I like what Paula said on the desk about Anubis. You know, it feels like a map that you have to take some risks on, and he's absolutely right. You do. On the CT side, you want to see
100%.
You know, some B main takes, some cool coordinated water crunches through a main and through connector, or even a mid peak. I don't think we've seen anything that like has layers to it from the CT side yet. It feels like they're just surviving and somehow coming out on top of a few of these rounds.
We've seen a couple of aggro plays coming up, but it's been primarily when they, you know, just have some SMGs or pistols and whatnot. But I will say this about Eruption. I think they've done a very good job with the defaulting, where they're just like keeping them at bay, right? They tried a little bit of aggression here and there towards B main, for example, towards A pushing out, but it's just like passively just waiting, looking to punish them, and they've done a pretty good job of it. But I do agree with you. On some of the buy rounds, I would like to see some more coordinated hit and runs coming up from the CT side. And because they lost every single player the previous round, Dinko, despite winning it, they're down once again to just the SMGs of FAMAS. Oh, that's a dangerous game. Oh, quite a lot of damage, in fact. Solitary M4. Hughes still gonna fight there?
Yeah, I would imagine he felt pretty committed to that.
They need to go a little faster right now.
Side effect.
Good smoke from Bartak. They know there's no one outside of B. They have 2 players towards mid, so the smoke's gonna keep them at bay for a few more seconds. But still, Dingle, so much time to work with, and they found so much success coming in from Doc as well. A bit of a ruse, a bit of a fake being deployed there by Score, by his Lonesome towards B.
Yeah, just wants to keep them guessing, make sure that they know there's some presence outside of that B bomb site, but he'll very quickly rotate over and try and get in towards this A site finish. Zeralta and Bartak both going aggressive, looking to re-aggress into this, and it works out. So there's one of the risks we were talking about.
That's well done.
Able to pull it off, able to come in, and Zeralta gets one more before going in the ground. So it's Magnums again. He started the half with a clutch, needs to finish it with one, and this one is going to be very difficult. 30 seconds left. He's got to commit into the A bomb site. There's a flank from Cobra Zera being set up. They're going to go for the safe rotation for Yami to go back to camera. And Nine plays out from heaven.
Time.
Magnum spotted on the fountain. And yeah, the time is the issue here. He's forced into the open, forced into the fight. And a 4th round collected at the end of the half here by the Huns. Not a great first half from them, but enough.
You'll take 4.
Yeah, you will. And I think that's honestly more than I was expecting them to get. The final 2 rounds, finally stringing them together, could have very easily been a 9-3, 10-2 half here.
It could have been 10-2, especially considering that this final round they just had SMGs. Well played, I won't take it away from them. And I felt News maybe got a little too over-eager outside of B main, right? Like, the smoke's dissipated. You're in the middle of nowhere. There's no one to trade for you. And if you get double swung, you're pretty much done for.
Yeah, he committed it a little bit. It was like in the middle angle when that smoke faded. And
you fall back.
Either way, even if you try and cross back, there's probably something in your head where you're like, I'm already too exposed. The amount of time it's going to take me to get behind safety, they're probably going to peek me. So
yes.
he's ready for a fight. And then when you get stuck in the spot, you're like, 3 more players are peeking you. It's impossible. You just want to try and get away with at least 1 kill, but he didn't pick anything.
And the biggest issue right there is he gets taken down, right? And they push out towards B main. They find there's no one over there. They can stack 3 players towards A. But I will give credit where it's due for the side of Huns. I like how they just didn't sit on the bomb sites. That's been the bane of their existence on his defense all this while.
Yeah.
Went aggressive, gets a kill.
Towards the end of the half, they started taking those risks we were talking about, right? Actually, like, coordinating something, have a little bit of team play. And when you have, like you said, the weaker weapons, you've got to go for something like that. You've got to come up with a solution to deal with superior weapons on the other side of things.
Well, so, bit of a pulse for the Huns. If they win the pistol, the game is definitely afoot.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is Eruption's map pick as well, right? So you'd expect them to have a decent T side. And they certainly have a decent T side here. They've done a lot of heavy lifting, but if you win the pistol round, as you mentioned, Blood, you can close this gap extremely quickly being 8-4 down. You win pistol, you convert that, or you win first gun round. I mean, we're just looking at the game pretty much being tied up right from the get-go, so really important stuff here for the Huns to be able to win this pistol round.
And the last time these 2 teams played on this very map Anubis, it was 16-14 win for Huns. And the first half scoreline, Dinko, was, drumroll, 8-4 for the side of Eruption on the T side. So it's basically just a copy-paste of what happened in the first half last time these 2 teams played, which Huns wound up winning in OT. Here we go.
Pistol round underway. Plenty of utility here for 9. Alongside Zeralta. Kit available for Fury 5K.
It's going to be full A exec coming in, but the B players, it's a B stack, but they're not really going for any info plays
For
here.
9, rather. 9 has the kit and the smoke.
Yeah. News, all by his lonesome. He just needs to stay alive. Just try and keep control of heaven. Oh, boy.
All right. This is a weird angle.
Nice block.
Block the smoke, try and get back, but too exposed and goes down.
He needed to stay alive. That's a good block, but he needed to stay alive there.
Side effect. On the back.
You've seen 2.
Well, as one go up towards the rugs, he's just going to chase him down. 9 going to try and fight on that front. Magnums to fall first. Side effect climbed up on top of the rugs to make sure the trade was there.
They've seen 2 now, Dinko.
Remember, they do have a kit available here for Fury 5K. So, able to come back into this. As Cobra Zera waits at the bricks. Score going into the open. Joe Berettas to rattle them off. It's Cobra Zera to pick up that first headshot. Oh, okay, buddy, what is that?
Oh, he strikes, Dinko. Also, I'm not sure what that second smoke was from the CTs. did they have a mystery where the bomb was planted? Because the smoke just went to the back of the bomb site. If they smoked off the bomb, they could maybe have just run into the side, maybe got the bomb down. But hey, if Cobra's hitting shots like this, sheesh.
Well, there's the pistol round.
Yep. Full eco for the Huns, and they're wasting no time here. Oh, they're walking into the stack, Dinko. No SMGs either. Oh, I feel uncomfortable here, Mr. Stark.
I think it's fine. You'll be okay. Yeah, it's never gonna get out of hand, Black. The pistols never went around like this. Not even close. No worry to be had. As Zeralta with the AK-47 drops news. It's a 3v3. Somehow off the back of these early fights.
And they have...
But you just hit the pause button. You just take your time. Don't let it overwhelm you. Use your utility. Use your advantages. And the Deagle going into the open. Magnum's going to lose some of his health at the back of the obelisk. More utility going in just to try and force them into the fights, force them into the open. They've got them so low, and eventually Zeralta taking that follow-up kill. So it's only score left, 21 HP back of the site, waiting on the platform. So he's going to go down. And we've got ourselves an 8-6 scoreline with the Huns shrinking the gap to now just 2. It's okay, you can breathe now.
Yeah, that was, yeah. All right, Mai coming in for Eruption here, the first real test for the side of Huns, who've now strung 4 rounds in a row, Dinko. From what was looking like, it's probably going to be Eruption winning their map pick, looking very, very realistic. Suddenly, it's come down to a 2-round game. 8-6. Let's look at a setup here. FAMAS, no AWP, of course, for the side of Eruption quite yet. And I like how, you know, Square Score is playing. He's the best player right now for the team. He's playing the rotate position. Oh, are they just gonna push in? This is crazy. This is actually crazy. They've used the utility as well. Oh no. Oh no.
Polizia. Here comes Zeralta. Straight through camera. It's going to be another kill. It's 9 to follow up alongside of him. 4v2. Site taking. Bomb planted. And a really important decision here. Do you want to go for the retake? No more. Save that weapon. Run away. Now.
Why was Fury going in for that? Like, it's literally a 2v4 bomb down, and you're all by your lonesome. Why just pushing in right there? Like, just save.
They aren't saving anything.
Why are you fighting? Why are you fighting? It's a 2v4. Now it's a 1v4. Just walk away. Hold on to your gun. You have nothing. You can go for a half buy come the next round. Maybe you can have a few pistols. At least the M4, you can get up. You can spray down maybe a 2K. You can pick up the weapon, make things interesting. Why are you fighting?
No fighting, blood. No, we can't fight.
Guys! No! Eruption!
It's okay. They'll win this round. With Deagles. 5-7s.
That's why they were fighting, so they get the Deagles in their hand. But,
yeah.
But it's like, just save your guns, guys!
And just like that, we got a tie game, blood.
It's tied up. It's all gonna be tied up. I will say, though, I love how the Huns just went for a brute force into A. They're like, we're just gonna...
Once again, Eruption are the 3rd best team from Mongolia at the tournament. Just like that. But no, there's still a chance here with the 5-7 as they come out of B main. Oh, into the open, 5-7 for the kill. Bartek to make sure that that 5-7 play does not work out in favor of the CTs. Mike Nims has brought his big old Deagle over, but not able to get anything done as Yami from Connector with no issue. Minute 2 on the clock as the Mollies burn the back of the site. Make sure that no one from the CT side can hide in those little pesky corners. So we have got indeed a scoreline of 8-8 as the Huns have tied the game up in very quick fashion. We're looking at a streak of 6 rounds now in a row.
Yeah, the momentum's completely shifted, Nico. It's completely
6 rounds in a row for the Huns.
Yep. I put out a tweet last night saying like the gulf, the chasm between the Mongols and every other Mongolian team is just, you know, it's massive, it's gargantuan, and it's not hyperbole. You look at the way, I'm not taking anything away from the individuals, everyone's like super sharp, but then Mongols plays just that little bit sharper. But you look at the way they play CS, right? Even sometimes when they seem to disappear from the server, they just play way better, way more cohesive. Everyone seems to be on the same page as opposed to even a second best team from Mongolia, and it's very evident right here in the server itself, which is kind of crazy. And I feel like looking at the positive from that, you got to give so much credit to what Mara and Blitz have been able to accomplish together. I wish we could clone Mara and have like 3 more Maras.
Well, we cloned Tabson last night, so maybe we have the technology.
Maybe we do, Dinko. Maybe we do.
The official gaming chair partner, DX Racer Martian Series, have to say, very comfortable. We've got electrical motors here that can sort of adjust the lumbar support.
Dude, it's actually great.
Incline, the decline, the recline, and we've got everything we need. And that's all with DX Racer, so I'm really enjoying sitting in this seat right now, Blah. How's my lap?
What?
How's my lap?
Great.
Comfortable?
Yeah.
Good.
Super soft. Super nice.
Okay, round 17 underway. We're looking for a Huns taking the lead, looking to continue their streak of rounds.
Yeah, they seem to have really woken up ever since they started turning things around at the end of the first half. Aggressive posturing here from side effect. He hears his footsteps. But the timing is everything. He's still just going to hold the line. Good molly. That's been heard. Magnum's going to be heading all the way towards...
Oh, he's got this.
Evan.
Oh, surely he gets at least one. His teammates set up the distraction, but Magnum's not able to get anything. Finally gets one before burning to a crisp. A crispy Magnum.
A Viking funeral for him as the bomb will be planted. 4 versus 3. Do you really go for this? If you get a kill short, no, you fall back. You evacuate the premises, Dinko. You have to go for the save.
Whoop. Zeralte, he's run out, dive down. News, he loves to stick around. He loves to commit back into this. He's got one. Second kill locked in, and this is why News has hung around, because he's found a way. Oh, the few model. No way. It blocked him, but he still got the kill. His teammate found it. Now Bartek gone. And they've charged back in. What is that retake from Eruption?
I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. New just runs in through the Molotov, gets 2 kills. The A main players don't help their teammates stuck on the bomb site. And somehow, that happened.
This one kill was enough.
He just runs in through the Molotov.
To what is happening? Why is he getting every single one of these fights? It's a question we will ask, but we will never get the answer to. Fantastic retake here from Eruption, though. They make the most of the opportunity, and they do not concede the lead. My favorite feature of this HUD is when they get flashed. They do
the dab. Yeah, the flashback dance. Shout out Jordan Gilbert. Jordy Gilby. Nothing but headshots here for seemingly every player on both the 2 teams. Rogue Smoke will dissipate. Cobra Zera. I'm not sure what Fury was doing there, buddy. Like, you know, just like peek together. Like, you know, tell your teammate, all right, we're gonna be going for this aim. It's this B main push, get some information, or flash out for me. Instead, walk straight into an AK-47 7.62 bullet with his name. I'm not sure it's the right number, but Cobra Zera in the meantime finding News as well. Let me look it up.
You're right.
Is it 7.62?
My PUBG days would tell me so, I think.
It is indeed a 7.62.
Here goes Side Effect back to safety as he wants to try and arrive at the B bomb site, but no one's there. So I would consider a save.
This should be a save.
But yeah, they've actually, well, Side Effect wants to go have a look, you know?
That's fine. Just stick to its tempo. Make sure they're not able to push and go in for the hunt. This is fine. I'm okay with this.
Great response, though, from the Huns. You know, losing that previous round is going to be very frustrating.
Yeah, the great response was Cobra just sat outside and got a free kill.
Yeah, and that's it. That was a great response.
I'm usually used to being on the desk, Dinko, and being like, you know, just like mauling, sitting in the green room. What are you doing? But you got to keep reminding me that when I'm sitting on the casting desk, I need to be a little bit more positive.
Yeah, you do. I was trying. I was like, come on, man. let's just enjoy what we're watching. But
I want to be more Hugo and less Chad today. You know, it was a long day yesterday. We've got to have the positive energy.
Hey, Hugo can be a little critical sometimes too, man.
Yeah, he can be a little bit sometimes.
9-9, scoreline tied up, and we are looking at Huns regaining that momentum again, right? I feel this is a great opportunity for them. Yeah, there's 3 save weapons, really important for the CT side as they continue to get a good buy off the back of it.
Scores had 1 kill in the second half.
Yeah, he's fallen off. But, you know, if you win this round, you break the money to a certain extent. There's one player in particular, side effect, has a little bit of leftover money, but you put them in a weird spot on the CT side where they have to go with half buy. And you got a great opportunity to push up to 11 rounds off the back of a victory here.
I fear like if they get completely just crushed in this round again, Dinko, they're not coming back from this. It's just been so lopsided apart from that retake. Huns. See how confident they're being as well, and making a lot of noise, just announcing their presence. As for the side of Eruption, it's a big pivot back towards A here. They seem to have a read. I'm not sure what sound cue or whatever was given by the Huns for this rotation to take place. 2 players towards A main right now. Are they going to push on ahead is the question. They are indeed, as Bartek finds one. He's aware there's a second player here, right behind the smoke. Needs to be careful.
Oh my...
What?
Why? Side effect walk through the smoke, and Bartek...
See, you get it as well, it's not just me.
Bartek is, he's got that free kill, so 45 seconds left in the round. Score's going to win in the mid doors, but the A-bomb site really has to be defended by 1 player.
This is so good from Yami. He doesn't have to activate. He can just hold the line. He doesn't have to activate. Just stay alive here, cut off the rotation, get a free kill.
The A fight's gone down. News, unfortunately, not able to step up for his team here. Yami doesn't really need to move. Score's still stuck in position. He's going to go into the open. Yami's patience pays off. And we've got Magnums on the save call inside of Con. So this round does go the way of Huns, and so we are now looking at a very likely 11-9 scoreline.
Pack it up, Nick. This map's done.
Pack it up, pack it in.
Oh, where do we begin?
Oh, we get to maybe see this push again.
It's... I don't know about that. I mean, I know you wanted to trade, but I feel the window of opportunity had closed like half an hour ago. I love how Yami played that. He was like, you guys have the A-bomb side, why would I even push into its mid? Just hold it off, just have the advantageous angle and score. Getting taken down. 1 kill for him in the second half, Dinko, and we're like 7 rounds deep. It's been extremely lopsided.
Yeah, it's just a sign of...
All right, you ready for the stat here?
Yeah, go on.
Give me a sec.
Well, you weren't ready for the stat, I guess.
All right, so out of the 6 rounds that Huns have won on this T side, of the 6 rounds, Eruption have had 6 kills. Apart from I'm not counting the retake round, which they won.
Oh, well, not a pretty stat.
Well, it is a pretty stat if you're a Huns fan.
Yeah, that's true.
But what a turnaround.
This is kind of the last... It's not actually the worst buy. I thought it was going to be slightly worse, but the loss bonus actually has kicked in pretty nicely here.
It's kicked in quite a while ago.
Yeah, it's done them a solid here. It's given them a really good buy. Have to make it work though. Fury 5k into the open. They've just lost mid, and now all the A players are on panic mode. Score, he's only got an MP9 this time. He's got a side effect in the fountain.
It's a good position.
They're not even going to go into A, so they're just going to smoke out camera. Score's going to get blasted open. Shirley gets away from danger. Here goes Bartek making... Oh, Shirley spots News, and he does. News having to run away back into B main.
The thing is, for the side of Huns, they're aware that B main has been lost. They know the stack's probably going to be heading towards the A bomb side. And look at this, I love this. The call is, all right, guys, Temple to B. There was a player outside of B main. News, he should find just the 1, but he gets 2. And it's doing a fantastic job at Cobra Zero with the quick trade. 3v3, Dinko. This is very doable here, very winnable for Eruption.
Magnums, nice shots. He's the second player, but couldn't react fast enough. Cobra Zera to take him down. 2v2, 24 seconds on the clock. The side effect makes the rotation back through Temple. Cobra Zera's gonna lock the plant in on default spot. A post plant for the Huns to grab 11.
They don't know where the second CT's coming in from.
To lose this would result in a flat line for Eruption. Cobra Zero waits on jail. Looking to lock them up, but it's side effect with a headshot, leaving it all on Bartek. He's got the first pick.
Did he see him cross? Yes, he does. He knows it.
No, he's going to check the corner. He turns out he finds the pick, and fantastic work from side effect to win a crucial round victory.
I thought Bartek would probably play a little bit more tucked in. It's a 1v1. He didn't even go for the bomb tap. But yeah, if you're Eruption, you take that. A hard-fought round coming down to the 1v1. But this was huge for Newis. I'm a little surprised. They seem to be so convinced there'll be no one towards B main. They had a smoke as well. They could have smoked off B main. They could have got the bomb down. Instead, they just walk in, not clearing out the angle. What a way to start the day, Dinko. So excited. It's a far cry from the first two games we had yesterday.
Yes. Yes, it is. A timeout for Eruption, as they might have just found their way back into this. Problem is, sometimes it could be their own worst enemy. Gotta make sure they keep it clean. I'm sure that's the conversation the coach is having with him right now. Guys, let's not give them the round. You know, like, make them work for it.
They did everything right there.
Like, be strong. From the coach, be strong.
His name is Kurtz. Be strong, Artset. I might have butchered it, and I apologize to my Mongolian friends.
Might even be Hurts.
All right, this is an important round here. Lock in.
Yami up first. Golden AK-47 looking for that golden headshot, but
nice flash.
Flashed away, cast back. And side effect laying down the law with bullets through the smoke. No one on the other side to receive them.
Heavy harassment towards his A side, but they continue to fight, keeping them at bay. But look at the rotation, Dinko. There's only one player towards B, and now they're starting to get a little bit paranoid. Huge nade onto its side effect. As Magnum with the op, he's clearing out mid, is seeing nothing here. And for the Huns, they still have an avenue available. They can head back towards B from Dock. They have control of canals. For Eruption, are they going to continue to aggress out? They are. Side effect, aggressive out towards A main, rushes out, it gets the kill. That's two players spotted. That's a nice double peek coming in from Eruption. And now Fury 5K with the MP9 going up against 9.
Molotov to force Fury 5K out of connector. It's Magnums to strike onto the Cobra. 9 trying to fight back, but no kill from him inside of connector. Fury 5K coming out on top, leaving Yami 1v4. The Huns will not respond here. It will be an 11th round for Eruption.
This is very well played by Eruption, right? We heard Pala talking about being aggressive on the CD side. That's what they did. They didn't relinquish control of A main. They kept poking and prodding. The double swing coming out. Side effect getting the first kill on the player towards A. But hold on.
Hold the phone.
No way. No way.
Yami, no. Yami, let's go. 1v3 left in front of him, but they push camera, and so he's dead. Nice speed from score.
I like how they're being aggressive towards A main, going for the double swing, gets the kill, and then towards B main as well. They didn't remain on the bomb side. They knew they were getting pincered coming in from Dark and from B main. What did they do, Dinko? With SMGs, they opt to fight outside. Well done, well handled, great rotations, nice flashbang as well. And that's Dinko's golf clap. Let's see if you can hear it, guys.
Yeah.
Sound like something else, but all right. 11 to 10 as the lead has been wrested back by Eruption. It's a big Eruption all over again, Dinko, and I'm all for it, baby.
You're beating this one to death. Oh, timeout for the Huns. They were able to recover and get back into the game. Once before, they've got to do it again right at the end here. I appreciate that Score has brought his own towel. He's a man that doesn't want to use tissues. He's thinking of the environment.
Yeah, he's not an attacker, I'll tell you that.
Towel instead. Needs a mid to blow open that smoke. This round is really everything.
It's particularly hard for Eruption as well, because despite having won a couple of rounds here, the money is so good for the Huns. They can buy for another round even if they lose this, but 11 to 10. Can Eruption get to map point? It's a question on everyone's
great question.
lips. Yep.
Great question.
To 12 or not to 12, as Magnums will open things up. Draws first blood. Zeralte will fall. I don't think he's aware where score is here. Smart for Magnums, not opting to go for the repeat. That would have made me rip my hair out. Whatever little remains of it. And you can see there's a bit of you know, lack of a pep in a step here for the Huns after what was looking like they were just going to run away with this game. Contact play coming out towards mid. Magnums has... They heard him. They heard him.
It's going to be Fury 5K coming out on top of that pick. Now we're looking at a 5v3 for 12 rounds here for the side of Eruption. Fury 5K holding down Khan. He's got News in behind him, but it's a guaranteed kill. Yami gone. The Huns have disappeared, and they are not able to fight their way forward. Cobra Zara traded after 1, and 9 is asked to clutch an impossible situation. Eruption disappeared at the start of the second half, but they have reappeared just in time. It looks like they're going to close out this first map.
That looked a little panicky from the side of Huns. It's dropping down towards water. They assumed, I guess, there was going to be like a, you know, just a big rotation coming in towards mid, hoping that someone would stop, but a great flash assist coming in towards dark, but then Fury 5K. It wasn't a 5K from him and 3K, but it was very, very well handled indeed. An Eruption might actually steal the win away here from the Huns, but as I pointed out earlier, Dinko, they still have money, do the Huns. 4 rifles, although one of them being a Galil, and this seems a much more simpler approach here. But look at the read coming in. Look at the rotation from the CTs as Magnums once again trying first blood.
And he's gone though after 1, so effective trading at least here for the Huns as they battle into the B-bomb side. They've got to think about getting that plant down soon. There's another kill from Fury 5K, so good inside a connector, but again another trade from Cobra, but he has to do a little bit more than that now. He needs to go forward and grab an advantage, and Cobra once again, but he pulls a grenade in the open. It's all on 9. A 1v1 up against Side Effect for the map. Counter Eruptions win this. And Side Effect so low out to the right side, and 9 keeps us going. Overtime is still a possibility.
9 says 9, you ain't clutching this one out again, buddy. Coming down to the wire, and that was 4 CTs lying in wait. And again, that could have been disastrous for the side of Huns. They just seem to forget that there could be a CT coming in from dark. Fury 5K able to just find the one. If you've got a second kill right there, that's it. The round would have been done. But 9, we've seen him pull off some incredible clutches. The 1v4 with Spirit comes to mind. But that was one. This one was way easier.
Cobra with a carry in that last round, man.
That was
so
huge.
much impact.
Look at this buy, the double op setup again, Dinko.
This time from the other team.
Like, I don't know about this. Like, this is your opportunity to clinch the map.
Opportunity, blood. Let's see. News over the top of the GL smoke. Cobra Zara yet to walk a little bit further. Will the double op setup prove to be the decision that closes out the map?
Heavy mid stance again. Fury, he's been a hero thus far for his team. MP9 left alone. Side Effect will pivot back towards his A-bomb site. On op towards dark. Magnums has been good to find an opening kill, seemingly like 3 times in a row right now. Him and News on this B-bomb site, and they are going to get pressure, Dinko. It's coming. Oh, it's coming hard.
Oh, Cobra Zara. News is gone. Yami on the follow-up, and it looks like we're good here. Magnum's wanting to try and make sure it's over, though. Oh, nearly a second, just didn't click fast enough. Yami to trade out. Now it's a 4v2 for overtime. Huns surely don't let this slip. Score waits for a repeat. The kill does come in, but Score has everything to do.
Surely not.
And they know where he is. He's got to retake the B-bomb site through connector with an AWP, and that is denied. 9 sends us to the bonus rounds.
Overtime on map 1 of match 1 of day 2. You'll love to see it, Dinko.
24 and 16 here in regulation for Cobra Zara.
He's hard carrying right now.
Yeah, he's doing some great work right now for his squad. Gotta see that continue into overtime. I feel like I've got Huns winning this one in OT, man. They stayed in it somehow.
Score has got only, he was 15 kills at the end of first half. He's only had 4 in the second half.
Yeah, but definitely a quieter second half.
Yeah.
I think Fury 5K, I think can go a little bit underestimated. You know how difficult his role is playing on the CT side towards connector. It's a star player role. Can be really tough, especially if your B main player goes down. So Fury 5K, he did a pretty good job at delaying. I think he found a decent amount of impact in that second half. So really good stuff from him. But right now for Huns, it's all eyes on this T side again as we go into the overtime. Cobras are looking to continue his kind of performances.
Oh boy. I won't lie, I wasn't expecting it to be this close. The last time these two teams played on Anubis, it was 16-14, going the way of Huns. Will history repeat itself? That's the question on everyone's lips. We've seen some cool stuff from both the two teams thus far, Dinko.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, but also we've seen some pretty questionable decision-making coming out from both.
Hell yeah, we have.
More from the side of Eruption rather than the Huns. But yeah, it's good to see the Huns at least wake up. It did look like it was going to be a very, very one-sided affair. Man, Eruption has played more Counter-Strike than anyone else so far at the event. All the rounds. All the maps.
I mean, yeah, when you sort of live and die by the sword, you're going to end up in a lot of close games because you'll inevitably catch them off at some point, but you also will just cost yourself some rounds or some decisions.
What do you sometimes, you know, that's the thing with that phrase, right? Or live and die by the sword. Like, could you also not die to arrows or spears? Because they were invented at the time.
I mean, it doesn't really, it doesn't have to be taken in a literal sense.
Well,
it's like live by violence, die by violence is kind of...
I'm a literal person. Think, oh, I like this. I like this. First round in OT, pressure is off. Being aggressive. And look at this.
Yummy. He's gone in the middle. Here goes 9 at the window. Yami's all the way up camera, already the paparazzi, ready to go. Flashes on the cameras as he goes in side effect to come up with a headshot. Fury 5K to annihilate his opponent. And we are looking at a clean round victory here for Eruptions.
I'm not even going to try and pretend
that round was fast as hell, man.
I don't know what happened.
That was fast in a Formula 1 pit stop.
We had the CTs aggressing out towards water, and then Yami pushing into its A main, knowing their defense is probably just a one player, which is totally fair. I think it's a smart call from him running in. Where was his teammates? 9, why are you peeking bridge when you notice at least 2 CTs, they're probably holding your angle? These are great questions, Stinko.
Great questions indeed, but AK is now available in the hands of the CT side. 3 AK-47s to kick off overtime here for the CTs. Not bad at all. Can't be bad to that. Leg shot on the cross over the water. 9's going to turn back. Oh my god, Magnum's ready for the repeat.
Bruh.
Here goes Fury 5. Oh, they're not ready. Not ready at all. Dude, these could be the quickest overtime we've seen. This is insane. The high-octane Counter-Strike here in overtime.
They've done the same thing again. And again, Huns aren't ready. Why is 9 re-peeking into the op?
Well, in Counter-Strike 2, you can do that. It feels like peeking in the op, and sometimes you get the advantage.
With an AK, maybe, but not with another op.
Well, man, Monacy does.
Well, it's cool, man. Bring on the generational player. All right. This one, I agree with you. Could be one of the fastest OTs we've seen thus far. As Eruption. New win in their sales. I love this call.
Zoralte, dead now, of course. And we've got ourselves a 5v2 with under a minute left. It feels like the round's been 2 minutes long. It should have been. Like, it feels like that, but it's only been a few seconds here. And we've got Cobrazera and Yami coming into the A bomb site for their last-ditch effort. Oh my god, they found both kills in a second. This is now back on. This round is suddenly back on. Bomb planted, retake being set up. Eruptions had everything they needed to win this.
Double A main retake as well.
They've got utility. They've got plenty of it here on the CT side.
They can't stay on the side. They need to push somewhere.
Okay, so one player plays a heaven. Cobrazera watching the storage peak. Not exposing himself to A main yet. Fury 5K to clear him. There's the peak with the AWP. Now Yami goes down and a retake is there. So Yeah, nice effort to try and pull that one back, but it felt like that round was done from the get-go.
It was a nice effort, but I feel when you're in a 2v3 net situation, you need to get some control a little bit. We got a little closer. Yeah, they need to get control of either a camera or either of heaven a little bit earlier, right? The moment they realize camera's clear, by that time the two players coming in from main had pushed on in. But well handled there. No panic from Eruption as well. They're like, all right, it's a 3v2, guys, it's fine. You know, we have every avenue of escape cut off as well. Nice entrance there.
Well, if it is to be a 16-14 game in favor of the Huns, they've got to win the next 4 rounds in a row here, Blah.
Let's find out.
And look at the buy they've got coming in the last round of overtime.
Yeah, it's
half one.
Yeah, they got a bomb down. It's fine.
Mac 10, Galil, 3 AK-47. It's not what you want to see.
Yeah, a lot of this took lack of utility for bar type, but apart from that,
They're going to get aggressive again.
Surely they can't keep getting away with this.
I think they will, you know. Although I think for Huns they've adjusted slightly. Like maybe let's pause for a second.
Yes, let's not just be too aggressive. You can slow things down here.
Ooh, better. Great opening. Magnum's committed in front of the fire.
Bro, he's got backup arriving. Was that a field Molotov? Oh no, it was a CT volley. Never mind. The player here stuck inside of the corner. Cobra Zero.
Cobra Zero tucked in the corner, blinded. Beautiful. Pinned. Fury 5K coming out on top of it. Now 50 seconds left on the clock. And we've got news looking for the flick down, but he's unable to land it. He's got a smoke. He can drop at the B main door, and he'll do exactly that. 40 seconds to pause and try and recover this for the Huns. Once again,
They faked the footsteps out.
a player deficit.
They faked the footsteps out, Dinko.
Yeah, they faked the run back, but I mean,
There's no one on B now. There's no one on B.
there was one connector, and that is now gone. News starting to realize they could replay into this B bomb site. Let's come back over, but Bartak.
I can't believe they fell for that.
What a yeah, it was such an obvious kill
Come on,
possibility.
guys, come on.
It's like 5 steps and suddenly silence. Yeah, that was pretty effective, I guess, for Huns. Unexpectedly so, but we know they love a retake. We know they love a retake. And swept aside is 9 Magnums comes in, and how do they keep doing it? Dude, no round is unlosable.
And no round is unwinnable. Dude, what? Firstly, I can't believe they fell for that fake. And then this retake, unreal. But man, the side effect, the shots.
Well, surely now Eruptions just take this win.
Surely.
Their T side was way better than their CT side. They've just had a flawless CT side.
I know, doesn't make any sense. Oh man, but it's good to see Eruption. They didn't choke this, right?
Double up setup, it worked so well the first time.
It's gonna work again.
Let's bring it again.
It's gonna work, watch it. Oh, they're just full send B, Dinko. It's a full send B.
Yummy. Cobra Zera. The setup to design to deal with this, but here comes the play. The B-bomb side pop. The Eruption is here, and we are looking at a 16-12 victory coming in. It is going to be Eruptions coming out on top. 4v3. Surely this retake will not happen. Zeralte, he's pinned out. Score's going to drop back and play from jail. They're all coming in from the same side, and that makes this retake so difficult to all try and come back in from CT. This is going to be so rough.
Especially with all
the utility that they have available, just with how quick and decisively they got into the B-bomb side. Fury 5K with another kill, pushing them in the direction of victory. Bartak to fall inside of the site, and a 16-12 scoreline locked in. Eruptions have come to the event as a last-minute replacement for Tyloo, and they are running with the opportunity. They take the first map away from the Huns.
They're just one more map away from knocking out the Huns as well, Dingo. Who'd have thunk it? A well-timed Heimlich maneuver coming out, because it looked like it was going to be a choke. It looked like it was going to be it after Huns took it to overtime. They brought it back, but in overtime, this is a whole different Eruption we saw.
Eruptions pick up their map pick. They pick up their first victory. Nuke up next. We'll see how this one goes. Whether or not the Huns are heading home, we'll find out in a little bit.
Eruption shake the earth on Anubis, taking the W over the Huns. Prof, solid performance. We did see an OT. Those T sides, man, really big deal on Anubis still.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the lower you go in like the quality of teams, the CT sides get harder. I think that it really, the only teams that I see play really decent CT sides are like Eternal Fire and Vitality. Everyone else in the world is really struggling on the CT side, and these are the two best. One is the best team in the world, and one's the best team in the world on Anubis, right? And I feel like that's kind of normal. But what was not normal was some of these rounds and how they dissolved into complete chaos, going into a 3v5, retakes coming in when you think like there's no chance for this to even attempt this. There's no point to attempt this. But then, you know, one of the team attempts this, they pull it off, and it was an exciting game of Counter-Strike, and it's kind of what we were talking about. Domestic matchup, two teams that played each other quite a bit, and it's not gonna be the cookie cutter. There's gonna be a lot of mind games, a lot of, you know, just putting yourself on the line and going for the duel because you know you think the other guy is shit. You know, I think that this is what's going on the server, and this is why we're seeing some of the rounds transpire the way they happen.
Yeah, we've got some replays up on the screen right now. Not surprised in a sense that we ended up in an OT. I guess myself slightly surprised that we didn't see Huns take it in the end, but it just goes to show, sort of as you referenced, Prof, these domestic matchups, it's sometimes a coin flip. We were speaking to Machine Gun very briefly in the green room, and I asked him, you know, how do you see this matchup? He's like, it's just a straight 50-50, man.
Yeah.
And it sort of played out exactly like that, 80 rounds apiece. Then we went into the OT, and Eruption just had the extra sauce. They had what needed, what was needed to get the job done. I don't want to like sort of draw too much from this, what I'm about to mention, but the Huns managing to get the 80 rounds, you know, when it switched around to them, solid. But yeah, if you then just don't get anything done in that OT, it sort of doesn't amount to much, right?
Yeah, I think that's the kind of the problem that some of these rounds, it didn't feel like too structured, and I feel like when we watched both of these teams play against European competition, I feel like they had more of a game plan going on, and here it felt a lot just based on individual duels. We saw like on the T side for the Huns, for example, Cobrazera, he had a great game, 25-21, but his approach was just like he would just sit in front of B and just wait for people, try to get duels, which, you know, when you're on fire, it can work out, but over, you know, when you go the whole T side and then into overtime, you kind of get figured out, right? You put an op there, you block him out with utility, and it's kind of not that effective. And then the whole T side can really kind of crumble down. We saw in the last round again, they also had a really good post plan situation, and then you know, just couldn't keep it together. I think overall want to credit Eruption. Realistically, starting with a 1v3 clutch, and then, you know, the T side starts rolling. They get 5-2. Huns have two on the board. Then another clutch from score this time. These are some pivotal rounds and individual performances that help you pick up a scalp, set yourself on the path for an upset in this series.
This series was, in a sense, a bit of a Counter-Strike classic, that trend of teams that aren't, they're trying to work their way upwards, they're trying to find that upwards trajectory, where that T side, and of course it's exaggerated by the fact we're playing on Anubis, but where that T side is much more dominant, and there's just a lack of cohesion on that CT side. And slightly disappointed by that on the side of the Huns, because was hoping to see them bring some of what we saw yesterday into today, but at least in map 1 we didn't really see that, did we, Prof?
There's some of that lacking. I think Play also pointed it out, like it was only at the end of the half that they really did some stuff together, and you know, on Anubis you have to take risks, but if you take them calculated risks and you take them together, then you can play off of that instead of just like waiting for the T side to just crunch on you. So it's one of those things where they need a bit more of that from the start, right? They need a bit more from the start. They just allowed Eruption to get so much confidence and rolling on the T side that it was very hard to stop. And then, you know, the comeback was really good overall. They, you know, as I said, Cobrazera, he was causing a lot of trouble. 9 came in also with a clutch to like push it towards overtime. So individuals are there, which is good for both sides. I would say like they have their players performing, they're shooting, so it's not like a super warning sign. There's still more maps and more Counter-Strike to be played, but yeah, a bit of a disappointment. I think, you know, Nine will again not feel like his team has delivered to what they should be doing, you know.
I think props definitely need to be given to Eruption here, considering they finished so late yesterday, and they've come in today tenacious and managed to get it done in map 1. Looking ahead, why don't we talk Nuke a bit? We're now moving on to Huns map pick. Any expectations going into it, Prof?
Yeah, I mean, looking more into it, the Huns definitely play it a lot more. I think they played it 12 times in the last 3 months compared to like 7 on the side for Eruption, and they have been winning it a bit more, but like it's in no way like some strong pick for the Huns. Like they win it 50% of the time. It's kind of a coin flip. Depends on who they're against, and usually they are winning it against the Chinggis Warriors, maybe against Eruption, and that's kind of it. And it's similar on the other side. They haven't really picked up any like big scalps on some like Chinese team or like you know, even the higher Asian teams, let's say. So I think it's not going to be some like clear-cut victory for either side. I think both teams have something to prove, and it's going to be, again, unfortunately or fortunately, it's a messy game.
Just to build upon this point that you're making, Prof, and sort of relating back to what we mentioned that Machine Gun said about it being a 50-50. So yeah, you're absolutely right. 50% across 12 maps in the last 3 months played on Nuke for Huns, and Eruptions much less played with 7. I mean, not much less, but like a reasonable amount less. Yeah. And they've got a win rate of 43%. It's, I mean, yeah, you can see the map stats up on the screen. At least if we're basing, if we're looking at the last 3 months played on this map for both teams, there's not too much between them. Very possibly with some momentum, Eruption could take it in 2. On the other hand, if we see Huns, you know, get a bit more structure, a bit more cohesion, they can bounce back. But there's a chance here that Eruption just take it. I definitely don't see the Huns is like, yeah, this is their map.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Huns like firing on all bases.
Yeah, just looking historically, like Cobra Zero has been like their best performer on Nuke for the Huns, which is a good sign. He's been, you know, he's showing up. The second big guy that will be needed is Yemi. He has been playing outside, you know, on yard on the city side. We know that's a hugely impactful position, you know. Maybe it's not always for the best fraggers, you know, sometimes it's an Apex, sometimes can be an Eco depending on the team, but it's super important to be in the right spot at the right time. He didn't have like a super hot start here on the first map, so maybe, I mean, for sure they need him to turn around because he was pivotal yesterday against Bait. I think Nine has his own baseline, and he's a very consistent factor in this team as the Opper, as the IGL, as a general fragger. But, you know, I'm curious to see more from Yemi, and just like in a wider picture, I think Blair was trying to paint the difference between like where Mongols are and then, you know, as the first Mongolian team and where the second or third are, and it's a huge gap. And I think what will happen at some point sooner or later, like this Mongols lineup has been together for a year and a half, and they will need an upgrade at some point. Which one of these players will be that element? Will it be maybe a Cobra Zera that is a guy that can level his game up and then move to a higher team? That could be interesting. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to seeing throughout this tournament, not just from this game or this map, is like who's the next star in Mongolia.
Yeah, definitely things worth thinking about, looking into the future. If we stay on board quickly with one of the other points you mentioned, you used the phrase starting off hot. It's funny because in the pre-match, I think I sort of suggested and you sort of agreed with the idea that we saw Huns bounce back yesterday. We sort of saw that a bit in map 1, even though they lost it here. I think, though, that the case now is that they do really need to start off hot in map number 2, their pick of Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it's been too many of these like slow starts to games. Like, you know, also one part that what Nine was talking about is like, oh, people don't have confidence and don't have these things and that things that they're not really going for proactive plays. It's hard to do that when you're constantly losing and starting off like 5-1 down, right? It's easier to do that when things are rolling from the start.
Yeah. Prof, any final thoughts before we head to a short break and then get map number 2?
Gonna enjoy the game.
All right, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. All right, everybody at home, Eruption now up 1-0. If they win map 2, they stay alive and the Huns go home. Do not go anywhere. Up next, it's Nuke.
Welcome back to the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring Series 2025. We have got ourselves a second map finally here between the Huns and Eruption. What a fantastic first map that was, Bly. We had a 16-12 win on Anubis for Eruption, back and forth at times throughout that whole game. And now we get into Nuke, where the Huns have to bounce back. Otherwise, they're going home.
They're going home, and I don't think they could survive two back-to-back disappointments, Dinko, because the last time, you know, I saw them play at the very least, was when they got knocked out by God's Rain from the Blast Austin Major Asia qualifier. So as the Prof said as well, you know, they're looking for a little bit of redemption, a little bit of revenge over some of their Mongolian compatriots here, and right now they're finding really nothing much. But the cool thing is, for the side of Eruption, after what was a solid start, you could see Huns grinding back on the map of Anubis, and it did look like Huns are going to run away with it. But then Eruption, they found second win in overtime. They made it convincing, I won't lie. Overtime, it looked like a whole different team all over again, and you got to give credit where it's due to a couple of the individual score. He was a little quiet in the second half, but he absolutely stepped up when he needed to. But for me, the unsung hero was Fury 5K, right? He was finding so many pivotal kills as that cave connector player, and Magnums as well. When you have 9 on the opposing side with AWP, it felt like Magnums was finding more impact kills with the AWP.
Yeah. It definitely felt like he was able to find more impact out of the AWP for sure. So we're looking at 9 to step up here, coming into Nuke. He's going to be an important player for the side of Huns, who, you know, we were talking about the difference between some of the teams and what the Mongolian Counter-Strike hierarchy looks like. And, you know, we were looking at the side of Eruption being at the bottom of that. And they're actually proving to be much higher than we might have anticipated, about to knock out their own countrymen here on day 2 of the tournament.
The thing with Eruption is I just feel there's too much variance in the results. But on a good day, I could put them in top 3, right? Like if you obviously don't count the Mongols, I think on a good day they can potentially take down the likes of Chinggis Warriors or even the Huns. But it's just the fact that it's been a bit of a struggle city for Score and his boys recently. But this is a great opportunity to kind of re-establish themselves on the top of Mongolian Counter-Strike, or at least near the top of Mongolian Counter-Strike. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping straight on into Nuke. It is the map pick of the Huns. It's a do-or-die map for Cobra Zera and his merry men.
Well, there's a good start from Magnums, more impact from him. He's going to be the outside garage player here for the CT side. He's got himself the first pick. Zeralte making sure there's a trade on the score. News following up, but Cobra Zera at range, using that P250 effectively. Taking the Heaven player down, now looking for the back garage fight, but Magnums once again comes out on top of his duel and leaves Bartak in 9 in a 2v3 recovery. There's so much time, and Bartak's positioning as he slipped the net here out of hut could be massive.
It's all but 9 surviving Fury 5K. He needs to cross on over.
Well, Bartak's gone down now inside of the site, so it's all on 9 to win this 1v3. He's got a minute to do it. They know exactly where he is. And he does, for the meantime, have a 1v1 fight on this ramp. And now that's gone, because there's an intelligent play to drop back and join up with your Hell Rotator. And Eruption looking very controlled in this moment, so 9 not finding the way forward.
Doesn't exactly have a lot of time as well, right? 40 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to walk his way all the way towards mini, which seems like the only option he's got.
At a certain point, he's going to have to sprint, and then he'll just have to deal with the fact that it'll be a quick rotation to Heaven if he goes into A, right? So even if he gets past Magnums, which is unlikely, the Heaven player is going to be able to take him out, surely.
Heaven player's being... Yeah, he's playing this one safe.
He's got to sprint soon. They're looking at 20 seconds on the clock. He's got to make his way into the A side. So many angles to clear as well when he gets here, so... Yeah, it's not going to be happening for him. He's been spotted now. He's running in. Magnum's just going to wait behind the CT vent. He drops down. This could be huge for a bomb plant. He's actually managed the only sort of win in this situation. Fury 5K, he's waiting for it. Decon swing, didn't get the door closed in time, and Magnums makes sure that that bomb plant is denied. No extra money for the follow-up round.
That was a nice try, I won't lie.
Yeah, that is literally the best case scenario, was trying to get a bomb plant there.
But yeah, Eruption still continuing their winning ways. This is obviously the map pick for the side of Huns. Eruption opting to start on the CT side. No surprises there. Nice opening finds being found here by the T's, but yeah, side effect from the Heavens. Getting that lurk in the form of Bartak was pivotal. If Bartak gets that kill, it's only 2v2. Very, very winnable for the side of Huns. It is going to be the force though, Dinko. No bomb plan, but they're going to go for this. And considering what these guys tend to do with the Deegs and the Tech 9s, I'm not too surprised. Score is going to be decapitated.
Yeah, straight away scored down and out, but here comes the ramp play right in towards side effect. Good first pick here on the Cobra Zera. Smoke's not good towards Hell here from the T's, but they're just going to try and drop down into the B bomb site. If they can get a bomb down, then small victory already collected. The 3v4 post plant could end up going the way of these Tech 9s. The Huns hoping for it. Hearing the drops into the vents, the rotation being set up, the pieces being put in place. Utility ready. Flash as the double door swing wide. Yami for the kill on the Tech 9. It's a 3v3. Yami again, another one before he goes in the grave. He's not even dead yet. Finally taken out by News on the double kill. Fury 5K searching for that final player. Now gets the info towards top ramp. Zeralte trying to stop that deep. No! Oh my god, he's got it! There's no time, surely. There's just enough if he stuck it now, but he doesn't have the time any longer. He might have just missed out by milliseconds, mere milliseconds on that defuse, and just got it! 0.013, that is huge! Literally just getting it by the dying embers.
0.013, dude, it can't get any closer than that.
That is insane. That is insane that he has just enough time. The Tech 9s come so close, but not close enough.
Zeralte had to go for the swing because the smoke was going to bloom. He wanted to get the kill before the smoke bloomed as well. That is so close, Dinko. But Huns absolutely will breathe a sigh of relief. And for Eruption, right, they have to go for the buy. They know it's just the one gun surviving. The MP9, they're going to try and break the money here. All quiet on the Western Front for now.
Yami already at red, but it's News' positioning here towards Secret, combined with the strength of Score and Garage, that just feels too solid right now for Eruption. You've got to deal with at least one of these threats. If you're the T side, News is done well. He should just get out of there now. He's too low. He can't stick around after that. Score's got the second pick. That is a beautiful start to the round here from the CT side. They're so strong having one player Secret and one Garage from that early in the round. It's just a fantastic start. Bombs down outside as well. It's in the open. Man's gonna pick it up. Score still maintains his strong position. His lips rapidly moving as he spotted the player descend from main. So
well handled.
That information passed over. Side effect then peaks and gets a double, leaving Bartak 1v5, and there's no way into this round, so might as well save the Galil with no money in the bank.
Yep. This is going to be a real test for 9, you know, ARP IGL. And in today's economy, Dink, I'll just tell you, the ARP IGL, it's not looking good for a lot of people out there.
No, it is not. He might just be replaced by Molodoy. Can you believe that Crizzen is now the assistant coach of Furia? Like,
yeah, I saw that, and I still refuse to believe my eyes. And also, I'm also wondering what the hell Furia is smoking right now.
I love it. It's kind of crazy.
Is this why you don't do Ayahuasca, Dinko? It just makes no sense. I physically got angry when I saw some of the language. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Have you learned nothing from other teams? Have you learned nothing from Heroic? Have you learned nothing from Liquid and their trials and tribulations?
Let's see. Might pop off. Might pop off. Molodoy might be the truth. We'll wait and see.
I like how you sneakily avoided saying Yakendar, but alright.
We know what we're getting from him.
Yeah, what are we getting from him, Dinka?
Like, he does have a lot of skill, a lot of potential. We've seen what the heights they can get to. I just feel like right now we're not getting a lot from Yakendar. But maybe in a new environment, you'll be reinvigorated. Fury 5K though, he's taking Bartak down, and that is
this was a freebie.
Quite the easy pick. And it's going to be a nice free round here. 4-0 for the side of Eruption.
I will say this. I mean, this is kind of a free round. Just talk things through. I've actually enjoyed our. So far, it's been, what, like 2 or 3 days, couple of days here in Mongolia. And every time I've gone outside, it's like everyone seems to know Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's true. We do bump into a lot of Counter-Strike fans.
And it's not just kids, like proper, you know, people.
It's just so
people.
ingrained in the culture. Oh, I mean, I've met some Mongolians that aren't even into Counter-Strike, and there's been some, you know, sort of link up in some sort of way to the Mongols. You know, whether their favorite music performer is rapping about them, or you know, their younger siblings know the players. It's definitely.
I mean, the Mongols
adopted in terms of the culture here. So
I mean, the Mongols are legit celebrities in Mongolia right now.
We're seeing them on billboards. You see Mazinho out there.
Yeah.
That's Bartek's brother.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Just so you know.
Also, I've seen Blitz as well on a couple of billboards. Some people shared some photos of me on Twitter. All right, here we go. Fast play.
Fury 5K didn't get his gun out in time. Bartek just blasting through the smoke. He's got a second kill, and that might just be it. All over Red Rover.
I like this from Huns. You realize this slow, tepid default approach isn't quite working out. They tried a couple of times already, and the very first time they have a full-fledged buy coming out, what did they do? Contact, just run out through the squeaky door, through the smoke. An Eruption. Yeah, they weren't ready for that. Are they going to attempt this? Nah.
They're too far off of getting into the position here, even though you know, the flank's up. You might be able just to try and stop them from saving. But yeah, I mean, making quick work of the side effect. Magnum's in the position to try and stop them if they come through T-spawn. That's the idea he's rocking at the moment. He's about to get Zeraltay, which would be a nice upgrade if he can descend down to that AK-47 as well. The nuisance in the vent. Wanting to get away. Magnums does have the AK-47 picked up. News will not survive, though. The bomb will blast him. We're looking at 4-1, and the first round win here for the Huns is off the back of a Bartek blast through the single door out through the smoke. So not exactly a sustainable strategy, but in terms of getting you on the board, I mean, it's one way to do it.
You say it's not sustainable, Dinko, but it works out again.
I guess that is like on the path to sustainability, I guess, play.
Sustainability is important. Talking about getting called by Eruption very early as well. They're having a couple of close rounds thus far. And that one probably catching them with the pants down. Should be ready for this now. And if Bartek pushing out through the smoke, the flash didn't even blind anyone. He just ran out and they had no idea that it's going to come barreling out from that squeaky smoke. Here we go. AWP, hands of Magnum, easy. They're gonna go for it again.
Yeah, it's Cobra Zera getting out through hot. It's Fury 5K waiting at the back of the A side, but he's blinded. He dodged the first flash, but this one has kept him blind for the entire round, basically. Oh, they do burst through again.
I told you.
Yeah, it's true. Done in a different fashion this time, though. I think it was much more of a Bartek solo show in the previous round. This one is more of a... What the hell was that?
What the fuck was that? Sorry.
Beep.
Pardon my French, Dinko. Pardon my French.
Oh my... Yeah. That third save could have been so good, too.
What was that? There was no one nearby. Look at where News is. Why would it jump down?
Dude, if they saved the third weapon, they'd have a much better buy, too. It's okay. It's okay.
I don't know what's going. All right. Deep breaths.
Cool move, though.
Sure.
Imagine he pulls it off like superhero landing, gets a 1v3 going.
There was a 5v1 on the side. Look at this.
Hey.
He flashed himself in, but what was he planning to achieve there, Dinko?
Inhalation of smoke has some side effects. Delirium. Oh, we got Magnums on the AWP. We talked about his impact, you know?
Yeah.
He was outmatching 9 in terms of impact for X.
Yeah, all boys, yes.
Let's see if that is the same story here on Nuke. Outside, being committed to here for Score, wants to be a little bit more aggressive towards Secret. Got a ramp play coming up, side effect. Let's see how he decides to play this one. A nice safe drop this time.
Good molly.
And he's going to play down on the ramp. So, some space taken for the Huns. They've taken control of ramp room.
Oh, that's a failed smoke. The waterfall not by working out. The funny thing is, Dinko, if they'd gone for the same play again, I really believe they'd have managed to crack it. There were only 2 players towards upper. same positions as well.
2 players on the B bomb site this round. Just a reminder, the score's health is 100%.
All right, minute on the clock. Grouping up towards ramp here. Now, the ramp control, it's theirs. Where did it go from here is the question, because we have a player outside towards CT, watching the flank towards heaven, so they have to come into this lower bomb site. And all 5 players grouped up there. There's no one coming in from outside, no lurk towards fence. And while the spot outside effect, the Molotov's going to flush him out.
Side effect's just going to take the initial attention. It's all about setting up Fury 5k, but side effect doesn't do a whole lot. So Fury 5k, you better go massive, buddy, and he's going to be cleared. So not going to work out here. The Huns get into the B bomb site. Both B defenders fail to get a single kill, and that's not going to be good enough to win the round.
Save.
Yeah, you got to save. But Score's not putting himself in a position where saving is impossible. So,
dude, you've been spotted. Just run away.
Yeah, but he's in the middle of the fight, in the middle of the fray, and he's gone. So at least the AWP and AK are likely to be saved.
It did feel like the CT side, like obviously the first 2 rounds that Huns won were just these upper pops, right? But you can now start to see some of the weaknesses for Eruption on the CT side, like just giving up ramp like that completely. In that position, you haven't got a single kill either. It's a 5 versus 5. You know the T's have a lot of utility remaining because they haven't gone for any execs. You need to push. You need to find some information. You need to gather some information. You need to have a little bit more control, right? The upper players need to start going for maybe a bit of a lobby push, find information, right? They realize it's going to be a lower hit coming in. Drop down towards vents. Maybe start pushing in from secret as well. You can't just sit on the bomb side with 2 players and hope to get lucky. Credit to Huns though, there was some nice, nothing too complicated, nice clears coming out, nice shots as well. And yeah, just as 2 saved guns for Eruption. Op from Magnums hasn't been able to get much going, honestly. They've done a pretty good job avoiding it, not really going outside, and now we see the aggression from him.
There's the pick. That's bot attack got 9, able to follow up 1 for 1. Minute 30 on the clock. Here's Score and Start to Smoke. 5-7 to the back of the dome. Surely here of 9, who is completely blinded. Oh, he turned, but Score is still able to react fast enough to make sure that 9 unable to get a click off on the big zoom banger. So we're looking at 4v3 in terms of players, 4v3 in terms of score. But it's the news flank around the back. Look at the bomb. Look where it is.
This is huge.
If it goes down here, round should be in a position that's unrecoverable, and it is, in fact, unrecoverable, as news will neuter them.
Yeah. Of course, it's the 2 save guns and the pistols that win them the round. I like how they were proactive though. They're like, all right, listen, we just have to go for the plays here. Just sit on the bomb site. It's not going to quite pan out, but you could see Huns looking pretty uncomfortable when the aggression was coming in from the CTs. So I would like to see more aggression from the CTs in the buy round. You know, sort of just playing so default, which is what the Huns were abusing in the few rounds they won here. Double up setup coming out again though, Dinko. The second one, of course, that was a freebie they picked up from 9's corpse. A side effect with the AWP deep down ramp, but this time it's a bit of a switch up from the Huns. It's going to be a creep and a crawl up towards outside. Magnums finds 1, a second kill as well. Excuse me, sir?
You're excused.
Thank you.
Well, a good start here to the round again from the CT side. A lot of damage done towards Yami, who was hoping for some miracle shot through the main side of the wall.
Saw the barrel.
It's no secret that he's red.
They know where both the players are now.
Shooting for the last 5 minutes, but we've got Zeralte still up on the server. His teammates are all gone though. This is a round that really doesn't get going. Magnum's 9-2, not slowing down. And the hunt is successful. They don't let anything be saved over for the T side.
The only success that Huns have really found have been these 2 upward fast hits and then the ramp walk down, right? Where that's just unreasonable. I'm thinking a fast up hit again. You know there are 2 ops in play. You know, to get double bomb sites, retake's going to be nigh impossible as well. Yeah. I'd be surprised if they don't go for a fast upper hit once more. And this should be something that Huns... Eruption should be very cognizant of. The pressure's mounting for Huns, Dinko. Again, they lose this map, they're out. They're going to be the first team to be knocked out.
That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? Better to be first at something, I guess. There's Magnums heading outside. Yeah, I mean, he's going to make it in behind the red box. Smokes are up, standard smokes, easy for the cross. You'll use the corridor of cover. And actually dodges the spam through the smoke as well. So Yami's loving life, he's down secret. And currently, no CTs here. It's the worst kept secret in Mongolia. Side effect, looking to hold down the ramp room. Utilities floating in.
He got off the angle.
Yeah, he did. Now he has to take it up again, and that's a big risk.
Dry.
Oh my, he
still gets the kill.
Yeah, still won it. Comes out on top of that. Bot attack gone. And Cobra moving in, but side effects ready. Didn't put himself in harm's way. Was able to get away with it. Fury 5K with another pick here. We're looking at 50 seconds on the clock in
5v2.
Yeah, we got 2 Ts left. Cobra fighting. Oh, Cobra. Okay, he's back in this fight. I'm off the back of those 2 kills. So once again, back into the round. 40 seconds remaining. A side effect drops down into the ramp room. Plant stops. Cancel. The kill comes in. How are they back in this? A 5v2 into a 2v2. 30 seconds as Eruption are about to throw away an unlosable round.
Double op retake, Dinko.
What the hell? Why we always got double ops, man? Why?
He's got a smoke 9. You can just smoke it off. You can just smoke off decon.
He has a flash.
Oh my god, they've lost it.
He's only got a flash at the moment, so he's going to use that to try and get out of position. Side effect threw his off away.
Bro.
Jumped in the window with a 5-set.
Bro, how do you lose that?
That is kind of crazy. Well, Cobra, I mean, we didn't get to see from his perspective, but that is... that double just unravels everything. Side effect does so much. You think, surely that's it. This is the... Oh, this is the double. Okay. So they just whiffed, basically.
Dude, I know Cobra had the timing there to try and prevent a plan, but bro, just keep decon control.
Yeah.
Like, play the odds, play the number. You die, your other 2 teammates have 2 AWPs, right? You keep decon control, suddenly that retake looks way more viable. I don't know, man. Oh, Zeraltek finds Newes. That's the round, Dinka. That round, round number 10, that is the round that allows Huns back into this game, and that's why we're going to see map number 3 coming up. Whoa, hold up. Fury, Magnum's aggression is Fury. 5K, who will manage to extricate himself from Squeak. Bomb hasn't been spotted. Despite the opening kill going the way of Huns, they found nothing else after that. As Magnums, it's just 3 kills out in the open, barely any smokes being used, just dry swings coming out. See the push towards Secret as well. To really have not many options available here. Might just have to go for the save, Dinko. Which might not even be allowed to take place as the flank continues to take place. Fury 5K with a big wrap around. 9 creeping up towards Squeak. Just the 2 players. Side effect as well. Lying in wait. Crossfire set up.
And the big wrap around. Will it be the big Eruption roll waiting for 20 seconds? Oh. Cobra and 9 with the 2v4 score waiting inside the main. Oh, 9! What? Okay, buddy, that is ridiculous. Can he pull it off? Can he win it all? It's a good start, but we want the finish. He waits inside of the site. Step in heaven, drawing his attention, but he doesn't buy it. Oh my God. Had to land the shot. 9 gives it a good go, but Magnum steps up.
Bro, that's such a difficult shot to land as well from Magnum's. Just having to look down between his toes. Nice try, nice attempt from 9.
Another close round, man.
It really should have been that close, honestly.
Yeah, the Huns keep getting themselves into these really close situations. If they just start around better, man, they'd be having a much better half here.
Well, what's going on here, right? Like, why is no one watching for these pushes? Because we've realized, they should go into realize that we're seeing Eruption being way more aggressive, way more in your face, pushing, poking, prodding. You need to be aware, vigilant. Vigilancy is key, Dinko, or else you just get run over. At least the bomb plants and gives a little bit extra funds here for the side of the Huns, as they'll be looking to at least get to 5.
Good pick here from Yami. Zeralte follows up, so the T is looking good. Much better start to the round here from the Huns, and they're going to finish this half with 5. Unless News and Scores can recover this, and they've done a pretty good job of getting it into a doable situation now. 2v3 retake. They maintain most of their health. They've got 3 flashes, 2 smokes, a real shot at this. There's a tap. We're back to 2v2.
No
News has lost his HP, but here comes the flashes. Cobra turns away. If there's one player you can rely on, though, it's Cobra. You can rely on Cobra to win these kind of situations. Coiled inside of the site, and he fights with a headshot to close on 5.
How does it even come down to a 1v1? That was a 4 versus 2, and somehow Cobra having to come up clutch. He has been the difference maker for the Huns in this entire map. The only player to reach double digits as well here on T side. 11-7 in a very important 1v2 clutch for him to close out the half for his team. 5 rounds, Dinko. Surely should be enough, right?
Yeah, surely.
But Nuez, though, he's been popping up. Score's really gone kind of quiet ever since that first half on Anubis. I think he's had, like, what? 9 kills now in total, second half of Anubis and the first half of Nuke put together, so Score kind of falling asleep at the wheel here.
And miss at the moment, yeah. Remind us, Blair, while we're here at halftime. What are the rest of the games you've got coming up a little bit later today?
Oh, we got a few exciting matchups here, young Dinko. We of course have, as soon as we're done with this, although it does feel like it might go to map number 3 here. We got Saw going up against Chinggis Warriors. Saw, we saw them completely capitulate yesterday against GG How, going up against Chinggis Warriors. Then later on, speaking of GG How, they're going to be going up against what many people would consider the favorites of the tournament in the form of Heroic, who looked pretty clean yesterday. And to close things out, it's going to be an all-EU affair. It's going to be a double BB action, Dinko. Bait versus BIG.
Yeah, the double B brought to you by the double P. That'll be a little bit later on today. Paul and Prof breaking down all the action throughout the day. Then we get Henry G and Naokai back in the building. They're excited.
HN.
Yeah.
There was something there.
I just didn't really get what you were going at right there, to be honest. I get it now.
It's all right.
It's bad both ways, really.
Yeah, true.
Second half getting underway.
We did see some pretty competitive games the second half of the day yesterday, right? Like the opening games, GG How, 2-0 Saw, convincing stuff. Heroic dismantling Chinggis Warriors, at least.
And then it was 6 maps after that.
Yeah, 6 long maps having to be cast by Mr. Messers, Neokai, and Henry G. But here we go, the Huns. They've scraped their way to 5 rounds on the attacking side, and now on the more favored side of their mapping, battling for survival here in Ulaanbaatar. Pass drop down, Dinko.
Yeah, dropping down into the side, Cobra and Bartak taking a couple of kills between them. Headshots lined up. Plant is in from Magnums.
3v4.
Can they pull off a player deficit post plant? Well, not looking likely. Zeralte with 3. 3 headshots in quick succession. Didn't even need the rest of his teammates, Blair.
What was
Somehow he just kills everybody.
Wait, what was that post plan? Like the 2 players up ramp, 1 inside double, and they just give up squeaky? I need to see it from Zelda's POV, hopefully. No, he's come from double. He comes from double. How is someone watching double?
It's a question. Definitely a question.
Anyway, clean shots coming from Zeralte, who has been kind of a little bit quiet today so far. Seven to 6 now. It's a 1-round game. Eruption just barely holding on to their lead. Bomb plant, though, the buy is reasonable. Galil find the opening kill, but quick replies coming in from the CTs, and is shutting this one down, Dinko. Bartak says enough is enough, and it's all on score. 1 versus 4, and is gonna find none. Full eco should be coming up, and that should be the Huns, and what feels like forever, finally getting the lead.
A tech issue here. Being sort of free of tech issues for the first map of the game. We got one short one here, so hopefully get that one resolved. Seems like it's fixed already.
Yeah, that was quick.
As the freeze time is ticking on down, so certainly a quick tech issue. Well, Tech9's Deagle's out for Eruptions. And
Yeah, no like real armor apart from good side effects, so shouldn't be too much of a worry here for the side of the Hunt. It's about keeping it clean, right? No casualties. Try to keep everyone alive, build up that bank, get the map, take us to map number 3, which I believe is going to be on Dust 2. Looking forward to that. We had some, we had a very exciting Dust 2 last night.
We definitely had a lot of exciting Dust 2. A little gap in that smoke.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Going to be used effectively, and we now have Magnums alongside Side Effect trying to make the most of the situation, but there's not much of a situation to be had here. It's the lead being taken by the boys over on the Huns. Feels like you mentioned a few minutes ago about it feeling like we're destined to get map 3. I think that's certainly the case here.
Yeah, especially once it got like 5 rounds on the T side. That's pretty comfortable. That's a pretty big enough buffer to work with, especially when you are absolutely the favorite team. It's your map pick. It's a map that you've had a lot more reps on against better opposition as well.
Map 3 will be Dust 2, which is very exciting to go there. I think that'll just be a straight up brawl from both teams. Yami walking up into Secret, scores already here. And so that's going to be a pick for the T side of Eruption, so an opening maneuver to work with.
What's the reaction here from Huns is the question. CT aggression. They haven't seen anyone towards lobby. Footsteps being heard outside as well by Zeralte, but they're not really committing to this. They're not really pushing into its lobby to find out what's happening. 9! Oh, gets a kill. Bit of a labored effort. And a smoke to try and remove himself from the premises. It's gonna still stick on around though. Very low in health. 8 HP for 9. No one towards lower deck. It's surprising, right? They've cleared out lobby. Notice no one really there. You know there's at least 2 or 3 players outside, and they haven't rotated anyone over towards the lower bomb site. As Cobra Zera does find Fury 5k, 4v3 retake. That being said, 2 of the players are very, very low indeed. 9 barely alive on 8 points of health. Needs to go on ahead.
Slipping and sliding down the ramp. Utility being put in place. 9 up first, low HP. Very scared about getting just one body shot to connect upon it, but it's the rest of his teammates to clear out the space. And Carp, there's a retake open. It's done. It's a job collected, and they got to get on that defuse right now.
They got hits.
Yeah, they're going to be fine. And yeah, another fantastic situation going the way here of the Huns. I mean, they lose the opening pick. They come back in on the retake. And 9-7 now rings out.
I mean, the retake worked out for them, but it is a little baffling how they don't react on the information they glean, right? Like, you know, you have control of lobby. 9 knows there are at least 2 players outside, right? You have control of ramp. You realize the only avenue available for the T's are to go from secret towards lower. Yet they don't react, they don't rotate fast enough. And if a couple of those kills hadn't gone their way, this would have easily could have slipped out of their fingers. But they will prevail. 9-7 here.
Yeah, there's just far too much work to be done on the T side, especially when you don't win the pistol round. You know, you want that buffer. You want those 3-round buffer at the start of the T side if you are going to be able to close this out on the attacking side of the game. And I just don't think Eruption have it in them to get the job done here. The A site populated. They flood in. It's going to be Zeralta with the first pick. Yami to follow up almost immediately. And we're looking at just side effect 1v3. So they make it into the top site. They just don't do much with it. And the Huns in full control as they steam towards a map victory here on Nuke.
Yeah, it's looking pretty evident that they're way more comfortably on the CD side of Nuke as they were on Anubis. Some players are activating for the side of Huns. Corvazera has, for me, been a standout player, Dingo. He's been just phenomenal thus far. And yeah, the Woes' score continues. Not really finding much impact. To be fair, the team overall just not finding much impact. It's got to be just the pistols being purchased here. One hero, AK-47, in hand to score. That kind of feels like a bit of an ego buy coming in, right? Just a full AK investment. He's got nothing left in his wallet. More like a tilt buy.
I am seeing no one communicate right now. Like when I look at the player count.
Oh yeah, they're just frustrated and tilted.
Well, Bartak taking score down in one of the longest fights of all time. But eventually someone wins it. Bartak prowling outside, but Fury had already got deep around the backside. So could be a situation here where the Huns lose the pistols, and in fact it happens in the blink of an eye. As now we look at a just complete and utter collapse of the CT side as they lose track of their opponents.
Oh,
9-1v3.
What are you doing, Huns?
This is a 1v3 being teed up here from the Mongolian sniper.
Bomb has been planted.
Or a save call.
Dude, I was so convinced there was no way they're going to win this round. I just looked away for a second and then boom.
Backing away now, 9. Yeah, you're right. It just felt like this is... But I think Fury 5K makes the most of the chaos outside. You know, I remarked upon the long and awkward fight between Score and Bartak, but what that does is it takes the eyes of Bartak away from outside for so long because he's so preoccupied in trying to just pick Score off the top of red that it frees up all this space for the Tech-9 to move forward through the smokes into the back of Garage and push up towards CT spawn where Bartak is just not ready for that fight. So Fury 5K with a great double kill in this round that really teased things off, and then it's just sheer panic for the CT side as they realize they've lost track of where all of the Ts could be. This is the fight here, you see it? Fury 5K is just walking up as he's taking way too long to kill it.
It just seems so tunnel visioned at times, very myopic, and some of the more chaotic situations. They're not really talking to each other, as you pointed out, Dinko. And yeah, it's rough, but hey, it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, Dinko. 10-8. Huns with another timeout. Talking things through. They know that they're almost at the finish line, Dinko. They just need to just close this one out, mentally reset, head into map number 3. They have never lost a game to Eruption yet. And I'm sure they'll be looking to keep that record the way it is. Yami tucked into the back of garage, swapping positions with 9.
Spammed out to the smoke, scored to 24 HP. Yami being spring-loaded as the nades come in. Magnums, he's going to be stuck in a 1v1 fight, and he's going to be the peeker and take the advantage. We've now got Bartak realizing that Noose has just missed the jump up, ready for the fight through the window with lockers. Minute 5 on the clock as we look at a 5v4 still maintained. But how long can the CTs hold it? And not very long is the answer, but they pull it back. Zerolta once again picks off from heaven. Could get another kill here. Noose has moved forward into the bottom of the ladder. Now, there is also a garage player to worry about, and he's tucked into the corner, so Zerolta doesn't realize how much danger he's actually in at the moment.
The thing is, the thing's so tucked in. Zerolta is just able to move away for free. Oh, that's a huge fight to lose, Dinko. It's all on the one player left, Cobra Zera, and he's gonna strike from the bomb site, finds just one. And despite so much damage being dealt out, the kills don't go the way of the Huns. The timeout doesn't work out, Dinko. The money's not in a good place either.
No, I said it just a few minutes ago. I was like, I don't think that they're going to have enough in them to get this job done on the T side, but maybe I'm underestimating them because this is a team now at 10-9. Like you said, money's not in a good spot here. Real opportunity to go 10-10 in this game. Then we're getting to the tail end of it. Still going to be difficult to edge those 3 rounds out, though, from the T side. But in terms of putting themselves in a position to do so and keep the dream of a 2-0 alive, well, they're doing as much as they can. It's quick here for score, and what a way to do it it would be off the back of that pistol round victory, right, with a force buy, with a hero AK from score. And speaking of, he's gone ahead and got himself the opening pick of this round.
And that round, the AK really didn't have to do much. It was the pistols. Huns in their own heads. In the absence of Ty Lu, because they were the favorite Asian team coming in.
We were looking at exactly, and Ty Lu not making it to the tournament. We're looking for a team to come in last second. We've got to find a local team to bring in. Eruption, I don't think anybody was expecting them to put up this much of a showing, this much of a fight. Super close game versus Big last night, one of the European teams coming in that should be favorites to be getting some big wins under their belt. And just unfortunately, for Big, they come in a really weak form. But Eruption's also looking very, very solid.
Yeah, can't deny it. As much as we can be critical about Huns and how they've let so many rounds slip away, this is Eruption looking like the better team at the moment. Bartak left alone, 5-7 in hand. Well, come the next round. We also expect 9 to have the AWP. It's just the way they're losing these rounds. It's so convincing. It's not coming down to 1v1s or 2v2s. They're just getting picked apart. And it's almost like they're not really talking to each other. You pointed out the body language seems a little bit off. Making too many individual plays as well, not reacting based on the information they've gleaned. It just, so many things going wrong for the side of the Huns. No one will stay alive here. And also for the side of Eruption, Dinko, we're not quite done yet. Everything started up in 10-10, but they build up a substantial bank. Even if they lose a couple of rounds, they will have buys available to them. So for Huns, this is it. This is kind of like do or die. Buy coming up. If they lose this and if they're not able to save the weapons, which they actually struggle to do so, they will have an area rifle remaining. This Eruption could run up to round number 12 to map and match point.
What? News, big headshot. 9 just gets absolutely eradicated. And in terms of finding an important kill, that is one of the most important frags we'll have on the server today. If they can convert this into an 11-10 scoreline, they are on for an upset. Score to follow up, and for the Huns, it's elimination looming. They have disappeared on this CT side. Okay. Score to fall down. Is this the way back in? Yami now has an AK-47. Like I said earlier, no round is unlosable.
No round is unlosable. No round is unwinnable. It's a 4 versus 3. AK retrieved by Yami. The upgrade. This duel is everything. No, this duel is everything. Partak looks away at the worst time possible. A 4 versus 2. As the teams will pounce onto this bomb site. News in the meantime finding Yami as well, Dinko. It is all to the last man, Zeralte. He'll get the kill, but the round is lost. The dream seemingly dead as he needs to hold on to this AK-47 because there's nothing left in the bank for his teammates. There's nothing left in the bank for the next round. It has to be an eco. They need to battle, duke it out for overtime. But for Eruption, a golden opportunity to get to 12, to get to map and match point. How has this happened?
Oh, it's fantastic work from the T side. Big game this time from Nuez. Or News. He's found himself 20 and 14.
And you can also see, I was mentioning how the players are looking so just kind of, short-sighted. So, like, too zoned in, too scoped in. Literally, in the case of 9, not aware of the possibility of someone peeking. I mean, look at his peek coming in here from Nuez. This is something you need to expect, right? You need to have a teammate, maybe get watching towards Silo or Molotoving it off or something. He holds onto the angle for so very long. And just individually, they just kind of look shook right now. The nerves on full display as... Yeah, saved AK-47, all they have to work with. Maybe a couple of deagles being purchased perhaps, but they need to play the money game here. If they go for 4 spot, it's going to be what? FAMI, MP9s, that's about it. Surely they just go with the pistols and hope for a miracle and that AK-47. Wait, it is a FAMAS, it's not FAMI.
Yes, FAMAS. Or FAMASI, as Harry would say.
That's not a real word. But then Harry does love making up words, so. The Dr. Seuss of Counter-Strike casting. Here we go. AK enhances Zeralte. Can he pull off something miraculous is a question. 5-7s abound. No deagles to be seen. Trying to keep it as economical as possible. And you can see the little bit of trepidation for Eruption as well. They're not being as gung-ho as they were earlier. They're being a little bit more slow, a little bit more measured. They know the buy isn't great. Grouping up, contacting out. Flash is a tell. Bartek's gonna stick around. He will be found though. And the AK, they know where it's present right now. Dropping down to its lower. There's no one there. Bomb should get planted.
Yeah, map point. Serious point. And for the Huns, elimination point. They've got to battle back into overtime. They were able to get OT over on Anubis. Got to do it again here. So impressive for Eruption. I mean, we talk about the head-to-head between these two teams. We're talking 10-2 in maps. Very, very few times they've been able to even get map wins against the Huns. Eruption. But today, in an international tournament held in their home country, the Huns are about to lose and be eliminated on day 2 to the last-minute replacements.
2 back-to-back tournament disappointments, Dinko. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think they're gonna survive this. I don't think this lineup is gonna survive that, right? They were looking so good. They were on the up and up. They were looking fantastic. They were regarded as well, without the absence of Atox right now, the best Mongolian team apart from the Mongols. But the disappointment for the Blast Austin major qualifier, Luke coming on bottom place, losing to India's Gods Raid, and now getting knocked out without getting a single win on home soil, on LAN, against the replacement team, that is Eruption. Questions will be asked. Discussions will be had. But it's not quite done yet. That lady hasn't sang yet here, Dinko.
But she's warming up.
She is indeed warming up. All right. No more utility remaining from this for the CTs. 1 smoke, 4 flashes, not a single kit in play as well. Minute on the clock here for the T's as they're going to be creeping up. It's going to be a bit of a ruse here. It's going to be an upper fake. Or is it a full commit? Oh, it looks like it's going to be full commit. It's going to be full exec coming in. And there's no utility for the CTs to keep them at base. Score finds the first kill on Zeralte, but Cobra Zera strikes from the back of the site. He finds 2. Score bleeding out, and Dinko, it looks like it is indeed going to be overtime, or maybe at least the potential of an overtime. It's not quite done yet.
There's a lot of money still available for the T's for a buy in the next round here. But at least Huns have taken that step in the right direction. And Magnum still give it a good go, but yeah, it's never comfortable being stuck on default. And he's going to be taken out by Bartek. So 4 players stay up, best round we've seen in a while here from the Huns. 1 more round and they've got OT.
Cobra Zera coming alive. The backside delivers 3 back shots to the T's coming out. Back-to-back overtime. Real possibility. That was a T's molly. They walked it through their own Molotov, bleeding out from the hut. As you pointed out, Dinko, money's not a problem at all. Got everything, including the kitchen sink.
News, headshot locked in, 9 to go down. News going to drop outside and try and get past Unbreakable. Yami's able to come in with a 1-for-1. Zeralte to edge his way through the squeaky door smoke. Oh, side effect pinned in the corner, spotted. Zeralte to drop side effect. Now 4v3, overtime looming. The Huns have found some life just at the end here. They want to stay in this competition. They don't want to go out here and now.
Remember what he said, Dinko. Nothing is unlosable.
And Eruption want to make sure that they pick this one up. Fury 5k to wrap around Heaven.
Score.
Looking for a god tier play.
He's got Magnum.
But look who's watching. Cobra tucks in the corner.
This is everything.
Fury's going to lose this fight. Fury can't win that.
Oh, what an angle.
Cobra just peeks at the perfect time. Here comes the second offering to Cobra, and he will take it, no problem. Bomb down, we've got overtime. We have got overtime. Even if Score wants this, he cannot win it. It is the bonus rounds here. Back-to-back maps with overtime. Exactly what we wanted here, Blah.
Absolutely, Dinko. Hit the nail on the head with that one. Huns. They can breathe a sigh of relief, and you can see the disappointment writ large on the faces of Eruption. They knew they had this one in the bag, Dinko. They knew they had this one in the bag. It was 12-10, and somehow they've let it slip. Overtime number 2 and map number 2 here. It's all the rounds, all the maps, Dinko.
Yes. The game that just keeps on giving, really. Oh, they battled so hard to get into a position of momentum on this T side. It looked like Eruption had just done it. Then it was going to be a 2-0. The Huns were going to be knocked out, but when you underestimate the Huns, they come back swinging.
Absolutely. And for Eruption to...
But we remember how last overtime went. It was a one-sided show for Eruption.
But, you know, as the song goes, Dinko, sometimes, you know...
As that song goes, Blood, do continue.
They try so hard, and yet they got so far. In the end, would it ever even matter? By Limp Bizkit, of course. Shout out Fred Durst at one time.
Well, quite the pause here.
A pregnant pause, Dinko.
We're about to be 30 seconds away from getting into overtime.
All right, call it. Do we see map 3 or not?
Yes, of course, we get all the maps.
That's my boy.
We're going to maximize the amount of Counter-Strike played in this opening best of 3 of the day. We get overtime on the first map, overtime on the second. Why not have quadruple overtime on the third map, boy?
Absolutely, I would love to see that. Zeralti and Cobra Zera have been carrying their team here into OT. Can it continue to do the same is the question. For the side of Eruption though, man, I mean, everyone's been delivering, but it's been Nuas, who was comparatively a little bit quieter on map number 1 on Anubis, but he has been finding mad impact thus far. The score has woken up as well, but here we go. OT. Indeed. Here on Nuke, battle for survival for the Huns. Not quite done yet. Waterfall smoke out. Smoke getting blocked. Is there a gap there? I'm not too sure. I'm not too certain. Looks like a fast wraparound coming in to its upper.
Cobra winning on top of the hut. His teammate Yami has collected the first kill, and it looks like Eruption have lost their confidence. It feels like there's no more sting.
Yep.
Inside of this Eruption team. So let's see if they're able to react.
It's a classic, you know, you get a map point, you're like, all right, let's play this one a little bit slower, more measured, more defaultish, and then everything falls apart. They've mainly been finding a lot of success in their in the more faster, more YOLO plays. It's 2 kills found already. And no reaction, no reply yet from the side of Eruption. Just waiting for a misstep from the Huns. 9 with the op to its outside. To its credit. Free kill on the score. This is just
Counter-terrorists win.
just a slap to the face. There was nothing there from Eruption. And
They have gone flaccid.
yeah, Dinko, it's a flaccid attack.
Yeah.
In the meantime, for the side of Huns, they are starting to get stronger and stronger as the rounds transpire, rising up to the occasion.
Indeed.
Looking to make a deep run in this event, and it starts one step, one push at a time.
Yeah, being on the brink of elimination. Looking to try and run it back. Outside smokes deployed. Score starting to move with them. And there was a lot of success from this in particular setup in terms of getting opening kills with News up on top of Silo and Score moving outside around the smokes. They were able to find a number of great openings that way. Yami, he's going to take Score down. Magnum's to also fall, and it's become one-sided all of a sudden.
What's that over there, Dingo? Oh, that's map 3 over the horizon.
Yes, it is.
Peeking its head as Eruption have completely kind of just faded here. They've blown their load already, Dinko. They have nothing left. Okay, what's Yami doing, bro? All right, he will survive. And now, just seems inevitable. It just seems like a matter of time.
It really does. It really does. They've just disappeared all of a sudden on this T side. You know, they got to map point. They thought the job was done, but it's not. They needed one more.
They needed one more.
But they've logged off mentally, it feels like. All right, Fury. Well, what do you got? Walking right in towards Zeralti. It's a headshot picked up. Is this the start? No. It is the start of the end.
Didn't even have time to complete a sentence, Dinko.
Well, we have got a 14-12 scoreline, and it is now the Huns 2 rounds in the lead. They want to win in this overtime. They have to win every single round here.
Yeah, that's not happening. Eruption have had 3 kills in the last 4 rounds.
Yep. They have disappeared.
Completely capitulated. Rolled on over. Belly up. Struggling turtle.
You know what they say? The turtle usually wins the race against the hare, no? Or is it the tortoise?
The tortoise.
Yeah, it's a long one. Long time since I read that story.
Because tortoises are the ones who
On the
land. And turtles, while they can't survive.
Oh, they can, yeah.
They're mostly flippers.
Would be really embarrassing to lose a race to them. One attack, waiting inside of ramp, and he's not going to connect his shot. He's going to drop down, so a chance. An opening score needs it, but yeah, not able to get it. And we are done here, really, in overtime number 1, first half.
What a
Well, there's a fourth kill.
What a tepid ending to this map. It was so exciting. It was so back and forth, and then Eruption just said,
GG, we're out. Let's go map 3.
yeah.
We want more. More Counter-Strike.
This wasn't even a fight. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, they just stopped doing what they were doing all this while. You know, fast plays, just go working in pairs, going for kills. And then instead, they just completely slowed down, walking into these ops, walking into the crosshairs without any utility being used. No trade, no real agency in the way they're working as well. And it is going to be a flawless overtime thus far from the Huns.
Yeah, I mean, you need all 3 rounds now.
I mean, that picture tells the story.
Yeah.
The score just looking like...
It's more like implosion rather than eruption. This is...
internal combustion.
Yeah, this is terrible, really. This overtime is just gone to shit. So we need all 3 rounds here for Eruption to be able to get another overtime. And I mean, they were so close to the brink of a huge upset and taking down their countrymen and knocking them out of the tournament. But the story becomes way more difficult now as we have to go to map 3. Let's see, can they somehow turn this around and win 3 rounds in a row? Eruption down 15-12.
Surely, they close it out. They got 3 opportunities to drag us map number 3, which will be Dust 2. For our good listeners. 9. Leaving the path.
Here's News. Needs to win this. He's got it. Double kill. There we go. A little bit more life in them yet. This is the round picked up in clean fashion.
Double OT coming up, Dinko.
We got another overtime. 3 rounds in a row here, Vlad. There's no problems here for the side of Eruption as they're back. Back in the game, Vlad.
Back in the game.
I think they just have more kills in that round than they did in the last 4.
5. Last 5.
Last 5 rounds.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a pulse. It's faint, but they're still alive. All right, here we go. 16K overtime, so buys won't be a problem for the CT side. Or for the T side either. Actually, no, is that 10K? I think it's 10K. Or 12.5K.
$12,500. Okay.
All right. That actually helps out 9. More than score with a nade.
Well, that might be it now.
Yeah, 4 more pins remaining to fall here.
5v4 opening kill for the Huns to try and close out the map.
Dragging us on their steeds to map number 3. Fury 5K. I'm going to go for a bit of an
Here's 9 up first. AWP missed shot, and right back in it again are the side of Eruption. I nearly called him Implosion. I had to stop myself because
you've been forgiven for
myself.
It. Oh my god!
Ooh, News flying up the ladder, and now we got side effect. He's chiming in. They're back.
No way.
They're so back.
No way.
They're so gone. Zeralte with a 1v4 being teed up right now.
Why are you pushing?
He's got another one.
Why are you pushing alone?
Oh my god, Eruption. They are giving them away back again. Oh.
What is wrong with you?
It's okay, because he still won the round. And now we're going into a 15-14 territory. We're looking at a flawless overtime second half here to force double overtime.
Hell yeah, Dinko.
Can you believe it? Eruption with the mental fortitude of the great Hans.
Well, that's the other team, Dinko, but all right. Oh, man. I don't think I'm going to survive.
It's okay, Bless.
Like,
I'll be here, solo casting my way through this.
Some of the rounds are breaking me, Dinko.
Your cadaver line beside. But here we go. Round 30. Fast play into the upper bomb side. Fury with the first kill. Trade it back. Cobra and Bartek. Is it over?
It might be
we're
over.
gonna have to find out. It looks like it. Map 3. We just needed every round possible in overtime number 1. And Score wants to keep us in this for just a little bit longer, as it's now a 2v3 and barely a 2v3 at that. With a low HP left, it is now down to just a 1v2. Score ascends to the heavens, and he is looking for a godly play that will not happen. We need Dust 2, 16-14 for the Huns.
Incredible scenes here in Ulaanbaatar, Dinka. We're not done yet. 2 maps we've had of Counter-Strike this morning. 16-12 with the scoreline initially in Anubis, with the side of Eruption taking it, and now somehow Huns, from what looked like the precipice of defeat, they clawed their way back to map number 3.
They were looking at elimination, and now they are looking at Dust 2. A real prospect for Huns to recover this series and look for the 2-1 win.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
The Huns bounce back on their map pick of Nuke, winning out in OT 16-14 over Eruption. Prof, yeah, 2 OTs so far. We saw Eruption take it on Anubis in OT, and this time it switches around to the Huns. Very closely fought 2 maps so far.
Yeah, very, very exciting, very close, as you said. I don't know how to break it down. I want to say at some points, Huns looked really good. And then at some points at some points I'm left bamboozled by like some of the gaps that they are leaving open, right? So it's a bit of a tough one for me to break down. I want to say definitely important for Cobra Zira to show up. We highlighted him on the first map. Going into this one, he was really big throughout the series, throughout this map, and important. And News on the other side, the new guy to Eruption, he's definitely bringing something that probably was missing in the past. Like he was doing quite some work on the outside in the second half. He kind of got them back into the game, and pretty impressed by him so far. You know, I'm not saying he's the next Mongols guy, but you know, he's getting some little marks in the note.
Replays up on the screen now. Yeah, as you mentioned, News was doing great work for Eruption. Wasn't enough, but certainly if he's able to continue that trajectory into map 3, it will pay off a lot for Eruption, especially on a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, just circling back to kind of how this game transpired, like a 5-0 start for Eruption. Again, we talked about Huns not getting off the good starts again. Didn't really pan out, but they did claw their way back into it and made it a competitive game. You know, ultimately, going into the second half, Huns really take over, and then what happens is they lose one eco completely. Like we saw just recently, it was 10-7. It looked like a nothing round, you know, and then they just get complacent. They lose track of like the complete outside. They're not playing together. They're leaving these gaps open. Lose the pistols. Then Eruption take over, go to essentially look like they're going to win, but you know, don't overtime.
I think clawing back is a great way to describe it, because it wasn't the victory wasn't necessarily off the back of a super clean Counter-Strike or necessarily amazing plays. It was definitely a balance between of Eruption not necessarily playing super optimally, and Huns just getting enough done.
It's a clash of styles again, and then like sometimes you see Eruption like playing to their strengths, which is kind of chaotic. It's not like super organized, but there's like some tradings, there's something going on. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe they are scared of the. They walked into the bomb site one by one. It didn't really look. They tried to go for like an execute. There wasn't like something super, I would say, coordinated. And then they just died. Like instead of just playing their own game, which is a bit more, you know, just aim-based, duel-based, and playing to those strengths, I feel like they wanted to do something that's not really in their wheelhouse. We did talk before yesterday, like they came in here with no preparation. They said they didn't play as a team at all this week. Came here as a last-minute invite. So, you know, you just gotta do what you gotta do. I think overall Huns exploited when Eruption gave them the space, and when they gave them the respect, Huns come out on top. But when Eruption are kind of throwing curveballs, that's when they were getting wins. Overall, the overtime went quite well for 9 on his side, and yeah, we are going to not overtime, but the
map 3.
Map 3.
Yeah, Dust 2. Just before we look ahead to Dust 2, I think you mentioned that Eruption seemed scared of the win, you know, when they got that final point prior to OT. It's a good way of putting it. It's another CS classic where it's very hard to close out a game.
Yeah.
And in a situation like this, yeah, Eruption really need to fire the trigger, but they let the situation get to them. And here we are, staring down the barrel of Dust 2. With that said, Prof, expectations going into Dust 2. Chaos, perhaps, incoming?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of that, and I think we're gonna have a bit more. Why not? Dust 2 is a map, obviously. Both teams play, I would say, Huns play it a bit more and win it a bit more. We can see the scores here, like Eruption, 7 maps played on Dust 2, which is not that few, but considering how much these teams play recently, it is kind of a lot less than what the Huns have been showing on Dust 2, and the win rate is also pretty good.
Yeah, looking at these numbers right now, it would lean you towards that this is a massively favorable map for the Huns. That being said, though, yeah, we know that these teams play each other a lot. Again, referencing our conversations earlier with Machine Gun. If nobody caught that at home, Machine Gun, legendary Mongolian player, he was like, this is just a straight up 50-50 best of 3. And I'm sure that can carry over here into Dust 2 regardless of the stats you see on screen. Definitely still good to keep in mind, but I'm not leaning too much into them personally.
Yeah. I want to put like 2 extra points from that. Is like we saw like I think 5 losses for the Huns on Dust 2 in the last 3 months. One is to Spirit.
Okay.
And
pretty good team, right?
One is to Bait. Yesterday, I think when you think of like, oh, they're losing only to really good teams, I think that is true. But also, one recent loss is to Eruption, and super recently, Big was defeated by Eruption on Dust 2 as well. So if you look at the super short term, there is an angle to be said like, oh, maybe actually this is more suited for the underdogs, quote unquote.
I think what we're saying here, Prof, is that we have no idea what's about to happen next on Dust 2. It's a tough one to call, but it should be electric, you know, I think.
That is completely true. I think, like, again, it's going to be, I want to say, score news on Eruption are the point men. Obviously, 9 on the other side, Opper, IGL on Dust 2, always going to be pivotal. And, like, kind of what I've been focusing on every Mongolian team, it seems like the former Mongols or IHC player is going to be the standout, and it's sad to see that there's not more other players stepping up, and it's actually sad to see that Bartak, like, he was one of these players that was also in the mix. I feel like he's really struggling. I feel like he's really not finding like a lot of impact on the server, getting caught off guard. Like some of these rounds that they lost, the eco that they lost, he needs to step up. He needs to step up individually.
Prof, any other final thoughts before we head to a short break?
I mean, yeah, we're down for I would say a good, entertaining game. An entertaining game. I think both teams are pretty tense. Like we saw after this map finished, there wasn't a lot of excitement. There's not a lot of screaming, not a lot of hype going on. But I think when this game is over, one team will you know, the jubilation will be erupting potentially.
Yeah, Prof, only time will tell. Everybody at home, up next we have map 3, Dust 2 between the Huns and Eruption. The winner moves forward, stays alive. The loser goes home.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. We have got the third map, and this is do or die for both of the teams here. We've got two Mongolian teams clashing. We've got Eruption versus the Huns. It looked like the Huns were down and out, but they found their way back into the game on Nuke. They got it done in overtime, and now we have to go to Dust 2 to decide their fates. And I really don't know where this one's going now. I think Paula summed it up. He said, we don't know what's going to happen. And I think that's factual, blah.
You know, we have this tale of how domestic derbies can be pretty wild, Dinko, and I think this particular game is a perfect example of that. A bit of a capitulation from Eruption in the final few rounds of regulation, and Nuke did really look like they were going to run away with that game. It looked like it was going to be a 2-0, it was going to be a pretty big upset, but Huns showing quite a bit of tenacity at the end. Cobra Zera and Zeralte are the heroes for their sides, dragging them over the finish line. As we are just about to go live here. Everyone's ready to rumble. Dust 2 will be the decider. It's a map Prof is talking about. You know, it's a map that Huns, both the teams should be pretty comfortable on. However, for the side of Huns, it's a map that I've had so many reps on, Dinka. I think they played about close to about 20 times the past 3 months. 71% win rate. They did, however, get kind of battered by Bait yesterday on this map. But Bait, obviously, you know, one of the favorites coming into this tournament. So side of Eruption, it's a map where it's kind of 50-50. They beat big on it yesterday. So, yes, going full circle what you said, I have absolutely no idea what's going to transpire.
Well, let's find out, Blood. Let's find out together as we get right into it. Piss around now live. CT side start here from the Huns. Eruption on the T side. And we've got 3 players heading towards the tunnels. The bomb's going long. There's an aggressive play up top middle. Looking to spot it, but they don't hang around long enough to actually see what's going down. So Magnum's in the lower tunnels. Here's the fight. Joe Barrett is offered up. Score takes that first headshot. Could be a follow-up into Zeralte as well, but he's going to drop into the bomb site. Yami sending shots to the mid-smoke, and we just have to wait as Eruption take a 5v4 player advantage.
No utility for the T's. They have to just go for the contact. Place your timing. There's Zeralte doesn't spot anyone out towards mid. Looks like it's going to be mid to B play, but they got no smokes to work with. Crossing mid to B with no smokes is pretty much suicide. So they'll think better of it, which is a smart play. Now, remember, there's only one player towards mid. Yami pushing up here. Oh, what a peek.
Yami.
Yummy. More like, what a shot on to score. But now here comes the push coming in. Fury, 5K finds Bartak, and a fight taking place here. And what a pre-fire from Magnums to find Yami. Zeralti replying back. He was a hero with the USB earlier in Nuke, but it is going to be Magnum living up to his name, as is an easy round for the man.
Pistol round collected for the T's. It was a good pick from Yami, but the response was swift from Long. We know that no lead matters, really. Any lead can disappear.
Oh, 100%.
But it's good to have a pistol round under your belt. It's one of the rounds.
It's good to have a round.
To find a follow-up here, because there's nothing... Well, I think that there is a scout invested in Yami.
Yeah, like... Why?
We'll soften them up, Blair, and then you can pitter-patter your way forward with the USP, the Deagle.
Yeah, but you kind of want to keep the money healthy. Because it's going to be a buy come the next round, right? He's going to be strapped for cash, and if he doesn't survive with the saved scout... As Magnums is going to find 9 Cobras. This one should be easy here. Don't really expect anything crazy. To see the scout now. If I'm Yami, I'm just trying to hold on to this and stay alive. There's going to be strapped for cash. B bomb site. Score is going to just waltz on in. Why not expect the second player here? Zeralti could steal an AK-47 away. Never mind. He was going to take care of that. Bit of a labor spray in the end, but they're going to get a job done. And that is going to be a 2-0. Comparatively pretty clean from the side of Eruption. Just to 1 casualty. And looking at the money here for the CTs, you can see it's not great for Yami. Just 2,400. So he's going to have to make do with the MP9. Whereas his teammates, M4s abound. Utility a little bit sparse, however, as they have opted to go with the rifles. Nice flash.
Cobra, yeah, score already out long. A little bit of damage here for 9 as he goes in towards top middle. He wants a second kill, and he's going to get exactly that. Side effect, even if he wants to trade it, he's already gone. So, minute 35, peek at long range with an MP9 is a bold play.
Not sure about that one, buddy.
But it's a 4v3 regardless here for the Huns, and we'll see how long they can maintain it as Eruption, we watch Score juggle weapons. He wants a long-range peek with a scout, and then the AK-47 available to switch out to for the rest of the round.
Cobra Zera opting to be pretty aggressive with MP9, but yeah, he's going to be falling back towards short. They're going to try and go for a little bit of mid-control here, just trying to push out
he's got a Trellalero skin. Look at that.
I refuse to acknowledge this. As Nuez.
Shark on the scout, man. It's beautiful.
Nuez leading the path. Spots a player out. Just barely a tag. As they're going to be making their way on towards the bomb site. Good Molotovs. Going to keep them at bay here. That smoke's a good bait. However, they're not going to fall for it.
Oh, here comes Yami around the backside. MP9. Bim. It's a first headshot. Scores out of there. And he's going to look for a follow-up here, but this post plant, it's going to be tough, especially having to fight that long play. The MP9 comes out swinging. Another kill from side effect. Keep your head down, peek up at the right time, but Cobra still comes out on top.
Yeah, that was a super uncomfortable post plant there. The long player getting taken down by Yami. Impactful kill from him. And what was, even though it was a buy, it was a rough buy for the CTs. They still will manage to hold on, you know, upgrade a couple of AKs as well. And we have Huns on board.
We definitely do, Mr. Sudan Wahangbam.
Thank you for acknowledging that, Mr. Adam. Dinko.
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne. As Paula's been calling me.
Hawthorne. The brain rot, man, just leaking everywhere, leaking out of every freaking orifice. But here we go, up out in the hands of Magnums. It was a bit of a bonus round for the T's. So they do, however, have just a couple of Galils, 2 AKs. They are in the hands of Magnums, who has been actually impressing me thus far in this series. And for the CTs, the 2 AKs from the previous round, and 4s as well. Bit of a default setup here. Spot attack by Lonesome towards long. No one towards short. Does look like it's going to be a bit of a retake unless 9 pulls off something crazy with that FAMAS.
9 with a grenade. Lands right on top. Does a lot of damage. Stays alive. Burning! Burning! Very much burning. But he's still alive. And he's inside of the site. It's going to be Cobra with the first headshot. Wallbang on the side. In fact, tippity-tappity from the car. It's a nice headshot from Bartak. And remember, 9's still a problem. 9 is still a threat. And he'll wait in behind those default boxes. His teammates now coming in on the rotation, but 9's gone. Yami falls. Zeralte still in the fight, still in the fray. It's only Cobra in a 1v2. And he's down towards CT spawn. There's still time. 45 seconds on the clock.
The bomb,
oh my God, they picked it up. They picked it up. They got away with it. And Fury still fighting. Still giving him a chance. And if there's one player you believe in that can do this, it is Mr. Cobra. But he decides to hop up on the boxes and eventually gets taken down.
Holy hell, that was sweaty. A 4K for Nuez once again. Coming real big for his team. He's been finding mad impact thus far. Honestly, it looked like it was going to be a way easier round for the CTs, but a good recovery from the Ts.
Yes.
Full
now,
eco.
we have got MP9 here for Yami.
Why?
We got 2 Deagles and a Yami loves to buy. He loves spending some money. Believes that the MP9 could be enough.
Just like who's calling for the hunt? It's 9. Yeah. So why isn't he like smacking him on the backside? Like, Yami, what are you doing?
He's sitting on a chair. Sitting on a very comfortable DX wrestler chair with motorized recline options, lumbar support.
If he doesn't save this gun, it's gonna again just be strapped for cash come the next round, Dinko. And oh, the flank though. Now Nuez is holding the angle. He's spotting for a flank to take place, and Yami's gonna walk in alone, isn't he? He's gonna just sneak on in. He's gonna die. 3, 2, 1, and then boom.
I think it was a nice attempt there, Blah. Gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. He was jumping very nicely there. A lot of great acrobatics in the Deagle.
Oh.
What?
No.
How has he got away with 3?
Oh.
Zeralte finally gone, but yeah, man, you don't have to be too disappointed. That is huge. Unfortunately, not enough to get the round under your belt. 9's gonna have to do that.
I like this from 9. They don't expect him to coming in from long. MP9.
Yeah, he's got an AK-47 now. Making noise. Dead now, of course. Oh my God, they peeked him. How? How has he got away with that? Well, this is some ridiculous round play from the Huns. The Deagle with a triplet long. Somehow 9 getting away with it. And he's repositioning. He's going back short. It's such a smart play for 9 to make this decision so immediately. He's going to go towards CT. There's no way you read him to be in this position so quickly. 9 could win this and close on all the hard work done by the Deagle just mere moments ago. Low HP, 9 gets spotted. Oh, he's so low. 9 goes with a headshot, but Magnum saves them. Oh my God, that was such a close round. So unbelievably close. The Deagle does so much.
Unbelievable round from the side of Huns. Huge shots from Zeralte, and I love everything that 9 did there. Bear in mind, this is just the MP9 purchase from Yami, right? Like, apart from that, it was pretty much a full eco.
He's got the binoculars on.
How does 9 get that kill? 9 knew how close that one was, as he's going to open things up. The AWP in his hands. A bit of a default spread here. Bartak towards long, Wise Lonesome. Molotov pushing out Yami. And he decides, you know what, screw it. It's gonna be heading back towards mid. As we do have Eruption just pumping the brakes, figuring out what they want to do here. Just defaulting for the time being, looking for any aggression from the CTs. But the CTs are 5v4, there's no need to really go for this one. Cobra Zera. Safe pair of hands. The newest spotted out. Does look like it's going to be a B pincer coming in.
Yeah, an attempted finish here on the B bomb side with 50 seconds left on the clock. The bomb now only making its way out middle. Cobra should be ready. He's going to get at least one here. You just got that little feeling. The Cobra's gonna have no head.
What?
No head! As News just tears him a new one. That is a huge headshot.
Dude, now it's a 4v4.
Dude, the caster curse really did just wreck him there.
Well, okay, 3v4. Taking care of the lurk in the form of Fury 5K. News! What are you doing, buddy?
Barbecue. It's going to be News to drop down into the site instead and still take that pick. Zeralte hitting the deck. Can News offer up anything else before his life is taken from him? He'll play under the window, and there's no push. There's no peek. Not yet.
It's okay.
There's no utility. There's no flash. There's nothing. Not a thing. And they can't win this. They got to save. They got to fall away. Their chances will come in a later round, and a huge round from News.
Again.
Breaking open the B-bomb site defense. Oh, hunting down the save as well. They didn't leave fast enough. Yami holding on to the rifle at least, but it's only a mere Khalil. He can maybe grab an upgrade on the floor.
Yeah, just a Pyrrhic victory for Yami, getting a couple of kills there and the upgrade in the AK-47. But News, what a peak. Holy hell. And he spotted the second guy, by the way, and he's like, yeah, he didn't fall for it. He still cleared the angle. And if you ask me, Dinko, if Cobra actually remained tucked in there, they probably don't clear him. But no, I can't blame him for holding the angle. His teammate baited it out for him. But News 11-4. He is absolutely beasting at the moment.
Yeah, pretty weak start here from the Huns. Once again, weapons not looking too pretty. You got Zeralte on a deagle. FAMAS here for Bartak. Aggression up through middle for 9. He's really trying to force the issue with that AWP. Great double mid. That's huge. A lot of damage. No kill.
Timing couldn't have been any better. But softening him up, and considering there's a deagle in play, a FAMAS in the hands of Bartak, could really matter late in this round. For the time being, though, Eruption taking a sweet time, getting control towards mid. Again, it just feels like it's going to be an end towards speed. Looking at the way they're posturing, right? Not really going for any long control. And even the way they're holding for the long door push, the bedroom push. It's pretty passive. Mid to be, and perhaps Magnums, though. Big find.
Oh, score. Good headshot. Yami going down without issue.
Crossing. Spot out double doors.
Oh, okay, Deagle in. Zeralte!
No way!
Oh, he's got a big old Deagle in his hands.
What was that?
He's looking so good on that Deagle. Earlier on, he had the 3K out long. Now he's got a double in the tunnels. That is giving his team the round right back here. Zeralte not stopping. Oh, he's got another one before finally the Flames will force him to perish. But score 1v2 is still 20 seconds here. Bombing is back. Oh, big headshot. This round could still go in favor of Score as 9 chases him down to try and get to the door. Oh, not able to stop him. Score gets into the site, taps, fakes, pulls 9 in, looking for it, but 9 hits the quick scope. A Score look to the window.
What was that round, Dicko? That is just... Oh my god, Zeralte with the deagle. 3K in the fire and flames, just delivering death. Bro, this third kill was ridiculous as well. And this almost looked like a no-scope. Such a quick shot by 9, denying Score the 1 versus 2. And I'll tell you this, Denko, despite the fact that, you know, it's been some questionable decisions being made, you cannot deny the raw individual skill in the server.
This is what we love about Dust 2. This is what we love about Asian Counter-Strike in general, Blatt. You get moments like that.
That is ridiculous. That was virtually a 1 versus 4 alone on the B bomb side with a deagle and a dream. It's 9 with the AWP against what is basically an eco. 3 kills for him. But Dicko, against pistols with an AWP, they count as real kills. You know, it's an op after all. Oh, Bartak, that's not ideal.
Score nailed to the door, and we've got side effect with 6 HP. That's all he's got. Zeralte gonna make quick work of him. And we now look at 3 rounds on the board. That Eagle, that might have just saved him. Might have just recovered his half entirely. Looks like Eruption, we're going to start racking up rounds on this T side to the point of no recovery. But a timeout for Eruption as they realize they have lost momentum of this game.
Yeah. I think that round by Zeralte could potentially haunt them. I'm still reeling from that. That is just the most ridiculous sequence we've seen so far. Look at this.
Bang. Bang.
Oh, the little jiggle.
More of a high-pitched one right there. Yeah, great work. And if the flames don't come in, maybe even spins back for that 180.
It's a bit confusing for me because 9 had the cross onto the bomb side with the AWP. And he just unscopes it, doesn't take the shot, and then he just walks in and just quick scopes it. Like, it's insane!
Oh, there we go. Another one from 9.
He's waking up, Dinko.
He is starting to find some impact here, 10 and 6. Fury about to come into the lower tunnel. Grenade lands right on their head. That is so much damage in particular to score. He's down to 44 health.
That's 100 points of damage with one singular nade.
Here comes the smoke walk.
What are you doing?
Walking through a smoke, but here comes another one.
What are you doing?
The conveyor belt just keeps providing free kills.
What are you doing, Eruption?
And that'll be a 5 versus 2 now set up off the back of that.
What am I watching?
The conveyor belt of death. Oh, bro. Oh, a nice flick here from 9. Yeah, you're right. He really is warming up. He is showing up in a big way now. Love to see that from 9. News? Well, I got news for you, buddy. You ain't winning this.
Yeah, the news is starting to
Fake news.
Constrict around his neck.
Bartek. Oh, Cobra's like, oh, he's just chilling.
He's just jiggling. He's just spotting the edge.
Nope.
Oh, bit of a tech issue. But of course, that's indeed going to be after this particular round. It's newest. There's no way he's going to be able to win this one. 20 seconds on the clock. Zeralte watching the cross, but down to just 18 HP for news. 10 seconds. There's no chance. Round 4 for the Huns. Just one round away from tying things up, Dinko. And looking at the money for the side of Eruption, it should be 5 apiece real soon. This is unforgivable. Like, what are you doing?
Sure was like, that was so well to score. Let me have a go. Like lemmings.
Do you know the entire thing about Lemmings is fake?
Yeah, but it's cultural impact, isn't it?
But it's
like we just, yeah, exactly. But it doesn't really matter if it's fake if people still believe it.
That's true. That's true.
But we had this conversation.
We did a long time ago. Remember?
Back at Pro League.
Indeed.
We brought up lemmings twice now. Well, I have. And then you were like, well, actually, did you know?
Or actually, did you know? See, this is what people, who believe in fake news keep doing. They're like, oh my god, you're correcting me, so I'm going to give you an annoying nasal voice, because that makes you sound stupid.
No, it just makes you sound annoying, not stupid.
Well, man, if the truth annoys you...
The truth is annoying, and it hurts.
In that case, yeah, I can suggest a couple of places you can move to. They'll welcome you with open hands.
But what is truth at the end of the day?
Truth is the objective truth. What are you talking
Exactly. It's a profound question, though, if you think about it.
It's not really.
It is.
No, 2 + 2 = 4.
But does it really, or is that just a construct blah?
Dinko, do you think the Earth's flat?
Some areas of it are flat, especially the Netherlands.
Well, technically you're right? By definition of flat.
See, there's some truth for you.
I'm talking about the planet Earth, Dinko. The entire planet. Is it flat or is it?
It's bumpy like a potato.
It's oval.
It's a potato. It's got like a lot of potato holes in it. And we got ourselves round 10 coming right up. It's a lot of Tech 9s, a little Galil action.
Galil saved by Nuez in the previous round, and he's been, I feel, the one bright spot for this team, at least on this map. Everyone's kind of been kind of quiet, very questionable decision making as well coming out. And in all honesty, dude, from like the first half of Anubis, score has been
Middling.
very mid, yeah, as a kid say nowadays.
Mid.
One of the biggest surprises in modern day Counter-Strike was when score got removed from IHC, or Mongols, or IHCs were known back then. And they added these unknown quantities in the form of Senzu, Mizuno, and 910, and we all asked, who?
Then we were all like, yes, this is way better.
And we all said, Mara, you just know better than all of us.
Yummy!
Oh!
God, Deagle shot landed. T-side now moving in. And a second Deagle. Dude, everybody's just cracked. You're making me feel uncomfortable with this noise, boy. I'm not gonna lie. Cobra and 9. Dude, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm so sorry to the viewers at home for that. 9 with a couple of great shots. And that Deagle cracking open the A site is beautiful from Fury. Great work. Nine holding on to the AWP, white knuckle grip on the weapon.
He's gonna get taken down now from B. And, oh, he spotted the guy, maybe not. And should be a free kill for a score. That is just, of course they win the round just with pistols, Stinko. Of course they win the round just with the pistols.
Terrorists win.
There we go. Up retrieved. Bit of a lifeline going the way of Eruption. That's such a labored, I mean, great shot from Fury, but labored spray from Yami. He's also been a bit struggling quite a bit here thus far. What should have been the map and the game getting tied up instead. All right, Magnums through the doors, decapitates Zeralte, but 9 is waiting. Should be traded, but no, in the smoke, it disappears. But he's stuck in lower tunnels. Dicker, how is he alive?
9 just waiting, hearing the steps, hearing the climb up onto the Xbox. It's going to be a split into the A bomb side. Bomb making its way up long. 2 players this short side. Bar attack to peek up. Score going down.
Good Molotov, but they're not really going to react.
Bomb's arriving. Bomb is now arriving, trying to get across. There's a gap in that CT smoke. Fury looking to use it. Oh, it did see the head of the AWP there. That was the bomb crossing second. Cobra stopping News. And now we've got a 2v4 post plan for Eruption to try and close out here.
One smoke for the CTs, no kits. This needs to be real quick.
But they're coming out long, and if side effect peaks, which we still have, you know, we often see them just peak. So there's another peak. And it has given away the free kill. So Fury, it's got to be something ridiculous. It's got to be something special. And he was close to taking the short player down, flicked to fight long, and just couldn't muster anything else. So 3K from 9 again, and that we're now looking at a 6-5 scoreline.
That was actually very well played towards long. You can see the CT, you know, running in from long. He made a lot of noise, and that's why. Was it Nuez who just went for the wide swing? Side effect went for the wide swing, which you rather can't really blame him for it. Trying to just peek out, get the advantageous fight going, but a good bait setup there. 9 missing absolutely nothing right now. 6-5 here. Huns crawling back into this one, looking to tie things up, I'm sure. 19-7 for 9. 11 rounds. He's going to switch up his position once more. I do love how proactive he's being with the AWP. He's aware. That's such a dangerous angle to hold, though, Nico. Just like the pop up and you're dead.
Now Bartak kicking things off the opening kill here for the CT side. Looking to convert a 5v4 into a 6-6 scoreline. A tie game setting us up for what we dream will be the 3rd map of overtime here in this series.
Indeed.
Every game so far has required the bonus rounds.
They had the info that it's 3 players towards A. They knew there was 1 towards short, 2 towards long. And this is the right call.
Zeralte flashed into the peak, great flash, Nuez turned. But there's 3 players and the score wasn't affected by the flash. Cobra stepping up. Yep, gets wall banged, get out of there. See ya, B bomb site's open. bombs charging in.
That's a great recovery. 3v3 post plan. They have a molly and a smoke. That's going to buy them a little bit of time. And for the CTs, Dinko, they have kits. But it's retake. It's going to be real hard. Smoke has been deployed. Swapping over to the AK-47s. 9 still with the AWP. Oh, he's not deep enough.
There goes side effect. He's going to fall. Yami somehow able to pick that up. Here they come over the top of the window. Such a difficult angle and score to close out the final 2 kills. So 7-5, a small lead here for Eruption. They had the stronger start into the game. They were 5-1 up at one point. So a decent recovery in the mid-period for the Huns in this first half to be able to come back to 5, but it will be a small lead still maintained for Eruption.
The lead. This is actually a really good reaction that round from Eruption, right? As you pointed out, they knew there was a player towards short. They knew there were 2 players towards long. Just going for a fast mid to B take. Bit of a failure from the mid player to not get a single kill. Of course, a B bomb site retakes one of the hardest in the game. 7-5. I think Huns are going to be a little disappointed, Dinko. Like, this could have been 7-5 for them easily, right? Losing that round to just the pistols, that's going to sting. This round as well, you know, they get the opening kill, and they just didn't react fast enough. They didn't rotate fast enough. They weren't as proactive. And a good read coming in from Eruption to steal round number 7 away. Potentially the final, well, not potentially, the final half regulation in this best of 3 series. It has been hard fought, blood, sweat, and tears spilt in the server. And for Eruption, what a story it would be, Dinko, knocking out the Huns, coming in as a replacement team for Tyloo, staying alive to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the disappointment the Huns would feel coming out like this after an okay start to the tournament. I think it's pretty respectable to play a close game against Bait, taking a map off them as well.
Yeah, and a close first map as well. Yeah, to get knocked out here especially, I mean, we've been, as a prelude to this game, to this tournament, we've been talking about how Huns, they kind of choked the major qualifier where it was Eruption, it was them, it was Genghis Warriors and God's Reign, and they came out, they got knocked out of last place. So it's a tale of redemption, a tale of revenge for them. This event here, MESA Spring Masters, Nomadic Masters, but thus far, barely clinging on, Dinko. The B explode, but look at the read from Eruption. 3 CTs line wait. 9's going to find the opening. They might not expect the second player tucked into the corner.
Well, you got to land your shots though, and eventually does get 1. Traded back almost immediately, 2 for 2 to kick things off, but Fury 5K finally landing 1 shot from the back of the bomb site, still alive, but only for a second as Cobra comes in with a headshot. It all falls down to this, a 1v1 fight. News goes back into the cover of the smoke, shrouded in its protection. As Cobra looks to fight him through the gap of the door, it's News to come out on top, and the pistol round goes the way of Eruption.
News has been phenomenal so far. Incredible stuff. 8-5, very important pistol. They needed that, Dinko.
Yeah, this 1 extra kill from Fury does a lot too.
I know. It's fade away as a roll take.
Bang.
And I love how News just kept aggressive, kept jiggling, didn't allow the T to kind of like pick up the bomb and feel comfortable. And yeah, that's gonna sting, man. 8-5. While the gap might not look big. If this force buy doesn't work out, Dinko, these are just gonna be Glocks after this. That's 10-5 for the CTs. It's looking very likely as well. This force buy has been absolutely shut down. Fury 5K.
Flying through the sky, of course, with an MP9. Just jumping, taking kill after kill. And it's a clean round win from the side of Eruption. 9-5 up.
And if it's not going to be 10-5 now, I'm going to eat my hat.
I've never seen... Oh, you do wear a hat, actually. Mustache Masters hat.
Yeah.
You got it.
That's my favorite.
It's going to taste real good.
Well, it's a cap, not a hat.
The cap's a type of hat. Headwear.
They've gone for this.
A Tech 9 for 9. A Tech 9? I like that. It's not bad. Let's see if he's able to win it. 4 AK-47s around him. And of course, let's see. Real opportunity to go into this.
Oh, they're walking.
Into the B plate. And then side effect, Magnums and score to clean it up. And the end of the half will result in a 10-5 scoreline. You get to keep your hat. Don't have to eat a blood. It's all good. Unless Zeralte has a 1v4.
Dude, they just ran into the stack. The util, they went for the full commit.
Score waits on the right side. Head goes off, but at least there's information to the whereabouts of Zeralte. There's no way. There is absolutely no way that they let this one go. Isn't that right, Blah? Because look at News. He's our reliable, faithful player. He will never, ever lose this fight. And he does. So now we've got 45 seconds, and Zeralte suddenly has a chance for the overall clutch. He goes back into the tunnel, bomb in the possession of the 2 remaining Ts, or CTs rather. So you would imagine that they don't let it slide. They're both looking at the door though. So he does actually have one good timing, but they consider that now and they'll molly him. So that molly might just be enough.
Yeah, the sun's done. Now all they have to do is just buy time. Keep chaining flashes into tunnels.
Well, he's got to go for it. 18 seconds. He's got to come out of the tunnels. Still hasn't made noise. There's a chance. Needed the headshot. Needed the headshot. No way. He gets to the kill.
Oh my god.
Oh, he nearly wins it, Blah. He nearly wins it. But it is 10-5 picked up here.
Oh, yeah.
That is just so insane. You know, like this is... We're getting to the end. We're getting towards the end now. Eruption, it feels like we're just going to get to victory lane in just a little bit.
No bomb plant. No money. Nice try of Zeralte. Zeralte's been, honestly, just so sharp, man.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah, I'm looking at, like, Cobra Zero. And Prof keeps bringing up, you know, oh, this got, you know, Mongols, they've been together for 1.5 years. They need to make a change. These are the places you're looking at. You know, if you're going to upgrade someone, you got to find someone playing, you know, some of the lower teams. And, yeah, I think Zeralte, he's been around for a while. Cobra as well, has really impressed me thus far. Showing why they're players to keep an eye out for. However, right now, it's about getting the winding. It's not about getting just completely crushed here by Eruption. Oh, man, it's 4 spy after 4 spy after 4 spy. And why the hell not? 10-5. 2 Galil's AK. Bit of utility to use up most of it. 2 smokes, 3 flashes remain here for the Ts. They're going to be going for this play towards short. But Magnums with the ARP. Ever the reliable.
Cobra. Coming out with the Deagle, able to reply to Magnums after his shot on the AWP. Of course he does. The Deagles of pretty much every player on the server is absolutely cracked. Side effect. Cracking into action. Oh my god. Oh my god. He sees one. Cobra finally taken out by Side Effect. It's chaos. It's pandemonium, but we've got ourselves a 2v2. Headshot again landed. Score finishing off his prize. He jumps up to try and gain info. Zeralte hides at Gandalf, but he didn't see him. Oh my god. The trigger discipline.
Oh my god.
It is huge. He's got both. Oh yeah. The X factor of Zeralte.
That was beautifully played to have the nerves not to pull the trigger in the 1v2 battling for survival. Beautifully done by Zeralte. And as again, the duo of Cobra Zera and Zeralte coming in massive. Cobra with a beautiful trade on towards Magnums. And Zeralte with just ice in his veins. And we've spoken about how reserved, how taciturn the players can be. You know, it's all these Mongolian teams, but now with the pressure on, you can see how much it means to them. As Cobra Zera catches score. And because of how expensive these rounds have been for Eruption, Dingo, despite having won 4 in a row here in this second half, there you can see it's a pretty grim buy. It's a half investment, not too much of not going to be too much of a problem come the next round, but makes life much easier for the Huns.
Oh, tempting to take down the player dropping behind the Xbox. Cold. What can you call Cold Center? Fury. Two on the scout, two nice headshots. Eventually they get rid of him. Zerolta, the man to trade. And we've got a 3v2 for the T's here. The Huns still not out of the woods just yet, thanks to that scout on the double. Problem is they don't have anybody on the B half of the map, right? So this is all about the short aggression. Can News make this work with an Eagle?
You're waiting for him.
Or 5-7 rather. Here he is, looking for the lower tunnels.
This yields everything.
Glock fighting him. Nuez eventually taking the frag. Yami going down, so 2v2. Trying to fight their way out of CT spawn. There's an AK-47 now in the hands of News, but it's gone just as fast as it got into them. And Zerolta once again with impact. That kill should fend them off, and the damage done to side effect will force him into the save call.
Just save the AK. He's the player with the lowest amount of money as well. Get the AK. You have a full buy coming the next round. You still have a 3-round lead. That got real hairy, Dinko.
Did indeed.
But they managed to hold on.
Here comes the comeback. You knew Huns had it in them. They had one more in them. They've had to come back so many times in this series so far. Not playing their A game. They have been finding ways to get into overtime. Finally fought their way through to a map victory in the previous, and here's a timeout out of Eruption. Starting to feel the heat. Remember back to Nuke, they couldn't close the game out. They got right to the brink, they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, the nerves just failing them. But so far here, 9 seems to just kind of be wresting control of this map. But yeah, that one round they lost to the Deagles. Is that going to be the deciding factor? They still have a bit of breathing space, though. A little bit of a mattress to work with. It's an interesting game of Counter-Strike, I'll tell you that. You don't know what to expect.
It's very true.
It's like life, Dinko. It's like a box of chocolates.
As a wise man, a very wise man once said.
Very, very wise man said once.
The extremely intelligent wise man.
Indeed.
Who never stopped running. Just like us in this series.
Just like the players in this D2 teams as well.
Through the mid-door smoke they go.
Yeah, one by one. The thing is, they weren't even running. They're just walking in. Here we go. All alone is Magnums. Oh boy. FAMAS. One. No, not the second. They're instantly traded by Yami, and they're going to just speed on up towards his A-bomb site. Just running on it. They're just running it. They're just running in to score.
No way. They just run right through the smoke. Score massacres them.
What was that?
Suicide as they run through the smoke. Magnums gets the first. They're like, all right, let's just go.
There was no flashes either. There were no flashes, Dinko. Here's a flash, just one flash, just lob it up in the air as you're running out. Score would have probably been traded or might have just been blinded or turned away.
NT.
No! That wasn't an NT. That was a WTF.
Well, a timeout for the Huns. They actually, they had a whole timeout to consider that round, actually, just before, because Eruption called one.
Well, clearly they weren't talking, because that is just mind-boggling. Like, you get the kill in the player towards short. You have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. I mean, I know what the logic there was, right? They were planning to grow up for this A-short hit. They get spotted out. They get killed, they get a trade, and they're like, oh, they've seen us, we gotta rush into A right now. No, you can pause.
You can hit the pause button.
You can hit the pause button. You have other avenues available. You have weapons. You have rifles, you have utility. And now you got Jack, 2 AKs, 2 Deagles, and a Tech 9, and watch them win this round, Dinko.
I'm watching.
Oh my god, I genuinely am. It's hurting me physically.
Smacked. They got 2 AK-47s, as you said, 2 Deagles, Tech 9, and a Dream. As the Huns once more step up as they look to try and get themselves into a position for potential overtime again.
This is so ridiculous. I'm genuinely baffled.
If they only avoid overtime, winning this round is a must.
I don't know. All right. Once again, all 5 grouped up here.
Zeralte has a Deagle, blah. There's always a chance when Zeralte has a Deagle.
Yeah, I wouldn't give him the AK. This guy is just...
Too cracked.
He's cracked. Great flash.
Oh, scored. Will he get 2? Molly goes down to try and slow them. Grenade.
Huge nade.
That's going to not finish him off. It's actually a headshot from News instead.
He's alone now.
Who is committed to that and has died 1 for 1 and left Score with very little health to defend the entire B bomb site.
No way.
So they have actually found themselves into the B bomb site. But
They have guns as well.
this is now a real opportunity to close out this round.
3v3, Molotov with side effect, and he's in the wrong spot to use it. Molly's trapped behind the smoke towards tunnels. They do have a kit though, Dinko.
They sure do, blah.
3 flashes.
They gotta use them.
Running out of time.
Be nice to see a flash used.
Side effect knows, they know where side effect is.
Flashes come in, not effective in terms of taking Yami out, but 9, he's under the window. He's got a headshot, he's got to win this 1v3. He's got the first locked in, time ticking. All he needs to do is try and delay.
Time?
Is there time? Is there time? They're gonna hold it. It's close. It's so close, but there's no time.
Oh my god.
They take too long coming back in on the retake. And Huns win with 2 AK-47s, 2 Deagles, 1 Tech 9, and the dream to win in regulation is still alive.
How have they lost this? Like again.
Unbelievable. They just wait so long.
I don't know why News had to like swing out wide there and fighting from window as well and just taking so long. Oh my lord. Still 11-8. They still have that little bit of a buffer to work with, Dinko. It's not quite done yet.
Flash up into Bartak's face. Score is going to be the first casualty of this round. I just can't believe we're in this situation again. It's like, Eruption, how many golden tickets do you need?
I'm genuinely just...
It feels like they put the golden ticket in the paper shredder.
What is... Okay, there we go. Magnum's able to get at least the 1 kill. But yeah, this one should be in the back. Holy hell.
Any side effects to watching Eruption?
The sheer difference, the sheer gulf, this
In class.
gargantuan chasm in class between the Mongols and every other team in Mongolia is baffling. It's like it's so hard to believe that they're from the same region.
Oh, it's nice to have something to aspire to, isn't it?
But here's the most crazy thing, right? The players are super sharp. I'm looking at 9, like, you know, I'm looking at Zeralte, I'm looking at Score, obviously someone who played with IHC Mongols back in the day.
But it just shows you how important it is to get those international opportunities, right?
It also shows you how important it is to have, you know, a proper coach, a proper IGL, understanding how, you know, how to work as a team. And even Mongols, by the way, they love taking fights. That is something we've been critical of them. But when they take those fights, they try to take advantageous fights. They don't get over-eager. We'll still see signs of them, you know, making mistakes. We saw them against, against Vitality recently in Melbourne. But still, like, an average a below average day of Counter-Strike from the Mongols is still way higher than a good day from a lot of these teams. And I'm sorry I have to say it, honestly, but that's what we've seen so far here. Alright, the buy isn't that great for Eruption. Now it's down to just a 2-round difference, 9-11. And Huns definitely have the wins favoring them now. Winning the sales. They go for this mid to B, Dinko. It's round 10. Look at how passive Eruption are being. Like super scared, super totaled up. This is exactly what we saw in Nuke as well, Dinko.
Yeah.
Once they got to map point, they just froze like a deer in the headlights. Nuez. 35 seconds. Needs to use the smoke. Smoke's good, but he's alone. He's alone. He needs to stand and deliver as Fury able to at least get a kill onto Zeralte.
Another kill from News, but he was too closely committed to the end of the tunnel, so he goes down quite easily. Once again, has to be a retake of the B-bomb site. This time, player advantage for Eruption.
No util left for the T's to kind of delay this retake from taking place.
No kits, though. No kits.
2 flashes, that's only utility in a server right now.
They have to have learned their lesson about going a little bit faster here. The flashes come up. Huns may have the player deficit, but I feel like they've still got the advantage here. They've got 1 pick. Nine's going to pick it up. Bot attack to clear into the tunnels.
That was safe.
And yeah, it's over. Save the AWP. Score's going to have to fall away, and we're looking at 11-10. Eruption have the possibility once again of choking it away after putting themselves in such a good position.
Terrorists win.
I know some people enjoy asphyxiation, Dinko, but I don't think anyone on the side of Eruption would. But that's exactly what they're doing right now. So passive, so just giving so much space to work with for the Huns. And credit where it's due for Huns. I mean, they're showing a lot of tenacity to bring this one back. 25-14, 4-9, leading from the front. Like the leader that he is, alongside Zeralte, his trusty right-hand man. Now Score with the saved AWP, trying to make something happen here, Dinko. They all have... Oh, what a shot!
Yep.
Finds Cobra Zera.
That might be the catalyst to unlock this round victory. Map point. Series point. An elimination point for Huns if they're able to convert this on the Eruption side of things. That 1 kill. I hit the pause button across the server. Scores relocated a sniper to the back of the B-bomb site. There's been a lot of B finishes from the Huns, so they anticipate that it could be that again. So they put the strongest weapon, and currently, Scores back. We mentioned how he went quiet. Well, he's starting to find more impact consistently here. He's got 20 kills. News hearing some presence around the mid doors, but it's a silent climb up to the top of the Xbox. 50 seconds on this clock. There's the... Oh no, Score. Oh, he's so frustrated about that. He's gone down to the B-bomb site. It's the only B player. And then a couple of kills from 5-7s come in. Side effect hits the deck. It's chaos, and it's still an opportunity because Magnum's Deagle has just cracked open another skull, and it's just 9 left with a bomb. 24 seconds left. How have Huns found themselves in this position? You take down the only B defender. You're up against Pistol.
50 seconds.
Nine has no time to waste. He has to go. Has to get into the site right now. He's got the utility. Smoke goes in. Molotov to the middle of the bomb site. Fury just biding his time. Knows Nine has to commit. Deny it. Knife kill.
I don't believe it.
Points. He's gone for the knife.
How has this happened? What?
Map point. Elimination point for Huns, and it's done like this.
What the F is going on? I want to see the jumping 5-7 kill.
I love that he knifed him as well.
I mean that's a smart play right there, right?
Yeah.
He has no idea where, he has no idea where you are. But you don't spam through the smoke. Just go for the knife kill. Map point. That's how they get to map point, Dinko. That's how they get to map and series point.
Elimination point for Huns. You, dude, if you go out of the tournament and that's one of the rounds that caused it.
Oh, that's insane.
Holy. Bro. Huns timeout. Yeah, they need this.
We saw this on Nuke. We saw Eruption. They were 12-10 on Nuke, Dinko.
Then they choked.
And it choked.
They took their hands off the mouse and keyboard. They didn't get any kills, bro. They got 5 kills across like 5 rounds, averaging 1 kill a round. It could happen again.
Did it just double smoke mid? Yep, they double smoked mid, the CTs did. Nerves on full display, Dinko. This is what did the CTs do? Like, they have 1 smoke left.
Using them nice and early.
They have 1 smoke left. Oh.
Mid control taken here by the Huns.
They use the corner smoke as well. I think like they're not really talking, they're panicking, the CTs.
Yeah, they just want to get the job done. It's going to come down to headshots at the end of the day.
It's a bait setup.
Good grenade, lands on Zeralte. He's lost a little bit of his health. Minute on the peak, side effect spotted him. He's going to throw the molly in. Nope, he's going to hold it. Let Score do it instead.
Second nade.
Yeah, good
Chunky.
damage. Zeralte not enjoying this round so far. Here goes the CT smoke, 45 seconds left on the clock. We've seen some strange Huns cat commitments.
This is over, Dinko. There are 4 players lying in wait.
You think that, Bly, but some weird thing is going to happen here. Let's see. Fury, he's got himself a pick. Headshots locked in. Cobra and Bodtech both gone. And soon we will start saying goodbye to the Huns. Tyloo, just a few days ago, pulled out of the competition, and we were in search of a replacement.
What?
And it was Eruption that came into the fray, but the bomb has suddenly found a pathway to the B bomb site.
Yo, what?
This could be the only way for Huns to survive in the competition. Side effect dives out a CT spawn. They're into the site. Can 9 and Yami keep the team in the tournament? Going right through. Side effect offers up the advantage. He gives away the player advantage, and now Score's doing the same thing, but this time he's got his kill. This time he's got his team in, and 9 not able to do it. Not able to keep them in the competition.
Oh my.
The Huns head home, and in Eruption they stay in the competition. A close game yesterday versus Big, and a 2-1 win in a marathon match against the Huns. They defeat their Mongolian counterparts, and they will stay alive at least another day here in Ulaanbaatar.
What a game, an Eruption when it really mattered the most, Dinko. The choke doesn't transpire. It looked like it was gonna potentially go to overtime again, but 9, despite a heroic effort from the IGL star opera of the team, in the end it was not to be. NT for the Huns, but Dinko, you gotta say it's been 2 disappointing back-to-back events for the Huns.
It really has been. The Huns take an exit on day 2 here of MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025.
Eruption, last-minute late replacements for Tyloo managed to stay alive, toppling the Huns in what was an absolutely chaotic best of 3.
That last map, it wasn't a match of Counter-Strike. That was a highlight reel for a Deagle. Deagle highlight reel. That's all I saw on that last map. That was just pure insanity. How these rounds transpired. The last round that we saw, like, you know, Dinko was trying to close it out. He was like, oh, 3-5, you know, they know what's going on. Everything's under control. And then out of nowhere, MTB bomb site? Why is there an MTB bomb site? There's only 2 of them, guys, and it's I don't know. I'm still trying to put everything together. I think it was a crazy game. I think definitely Score and Co will be super happy with the win. Huns super disappointed.
Perhaps I can, excuse me. Perhaps I can help you put it together a bit, Prof, because Eruption were up 10-5 at one point, and that's sort of when things started to get crazy. There was that Zeralt 1 versus 2. Then in the following round, the Huns had that crazy rush out of short and then just got exploded. Then sort of
I mean, Zeralt had 2 Deagle rounds.
Yeah.
One wasn't converted, and then the second one was converted. Yeah. Then I think 9 was really stepping up. He was just feeding him, and he was getting fed in mid. Like the kills were just coming his way, but ultimately, you know, the comeback happened in the end, and kind of follow the same scenario that we had on previous maps. Bad start for the Huns, comeback, and then ultimately, in this case, Eruption closing it out.
Yeah, we are currently looking at some replays on screen. Very shortly, we will have an interview with one of the players from the exiting team, Huns. But before we get into that, a few more words. It was round 22 as well, Prof, with that single AWP and pistols that worked so well for Eruption. Like
you called it. You called the cringe round is coming. This is the round that can unravel everything. Score did make a great play over there, and then I don't know. It was crazy. Here's one of them, Zeralt. We see here equalizing the things, but the pistol push just bamboozled everything. Another key kill. Time's running out. Fury closing it out with a knife. Yeah,
the impact of Deagles across Dust 2 was crazy. Well, not just at the end, in earlier rounds as well. There were just some incredible shots. Magnums was definitely one of the biggest contributors to those 1 digs.
Throughout the series, Magnus has been like he was so good. Like through every map, I think he was like 4-1, 5-1 for opening kills for his side. Even some of the games, maybe I think on Anubis he didn't have like a great score line, but he still was pivotal in opening up stuff.
Yeah. All right, we're just going to bring these replays off the screen as we are joined on the desk. Any second now.
There you go.
Joined on the desk by Zeralt. Commiserations, mate, on that loss. What's going through your mind right now?
It actually is kind of hard to deal with losses we're dealing with right now, and then, I mean, it just feels bad, man.
Yeah, I'm sure. Tough to process things in a loss. Can you give us some thoughts on Dust 2? You were at quite a deficit, then worked your way back into it, but there were some very chaotic rounds, and yeah, in the end you just couldn't pull it together. What happened?
I mean, it just comes down to our mentality, I guess. So last, like our MRQ matches, and then moving forward from there, I think we have to deal with our mentality, and then yeah, if we can like figure out how to play even with like round deficits, we can be a much better team, I guess.
When you say mentality, it sort of echoes or compares to what Nine was talking to us about yesterday, which was communication. Can you expand a bit on the mentality side of things? Is it a communication issue? What else is going on?
During the MRQ, I guess we were a bit too confident, I guess, and then losing to Chinggis Warriors and then God's Reign after that, we dealt like huge loss, and then our confidence hit a huge downside from there. And then coming to this Nomadic Masters tournament, I mean, we kind of tried to gain our confidence back, and then it didn't work out.
Prof?
Tell me, just playing in this match, like Eruption, from what we heard, they didn't really play as a team this week at all. So they're coming as huge underdogs into the matchup, at least from the outside. And it's a domestic matchup. How does that play into what's going into your mind? Like the fact that they're coming with no pressure, and for you it feels like you must win this game. Is this kind of a thing that you think about in the game?
I mean, after the MRQ, I didn't think we were the... Not like I didn't think, I tried to not think about we have to win this map.
Yeah.
Like, no offense, but losing to God's Rain is, from our perspective, is like unacceptable loss. And then, yeah, I try to like not think about we have to win, we have to do this kind of thing, and then try to play my own game, I guess, and then, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you had some individually crazy rounds, especially on Dust 2. The Deagle is very sharp. Tell me just about that. Like, obviously, we don't know that much about you. New to this team as well. What's the practice regimen? What do you do? How do you get so sharp with the Deagle?
Just like they're saying, the Mongolian Deagle is crazy.
Yeah, okay.
It's in the blood.
Yeah, I mean, the pistols were... This whole map was kind of insane. I feel like when we were watching it, one of the rounds that really... I kind of spiraled out of control is when you went up short and score was just behind the smoke and got like a 3K. Can you tell me what happened in that round? Like, it from the outside felt like this makes no sense. Like, why are you committing through a smoke when you have like a good position? Can you tell me what went on in that round?
I mean, first call, like during the death round, like our first call was like to run up short and trade it. Like, we take our main advantage and then just trade our own way to the side. And then after the first kill, like trades, we were a bit too far from our objective map position, and then our communication was hectic, and then the first guy, one who traded, I guess, was just
running through
screaming
the smoke.
and then come short.
Yeah, because you got the first kill. The first contact was super deep on short, right? So then...
And then we lost the timing there.
Yeah.
The call was... We just tried to follow our own like first call, and then it just didn't work.
Yeah, then
Was it
reset.
just an accident then that no flash came out with the push, or was that a conscious decision to just go straight?
I think it was
I think it was a mistake by us.
Just panic in the moment, yeah. Okay, I mean, this is kind of the stuff that, you know, as you become better as a team, it's just the small details that need to develop. But yeah, it's pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm sure you wanted to build your confidence back up here at this tournament. Unfortunately, it's not gone your way. What's next for you and the team? Like, how do you go forward from here to find that confidence and find form again? Any thoughts?
I think we just have to take it game by game, round by round. Not like, we shouldn't see shouldn't think about the future as we're thinking as now, and then we just try to go round by round, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Map by map.
Well, Zerol, commiserations on the loss. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before we let you go?
Yeah. I'm gonna say it in Norwegian.
Yeah, of course.
За ингээд тэмцээнээс ямар ч байсан хасагдчихлаа. Сүүлийн хэдэн тэмцээнүүддээ бас фэнүүдийнхаа хүссэн хүлээлтэнд амир хүрч чадсангүй. Тэрэндээ уучлаарай. Дараагийн тэмцээнүүддээ сайн тоглохыг хичээнэ.
All right, Zerol, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck moving forwards. I can take you, if you chuck me your headset, you feel free to go and join your team.
Thank you.
Nice one, buddy. Yeah, very odd end to the series. It was close across all three maps. We saw overtime in both the first two maps. It looked like we were maybe going to see it in the third, but it just crumbled away from the Huns, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking with him, you see also how some of these rounds just transpired, like the way he described, like how that one round was, there was an original call, the situation that happened wasn't what they expected. You know, they got the kill earlier than they expected, and then they didn't really know how to react. Should they follow up? Should they push? Should they rush? Should they stop? And I guess that's kind of where the panic sets in some of these. I mean, this is completely normal, you know.
Of
the pressure
course.
comes in. These are the things that happen.
Yeah, it's like a string of tiny decisions or small decisions, and they add up and cause a massive effect.
Yeah.
Like them getting that kill so deep on short, like you pointed out, wasn't in their expectations, and then in the moments that follow, they're trying to figure out, and then they all just run blind through a smoke.
But this is the kind of stuff that, you know, if you're gonna develop as a team, is okay. We go back to the hotel room or to the boot camp. We sit down, we watch this, and we are like, okay, what are we gonna do in the next? It's not about like what was right or wrong, but as he said, like if the trading was, if we were very close to each other, even if we go through a smoke, maybe it's fine. But maybe we should just when this happens next time, we're just gonna stop and we're gonna reset. So it's about like defining your identity and how you want to deal with a million different situations that can happen on a Counter-Strike map in a round.
If I'm not mistaken right now, Prof, I think we can take a look at the scoreboard,
Or
the
I
overall
think,
map.
no, I think score is ready.
Oh, okay. So we are going to do a winners interview. Yeah, we've got
Yeah.
Score then from Eruption, who
Here
will
we go.
be joining us shortly. Hi, Score.
Yeah.
Yeah. Juice
hello
my ear.
guys.
The score is ready.
Thanks so much for doing this, by the way, Score. What's going through your mind right now, coming off that win?
Yeah, this win is very important for us because it's a point, America point.
Yeah.
So it's nice.
Yeah, Score, congratulations on that win. Did you expect this series to be as competitive as it was?
Yeah, versus Huns is always competitive because they do very yellow plays, something like that. It's
Yeah.
very hard to play against them.
So how well is there like a rivalry against them? Do you know like this guy, you know, some guy kills you, you're like, this guy's shit, he shouldn't be killing me. Is there like a personality clash?
Just he did good play.
Yeah,
That's
so it's
it.
just professional, friendly, fully.
Yeah, friendly.
Okay,
Not
okay. So
much rivalry.
Score, you mentioned in your pre-match interview yesterday that you and the team have had essentially zero prep for this. You were late replacements for Tyloo. How do you rate you and the team's performance so far, considering that?
Yeah, we're doing our best because all of us haven't played in a week because after Emerco we just went off the how to say?
took a break,
Yeah,
vacation.
got a break and we just need the tournament this 2 days ago and we just okay we set the tournament, let's do it and yeah maybe we're doing good work.
So I guess what was the break like? Because I guess it helped to reset mentally.
We just go home, didn't play everything, just because after Emerco we don't have any tournaments. Just we like yeah, that's it.
Score, looking back at yesterday, the matchup against Big that took place very late at night. You just lost out, but it was a competitive best of 3. Any thoughts on how that matchup went against Big?
Yeah, we watched big demos and we expect we can win them and we nearly win them because if we didn't make little mistakes, we just got yesterday game.
Yeah, you called out like Crimbo as the main to watch. He was insane on the first map for sure. How was it playing against? You know, obviously you played some European teams before in your time.
The difference between us and European team is the European teams always play as a system and never do yellow picks and something like that. It's really easy to play against them, you know.
Okay.
Not easy, just you have to say
Predictable?
yeah, predictable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so considering the close loss yesterday against Big and the close win today over Huns, how far do you think you and the team can go here at MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025?
Yeah, I guess the only 2 teams left now from Mongolia. It's really cool to make this stage. We wanna do that.
All right, they want to make it to the arena, Prof.
I mean, obviously that's a would be a great, I think, moment for you. Just in general, like how are you feeling? You've been really good individually for this team. How do you feel about your individual form? Or like where can it go?
Not much. I'm not in my form, and
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
I wanna do more.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll be looking out for it over the rest of the tournament in your next match. Score, is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans and the team's fans watching at home?
За үзэж байгаа хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Манай баяр дэмжээрэй. Манайх дараагийн байгаа ч гэж байна.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Best of luck moving forward. Congrats on the win. I can
See
take
you
your
tomorrow.
headset. Yeah, and we will see you tomorrow. Great to hear from Score. It's interesting, very humble in his response to when you called out his you accurately called out that his form is pretty solid right now. And but he said, no, I'm not even in the rhythm right now.
I don't know if that's humble or if that's the inverse of humble.
That's a
right?
good point, actually.
Because
Yeah.
he's like posting like a 1.15, 1.20 rating is like, I'm not playing that good. You know?
Regardless, what he's saying is that we can expect more from him, which would be amazing to see and would be a huge asset to Eruption.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's
and they're going to need it going forwards as the ranks thin of teams and the teams remaining just get tougher and tougher.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like being here and watching these teams and like how everything is going, it really reminds me of like actually like the Croatian scene when I was more involved back then. You have some teams that come in and are like pugging and they haven't practiced or anything, and you have other teams that are like try-harding so much, and they create this mental block kind of for themselves. I was always on the side of the try-hards, right, obviously, because I am a try-hard as well. now. And then, you know, you get a team like, you know, it's just like 5 guys that are pretty good. They just came from the vacation in the seaside. They come to a LAN and they destroy it. And you're like, why did we try so hard and get so far? And in the end, it doesn't even matter,
doesn't
right?
even matter. Yeah.
I'll leave you on that one.
All right. With that being said, Prof, I think we can take a little break before our second matchup of the day. It's going to be Saw versus Chinggis Warriors. Everybody at home, do not go anywhere. That one will be starting very, very shortly.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, tiki. E tem que torrar com a tiki.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back, everybody, to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. We just saw Eruption overcome the Huns, sending the Huns home and keeping Eruption alive. Up next, in the same situation, we have Saw and Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, I mean another Mongolian team trying to stay alive in the tournament and potentially get the spot in the playoffs. That's the dream, to play in front of their home crowd, right? And Saw, on the other hand, looking for a bounce back after a disappointing loss in the opening game yesterday against GG Hao.
Yeah, we don't have too much time to break this one down because we can get the match going very shortly in about 4 minutes. Let's quickly talk about Saw, maybe go in a bit deeper into what happened against GG Hao yesterday. They lost 0-2 and just looked deflated throughout.
Yeah, I think they didn't really come online at any point. I think we have to give respect to GG Hao. We said they're a team that has a lot of firepower, and you know, if you don't have really structured nice defaults and punish these aggressions, you're gonna get caught out. Mini was having a field day on the op. Like, it just felt like it was a bit slow, it was a bit sluggish from the Saw side, and you know, then you get a kind of result like this. And they're a team that really needs a good result here. They are here coming in as the highest, I think, VRS seed coming into the tournament. They had a bad MRQ, didn't qualify for the major. Have been playing a lot on LAN, have been playing, getting some good wins, some good scalps, but recently things not that great, and they need to get back on the track to get into invites for the next season.
What wasn't sluggish for Saw yesterday was Agile. He was going absolutely off, but it can't just be all on him today. It's definitely going to help, but the rest of the team really need to come together here, Prof.
No, definitely. I mean, he's not really expected to be the star of the team. I think obviously Story on the op. I think I'm expecting a lot more from him in the competition that's available here. I think he should be farming, kind of. He should be looking really good and giving us some reminders of like why people are putting him in maybe in a Furia or some like a bit better Portuguese-speaking team, right? So I think I want to see a bit more from him and from Sejot, the young rifler that they picked up from Endpoint. I think he's pretty up and down, but when he's up, he just wins you a game. Like, he has a couple of these crazy like 2.0 rated maps this year already. So I think we'll see probably one of these in this series.
Quick final Saw thoughts. I think it's going to be important for Mutiris to have strong leadership, and I'm assuming as well that Coach Golden will have had some impact over the rest over yesterday, last night, whenever they've been preparing for this matchup today against Chinggis.
I think it's good to see them. I don't think they're even yesterday. I don't think they're too like tilted about stuff. I think obviously in the game things weren't flowing the best that they wanted to, but it didn't seem like, you know, that defeat is causing some like explosion in the lineup, and that they're like losing control of the team, of the environment where they are in the tournament, that they're going to be just like blown out 2-0 and two games to underdogs. I don't think that's really possible for Saw. I think we'll see a bounce back of like a team that has, I think they play like 40 or so maps on LAN this year, by far the most out of any team here.
Turning our attention to Chinggis Warriors. Yesterday, really tough campaign against Heroic. They just, you know, looked a caliber below. They obviously need to switch that up today. Arguably, Saw Heroic, two of our favorite team, or team seen as favorites here. Chinggis really need to come out swinging. They need to gain momentum, and they need to run with it. Yeah,
I think the biggest positive from Chinggis Warriors was Coolest. He had some really nice pop-up moments. Kind of joked, kind of didn't joke about him being the Mongolian simple. You know, he has that like bravado about him. You know, he has this the re-peeking, the fearlessness, the knife. You know, unnecessary knife, but for style points, he has something going for him, and I think that's their kind of not secret weapon, I guess, if I'm talking about it, but one of the weapons definitely for Chinggis Warriors to make this a troublesome affair for the Portuguese.
Coolest could definitely have a large impact. That being said, Prof, I don't think they can just lean on him to ensure a victory here over Saw. I don't know, what are your thoughts on this? Should they be leaning more into trying to have more sound fundamentals here, or should they be going more like YOLO than ever?
YOLO, Mongolian Counter-Strike, and the Mongolian Deagle. I think...
The Mongolian Deagle, I like that.
I like that. I mean...
Magnums. Eruption.
They had the crazy Deagles. I mean, there's some crazy Deagles on this team as well. I think you can't really, you know, just in the middle of a tournament try to reinvent your style. So I think they should stick to their guns and see how it works, right? And test Saw how composed, how ready are they for the YOLO plays that all of these Mongolian teams have been pulling out throughout the tournament.
Map Veto up on screen now. Looks like we're going to be playing Ancient, Nuke, and Inferno, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Mirage ban coming in, the train ban was interesting because I mean, first of all, the Mongolians play all of the maps, so they can do whatever kind of in the ban. But Saw picked train yesterday against GG Hao, kind of backfired. I feel like it shouldn't have. I don't think the pick was bad. I think the play was bad. You know, I don't want to judge them for that too much. But you know, that was enough for Chinggis Warriors to be like, okay, we don't want to mess with that. And then I missed the rest of the maps. Do you have the?
No, I do not. That's actually what I was looking for just then. Was hoping that would be on screen for a bit longer. That being said, though, Prof, I'm going to have to push you for some final thoughts because the match is almost ready.
Okay, that's great. I see the teams are lining up behind. I mean, definitely leaning towards Saw, expecting them to have a bounce back here. But we see so far in this tournament, no match is given, no map is given, no round. Anything is possible. So, you know, I'm expecting a back and forth for sure.
All right, I just want to double check again if this one is ready to go, if my producer could... All right, yeah, everybody, the match is ready to go. We've got Saul versus Chinggis Warriors. The loser goes home.
Welcome back to MESA Nomadic Masters. Thank you very much, Paula and Prof, killing it on the two-man desk, setting us up for this matchup. Saw versus Chinggis Warriors. Saw yesterday were involved in that first game that had significant delays, so I don't really want to judge their performances yesterday, to be honest. It's hard to really get into a rhythm of the game when that was going down. So for me, this is the start of the tournament for Saw, and it makes it a little scary because it's single limb basically at this point, right? So they got to try and bounce back today, try and take down the Chinggis Warriors. I have Saul winning this one, man. I think it's got to be a 2-0.
To Chinggis Warriors, yes, it will. Indeed, it will. I agree. I feel like for Chinggis Warriors yesterday, they really had a chance against Heroic on Nuke. Some pretty good mid-rounding coming out. We saw Controlled, Cool-Ass popping off as well. Now, though, they're going to be going with Ancient, which is their comfort pick for the side of Chinggis Warriors. On the T side here, Sejot. Know where he is. Finds the frozen dualies. Looking to find more.
Well, 3v5 to kick things off. Immediately Saul going to be happy with the fact they got a two-man advantage. Ariuko trying to fight his way out of this position. Cool-Ass coming back up the round. Okay, Cool-Ass, 2 kills locked in. And we got 3v2 all of a sudden for Chinggis Warriors.
Well, will be planted as well. If it's retake, Dinko, it's got to be pretty hard. No util remaining. And he's just running in. He's just running in.
Cool-Ass does not stop. He does not give a crap. He's just got in 3 kills straight away. And we got Zowie having to try and win this one 1v3.
Gotta make me go ooh ooh if he wants to pull this one off, honestly.
Doesn't take much.
It doesn't take a lot at all, Dinko. Sometimes I entertain myself.
E-Fire into the Julies. Gonna chase down Zowie inside of Cave and trying to bullet, so decides I will face you with my knife and eventually accepts defeat. But I mean, this is Saw who started so cleanly with a double opener. They were looking real solid. Then Cool-Ass coming up the ramp.
It's crazy he gets a second kill there. Right? He should have absolutely been traded out, but great shots at that. Just running in dry to its long, swinging out and getting the 3rd kill as well, pretty much sealing the deal there for Chinggis Warriors. So yeah, despite the two-man disadvantage, they're able to convert this, and here we go. He should have been instantly killed there by Story. And for Saw, Dinko, it would be an absolute disaster if they were to, not to qualify, get knocked out right here. There we go, round number 2. Should be Force here. Looks like a little bit of a technical issue, but today it's been far and few in between, Dinko. It's not been too many problems so far.
Yeah, Matira's bringing his own pillow. You know, I'd assume when you get a little older, Blood, maybe you couldn't tell us. You know, you need your own pillow.
You know what? Pillows are underrated. I like 5 pillows back home.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
All anime body pillows, or?
Yeah, obviously. A couple of them full anime body pillows. One's a Gundam anime pillow, and the other one is
Minecraft Creeper.
Is an Attack on Titan body pillow. The other 3, like I have like a 70-30 goes down percentage-1, and then another one's 60-40, another one's 50-50. So depending how my neck's feeling, I use as pillows. They're great.
Did you watch the Minecraft movie?
No.
Can we go watch it in Mongolian after this?
Sure.
Let's go.
Why not?
Go to the Minecraft movie.
I do want to watch Sinners. I've heard a lot of good thing about that. Michael B. Jordan's new movie just came out.
I generally like his films, so that could be, yeah.
He's a pretty good actor, man. I mean, he already has the trilogy of Creed under his belt. I think it's one of the best sequels we've had, like a sequel trilogy, so to speak. Star Wars, eat your heart out. Are you a Star Wars fan?
I was. Not so much anymore.
Until?
I grew up a little bit and didn't really like the new stuff.
And then you realize that...
The new stuff sucks, man.
I think it's probably the most overrated franchise on the planet. The first three, for its time, it's great. It had some great moments and everything. And there's this, like... renaissance of the prequels that's happened. Everyone's, oh my god, the Phantom Menace.
Yes, because everything was so bad after it. They were like, yeah, they weren't that bad.
It was really bad.
All right.
I was there at that time, Dick. It was horrible. It was worse than some of the rounds we saw in the previous game. But here we are, jumping straight on in.
Star Wars. We get into the action as the Chinggis Warriors Wars as they get going. It's going to be an A-main play as they have the bomb in their back, and they're going to be running into the Story defense.
Guys.
He's got an MP9. He's got one and a second. Story with 2 off the top rope.
But God is my witness, Dinko. It's broken them in half. 3 remaining. They do have the weaponry advantage, though, but the A-bomb site, if they swarm this, it can get super uncomfortable. And the meta usually nowadays is you don't allow them to get the bomb down safely, right? Just like kind of pounce from Temple, from Donut. As now they pause things. Pump the brakes, wait for a reaction from the CTs.
Minute on the clock.
Controls just gonna be lying in wait here. Did it double back?
Or they just let Saul play themselves.
I'm a little. I mean, Saul. It is a force buy, right? They have a couple of guns as well to work with. I'm surprised they're not leaving someone towards A, which they are now.
Yeah, but it's just Materis alone with a 5-7. His teammates are currently clearing over towards B, clearing towards Cave. Eventually, they're going to realize it's the A play. They're going to call them back. Materis, you can see, communicating it to his teammates to run back over towards Donut. That plant is coming in. It will not be denied. And it's going to be a retake attempt. Materis going down first to Kulath, smack 10. Zowie diving into the bomb side. He's got a second. Controls is the only one left, and Agile is going to remove him. So Saw bounce back, and they tie up the scoreline.
You know what they say about the word assume, Dinko?
It makes a big old ass out of you and me, blood.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what happened there for Chinggis Warriors. They went for a little bit of a ruse towards mid. They realized there's a heavy presence towards mid, and then they just run out here. The first guy just running out with utility out. The spacing was all over the place. EFAR should have absolutely traded as well. Big mistake from the first 2 players coming in. Nice attempt at the end there to try and recover it, but nice shots coming out from the remaining members of SAW. And despite what was a hard-fought pistol round win, looks like SAW are here to play. To retrieve Galil's, couple of M4s, MP9. Huge round to win there in a 4 spot. And for Chinggis Warriors, they're gone for the force of their own. Multitude of Tech 9s, AK, Galil. Limited utility, however, but they do have a number of smokes. It's again going to be a fake this time around. Controls, the IGL, utility deployed. And it's actually drawn on every single member of the CTs. No one on an A-bomb side bereft of any defense.
Well, he's got himself the kill on Controls, eventually taken down by Ariukal on the Tech 9, who takes 2 with him before he heads to the grave, thanks to Materis. And that ball planted, 3v3 post plant, Agile through the fire, through the flames. He's taking half his health.
That smoke is huge.
And he's going to smoke out the donut. Yeah, I'm just going to sever off. Oh my god, the support play. But look at this aggressive maneuver into the CT smoke. This could be sick from Kulath if he's able to pull this off. Zowie, though, they've detected him. They're spamming him down and starting the smoke, doing as much damage as they possibly can. Eventually, Kulath's gone. Defuse stuck all the way.
Oh no.
It was is chaotic inside of the smoke. E-Fire still alive. How is he alive? Fan finally dies at the last second. There's a lot happening there.
Oh my god. The flash, Nico, the flash in the smoke. He had the right idea. He was pretty much in a clutch. But his teammates, they just needed to stay alive there. Just kind of harass the CTs instead. Went for the full commit out. It was a nice try. A simple B fake and maybe overextending a little bit where the T's. Yeah, cool last there. Should have at least got one more kill. But a bomb down though. Do they go for the force is the question. Another attack time, not getting called this time around. Yeah, it's attack pause, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, money's not great, but do you really fully invest? We've seen quite a bit of force buy wars so far. Sure, Golden had some choice words to tell his team last night. What was a very disappointing outing from Saw. Smacked by GG How. And again, Dinko, it's gonna be A. That's the bomb. Bomb spotted. Not really rotating. It is interesting, right? Like, they see the bomb, they're like, there's no way the first guy coming into A's with the bomb. It's definitely a fake. They're just gonna show the bomb and come on back towards B so they don't rotate. Little did they know it was gonna be an A contact coming out from Chinggis Warriors. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Chinggis Warriors did qualify for Austin. And this is a much needed land for them to kind of, you know, build a bit of confidence, get a little bit of reps against some pretty solid teams here. For example, in the form of Saw. Coolast gets one. Muterus, the captain, in the smoke, able to find two, but Coolast replies back. 3v3 now.
Not bad from Coolast whatsoever, but the rest of his teammates do not really have the weapons to support him, so it's all on him to make something magical happen here. 2 kills, you need a third onto Story to really make us start to believe. He's gained some ground. He's got up towards red. Can maybe have the element of surprise and get the jump on Story here. But Story's taking the passive decision and dropped all the way back into a CT spawn. And with 18 seconds left, it might not be a bad idea at all. Because Coolast is just not going to read that position. And so he goes down. Ariuko, bomb on back, now moves the way towards A. And eventually getting caught by main. So you can see Saw immediately taking better decisions, not always aggressing, not always trying to look for the fight, realizing that positioning matters much more when it comes to the late stages of the round up.
I mean, the sheer gulf in the experience on his two teams, it's night and day, right? Like, obviously, when it comes to individuals, we are very well aware of how sharp some of the individuals on the Chinggis Warriors team can be. Looking at the likes of Coolast, for example, looking at even Controlled as the IGL. But when it comes to experience, despite the fact that this is no longer the Saw we knew last year, you know, the heights they achieved, well, it's still a very experienced team.
Well, 2 of them are, yes. Story and Muteris, the rest are all inexperienced.
Are you
extremely?
Are you shit-talking my man, Golden?
Well, sure, but I'm talking about the players.
The players, sure, yes.
But that's more. I think that's most important. I mean, we have a Zuru who just played for Endpoint for a while, and he was just picked out of thin air for Endpoint.
Yeah.
Agile just...
Agile's been around for a while right now, right? Ever since he refused.
A few months, yeah.
I was Dose.
And Siot.
Siot.
The pole.
The English pole. Another force buy. Actually, no, so that was the previous one, was a half buy. It's going to be... It's the AK. Siot. Being aggressive. Edging. Somehow gets away from dodge. That's just getting away with mud at this point.
I think so. I think Saw are going to be able to just grind out this game against Chinggis. It doesn't feel like, you know, it's going to be spectacular. It's just going to, they're just going to play stable Counter-Strike, it feels like.
The thing is, map 2 is Saw's pick, right? It's Nuke. And it's a map that Chinggis usually go for as well. We saw them yesterday against Heroic. And I won't lie, they look pretty solid, right? With some really good mid-round decision-making coming out. It was mainly a few mistakes, individual mistakes being made, particularly by Rue, which cost them the game, or at least didn't make it as close as it could potentially have been. So even if they do lose this map, I wouldn't completely give up any hope of the Chinggis Warriors putting this one back, as Coolass finds 2 quick kills.
Bomb plant denied.
What the? Bro?
He was in B.
Bro?
He was in B. I was like, maybe they won't notice me. There's everyone's here though. Coolass has to ace clutch this with 20 seconds on the clock. So here he goes. He'll give it his good go, and
I'm so confused.
top of the ramp he marches.
I'm so confused.
And to his demise, surely. Oh, he got away with one, nearly a second.
Bro, I thought he had that second guy right there, but the trade was quick.
He looks locked in this game. It's Coolass. He's had a great start.
He's locked in on his crosshair for sure, but buddy, 2v3 and you just leave your teammate on the B bomb side to plan alone. I guess he assumed, it was going to be a pre-plan, but that's such a big assumption to, if he'd gone for the big flank, sure, it would have potentially panned out, but... yeah, okay. At least he's fragging out, Tinko. So that's some good news.
I mean, yesterday it was like just a look of disbelief on Golden's face for some of the rounds his team was losing, but they've come in a lot more focused today.
He's gone with the force spy again.
Coolass is on. He's on one. He's on the Kool-Aid.
Like, he just doesn't give a shit.
Hero AK, not the most unusual thing to see.
Yeah, but he does this every time.
He is the hero.
And because he is by far the sharpest player on his team, he's like, all right, I know you guys saved, but you should just drop me the AK again. See ya.
See you.
Traded.
And we've got controls now with a Glock. So he's not going to have a nice time with things. He's about to go 0-6, you would imagine. Well, he's got an AK now, so maybe he can get his first kill of the game. Unfortunate starts. You have 1-6 on E-Fire, 1-6 on Rue. And 0-6 right now on controls. Not really able to compete right now in the firepower department.
All right. Who's going to drop the AK to Coolass? Let's find out.
Because you know what's happening. He just looks across like, you have 0 kills, give me the AK.
All right.
Oh, come again, all up. Okay, let's go.
All right. Guess he can do whatever he wants. This is a team that relies on activating Coolest. But yeah, 3 players being on 2 kills isn't ideal. Nice flash of controls. Setting up E-Fire to get the opening on towards Meteorus. As Agile looking to get the trade, and he will indeed find him. Oh, ow.
Yeah, Rue down to 6 HP. Coolass gone as well. Lost the alt battle against Story. Seok is through the smoke, and he goes falling.
That was unnecessary.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you go up so early, 5-1, and you just feel it like you can do no wrong. Start to make a few mistakes like that. Here goes controls. He's pushed into Temple. Still in search of his first kill here. Maybe he can grab it just for the fact that he's right up in their face, but Agile able to react, and controls continues to have the rough game.
Yeah.
Up next is Rue.
5 HP and a dream.
Oop, spotted. Under a minute on the clock. Can take a break, can take a breather. Just pause in the corner, see if there's any reaction. And he pushes through heaven. But not going to happen.
Yeah.
Saw are too focused today.
Locked in, as the Zoomers say, Dinka.
Locked in. Rue about to be locked out. Zowie not exposing his back, knows that red is a possibility. Story's got that covered, and Story loses his life. So now it's on a Zowie. With 19 seconds left, he fakes the play towards the B bomb site and goes back over towards A. But the problem is, it's a 1-1 setup. You've got Agile waiting, and he's going to land at least 1 bullet. So it's going to be nice and clean for Agile. 6-1 for Saw.
AWP retrieved as well for Story. And apart from the pistol round, it's been just clean Counter-Strike for Saw. Looking much better today. Ooh, nice shot there from Story. Kill the terrorists with.
Well, timeout taken here for the side of Chingus Warriors. Look at their money, blah. Look how rough it is over there. But Kula still has an AK. He will still have an AK-47.
I'm just kind of annoyed.
About what?
About the decision making when it comes to these buys. Like, just go for a full eco. It's fine, you know. Or everyone just might stick with pistols. Kula doesn't need to have an AK in his hands every single round. Sure, sometimes you might be able to steal a round away for your team, but most of the times you're stuck with one or two of your players stuck with a Galil or maybe a Mac-10 or something. And you're 6-1 down. Like,
here goes Sia, and it's going to be a jumping peak for the Mac-10. Unable to get the job done, played close and got overwhelmed by SMGs. Now the Tech-9s infiltrate the B-bomb site. Plant is coming in, and it's got to be a retake here for Saw as they are in search for their 7th round victory. Damage done through that smoke. E-Fire down on 15 HP. Story stepping up to the mark. Flashes right in his face. Fended back behind the wall. Grenade goes over the top. Zowie headshot lands on the controls.
oh my god.
Arioko still going in that Tech-9. He's got a second kill as he flicked out from short to long. AK-47 down, he can pick it up. And this round's done because the time is gone. And so are Saw. They're going to try and fall away and save this. Nice pick from Story on their way out. So that follow-up AK-47 not kept in the hands of Arioko. But he is certainly the man that wins the round here for his team.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
The AK-47 not really doing anything, with just Arioko running in. Tech-9s taking it down. And of course, Ru with the opening find.
Oh, his last bullet as well. Last bullet on the Tech-9.
Siot needed at least one kill there, holding towards.
Yeah, it's a tough. I don't know. It's not a great position when you're going up against a low buy there, is it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like if you're holding an angle, you need a teammate to kind of bait for you. Yeah, or you know it's going to be a buy round, right?
Yeah.
But considering how bad the money is, honestly, I feel like Saw might not have a read on what the economy in Chingus Warriors is, considering
True,
the buys.
keep buying like.
I know.
Yeah,
It makes no
AK this
sense.
round. Yeah, he's had AK every round. Coolast still with it. Slowed down a little bit now. He had a lot of impact in the early stages of the game, but has slowed down in the crucial rounds here.
Oh, huge
Ariuko,
frag.
though, important frag indeed. And look at the space they've got in Cave. Azul is going to try and get the information. He has got the information. There is one player still in Cave. That's going to be a problem for him to deal with, but in the meantime, the bomb has gone down on A. So planted on default. Retake setup for Saw being put in place.
Flank as well, think a big flank.
Yeah, it's a huge flank. Look at this. Ru has to make this happen. Azu would never spot him, I guess. Oh my god, Ru got both kills. Azu flips back, and with Ru on 2, job's done.
I'm a little surprised that Muteris, he was in Donut all this while smoked off. I'm surprised he didn't even try denying the plant, just spamming through the smoke or something. It was a default plant as well, so I'm a little surprised he didn't, I don't know, just pepper, make life a little bit more uncomfortable for the T's, just allowing the bomb plant through. But this might be the most convincing round we've seen from the side of Chingus Warriors thus far. The first was a hero round from Coolast, pistol round. And of course, we saw Ariuko with the Tech-9 the previous round as well. This one, though, good find, good kills. Ariuko joining his compatriot in the form of Coolast. Nice! Well done. Considering how they've lost 2 rounds in a row now, and just saved 2 guns 2 rounds prior, so the money is not exactly a good place for Saw. And the thing is, Dinko, I think Saw is going to make a more responsible financial decision and just go for the eco here. Maybe a few upgraded pistols. That's about it.
That is about it. Stayed in this fight though. Chingus Warriors. P90. Alright. Don't usually see that, Blood, I'm not gonna lie. P90 making an appearance. Do you love to see it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. 50 bullets. Run and gun. Better than a Bison.
Sure is. Better than a Bison.
Have they fixed the loss bonus yet? They haven't, right? It's still 300, I believe.
Don't know, don't buy that weapon.
Oh, things you should know, Dinko. Like the weight of an unladen swallow. Here we go, though. USP onto his controls. One player on his side. He's by his lonesome, isolated. P90. Okay, well, there we go.
Yeah, making an appearance, working out.
Nice
Wall bang as well.
wall
Sigot just can't catch a break no matter which position he chooses. Just getting wrecked.
Oh no.
Limited expectations from what is left. It's just the M4 of Matthias, and he gets one extra before going in the grave. So
That was real
3
expensive.
kills, yeah, a lot of damage done there. It's not like getting the P90 out actually makes you money, so...
Yeah, that's the same as a rifle loss bonus. But, that being said, the money is starting to look way better for the T's, right? They've won a couple of the 3 rounds up back to back to back, so they still have fun in the coffers. Nice wall bump by Ifar there, well done. But yeah, a little too over-ego, I feel, at times to take these fights, but might have a map on our hands here, Dinko. This is a bit of a recovery. A resurgence. Chinggis Warriors. Story with the op-out again. Fast B. Fast B. Up ramp. Maybe not.
No, they're just going to boost Coolast up and hope that he can catch a pick. Oh, wall bangs are good. This time for Shiot, looking for a little bit of revenge from the previous round death he suffered, but Coolast moves up with his teammates, and they're into the B side again. Saw are not handling the amount of B attacks that Chinggis Warriors are throwing at
This
him.
is huge from Rue. He just needs to hold this. Just needs to hold this. This information. They just need to worry about cave, worry about ramp. That's about it. And all Rue needs to do is just stay alive. In fact, he's going to do more. Pushes out towards mid. Free kill onto its story. And this should be the save.
He got a second kill as well.
Rue.
Impressive stuff from Rue. Oh my god.
How is it getting all these
Dude,
kills?
Rue's got 3. No save to be had because Rue is here.
All right.
And he's loving it because he had such a quiet start of the game, but he's getting some of the rewards now towards the end of the half. Looking like we're going to have a tied game going out of half number 1. And I felt like it was so comfortable for Saul in the first stages of the game. The only player really causing the problems was Coolast, and they were able to kind of weather that storm. Oh my god, Rue, okay. I see you.
Yeah, and it's sent off to the ICU.
Yeah, well, Saul fell off.
First round, you can see finally smiles galore on the faces of Chinggis Warriors. 6-1 to 6-5. 1 round game now. So we have 4 back to back to back, and look at the buy, Dinko.
5
It's
MP9s.
miserable, but MP9's the most powerful gun in the game.
Or especially in round 12.
Or more like the most bang for buck gun in
Yeah,
the game.
pound for pound.
Yeah. Now 5.7's there as well.
P250.
Not anymore. I'm sad about that. You have a Molotov. You have a Molotov. You have a Molotov. You have a Molotov. You have a Molotov.
Now they got 2 players down. So the MP9s have come out. They've upgraded one into an AK-47. Chinggis Warriors into the B-bomb side, but not able to hold it for long as the retake has arrived. And Saw, who started the round with 5 MP9s, have to try and deal with Coolast, and he's got 2 kills. Defuse not being stuck yet. They tap it, they put pressure on him. Coolast trying to win them the round, trying to recover this, but eventually too many players coming at him, and so that defuse does come through. And it's 7-5 at the half. Saw get the last one right at the end.
Oh, they had a Molotov.
What would you like them to have done with that Molotov play?
They had a freaking Molotov. They could have just volleyed up one corner, Dinko, right? They could pick the direction. They could volley the right or left. Toss a coin, decide which one you wanted to do, and then swung together, isolated the duel, got the kill. Instead, you know the money's bad. You know it's probably going to be pistols and SMGs. You have a full belt of utility, and you just swing out wide and get dismantled, Dinko.
Control's got 0 kills in the half. That's pretty rough. Yeah, I mean that's unfortunate, but let's not distract ourselves from the fact that let's not let it take away from the fact that they won 4 rounds in a row there.
It could have been 5 in a row.
To save that, but yeah, it could have been. But they saved their half because that was rough. Saw were fully in control of the game. They won the pistol. They lost every round other than that. We'll patch of form. They went 4 rounds in a row to get back into a competitive position here. 7-5 is not a bad half by any means. And they can certainly do something with that. I mean, especially with the fact that one of your players went 0 and 10, you know? So,
yeah, fair. I mean, like, to be fair, it's a great recovery, honestly. And in all honesty. But at the same time, just that round was just egregious. And this is something we've seen from, well, you know, from a lot of even Mongols players, right? Just a little over-eager to take fights when the game is not just about shooting. You have utility available, you know, and use that to your advantage. Play the time, play the bomb, play the money game. Right. Oh, we have Moise Alexandru asking in chat, how should we know he needs to volley that corner? Because if you play Counter-Strike, Mr. Alexandru, you have utility. You will always isolate one of the corners of cave. It's Counter-Strike Fundamentals 101. And now, you are a smarter Counter-Strike player having your question answered. You're welcome. What's your thoughts on people calling Jaguar cheetah?
Well, it's just wrong.
Thank you.
But you know what?
And it's mostly the Americans.
It doesn't
It's always Americans. Any education.
It doesn't bother me that much.
It bothers me a lot. It's a South American map based on, you know, kind of like Aztec, Mayan.
Well, it could be North American.
Sure. Are the cheetahs in either the Americas?
No, but it could be North American.
It could be not. It could be Central.
If we're being pedantic,
it could be Central America.
Let's keep it consistent.
It could be Central American. It can't be North American because these. If you look at the plants over there, those are rainforesty plants. There is no rainforest in North America, but there is in Central America. Boom.
Central America isn't a continent, though.
It's a part of
No, it's not.
America. It's fine. Fine. It could be Mexico. It could be Mexico. All right. I'll give you this. I'll give you that. All right. We do have a bit of technical timeout as well. We should be resuming with the game real quickly here, but the pistol round. It's going to be kind of important here. Previous time, I mean, the first one, it was cool as stealing it away from Saw with a heroic effort with the P250.
So there's a crouch bug issue. So I guess we'll just wait until that's resolved, I guess. And then, oh, the game match medic.
We're back. We're back.
We'll fix it, and then we'll return to the action.
All right. Crouch bug issue.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the MESA Nomadic Masters. We were just fixing a little tech issue.
I think it was asking me a question.
We thought we were still live. We were having a little conversation about whether or not Vlad could handle a gorilla for more than 10 minutes. He believed he could because he would whisper to it and relax it and rub its tummy.
Yes.
And we're ready to go. Here we go. Pistol round second half live. Sion at the front of the attack, and he's charging all the way into the bomb site. It's controlled of the first. Material's gone, and a 5v4 with the CT side on top.
It's a very fast fight taking place as well as Rue's going to find Story. Bombs not allowed to be planted. They're getting dismantled here. Dinko Zowie at least getting a trade in return, but alone.
No, let's see if he can pull off a 1v4. Would be something beautiful, something special.
He's got the bomb.
He has got the bomb, and I think the run back. Oh, they move as a pack. Look at that.
I like
full
that.
Unit of 4. One living organism.
Apes together strong, Dinko. Zowie now. A lot of work to do. Some nice clean shooting though coming out from the CTs. 2 kills, 4 controls. The captain, he was 0 and 10 at the end of the half, Dinko. Now he's 2 and 11. Woo! Control easy. Zowie spotted out.
2-2 setup, 1 on 2 on the B bomb set, 2 towards A.
That should be impossible. 35 seconds. Literally, as long as they don't give any easy fights, there's nothing he can do. A bomb plant would be massive, however. Which could happen.
There's a headshot. Rue gone.
Bomb plant?
Dude, he could get a plant here. He just, oh, yeah, it's a bit late now, but doing his best. And Zowie gets 1 extra pick before going down. And we've got Chinggis Warriors finding the pistol round both, in fact. Picked up by the Chinggis Warriors.
Obviously, he couldn't see what he didn't know what we knew right there. But if he just got the bomb done as soon as he got the kill to Rue, it would have been very happy with that. So both the pistols going the way of the Mongolian side. Again, welcoming any new viewers coming in right now. This is the kind of survival game here for Saw and Chinggis Warriors. Saw yesterday getting dismantled by GG How, and Chinggis Warriors a 2-0 loss to Heroic, battling for survival. And on Chinggis Warriors map pick here off Ancient. It is indeed very back-to-back. It was looking like Saw were going to be running away with this game, but a good resurgence from the Mongolian side. This one should be an easy one as well. I say that. They could get the bomb down because Control's alone. But just the Glocks. This one's going to be easy. Ooh, that's a shot and a half from Story. That's a free bomb plant, Dinko. Unless... they're taking too long.
Well, Ariukul doesn't want to go into the temple. Materis is patient.
Thing is, even if he gets a drop on Ariukul, the MP9 or the M4, it's going to make mincemeat of him, and that's going to be the round. On the Story pulled off something truly miraculous, and that is indeed not going to transpire. 6-1 for Saw. The score is getting tied up 7-all.
Yeah, Saw have disappeared. But we'll wait till the buy run comes out and see what their T side is looking like. This was an expected result in the previous round, but here comes the AKs. Everybody's got one over on Saw. A little bit more of a standard purchase, and here we go. Quick play in towards the A main area. Zowie going to be leading that charge, and Materis holding on as Kulast just walks through the elbow smoke. A wild decision, one that has not paid off in any way, shape, or form, but 4v3, and that plant is coming through. Materis is going to get a second free kill from an elbow push.
Surely.
And that's it. So, save the other 2 weapons. Call it 8-7. And good luck in the next. At least a little bit of money left over, so you get a good buy, especially if you save these 2 weapons. And that's Saw into the lead again.
Yeah, nothing too complicated.
I like that they made like sort of a Pink Floyd logo here. That's showing us on the AK.
Yeah, that's actually nice. More like...
Not so nice, Agile.
Or more like Nyan Cat.
Yeah. Let's go. Sing it for me.
No.
You just forgot the tune, didn't you?
No.
No, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Someone bought an NFT of that, I think, a couple of years ago.
Sure.
Quite a bit of money. How much do you hate yourself that you've done that live on air now? You've done a Nyan.
Oh, man.
Dude, I forgot about his existence, to be honest.
And Nyancat is a legend, dude.
The internet was a simpler place back then.
It was a better place.
Oh,
That's much better.
Gymnastics and a second kill. What? Finally gone, but Rue stepping up now instead. Oh my god, Saw. Handle that. A little bit of Mongolian might thrown your way.
All alone, 1v3.
Yeah, he ain't winning this one. Zowie goes into the smoke, dead at the hands of Ariuko.
Well, off all the plays he could have gone for desperation play. That was nifty. Cool Ast and his men a very convincing round win there. Mid fight's not quite going their way. Cool Ast is like just like a hound. Just can't stop going in for the kill.
Run boost is well executed.
Yep. All right. Force spike coming out from the T side. So once again, we're going to use
so much utility. And eventually it is still Saw to come out on top.
A little bit of patience there. Nice flash to take the fight. This is interesting. Two plays up towards red. Controls! He was just baiting it out, Dinko! But he gets a kill. And Oriakal should find just the one, but no, he finds both, Dinko. They've recovered this.
It couldn't have worked better. That was just so perfect. You're trying to bait for them, you're just firing some shots in the smoke, you get a kill from it, which fully sells it, and then he gets a double from the corner. Oh yeah, Chinggis Warriors. Real opportunity now to get into a position to close out this first map, Ancient. See why this team have qualified for Austin. Showing a good level against Saw today.
Indeed.
With a unique playstyle.
Yeah, it's basically just shoot heads. I mean, I'm just saying, Dinko, if you look at it, right? Out of these two teams, one's going to the major, the other isn't.
It's a great point.
Right?
It's a great point.
And I'll give you another hint. Saw's not going to the major. It's not a hint.
Oh wow, I got it. Eventually.
For those who probably, you know, were like, Chinggis Warriors who? Yeah, they're going to the major, buddy. Let us show why.
This is a major team playing against, you know, plucky underdog roster and Saw.
Yeah. Oh, consternation on the face as a Saw here. And this is spiraled out of control, Dinko. The past 3 rounds, they've had like, what, 4 kills? That's it.
It's been a long travel schedule here for Saw as well, who were in Australia, made a long journey.
Yeah, where they got just absolutely dumpstered in Australia.
And then flew here.
And coming here, they lost to GG Howe, ISSA's team. And now, on the precipice of being 1 map away from, it's going to be the ignominious couple of weeks here for the side of Saw. They lost to Falcons. Well, no big surprises there. Falcons are on a tear right now, but then they lost to MIBR.
Who are not on a tear.
Yeah, but well, MIBR are best Brazilian team right now, so. All right, here we go. 10-8. Muterus / Smoke. Forcing him back. These mid-control plays from Chinggis Warriors have been finding crazy impact. And even if it doesn't, it's just the recovery is so fast. But they might outstay their welcome here towards mid. Dinko. Saw looking to go for a B finish. And we can see the push from controls, the IGL, towards A main. He just needs to hold the angle and not push any further, allowing his teammates to just go for a stack towards B. But no, still sticking around. They're still sticking around.
Oh, Zowie coming in with it. Agile able to get one back, and we're now looking at a 3v3 as the wrap around the back from Control is here. Can he make this work? Round the back of elbow, there's no way they read it. They turn, but not in time. Control holds down for a second. Zowie again, this time finally in a clutch that's winnable. He's going to run over towards Donut. They're chasing after him. They're not letting him have any time. Looking to close the gap. He's still got to worry about CT. He's still got to worry about so many different angles. And eventually, he's going to be exposed to Donut, you would imagine. He's going to go in towards CT. He's actually... Ooh. Did he just go B?
Yeah.
If he just goes B, he might have actually found the pathway to winning this.
There were. Did he hear him? No,
sure, but he has a bit of extra time than he would have on the A-bomb site. So Zowie
and a smoke.
Threading the needle, coming up with a solid play here. He's going to put that bomb down in the middle of the B-bomb site. And the man for the UK looks to step up.
They know it's B. Still taking a sweet time, though. But the CTs didn't go. No smoke. One Molotov, so that could at least isolate one of the potential paths of entry for a Zowie. So they could molly off cave. All if I was them, I'd probably try mollying off ramp here.
They're both coming back in from the same position as Zowie. Here's the tap and the defuse. That's going to create too much pressure on him, and he just won't be able to get it done.
Nice try.
Valiant attempt. He finds the right move. He just couldn't get the kills in the end. And that defuse picked up, so we're looking at 11-8. Unfortunately, nice tries aren't enough, you know, at this point. It's 11-8, you're down, you didn't win any of the pistol rounds. You need some of these clutches to go your way.
It's also so crazy that they continue just holding towards mid, but Control's literally saying, guys, they're not A main. They're not mid. We still have two players towards mid. You're going to fall them back, help play towards cubby, play towards red, but they're so in your face. They just want to take these fights every single time. And I gotta say, man, let's watch it.
There's just disbelief on the faces of the Seoul players right now. You look at Materis, there's nothing you can say that can make you feel better right now.
You know what it says, like, expect the unexpected. Welcome to Asia, MF.
Yeah, well, they're about to get their ass handed to them here.
Holy hell.
You reminded us, Blair, earlier, it was 6-1 for Seoul.
Look at the aggression.
It's 11-8. Yep, Control's just going a little wild, coming out on top. Now the aggression down the B ramp from Ariukul.
Pushing any further.
He's going to continue his charge.
Zowie. He knows another one there. Still sticking around. Still fighting, is Rue.
Yeah, of course he is. He loves it. Control holding the cave. The bomb goes down just outside of Donut. It's E-Fire to pick that up on a story. Panic mode.
They've lost
there is a little bit of a play into the A-bomb site, sure, from Agile. He's taking some space, but that bomb needs to be picked up, and Sia is by no means in a safe position. He is under so much pressure, but somehow fights his way out, gets a kill towards CT, and the round is back on, but it's a 2v2 retake for Chinggis Warriors in search of map point.
CT plant.
Agile strong position here at the tall box. They don't have the information on both players being Donut. You can see they're still checking towards A main, still worried a little bit about CT.
They have a smoke.
Chinggis Warriors are positioning controls towards CT now, but Sia is in a position of power. He should be able to get this, and he will. So it feels like it's over now. With no kit on the back of E-Fire, he's not going to get back into this one. We're looking at a 9th round victory for Saw, and they fight their way out of that. Agile getting into the A-bomb site, and Siot's mission impossible play to get the bomb back and get away alive has actually allowed a 9th round for Saw and maybe reopening the window of opportunity.
Yeah, huge from Siot there. That was a... What was that? Was that a 2v4? That was a 2v4. E-Fire really needed to win that duel, but yeah, credit where it's due. Agile, a beautifully timed lurk as well. Siot coming up big, coming up clutch for the Portuguese side. Attack timeout getting called by Chinggis Warriors. I think it's a good timeout to take, right? Let's not get carried away. Let's not, you know, just get too over-aggressive and slow things down a bit. Take things down a notch. As far it's been looking very clean. Having won 10 of the last 13 rounds. All right. Still not quite out of the game yet. Saw. Gonna be going for a fast A play, Denko.
Yeah, flashes over the top. It's controlled.
Oh, no.
Missed shot, but at least still alive. Drops back into the temple. A quick overtake of this site as Saw put the bomb down. Agile to ascend up into the boost thanks to the head of story.
Kula still waiting towards the B bomb, not expecting a flank to take place.
Dude, this is going to be a bloodbath. Bloodbath?
Blah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, 5v5.
Bloodbath.
Post-plant position. The retake being set up. Here they come. Agile and a Zowie. First 2 kills and a third. It's locked out. It will be a 10th round. Saw back in the game now. Oh god.
No.
Chingus will doing some damage on the way out. And they're going to make sure to try and hang on to the remaining weapons. AWP for controls in particular is most important. Trying to grind the money down now for the CT side. Not fully broken it just yet, but thanks to the save call, but they're getting there. This will be the last real solid buy for the Chingus Warriors. And their money could break at the worst time possible. Right at the end of the game.
And remember, CT side, right? Want to make sure it's not going to be the case, but Saw. Bit of life. Bit of hope.
Yeah, look at it. It's not a great buy already. You know, we're looking at an AK going down immediately. E-fire out of that. Saw starting to really get into the groove now. Stab should clear this, no problem. Rue getting cleared out from Jag. Control stepping up with 1 onto Siyot. Now Ryuko needs something magical from this 5-7. 3v3 off the back of it. They're doing a pretty good job with this AWP, and everybody's on the same side of the map. Everybody is here on the B-bomb site. Once again, it looks like it's just going to be a brawl.
No way.
Coolass nips in, nips out. He's got another headshot.
No
One
way.
going down to the 5-7, and Saw, not like this. Oh, they had every single advantage.
They lost the bomb as well.
But they have lost everything. And likely now to lose the map. The Chingus Warriors able to stand up despite having weaker guns in this round. Still able to come out on top of it.
They just walk into the stack, Dinko, and what a round from Coolass and Controllers. The saved M4 and the saved AWP coming in big, and Saw. They thought they'd try and catch him off guard. They thought he was going to go for the fast B, and that call could come and haunt Muterus come tonight. Oh, Golden, he's animated.
Oh, yeah,
he looks mad. Oh, he is so mad. And can you blame the man? A 6-round lead, Dinka, 6-1 lead. And just spiraled out of control, just going in for this. It's a 5v4, you get this, and just continue taking the fight. 5v3, sorry.
5v3.
And you continue taking the fight. You have so much time remaining.
Oh, this is really bad. You see why Golden is absolutely irate with the team right now. Tough to stand behind and watch that unfold, but
They had so much utility
this
as well.
map is likely over. Chingus Warriors gotta just defend against 2 MAC-10s.
3 MAC-10s.
And a Tech 9, 1 Galil.
Oh, my eyes are failing me, Dinka.
Yeah, it's okay.
My advanced age.
It's okay.
Apologize.
Tech 9 kind of looks like a MAC-10 if you're like old, I guess.
Or blind. All right. Playing very passively at a CTs here. Controllers, dude. Like, he was 0-10 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, that's a great point.
What a resurgence from the captain. Nothing towards mid being seen by the CTs.
All right, here comes the final play for Saw on this map, unless they break through and find success. And right now, there's no breaking through the mighty Chingus Warriors. Coolass closes with the triple, and the Mongolians come out on top of map 1. Ancient goes the way of Chingus Warriors. Saw left deflated, despite getting off to a super strong start. They were 6-1 up. They watched it all crumble away. And even when they had the golden opportunity at the end, they fumble it.
Speaking of Golden, man, he looks so mad, and I can't blame the guy. There were so many opportunities for Saw to kind of break the economy, break the backs of Chinggis Warriors, but these rounds you can't afford to lose. You can't really afford to lose. And of course, Chinggis Warriors now 1-0 up in a must-win game, Dinko, to stay alive.
Yes, elimination looms for Saw unless they're able to pick up a W here on Nuke and get it into Inferno. Second map coming up after.
Chinggis Warriors getting it done. Yeah, very strong showing on map one. I think a Chinggis Warriors looking very different to yesterday. They've definitely stepped up, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. I think I have to be honest. Pretty disappointing how this turned out for Saw. Not like they got blown out or anything. It was a close game, but they were up 6-1, and this wasn't just like it's 6-1. Controlies was like 0-10 at some point. They had complete control of this game. They lost the pistol 6 rounds in a row. I honestly think, I don't like when this is like thrown around, but I feel like they got too complacent. I think like they felt like they had this game under control, spiraled completely out of control after just like a few little maybe over-aggressions, maybe like overzealousness, maybe taking things a bit too like leniently. Like we know how these teams are going to play. They're going to be a bit chaotic. You just need to play off of each other, not allow some crazy things to happen to you. And honestly, that is what happened. Azul and Sijot in that first half, those like was that 4 T rounds that the T's managed to. The T's got the T rounds, obviously. It was just them being like, oh yeah, I can just play on my own here on the B bomb side. It's going to be fine. Allow a free kill, no trade, taking over the B bomb site, and after like you end the half, it was 6-1. You end the half with like, what is it, 7 rounds. I think that was completely unacceptable. And then the second half, I still think they could have closed it there, but then again, it wasn't really inspired, and the CT aggression from Chinggis Warriors just was catching them off guard.
I think that's very accurate, saying that second half from Saw wasn't inspired. It just lacked a certain oomph. It didn't take them anywhere. If we go back to one of the details you mentioned, so when Saw were up 6-1, they looked very strong. It looked like they were sort of going to run away with the whole map. It didn't end up happening. Regardless, during that sort of 6-1 period, you could see that Corliss was sort of on today. He was already hitting some shots then, and then over the course of the rest of the match, he held that form, finishing 25-14. We mentioned him as a win condition and a big asset to Chinggis Warriors, and he's definitely helped them push over the finish line here.
Yeah, Blair was molding a bit. He was like, why were they force buying every round? Like every round he would have an AK. If it's an eco, if it's a buy, Coolest has an AK, and maybe he has an op. You know, it doesn't really matter because they are sacrificing resources and other players to set this guy up to get going. And you know, Control is that he was 0-10, but this guy, he was like 9-6. He was 10, not 10-5. But
wait, he was at 0-10 at one point in this match.
Control was 0-10.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But as we said, Coolest. He was being set up, he was being fed, you know, and then as things turned around, he just took over the game, and you know, like, once again, very simple. Maybe Zeus in Old Navi, he would be the one with the first AK.
Away from individual performances, though, I do think a shout out needs to be given to Chinggis Warriors step up from yesterday's form, just generally speaking, in terms of structure, in terms of cohesion. They played solid team Counter-Strike here. Definitely on an upwards trajectory, looking very good for them in that sense, especially considering going up against a team like Saw.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their CT side, you know, they were fighting for mid. They weren't like letting it free. So everything Muterus essentially did on that D half was fast A hits, fast B hits, or slow B hits. That was it. Like the mid was completely inaccessible. When the rounds got drawn out, this is when I think Saw should have come out on top. Even when the trades happen, it always felt like Chinggis Warriors had another little layer to what was happening on the map to catch them off guard and turn the tides of the map. We saw Azul with like a potential clutch. He was going for a 1v3, didn't pan out. There was, in that second half, they really needed someone to step up and make a big play, and I think the problem is that like there is no one on Saw really doing that. There is not that quality of player. that can turn around the tides. They don't have someone like that. Story was really good in the first half, but I think honestly, I think the team let him down because like the way the round dissolved is like if the B site is taken in the first 15 seconds as an opper, you really don't have much to do there. You're kind of just locked out of the round. And he got cooled off by Coolest, and Coolest took over.
All right, with that said, Prof, why don't we look ahead to map number 2, Nuke. Let's not forget, Ancient was Chingis's pick. There was certainly an opportunity there for Saw to come out on top. They didn't make it happen. Surely a better chance for them here on Nuke. Prof, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Saw or some like dominators on Nuke, but they pick it a lot and they play it a lot. They recently had some decent wins. I think they beat MIBR and Melbourne, a pretty good team overall. So, you know, they have some rounds, they have some reps on Nuke for sure. If this was a win, if this was a 1-0 for Saw, I'd be like, yeah, this is going to be a 2-0, very easy. But I think we saw Golden in that timeout towards the end of the half after they also fumbled the 5v3 on the T side. He was getting a bit animated. He was like, probably said, WTF was this, guys? Like, get your stuff together. Let's play some proper Counter-Strike. So I think this is going to be a key part of like resetting mentally and being like, we came to Mongolia to win this tournament, or at least get to the final. We are now one map away from being eliminated. We didn't even play any of the good teams. It's just we played 2 Asian teams. Like, we should be running away with this. So I think that's going to be the big thing for them, resetting mentally.
You actually mentioned a accurate and fair point with regards to Saw not necessarily being some Nuke overlords. So over the last 3 months, 11 maps played, 55% win rate. Chingis Warriors, 12 maps played, 50%. Of course, it's just raw stats. Can't draw too much out of it, but it's not like Saw are coming into Nuke. With it being their pick and a dominant pick. You're absolutely right.
We saw Chingis Warriors yesterday against Heroic. They you know, brought some fire to them. It wasn't they obviously like the map. They play it quite a bit, so it's nothing out of their wheelhouse. It's nothing that Saw can be like relaxed. Oh, we put them on a map that they're not really comfortable with. So I think it's gonna really require a step up from Saw, and honestly also winning some pistol rounds. They were 0-6 so far at the tournament.
We were in the green room with some of their coach management staff, and yeah, he mentioned that the negative pistol record right now for them, and certainly if they can turn that around on Nuke, and being a map like Nuke, Prof, that would be very good for Saw. That would help them a lot. Yeah, that would help them a lot. I mean, I can't imagine how they feel right now. Must be a tense atmosphere. Yeah, and like if they're eliminated here, what's happening? Are they sticking around until the end of the tournament? Are they like buying new flights to go home? Because like it's not like they're getting peak practice here either. And I mean, for their don't even know. Actually, let's take a quick look. How is that going to affect their VRS? That would be minus 20 points. So they'll go from number 17 to number 20 in the ranking just off of this one game. And keep into mind, they came here because they're not going to the major. So everyone that is going to the major will probably be gaining points there, going to be gaining points in Dallas and in other tournaments. So yeah, they need to really wake up. Yeah, and we know trying to gain those points, it's so crucial, but it's a tough journey. You have to stick at it, and an opportunity, a tournament like this, I'm sure was somewhat seen as a solid opportunity for Saw. Yeah. And yeah, it would be sort of disastrous to go out 0-2 here. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think this lineup, when it came together, it's not like it was like, oh, this is going to be some world beater lineup. It was kind of patching together what they can. They lost 2 of their very, very solid riflers that were kind of the people that propelled them into some great results last year, like reaching playoffs of Cologne, right? Beating FaZe in the playoffs of Cologne. But this is a different team, and you know, if this is an elimination here, I don't even want to think. I don't think they can survive it. I think this is in this break is where Materis and Golden really need to, you know, get in the heads of the rest of the team and say, guys, we have to come in strong and hard on you. Because imagine if Coolest is just rolling from the first pistol. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, he's such a fun player to watch. It's just crazy, right? It's really excited to see more of that, and just the amount of
confidence that he has and the amount of belief that other players have in him on the server. Like if you're dropping him a gun every round, and he's kind of the new player on the block, he hasn't been with them too long. I just find that very interesting how they have just rallied around this guy to make him their star.
Yeah, when you mentioned that, I mean, we're sort of circling back to it now. The fact that his team seemed to have a lot of belief in him as well. If you're using the expression, put your money where your mouth is, you know, they're putting literal investment into him when they're dropping him those guns, and right now the investments are paying off.
Yeah, it's just a great, exciting player. That's it, really exciting.
Yeah. All right, it looks like this map will be ready to go in about 5 minutes. Prof, any final thoughts?
No, not really. I mean, let's just see what happens, what transpires. We really, I mean, the way the game started, I think everyone thought this was just SAW gonna close it out. It's looking comfortable, but now it's kind of all turned upside down.
Yeah, certainly a chance here for SAW to bounce back, but in the same vein, Chinggis Warriors could definitely get this done in 2. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, do not go anywhere. Up next, it's Nuke.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, tiki. E tem que torrar com a tiki.
Hello everybody and welcome back to MESA Nomadic Masters 2025. It's the spring series and we're excited for the second map because for SAW, it's do or die. It's survival or elimination, and right now it isn't looking great for the squad if we're honest. They had a 6-1 lead over on Ancient. They let that go. Everyone needs to get back on the same page. Trying to recover on Nuke. It's going to be a quick pop into the vent. Materis off to the races with the opening kill. Soul lost both pistols on Ancient, looking to try and change that fact on Nuke.
Yeah, a little bit of hope is what they need. 5v4 here. Bomb will be planted by Rue. Have control of vents, control of window as well. These are pretty solid post plants coming in. And look at the long, late flank towards ramp.
Yeah, still around the back. There's the Rue. Seahawk going down, Story able to find one, and Zuu getting on the score sheet as well. Ooh. Eventually, all the kills come in right at the end there for Saul. Much cleaner pistol, and a pistol round victory for the first time in the series, so yeah, they'll take that.
Yeah, finally a good start to the map here. Well, I say that, but I lie, because Saul they lost the first round on Ancient. We went on a 6-1 streak. They're looking so convincing, so comfortable. And then just not able to handle the aggression coming out. And I gotta say, like, even individually speaking, while the decision-making might be a little suspect on the side of the Chinggis Warriors, they just seem so much more sharper than almost everyone on the side of SAW, in all honesty. That being said, though, this is the map pick for SAW. All right, little bit of life. All right, Dinko.
All right, what? You wanted to know what a Kendrick Lamar was. Is that what we're still talking about?
No. I was about to ask something else. Oh, there's a force buy. They're getting shut down here. Bomb plant allowing the rifles, a couple of rifles to be purchased for the Chinggis Warriors, but a good hold. Barely any damage being
it's such a terrible start for Chinggis Warriors in terms of they had a really good force buy here. To lose 2 players, it feels rough.
To be fair, I did like quite a few of the rounds we saw from Chinggis Warriors yesterday against Heroic. Heroic, who in my books and your book as well, probably the favorites for the entire tournament, right? So I wouldn't completely count them out on this map, but right now they are getting just swept aside here. Sayat, the 1 kill, and Coolast, you feed the beast. He's gonna chomp you up, Dinko.
He just keeps going. He keeps moving forward for every fight. Coolass still in it, still fragging. He's so low on health, so he's going to get out of there. Has got the bomb in his back. He's not going to run away. Oh my god, this could be the sick play. He can actually separate this into a 1v1. Then he would have the sight. Oh, 4K. 30 seconds left. Bait Story down into the vent again. If he goes heaven, he's my favorite player. But he's got 24 seconds left.
He can make it. He can make it.
He's not moving, though. He's not moving. He has to go B now. But Story, does he buy it? Does he go? That's the question. Does he wait long enough? He does. He leaves. He gives Coolass a chance. And Coolass could pull off an unbelievable play. Looking for the ace clutch. This could be so sick. 4 in the round so far. He's got the right read. It's Coolass. Oh! He looks away for some weird reason, and he had it locked in.
Bro, he's so cracked.
Dude, that is so sick.
He's so cracked.
So close, a nice try from Coolass.
If his teammates got just 1 more kill, Dinko, he wins that.
His aim is so good.
And I can't even blame him for going for that aggressive play, right? He has no idea where the players are. If he can get into towards double, that's a little bit of like something to work with. He could play the bomb, play the time.
Look at the timing, like on the switch of his crosshair, dude. He was marching towards destiny, but just couldn't make it happen. AK given to Coolass, and I fully support that.
That seems to be the tale of every single round.
Give it to him.
Oh boy.
He runs outside. Look at him, just fighting, just running. Dead now, of course.
All right.
It's Control's turn. It's his turn. He's got the AK, and he's got 2 kills right back. So I just don't really know what they're doing right now. They're like, why is everybody just so good? Why do they just keep appearing on my crosshair? Here comes E-Fire up next. He's low HP, just towards main. But a moment to breathe.
Just sowing chaos, and that's where they thrive in. Although, this one's looking very unlikely, Denko. RE, Cool, and EVAR combined HP of 29. Bit of an excursion from Sauna. They realize it's feeling uncomfortable here. Clearing out lobby. And still a lot of time to work with for the T's. As they pump the brakes, controllers with the AK. Fire. Bro, he can actually thread the needle here. If he heads up towards the upper bomb site, but no, that's not going to happen. He's managed to avoid the player holding Squeak, because Sayot's thinking they have to come in from T-spawn. There's no way he's expecting to come in all the way from ladders. Controllers will fall, trying to find a kill on the Zowie towards heaven. But Agile has no idea that he could be getting hunted, but no.
There's another pick. Tech 9 this time. 25 seconds left.
Bomb still outside.
Bomb, yep. Being no one near bomb side is a big issue with 20 seconds left. Gotta make your move, Ariuko. Better weapon on the ground. M4 to play with. Keep to the Tech 9. Teammate comes in from heaven. 8 seconds. Now the sprint. Oh no. You need to watch HUD. You need to watch the HUD play, and he doesn't. So in the end, it will require only time to win the round for Saw. But it comes down to the 1v1 at the end, I guess, on player count, which not exactly a clean scenario for Saw.
They did, yeah, dealt quite a bit of damage there, considering it was just the one hero AK-47 there. I think I'd be reasonably happy with this. But still, so far, flawless for the Portuguese org. Here we go. Again, limited utility though for the T's. Smoke wall has been constructed.
Story waits. Aggressive outside, sees the shadow. That queues him up, allows him an opportunity to react faster. Rude to trade it though. Takes a lot of damage up, or you mentioned that grenade. It's very impactful.
Just slowing down E5 there. Oh! What?
Mutiras.
That was instant. First bullet on the head. Rude's gonna be wondering what's going on here.
That feels rough when you just get one bullet.
Instantly. Weaponry advantage for the Chinggis Warriors, but that has quickly been nullified. This gun's going to be retrieved. Upgraded, rather.
Siat up at the top of Secret. And Sia, thanks to Coolast. Big blast to the head with that AK-47. We go under a minute on the clock. Bomb shifting outside, dropping down into Secret, making their way into the lower bomb site. Well, 45 seconds left now. Might just have to commit down lower and let Coolast lurk. Might find himself in a clutch situation. Now, one of the criticisms we had from him in the previous round was he did let his teammates plant while he was nowhere near them. Sometimes really looking for that solo play, maybe a little bit too much. But he's got to hope his teammates down on the lower bomb site can do enough to fend them off and buy him time to get in behind. And so far, so good for Ariuko. Keeping eyes on Coolast. He is now coming into the vent to join his teammates on lower, but he's not even required because everybody inside of the site in the post plant has done a great job in the form of controls and Ariuko.
Very well handled by Chinggis Warriors there.
First round on the board here on Nuke.
A 4v3, sorry, rather a 3v4 man disadvantage and converting it without even losing a single more player. And this is one thing I really I highlighted yesterday as well when they were going against Heroic, right? The CD side is where they kind of made a few mistakes. You can see Rue, he wasn't as aware as he should have been playing towards the Locker's position towards Hell and Heaven. The T side though, a lot of these 3v3s or man disadvantageous 2v3 situations, the mid-round decision making from Chinggis Warriors was honestly really, really well done, right? They were actually bamboozling the Heroic side time and time again. So for me, if Chinggis Warriors wants to get this done in 2, it is going to be primarily on this T side.
Ooh, getting close to a couple of shots here outside. Matira's hoping for another one bullet through the smoke, but not to come this time. Not in this round, at least, so far. Zowie holding down the fort ramp. Might have plenty of opponents coming his way in just a moment. Zowie better hope that Mutiras can be the early warning system and pull distraction and set up that rifle. Try and solve for them up, but Mutiras blinded, forced back.
That's a teammate, Meteorus.
Don't shoot. Do not shoot. Anyway, Zowie goes down regardless. Good information spotted and a tag onto E-Fire as he crosses into big garage. So they know where the rest of the players are. They know E-Fire's in garage, they know the rest are ramp. So the CT side can make the adjustments and the rotations.
They have a smoke, no kits though, and see out on the Hunt. He's made footsteps, he's made a lot of sound.
Good pick. It's gonna be Agile just swinging out with that 5-7.
Are they going for this?
E-Fire to go down and...
No, they're gonna go for
No, they're gonna go for the conservative approach. They were never really in a position to get into this round fully. They don't have much money left over. So just going to save what they've got, give it a good go in the next. But realistically, Blah, because of that, we are now looking at a very likely tied scoreline of 3-3.
Yeah. They kept that one simple.
But you got 3 rounds pretty early on T-side nuke as well. You feel pretty good about that if you're Chinggis Warriors.
And the one difference we've seen, I know it's a small sample size, you know, having but the earlier game we had with the all-Mongolian affair between Huns. Unlucky for Rue. But like, you know, we saw the Huns game against Eruption, for example. One thing we could see common between all the 3 Mongolian teams here today is just a sheer individual, you know, raw talent, right, when it comes to being sharp with the guns. But the main difference I've seen so far from Chinggis Warriors and the other 2 are the fact that when it comes to the small little micros of working together as a team, I'm talking about pop flashes. You saw the peak they gave towards Meteorus, right? That the peak was so perfectly timed with the flash pop as well. That's something which is missing in the first game. Here, we can see the little nuances, the little differences in the way Chinggis Warriors are. Despite the fact that Huns, you know, we would have probably rated Huns higher than they are, you know? Oh, head spotted. And a tag.
That was good work from Story. He's able to take Coolass down as they cross into Secret. At least Chinggis Warriors have some space, but they do lose their best player on the way.
Still have a lurk. So it's outside. The player, I thought it was a player on top of Mini. I do believe that's dropped on down. E-Fire. Oh, this is info. This is big info. Lobby clear. You know it's going to be a lower play. And they can just group up and stack. As far, just Agile. Ooh, that's labored. That is so labored. Agile is still there, Dinko.
Still waiting, biding his time. Perfect time to swing open the door, denies the plant, does not get the kill. That's Story's job to drop Ariuko. Agile goes out again, this time to a frag. And Rue left 1v3. It won't be 1v4 total if he's able to pull this off. But with 28 seconds left, bomb not down, and Azulu ready to catch him. Not going to be happening. So yeah, I mean, we're talking about that realistically, most likely being a 3rd round. Doesn't happen. Chinggis Warriors do not pick it up. Saw's decision to save has paid dividends already.
It's also like, I kind of feel sometimes they seem to have a misread on what the economy could be, you know, like this, you know it's still not a great buy for the CTs, and instead of kind of grouping up, going for an exec altogether, they're relying on the lurks, you know, to try and make something happen, pushing extremities, and I feel that's just not ideal, right? It's actually disadvantageous for you. Just walking the crossfire there, and well, Dinko, you've done it again. You said it's going to be things getting tied up. But no. 4-2.
Of course. No. No surprises. Coolass with an AK. Controls has one too. Galil for E-Fire. Tech9's on the other 2 of Rue and Ariuko. Went up against Story's AWP this time. This is where Soul can really start picking up the pace on the CT side. Start building a beautiful half because they really need it. They are relying upon recovering Nuke to stay alive in the competition. Otherwise, they go out last.
The danger man, that's Coolass. Look at how deep he is. Decon, minute 20 seconds on the clock, and AK. Controls looking to activate late here. Oh, Controls might not be able to hear the footsteps towards ramp. Him just staying there is big. Azuwu. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Azuwu. Need to be careful there. He's getting singed. E-Fire finds Muteris.
Oh, he's found the nice little safe spot there, Zulu.
Did he go for this? Oh my god. Yeah, no.
Too many flashes, guys. Here comes Controls to make sure. Oh, he was trying to.
Doesn't matter.
Cut off the save, but Nice shot from Story.
I'm just a little surprised they just allowed that to happen, right? Really fast, very simple play from Chinggis Warriors. I guess Chinggis Warriors are going to be confused, like, what was that? Like, they just allowed us so deep, empty bomb site, no reaction whatsoever. And Controllers didn't have to do anything. He was just waiting towards Ram. He didn't make any noise. He was just looking to cut off the rotations. Pretty much a freebie for Chinggis Warriors. They're going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, they may not have picked up 3 in the previous, but I think they'll be very happy to remove a lot of weapons from Saw. Well, you know, not too many weapons actually with this big save coming in. But to win it around against all the weapons
P90
is huge. And yeah, this is the P90 showing again. Rue picking it up, charging in, Agile, and Siot just shutting down the quick call.
Well, that's still alive, Dinko.
Sure is. Let's see if he's able to get even 1 kill near main.
Actually snuck up. That is so smart.
That's actually sick. He gets into his main. That's a free opportunity. Not gonna take it. And goes outside and gets blasted by Story.
Captain's clutch here. Should be impossible.
No, it will be. I think that's just one of those rounds that you call fast A hit, doesn't work out, you get shut down at the door.
Yeah, I can't even really blame them for it.
Worth a try, see if you can break him, but you don't. Agile and Sijot hold on. Its Control's doing well to get 1 at least, but like you said, no real way into this.
Let's have the bomb, Dinko.
It would have to be a monumental mess up from Saw. They have pretty much... Like, there is that gap at ramp, and he is going to use that into the B bomb side. So if he gets it down into a plant scenario, but the problem is they started to realize that, and the AWP is going down towards double doors.
It's going to take a while. He has time.
And also, you don't want to see the AWP commit on its own, right? Window's broken. Does he decide to move with it? No. So he's going to smoke into the site, commit down into the plant, and doors open wide.
Plant.
Oh my god, he's hunting him down. He's hunting him down. 9 seconds, still enough time to plant this out of the smoke. If he can get back out to double door, if he can get to the double doors, then he might be able to get another fight. But the problem is he's looking for the 1v1 at the back of the site, does damage, but no kill. And Agile wins it on the 5-7. So, yeah, just the sheer numbers that Saw have are enough in the end to get the job done, but a real nice attempt.
1v4, gets 2 kills, and a bomb down.
And nearly a third.
And like I said, I don't think the call was necessarily bad right there. But, yeah, it looked a little bit disjointed. And also, I think the smoke, yeah. Smoke completely ruined their day there. Kind of easy to forget Controls. It's pretty sharp. It's just that he's so sacrificial with an IGL and everything. Was doing a lot of utes on the T side. We set up, you know, Coolhouse and his merry men. He's pretty handy with a rifle. Not with the AWP as we've seen in the past, but here we go. Bomb plant means another buy on the cards. So yeah, finding Controls. So
yeah, cross from Coolhouse this time, gets down lower. They have lost quite a number of opening kills here, Chinggis Warriors, often having to play 4v5s every time they want to go towards Secret. And Coolhouse just walks into the AWP that had already rotated down here. Story ready to chime in, and he's going to molly them back. So taking the sting out of the attack from Chinggis Warriors almost immediately into the round.
And this is an adaptation coming in from the CTs, you know, actually leaving a player below. But that being said, it's going to be forced back now. Couple of guns picked up. Agile. Ooh, needs to be careful. 4v2. All planted.
Bomb has been planted.
There's a pick. It's going to work out for E-Fire. Oh, second headshot's even better. And now he's just holding on. It's a 1v2 total now for him. Utility goes in, flash out into the open, and nearly had the opportunity for the fight. He just wanted to play aggressively. And a valiant attempt.
These are some close rounds.
Yeah, real close. The defuse going to be stuck. would have been tough if they got to the back of the site, so I can understand why eFire just wanted to fight.
Oh, 100%. Like, that was just nice, right? Even the double flashes being thrown out there. If he gets that kill, it was a 50-50 fight. Not into 1v1 and advantage going to Chinggis Warriors. And for Saw, though, they'll take this. It's been some kind of labored rounds, you know, 2v1s. But they did switch it up this time around, Dinka, like, instead of just giving up the lower bomb side. Because that's where a lot of success has been found by Chinggis Warriors. Just coming out secret real quickly, using the smoke wall, getting the bomb down, and just playing the post plants. That's how they won pretty much every single one of the rounds they've had thus far.
Tech9's on 2, P250, and Glock. And the AK is not in the hands of Coolass. Can you believe that? Controls is like, no, my turn. Outside of that round where he nearly gets the ace, Coolass has cooled down a little bit, Blah.
Yeah, I don't know about the... I mean, look at the money. Like, how does this make any sense? Arkle's 150, Ruse on 750. Controls has got, well, he's got 1450, and the other two, Coolass and eFire.
It's like they don't ever want to play with a full buy.
Yeah, like I don't think I've seen a full, like, 5 AKs come out so far. I think we saw it like maybe 2 or 3 times on Ancient as well. It's just these, just mind-boggling decisions when it comes to the economy. Guys, just help yourself. It's okay to just lose a round. And once again, Dinko, the lower bomb site. Once again, a free bomb plant. Saucewa was thinking, surely they don't go for the same thing again. 4 times in a row. All right, the retake coming in. There's a late flank as well.
Well, clearing the P250, no problem. Zowie on the double kill.
There is an AK in play, as you pointed out.
Controls are going to make the most of it, but it's the Tech9s doing the work. As defuse being stuck. They got to get to it. They do. They stop it. Oh, they stop it. Story gets back onto it. Kid picked up. He's going to hold it. You got to stop him again. You got to stop him. He comes off it, and they win it.
Ow.
They win it.
Ow.
Oh, Saw, they're going to be so disappointed about letting that one go, but they fight their way into it. Chinggis Warriors stop the defuse multiple times.
How many times are Saw going to allow Chinggis Warriors to walk down secret, to lower, get the bomb down, and try to retake all from ramp? Is this the 3rd time we've seen it so far? Out of the 4 rounds they've won, Dinka, out of the 4 rounds they've won, 3 have been the same thing, and this time they had 1 rifle. Or maybe 2, doesn't matter.
Well, now they've got a great opportunity because look at the money here for Saw. They've got them on the ropes. Story adjusting, looking to try and get Secret early to stop that Secret cross, but it's more about ramp for this time from Chinggis Warriors. They're going to apply pressure to Azuwu, force him down on the rotation, and now pause as they've got ramp room.
Pause?
They don't pause, but it's a very short pause, isn't it? It's like 1 second pause.
Oh, you sweet summer child. It's a ruse. It's all a ruse. It's all a ruse.
Oh, they come and B again.
Are they going to commit?
Bombs it. Yeah, I mean, every round they've gone B, they've managed to get the bomb down, feels like. There's a kill over to a Secret. Story's dead. Oh, now you feel a lot of pressure if you're a Zowie because you got to step up alongside your teammate down here in the lower bomb site. Well, that's exactly what's happened. Azu and Mutira is stepping up alongside each other, and they defend the B bomb site much better this time for Saw. Chinggis Warriors run right into somewhat of a stacked rotation, so eFire with a 1v4. He's going to slip the net out through a single door. Now they know where he is. Element of surprise gone, but eFire with a shot at this because he's got the right read towards the double doors again. It's Seajock going down this time. He keeps most of his health. Is there a chance for this? Low HP, Flash comes in, dodges it, picks up the bomb. Does he get the plant down? They're rushing him. They're pushing him. They're coming in from 2 sides. Oh, he gets a lot of damage, but he fought the high health player. Another one of these scenarios where it's a 4v1 and then suddenly it's not a 4v1 and you start to think, is there a world in which the unbelievable clutch comes in?
5v4, your player outside gets to kill. You know, like, Ifar gets his kill, right? Where's the util? Like, yeah, there was a full buy, Dinko. It was a full build utility. They had everything going for them. Instead, there's no smokes for double, there's no smokes for window, there's no Molotov for squeaky or anything being used. They walk in to a crossfire when everyone knows they're there. Like, why? I just, like, I see such a cool round out of them and the immediate round, it's like...
Oh, here we go. Look at back on the board. AK and 4 pistols. This is where they do their best work.
It's the last round. They have nothing left.
No, but this is what they do. This is where they do their best work. When they've got 1 AK and 4 pistols, this is where you see them just thrive. Story is Ziyad able to take 2 kills back. EFI getting involved, and we've got a 3v3 with 1:20 left.
Bro. All right. 1v4 is when they do the best work, so the 3v3 Dinkos definitely favoring Chinggis Warriors now. Oh boy.
You got 2 players at Hell now ascending the ladder. Meteorus was hidden away around the corner, so he hears that. He knows what's up. Okay, comes up the ladder. E5's gone. 2nd kill, and Meteorus. That is exactly what you like to see at the end of the half.
If you're a Saw fan, for sure, 8-4. Any opportunities for Chinggis Warriors slipping out of the fingers. This round is going to be important here, pivotal. But for Saw, a real opportunity. For Saw to go home, Dinko, without winning a single map here in Ulaanbaatar would be just unforgivable. Just absolutely unforgivable.
Unforgivable indeed, Blah, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just?
I'm actually trying to go back to the round to make sure I, you know. Yep, Dinko. They had 2 smokes.
It's okay. Let's just, I think 4 rounds T-side. It's definitely workable here.
It's workable. I mean, we saw this on Ancient as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, now you're going to be starting on the CT side. You're going to have the... I mean, if they win the pistol, that is. Which, right now, it's 2-1 favoring the Mongolian team. Saw, though. Let's switch it up.
And just a reminder, this is elimination for Saw on the line. One of the European squads coming here would have expected a decent result for themselves, especially with being in this position. You want to rank up as many VRS points as possible when you come to tournaments like this. You don't want to lose points. And right now, in a position where they could go out last. They do lead the way on Nuke though, 8-4 up.
All right. Countdown resumes. Second half here, Dinko. And I think we've seen so far. CT side, it was against Heroic where Rue was kind of like chink on the arm over the defense, right? Many times he was getting caught with his pants down, kind of unaware, and Heroic going for a lot of these outside takes and just rapping towards hell, towards heaven many a time, and that's where I felt they kind of ran away with the game against Saw. Let's find out how this one's going to play out as the game will be live. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a fast play towards upper here from the Saw side, but no, they pumped the brakes. 3 CTs lying wait on upper.
Well, quick out into the site. E5's picked up the first. CF going down. Kulas back on the double. And Ariuko responding further. The advantage is here for the CT side. Chinggis Warriors come out swinging in the pistol.
Saw get just destroyed. Into the blender, the wood chipper. And that was just an annihilation. So 3-1 now for pistol rounds for the side of Chinggis Warriors. And Dinko, you said it yourself. You win the pistol, you have 4 in the first half. CD side, win the pistol, keep it clean. And all of a sudden, got a game in our hands again.
Yeah, stopping the bomb plant from going down as well is huge.
Yep. Do have a Deagle in the hands of Story, but that's about it.
You don't have to deal with this voice buy in the second round. You just got Glocks. So we're looking at 8-6.
As long as Chinggis Warriors don't make me start yelling, Glocks, they go to Glocks.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
That would be quite something, wouldn't it?
Now that they've said it, Dinko.
Can't happen.
Anything can happen. No armor, by the way.
There's Rue to remove a Zowie.
Oh.
Controls. Dies with the Glock.
Controls, what are you doing? He's going to run to get the bomb down.
Yeah, bomb plants.
That's a win.
Best case scenario here for Agile. There's actually 12-4 at the moment.
Bro, that was a chance. That was a chance, Agile.
He's going for everything. Going for the big beans, and he gets nothing.
He's just got a bomb.
One in the hand is better than two in the bush.
I like being in the bush.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Two rounds away. 2 rounds separate them. Chinggis Warriors, perhaps able to pull this off on the CT side, and 2-0 Saw. What an upset that would be.
I'm just hoping for something more, I don't know, emphatic, I guess, from Saw, right? The CT side, in all honesty, considering the way they're just giving up lower, and despite the fact it was 8-4, it didn't feel like an 8-4. It felt like almost a 6-6 half, considering how...
Yeah. Well, just think what these Mongolian teams are playing for, right? A chance to play in front of their home crowd. Here at Ulaanbaatar, we've been going around, we've been seeing how many fans have been playing, how many
They're everywhere.
CS players there are in the city. We know that it's going to be packed there. So, you know, if you are one of these Mongolian players, you want the opportunity to go into that arena. You don't want to go out on day 2 of the competition. We already had the Huns exit today.
We're the favorite Mongolian team here.
But Eruption have appeared. Jump spotting towards Secret is E-Fire. A 1-for-1 goes down elsewhere. Here comes Siege.
Oh, no.
He kept his head tucked. He kept his head tucked down. Eventually,
trade.
the trade comes in, though. Yeah, it's immediate from Utira. It's really good work from him. They're going to try and get into the site. Utility to delay the plan.
Good Molotov there. It's going to buy a little bit of time. Haven't seen anyone get looking up a bomb site.
They're going to go. They're going to go upper. They're going to go upper. Kulas is waiting. Got a dink, but not a kill. Story was able to pick it up. He's already waiting on the A, so that plant goes down and just bailing out of B. Getting back into the setup, and Story repositioning into lobby in time has allowed that round to go safely and quite comfortably in favor of Saw. And Tira should take Rue away, preventing the save of the AK-47. And that is in fact what has happened. So 9 rounds for Saw. Golden looking still stressed, but less angry.
Yeah, stress is fine. Everyone can be stressed, Dinko. Anger, though, it poisons the soul.
It's quite profound.
Thank you. I have my moments.
You should be a yogi.
I'm good. Sounds boring.
Yeah, lack of stimulation.
Yeah. I like grabbing a beer once in a while.
Once in a while. Once every 5 hours.
Are you insinuating something here, Dinko?
You're very hydrated.
Thank you. Have your fluids, kids. Here we go. It is, of course, a force buy. Of course, it's an op in the hands of Coolast. MP9s, but we've seen Chinggis Warriors do crazy things with lesser. Coolast knows it potentially has crossed on over to its lower bomb site. Utility. It's going to be a tell. But this does feel it is going to be a late flank coming in from ramp as well, Dinko, where an MP9 lies in wait. Oh, you could be caught out in the middle of nowhere. I feel uncomfortable. Bro.
Here's Coolast. Oh, close, not far off at all. 1-for-1. Still Chinggis Warriors ahead. 40 seconds.
Just combat opping.
Oh, there's Tiros is taking a kill right back. E-Fire gone. Opening up a little bit of further space, but that secret push is coming in and shrinking the gap that Saw have to work with. The space is running out. Coolast still inside of this. Oh, he got away with it! He got a no-scope before he died. Matira's trading it instantly, but here's Rue. And they will rue the day that they let him come in. Out from the decon, and controls will follow up. Coolast with that last second no-scope is just BS.
Coolast is a complete psychopath. He is the Mongolian simple.
Yeah, that is true. He literally is.
He is a Mongolian symbol.
It's not even a lie. It just straight up is.
I know.
Get it trending.
Hashtag get it trending. Dude, it's... How does he stay alive so long and then the no-scope? It's so unreasonable, isn't it? Oh my god. I'll tell you this, it's a fun game.
Well, that round leaves a sour taste in the mouth, if you saw. So a timeout required. And stress is not alleviated for Golden, only piled on.
Again, we have so many Mongolian fans waiting for the weekend. Saturday, Sunday, where out of the 8 teams, 4 will make it through. All right, now today, though, it's a battle of survival, the first 2 games of the day. We already had to say goodbye to the Huns, was a disappointment for them. An acceptable result is what they told us in the post-game interview. Bio spots a player out, smokes deep, MP9 out, gets the kill, gets another one, and is shutting them down, looking for more, but finally will get traded by Mutiris.
Oh my god, he ran in with the USP straight into the hut.
Why?
You got a dink though.
I know, but why? It's so insane.
But it's so fun to watch.
It is. Yeah, but also why? Why?
Mutiris 1v3.
Holy shit. It's so crazy. Was it Ariukal? Yes, it was. I guess whatever parasite is controlling Cool Ass is infectious. It's just spreading among his teammates. They're just running in.
That's beautiful.
He had an A1, Dinko. He had an A1.
And he went USP out.
He finished off his bullets and he just ran into a USP. Okay, I gotta mute myself.
Bla's just gonna compose himself. And we're gonna watch Mutiris attempt this 1v3. He's gonna drop down into the lower bomb site. Everyone knows now. They're not going to give him much time. He's going to put it down.
A captain's clutch, Dinko.
Take a couple of steps back, fight the ramp player, but now he's having to worry about decon, and they line up as they come through, but Mutiris has already had his career-defining clutch on the lower bomb site. It just won't be here. So that's another round for the Chinggis Warriors. I'm going to see this again, Bla. You wanna watch this again? Maybe the USP push. Let's see.
I'm good. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like just the bloodlust, Dinko. Well, Chinggis Warriors for a reason, am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Can't stop the horde. Won't stop the horde. 8-9. And it is going to be a half bite coming out from Saw, but these are the rounds you can steal away, Dinko. A fast upper hit could be what the doctor ordered. Well, that's not going to be the case. There is an AK in play.
Just outside, into the garage, round the back. And this is some space for Saw to play with that Chinggis Warriors have not detected yet, but now they spot it. Now they see that they've lost all this space, and so they have him player on high alert. We'll see if they are able to adjust quick enough to deal with the threat.
Well, Ariukal, sure gets the kill here. And this is where we saw the Chinggis Warriors kind of fumble a little bit yesterday. You know, all these hell wraps, heaven wraps. Now
they're down B.
Well, there are 2 players down B as well.
35 seconds. Here comes the rapper on the back of ramp as well. You mentioned the 2 players in the B-bomb site, and now there's 2 players coming down ramp. So looks almost impossible for Saw to get into a winnable situation here. Should be a nice sandwich with Saw as the meat. Chingus Warriors come pressing down upon them. It's awkward from Controls as he leaves himself overexposed with no bullets left in his gun, but the rest of his teammates are going to clean up. And we've got a tied game, 9-9. The Chingus Warriors 2-0 on the cards, Bleh. You said it tongue-in-cheek earlier today, when I brought up the fact that I thought Saw should win this series 2-0. You were like, yeah, I said 2-0, you said for Chingus Warriors.
Yeah.
But turns out you might be right.
Yeah. As I usually am. I mean, I'm just saying, Dinka, out of these 2 teams, I'm going to repeat it again.
Only one of them's going to the major.
Exactly, and it's not called Saw.
Yeah.
But on a more serious note, I really feel this loss here, if they do wind up losing the series 2-0 and they wind up going back home, it's going to be a bit of a soul-searching time for Saw. I don't think I have any upcoming big events or any like LAN, so to speak. And honestly, man, I wouldn't be surprised if there are a couple of changes. I'm not even gonna point any players out like what the changes have to be, but clearly something's not working out here. 8-4, by the way, at the end of the first half.
Oh my god. Controls, he's all the way through the ramp smoke.
How is he? Is he? What?
He just walked through the ramp smoke. He just walked through the ramp smoke. Get your gun out. He's got another one. What? Controls gets away with 2. Oh, I saw it. You probably just don't know how to play against this. Like, they're just running at you because they're warriors.
Chingus Warriors going, welcome to Mongolia, MFers. They not like us.
What the hell is a Kendrick Lamar?
What's a Kendrick Lamar? I don't know. Oh!
There we go. Story taking a page out of the book of the Chingus Warriors, but Efar's ready for it.
Is he walking through as well? No!
Who's gonna look for it? He's just walking fast. He's walking That's a sick play, actually, yeah.
This is so insane. I love everything about
so I'm
this.
just sitting here like, what the hell is happening?
I don't even smoke Dinka, but I need a cigarette after this.
You do. Controls just walk through the ramp. Just walks through the smoke, he gets a double.
Bro,
this is the sickest play, man. He's like, yeah, I'm coming through.
And he goes for, I love that. He's just going for the knife. Fast play, upper.
Twist the knife in. Here goes E-Fire, not stopping. Rue's got the other. Pack it up, Saw. Unless Azua's got more in him. He's got a double inside of the side, but a quick trade from Rue. Mitsira's getting 1 back, but he's all that they have. The last hope as Rue drops down and looks for the Deeg body shot, and he's got it. 11 rounds for Chingus Warriors. The momentum on their side. They are warriors. They never run.
The only direction, Dinko, is forward, all right? That's how the great Chinggis Khan created the biggest contiguous land empire in history of humanity. And these guys are embodying that. Living up to the name.
Earned the title.
Oh man, this is the most entertaining game I've had the pleasure of casting in years, Dinko. It takes me back. It takes it back to Tyloo versus Vici 2015. Because if you look at the Mongols now in Tyloo nowadays, they play good CS, right? It makes sense. But this is what I live for. Absolute chaos, pandemonium. Holy hell, it's like a John Wick movie, but made in Mongolia.
Made in Mongolia, yeah.
That's another good team name, by the way.
Made in Mongolia. Yeah, it'd probably be better than MIBR after a while.
I don't know.
If you have enough players, you probably go down to the LAN cafe. We could put one together.
Actually, yeah.
We could qualify for the major block if we move here. We just find a couple of friends at the PC bang, we get a sticker.
Or we could just start an organization. You know, I can be the coach, you can be the manager. The upper hit at contact. Or E-Fire. Wow. That's a huge find.
Yep, Rue able to come back to 55 seconds as we go under a minute on the clock. Here's Ariuko stepping into the open, removing his own cover, and they're into the site. Saul looking for 10 rounds. It's just Coolass, and we know he loves a clutch, so
he's going for it.
He'll probably go for it, even though it's unlikely.
Oh, he's good. Yeah, he's going for it.
They got money, so, you know, this is kind of round where I like it. All right, cool. Show us what you're made of. He's going to burst through this bomb site like the Kool-Aid man. He's got utility. He's got a bucket of it. His Batman belt ready to go.
He's going to do a lot of second defuse. But Azu was probably just going to die with the bomb.
If he ninja diffuses...
No freaking way.
If he ninja diffuses, I want his autograph. Meteorus has seen that trick far too many times. Well, there we go. It's 11-10 now. Yeah, it's still the lead for the Chinggis Warriors, but an end to the what felt like endless momentum. Control's trying to get away with it again.
He's been doing it again.
I'm gonna do it again.
This kill from Story was super impactful though, right? Getting the kill on E5, just going for the contact play upper. Good trades. And yeah, you got so much money. Just go for it. All right. That was Saw's second round, the second half.
Bro, we all this talk about coolest, but we have to talk about E-Fire, man.
15 and 14.
25 to
Sorry,
14.
yeah, 25 and 14. My bad.
That would have been like just an average, like
super impressive.
Dude, wow, 15 kills, 14 deaths, amazing. No, 25 kills for E-Fire.
64% headshot rate as well, pretty impressive.
All right, here we go. Full rifles here for Chinggis Warriors.
Kickoff can get it done with anything, clearly. All right, are we going to see more aggression coming out from CTs is the question. A little bit of a cheeky boost.
Ooh.
All right.
That's a little pick from Story. So Rue going down, 5v4 for Saw to tie it up. Still a world in which Saw closed this map.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Absolutely not over yet. Fire. The king of decon. Street players creeping up down secret. The first point of contact could be made. No, actually, no. Control's kind of tucked in behind double doors, so it's a risky position, dude, with the A1 especially. You know, one good flash, kind of done for Incendiary.
E-Fire's been getting at least one from this spot pretty much every time, right? Yep. So let's expect another one from him. Oh my god, he's going up the... Oh my god, he's just going...
Bro.
Let's see. Let's see. They're not looking at him. Oh my god, E-Fire gets one. Nearly a line up for a multiple, but he'll just have to take the one kill. He gets information about the two other players coming. Control is going to try and block out the single door. Story caught, nade in hand. Ariuko peeking in towards him. And there's 30 seconds left. It's a final play into the A bomb site. This is for map point. This is for series point for Chinggis Warriors. The plant coming in. Saw needing to hold on to it in a 3v3. This time, Coolass comes in from heaven. Oh, they weren't looking at him, but they flick back in time. Control's only good for one. Siot at Azuwu. Make sure the scoreline is tied.
Holy hell. That kill onto Coolass was everything, right? Coming in towards heaven. He should have waited a couple more seconds, Dinko. He was trying to catch a timing right there. But
he did catch a decent time. Like, they weren't looking at him. He did
an instant kill.
Yeah, it was a great reaction, too. E-Fire going aggressive.
Bro, that was insane. No, the thing is, his teammate was blocked up towards main with a smoke, and Controllers was too far away. He was at the edge of the hunt yet. So again, the hero plays. That's the way it works. You told it, Dinko. You die. You live and die by the sword. But here's the problem, Mr. Hawthorne. The problem is the money has finally been depleted.
Yeah.
If they lose this, it's on map point.
Yeah.
And no money for the CTs. Meaning, map 3 is very much a possibility. But first, Coolass.
Coolass, yep. Straight in the ramp, no problem for him. And he's just going to hold down the line.
Just dry re-peeking. Love to see it. Rue. He has been quite a rock thus far. Ariuko. Surely he's done for. He's done for.
Yeah, bold decision. Rue burn away. Barbecue Rue. Coolass to go down into the site. They need a hero play from him. They're coming 2 up secret. Materius looking for it. Clean headshot. No problem for Materius. He isn't going to expect the second player, though. Oh, he's not going to expect the second player. Coolass got one more. He's going aggressive. Oh, yeah, he is. And he's got another one. Agile gone. Coolass with the impact. And Azuwu has to win a 1v2. He had so many clutches over on Inch, and he won none of them. So he's looking for a 1v2 this time. None more important than this. to try and grab map point for Saw. Oh god, they're swinging the aggressive play, and E-Fire through the flames gets them to map and series point.
He's channeling his Dragon Force through him, Dinko, through the fire and flames, living up to his name. Oh, what a play, and Coolask, what a hero. Gets the opening kill immediately, does a play from heaven, drops down onto the bomb site.
Mongolian Simple strikes again. E-Fire, I love it. Just what a move. And now for Saw, they're about to go out last place, and the Warriors' cry begins as we head into the last round of regulation.
The war chant, fast upper hit, this is a bold call. It's a bold call!
He's got it, first kill's good, holds down at the door, 2 kills in for Saw. They still in a better position here over the top.
Oh my
Didn't
God.
need to go, but Controls is with him, and at least the trade comes in, but it's still a 3v2 in favor of Saw.
Dude, this is so chaotic, I don't know what's going on.
Coolask again.
What?
Another kill chimed in, this one through the smoke. Controls is coming out for main. Meteorus waits inside of the lobby. It's either overtime or bust for Saw. Controls slips quietly into the site. Sound made see, oh, gone! He's out of there! It's just Meteorus left inside of Hut. Controls gets onto the defuse, but he does not hold it. He pulls Meteorus into the open. Great shot, Coolask, where is he? Where's he gone? He's gone into the Hut, back to the kill, but Meteorus turns! And we've got more!
Unbelievable from Meteorus Controls! Why was he still holding to a Squeaky, Dinko? He was so deep in Squeak, he knew the only pick that could come out would be from Hunt. He could have just held the line. He just left his teammate. He just hold the angle. After all the heroics. Oh man, and he hasn't missed a shot yet, Dinko, with the AWP.
One kill.
The one kill he needed, and that is going to be a sigh of relief for Saw. As we go into overtime, the bonus rounds for survival for the Portuguese side. And for Chinggis Warriors, oh, that's going to be so frustrating.
Honestly, though, it feels like Saw have just about held in here. You know, usually we'd say, when you go into the overtime, that the more experienced players would be able to come out on top, but it doesn't feel like that's the case right now. You still got to favor Chinggis Warriors just with how they've been playing. The momentum still somewhat on their side. Coolask's going to start towards Secret. He's been forced back by that Molotov.
What a brazen call as well. 11-12,
yeah, I mean,
facing elimination.
I think they were at the bottom of the barrel.
How does he keep getting away with this? How is he getting away with this every single time?
He got a second kill from that play. That is ridiculous. Control stepping up, giving his team an advantage as we go under a minute left. At this point, Stars like, he pushed ramp again. he pushed ramp again.
They even held a new angle to catch him. Like, they're trying. By the way, same guy who went 0-10 in the first half of Ancient.
You know, as a free kill, Story steps into the open. Coolask just comes up through Secret. And we got Ariuko top pot doing damage, but no kill. The bomb tries to get down the vent, but not allowed. No access for you. Fine, sir. And Meteorus is the final man to fall.
Back to the winning ways. Just some of these rounds just. But I do feel like whatever little glimmer of success we've seen from Saw on this T side thus far, have been some of the faster plays, have been some of the more, shall we say, Asian Counter-Strike-esque sort of plays. And every time we slow it down, it's just getting picked apart. We have everyone pushing it. We have controllers just pushing ramp every single time. And I can feel the frustration from you, Terrace. It's like, guys, he's pushing ramp every single time. How can we not get the kill? Like, how can we not get the kill? Tag timeout from Saw.
Just trying to take some of the momentum out of the game. You know, you head into overtime, you get that extra timeout. I think Saw desperately need a breather. They just can't keep up with the high-octane Counter-Strike that's being thrown their way. I mean, it really is being thrown their way. Just charging at them.
E5, 29 kills, 1 shot of 30 bomb. Dinko. He has how much damage? Like 3,000 damage, while the second highest in the team is below 2,000. Just saying.
We'll see. Moves over the top.
There we go.
Great opener. Great opening move here. But it could all become unraveled quite quickly by eFire. He had a chance for a double kill there. Decides not a comfortable fight for him. Controls, though, is the man to pull it back. Agile out of there. 3 versus 3.
They know one player's outside. They notice one player's still tucked in towards Africa.
All right, they're down into the site now. Down into B. 2 players with the bomb.
eFire's waiting for him.
Yeah, eFire knows.
Bomb has been planted.
New tourist, late activation. eFire knew him, but he couldn't get the kill. Well, there's no point saving here. They're going to have to go for this retake. Ryukul slowly sneaking down from ramp, making the time. Sneaking in, Story tucked inside a cubby.
Good shot from Story. Time is ticked on a little bit too much for this to become a winnable situation. And Story with some nice headshots on the way out there. So tied scoreline again, 13-13.
Even in just a 1 round here in OT, I think Saw gonna be happy with it because it was just famine on the T side, right? Really struggling, but a huge double kill from Sejot. That was big. I'm just surprised, like, information was conveyed that there was, Buturus was still stuck inside here towards Africa, and I'm a little surprised they weren't able to, or they didn't kind of pounce them together. I'm getting that kill. Guaranteeing the round. Cool last. This time, we'll find Sejot.
Oh, Agile dropping Rue. And this is not the greatest start of the round here for the Chinggis Warriors. They might just go down here in the first half of overtime, number 1. eFire. Oh my goodness, just walks down the ladder straight to his death.
I'm really not sure what.
Kulas hasn't recovered and he won't, so losing momentum now are Chinggis Warriors. A Saw staying in the fight. 14-13, Saw into the lead.
I just don't know what the decision making was there from eFire. Like, the teammate died on a get down vent. The T's a Molotov off vent. You've lost control of secret. And it just dropped down the ladder. That helped me understand, Dinko.
Well, they look less stressed now, Saw. Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, a little.
They've managed to wrestle them off the top of them. eFire's broken 30 kills.
Mutur is the hero.
Yeah, he really is. Like, he saved the day to get it into overtime. Looked like they were about to be knocked out of the tournament, but Interius has just given them a second life. Chinggis Warriors trying to remove even that. They now go on to play the T side. The outside play being set up here. It's Story with a scope in the position just behind Credit. It's going to be Kulas to come out on top of it. Story gone. So it's going to start here for Kulas, but traded back by Azu. Important frag to find to keep numbers even to kick things off. Establishing some outside control here for Chinggis Warriors. A lot of outside control. Look at the wrap they've got going on here, Blah.
Cool last.
Shadow. From his teammate being cast down on the ground.
A lot of noise.
Kulas just clearing main to make sure that it's safe. Dropping down from heaven. Changing up the position to send an extra player over towards ramp. This might create a weakness as Mutiris is about to get shot in the lockers. Rue clears him out. Sees the second player, does not decide to stick around. eFire ascends to the heavens. 44 seconds left.
They're falling for this, Denko. They're still committing below.
Siot still in a pretty good position here at CT Vent. There's another kill from Rue, but it's all about the CT Vent. He looks away. He comes back down, but he gets traded. Immediate trade from Ariukul. It is a Zuwu 1v3 as the Chinggis Warriors once again tie up this scoreline.
14-14. Chinggis Warriors They knew they almost had this game. They don't want to let it slip here in overtime. Zowie will be spotted. Not a chance in hell. A shadow of a doubt as 3v1 will be converted. And this outside control, Dinko, just wresting it away from Saw, leaving them kind of scampering pretty much in no man's land. You know, they really thought it was going to be a lower play. But this kill was everything. Rue catching the timing, spotting the tip of the barrel. And I'm not sure what Agile's doing there. Like, you know you've lost outside, and you know there's towards hell. Why are you just under the assumption there's no one climbing up towards heaven? So many questionable decisions being made. Or maybe the comms were wrong. I don't know. It just feels very off. In all honesty, from both the teams, a lot of the times. But when the rounds are being won, it's Chinggis Warriors who look way more convincing.
There's Coolast. Straight through the smoke. See ya, it's gone. Another opening kill from Coolast on the sniper. Rue follows up. It feels like an identical round where Coolast gets the opening and Rue's rifle creates the follow-ups. This is for map point, series point, and for Saw elimination point.
That needs a tell as well. They notice someone towards lockers. But actually, it's a Zowie pushing up, Dinko. Sneaking up behind the smoke. It's going to be checked. Oh, dude. Timing is everything. Smoke. Made the steps. He somehow survives.
Oh, he wins that fight. He wins it. Rue gets a follow-up, another kill from Rue. And now it's just Agile left to 1v5 to prevent series point from going against Saw. They have to play again for another overtime.
Oh my god. How convincing are these rounds, Dinko?
These are sick. It's just Coolast getting the pick outside. Rue following up with some untouchable impact. For most of this game, it's been E-Fire. But in the late stages, it's now becoming Coolast and the Rue combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coolast, despite not necessarily topping the leaderboards, he has just been finding impact time and time and time again. And Rue with a 3K. When does he even get the second kill? That's nuts. Oh! I feel like they're kind of running out of mojo this late in the game, Dinko. Saw on the precipice
Of collapse.
And nothing will be saved. No gun saved for the CT side. The money is atrocious. Seajob, the only one with enough money for an M4. The rest of them, they have to make do with SMGs. They have to make do with the FAMAS. Is this how it's gonna end for Saw?
Feels like a real possibility right now. Saw have definitely been the second best team on the server today.
Oh man, 3 FAMAS, M4, barely any utility, a scout from Utiris. They haven't been able to win any rounds with the AWP.
Oh, Utiris is good on the scout. He's been getting a lot of tags throughout every time he picks it up, but
look at the speed.
Yeah, they're just looking to follow up. See y'all with a kill. Double setup though in the lower bomb site. If they commit into this, this could be a trap that's a little bit unpredictable. For the first time in a while, Chinggis Warriors have suffered the opening kill rather than gaining it. And they've taken a big tag on board as well. You know, E5 is down on 13 HP. There's a real chance that this goes to another overtime blood. Ariuko, another headshot. See y'all going down, but they're all low. It's hard to see a world in which they close it now. This is a great opportunity for Saw, but if there is a way, E-Fire is the one to unlock it. He needs to find the player at door. He can. He doesn't find him. Agile comes out on top of it. Coolast stays committed down B. Ariuko trying to get up the vent, but we've got more rounds, guys. We have got more rounds. Another overtime secured as Saw just refused to give up.
At the very last second, Dinko. Oh, but even taking to overtime number 2, you can just see just the faces on the Saw players. It looks so deflated. The speed up from controllers, unfortunately, not quite panning out this time. AB perhaps getting a little too ahead of themselves. What should have been a much easier round for Chinggis Warriors against just a FAMAS and Scout.
Yeah, they have the easiest round
I know.
of them all to close on.
Here we go again.
Oh, here we go again indeed. Chinggis Warriors start on the T side of overtime this time. Outside smokes deployed. E-Fire crossing with them. Rude plays top main.
I do, I mean, it is entertaining, so I'll give you that, but shades of Nip versus Amcal, I won't lie at times.
That's better than that, trust me.
This is
I casted the first edition of that.
Overpass, right?
Yeah, terrible.
Oh.
Well, Zowie, he's gone forward, control's gone, so here we go. Saw now starting to open up map 3 a little bit.
Yeah, building a little bit of momentum here. As they've taken care of the lurk. And this is simple. The KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Thing is, there's one on the back of the bomb site. It's Mutiris. Oh, it's kind of a one and done spot here.
Oh,
ugly.
Yeah. Ooh, fire in the feet, and Ariukal is going to plant at the back of the B-bomb site. So, 4v4. Inside of the vent, Alker fights. Seajot can't commit to it. Rue has the positional advantage now in that area. Seajot has to try and reposition and join his teammates coming through ramp. Ariukal waits and fights, and he's got another headshot. Couldn't quite follow up to a second. Azuwu double kill, and suddenly it's back on here for Saw. Azuwu finally cast away as Story shot. Oh my god, shot lands right through the chest. So it's all on Rue, 1v2. Door open wide, Story drops him, and to the defuse, they will march. Another round for Saw, this time to kick off OT2.
How did Zulu get 2 kills there? The first one, fair, that's a nice find, but the second kill... Right, let's take a look here. Ariukal did his best, he found one. Oh, that was such a late swing from E-Fire. That's such a late swing. You know a teammate taking the fight. And for Rue, he was so low on health. All right, so again, so sweaty these rounds. So the 4v5 in favor of Saw, and oh my,
oh, hit him. What? He knew, but Kulas just walks through the smoke, and Mutiris unable to handle him. Fortunately, though, the trades are all coming in. Agile with another. Seajot chiming in. Hold up. But we're back to an even numbers game thanks to Rue and Ariukal.
How? What? 4v2. Ariukal.
Oh, he's got a frag here.
Oh.
He should have made it a little cleaner.
Oh my!
He gets away with it. Sick moves.
All right, Tony Hawk.
Yeah, he just kick flips his way to safety. Now comes the plant. Ariukal went back and got it.
How?
Okay, nice. Well played, Ariukal.
That was a 2v4.
Couple of whiffs on him and a great recovery from Chingus Warriors. Tied up scoreline yet again. The game that just keeps on giving. And we could have a whole other map. We've had how many overtimes today? This is our third?
I mean,
third map that's went to OT?
Yes. But if you count in total overtimes, I think it's like a 5th overtime.
All right.
The second series of the day, Dinko. Don't you love Counter-Strike?
There's 2 more series after this one. Henry G and Naokai getting ready to come in.
They had a lot of overtimes yesterday as well, and of course, they loved it. You could see the smiling faces at the end of the day around 2 a.m. coming and saying, guys, what a day of Counter-Strike that was.
Yeah.
And I hope they find the same here, as Saw's going to find a couple more kills. E-Fire. The Berserker has been taken down. This is looking once again like the Saw round, but we saw how some of these rounds have completely fallen apart for the Portuguese side. Rue's got the bomb, Dinkos. So kind of separated. Rue, what? Rue? Ooh, lucky.
Hello. He just actually got
He's
back.
got the bomb, bro.
He's just playing with fire a little bit. I mean, this round's done, so.
You say that.
It is. It's done.
All right.
There's no way.
17-16 should be the scoreline here, unless something
Miraculous
or
beyond
absolutely
belief.
stupefying happens.
Well, it's cool-ass than Rue.
So Josh should get both here. That's it.
Yeah, he should just wrap around the back. No problem here, unless their Spidey senses tingle. And there was no turn at all. So kills all come in. Flawless round to the end of the half there. At least there was 1 round picked up for the Chingus Warriors on their T side. They can use that going into the next. But for Saw, they're in the lead. Fighting desperately to stay alive in the competition. At least Chinggis Warriors have the buffer of one map, right? Saw we're getting deep and deep into the game, and they've had to battle back match point a couple of times already. They want to be the ones on map point. They pick this round up, they are.
The struggle mainly for Saw has been his T side, however, right? They just weren't quite able to crack the defense, apart from some heroics coming out from a couple of the individuals. Some of the faster upper hits, that's what panned out for them. So I'm sure, considering they do have a round lead, that's exactly what they're going to be going for here again, perhaps. But no, pump the brakes a little bit. But no presence outside, Dinko. The smoke, just to roost what's outside. Controllers with the op towards ramp by his lonesome, and that's actually drawn a lot of rotation. But no, here it comes.
Yeah, right into the open. It's Siot and Agil with the first 2 kills, make it 3 as the T side collapse upon the defense. It is Saw heading to map point. Kulas will get a no-scope, but it's not enough to really open up this conversation. Controls with the 1v3 ahead of him. He's got bad timing, but he's able to look back and still pick up that kill. Now an AK into the 1v2. Bomb isn't planted yet, so he has that going for him, and he's got 100 health too.
And util.
All right, Controls, what do you got for us? Is there a clutch in him? Is there a hero in you?
Seems impossible, though.
Does seem impossible, but Controls looks to step up to the plate regardless. Here's the first chance. Oh, we need a transfer and just couldn't get one of them. Map point for Saw. Now it is the Chinggis Warriors who have to battle back.
This is a well-done round, though. The flashes were perfect for Muteris. Slight delay on the upper pump. And this is actually, I feel this has been the weakness, the breach in the armor that they found time and time again, Dinko. But I'll tell you what, we haven't casted a single Inferno yet so far here in Ulaanbaatar. And the little Spidey's telling me, is whispering into my ears, Dinko. Here comes Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno feels like it's here. Double up setup. We're going to try and close out this round, and they need 2 more just to get us into another OT. Muteris will have been the hero for the Saw side. He's got another pick here. And surely this is the beginning of what is going to be Inferno.
Oh, they had it, Dinko, but this one seems like it is indeed done unless Controllers does something truly miraculous. Finds the first, but Story with the immediate trade, a 2v3.
Well,
Denied.
It's Inferno. We've got it. The fire and the flames, they land at E5's feet, but we're going to erupt this one into an entire Inferno. Map 3 required. Saw stay alive. They battled back from elimination twice to get it into overtime, and on the second time of asking, they are able to pull through and even out the scoreline.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Saw getting it done on their map pick of Nuke. We are now tied up 1-1 in this series between Saw and Chinggis Warriors. Prof, double OT.
What a crazy game. What a crazy day of just all of the games today. all of the rounds we're using all of them. This was insane, actually insane. I think like the way Saw started once again, pretty good half, 8-4, and then the T side kind of disappears, like nothing really there to be sawn. I think Chinggis Warriors really did a great job of like making them play their style of Counter-Strike and getting into that match point situation, which realistically they should have converted, and then Muterus, the savior of Saw, and I have to say, he is the best player, the veteran and the IGL, and the best player on this team. Like the more I watch, the more I'm certain of this fact, and that's crazy. And you know, he did his part, he saved them, and then Azul stepped up towards the end to kind of make this a reality.
I think he has to be highlighted, Prof. He actually shared the same amount of kills as Story on 25. Azuwu being the top fragger on 30, but Materis, when you're factoring the fact that he's also calling and also clutching up at times, Materis definitely the standout, at least on Nuke.
That 1v2 towards the end, it's so the way he played it, he really knew what he had to do. Obviously, you could also say Chinggis Warriors didn't play it the best. They could have definitely doubled up together, closed out that game, and we get this W on the board. But you know, the experience from Muterus came through, and this is what we were talking about. You know, Saw should have a lot of experience, and realistically, you know, it is Muterus that has experience. Story has experience. The two new guys in Azu and Sijat don't really have that much experience on LAN, and like I'm really happy to see something from Azu because it's been kind of bleak. A lot of clutch attempts. He's always kind of in these 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v1s. Nothing really going his way. And I think what he did towards the end is he just embraced the chaos as well. And he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna pug this. I'm just gonna FPL style run at them and try to make some plays, because like just staying alive towards the end is not doing anything for me. And it was great to see.
On the side of Chinggis, I do feel that they're probably not going to feel too great right now, not just because of the fact they didn't win the map, but because, you know, at points it looked like they really could win it, and it just didn't come together. There were moments there where it looked like the momentum was in their favor, and it just never turned out carrying through in that fashion.
Yeah, it felt like they were the better team, you know, even when you look at the first half, which Saw managed to get like 8-4 half on, they got 4 off the pistol off the start, first pistol finally for them. Obviously, if they didn't win that, this would probably be game over for them. They get a good start, and then they just allow Chinggis Warriors to get B for free pretty much every round. They want to like
it was like 4 rounds in a row?
They just like went that, B, and then there was that one round where like I think Blair was molding a bit. He's like, why are they buying? What are they doing? And then you just get into B for free, get all of that. It's not like, we're gonna let them plant. They got the whole bomb site after plant situations, 5v5 uncontested. Like, you're not going to retake that, no matter if it's pistols on the other side. It's just so difficult, right? So when you see those kind of like tactical failures, I would say, from Saw, and then you see that on the T side, once again, they barely did anything in regulation, similarly to like on Ancient, you're like, are they the better team? I'm not really sure anymore what I'm watching. Yeah, here's the MVP of the map, Azul.
Okay, well, MESA giving MVP over the previous map to Azulu, as highlighted before. Yeah, definitely in terms of raw stats, he was top of the table for Saw. Doesn't tell the whole picture, though, of what Saw were up to on
without Muterus.
Materis had such an important impact.
Yeah, without that clutch, they wouldn't be in double overtime and allow Azul to kind of catch up. I want to, like, negatively highlight on the other side, like Sijat, 4 maps on this tournament, struggling. Zero impactful maps, even halves, I would say, from the Polish youngster, and it's not looking that good. Like, he is a player that has better roles, I would say, than Azul. Like, he should be performing better, but it's really not coming together for him here in Mongolia at all.
Are there any specific reasons that you can think of why that could be, and what we will hopefully be able to see him do on Inferno?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it could be. It could be just being generally uncomfortable, but the thing is, like, you want to say they played a bunch of LANs, but it's also different kind of styles of, like, you know, you go to a big ESL event where everything's super smooth and there's like super set standards, and it's probably better than what you have at home. And here it's like, oh, maybe my table is not going up and down the same way, or the chair isn't adjustable, and it's the minor details of some new players that are not like built on, you know, on LAN. Just they're having a tough time adapting to. And, you know, he is a hot and cold player. So maybe, you know, maybe another map is needed for him to finally catch fire.
If we're looking across the two maps played so far, Ancient and Nuke, Azuwu is really doing fantastically. 1.2 rating. If we look at this side of Chinggis Warriors, Coolest has managed to put up numbers. eFire up there with him as well. I don't think we mentioned him already, but his performance was storming on Nuke. It just wasn't enough to take them over the finish line. Yeah,
he was incredible. Like I don't know if I.
To the clutch. That was his big moment. eFire through the fire down on the B side. That was super cool. Well, it wasn't a clutch. It was just more
closing out
that round. Yeah.
But it definitely could have been a clutch, and that's the thing to put them on 12. And we thought like at that point, it's over, right? It's over for SAW. This whole story is coming to an end. Disaster strikes for the Portuguese that come here with a lot of expectations and the little home story, a sweet home story cup even would be transpiring for Chinggis Warriors. Not to happen, unfortunately, not for them.
Looking ahead then, Prof, Inferno, where do we think it's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, not really on paper such a super strong SAW map. So it definitely has still possibilities for the domestic side to take it in 3. I think it's going to be a kind of a battle of just endurance at this point. Like it's been going on such a long series already, and keeping that composure and finding the surprises. Like I don't know how many times more Chinggis Warriors can surprise SAW, and if SAW can maybe just like improve their T sides, like on Inferno, if you're not getting like 6-7 rounds on the T side as the favorite, I feel like what are you doing? You should be able to get this. So yeah, I think that's the direction we're headed.
I think all teams sort of try to prepare for anything. I do wonder, though, if SAW had some level of expectation that this would end in favor of them 2-0.
Yeah.
Just looking at the map stats, SAW 50-50 across A over the last 3 months. Chinggis have been playing it quite a bit, and their rate on it's good. I don't know if we can get that graphic up to illustrate it to everybody at home, but 18 times played Inferno for Chinggis Warriors over the last 3 months, and close to 70% win rate.
Yeah, and they played it yesterday against Tyloo online. They're playing the ECL, the Pro League qualifier, and they got a W on that against Tyloo, which pretty good Inferno team overall. Wouldn't cough at that result at all. On the other hand, SAW on a 3-map losing streak, but obviously playing against some better opposition. I think Navi was in the combination there, maybe MRBR, and a few like top 15-20 teams that they were losing to. So yeah, it's not really either team's like super strength, but Chinggis, I think they'll be pretty confident. They're confident kind of across the board. This is also a problem for SAW in like preparing for this game, is like which map are they going to pick? Like everything is kind of a possibility. 7-map pool, it's a bit tricky, and also they play kind of sometimes a bit unorthodox. Everyone doing kind of their own thing. It's not that many set strats, not that many set defaults that are always the same that you can like work around. It has to be like be ready at all times.
Given the structure of Inferno and just whatever its essence is as a map, I wonder if it will benefit Chinggis Warriors here to sort of really try to unleash the beast in Coolast and encourage eFire as well to be taking those fights. Yeah,
I think eFire plays towards B like Banana, so he's going to be probably fighting together with Coolast, who's going to rotate in with the op and do some stuff like that. So that's going to be an interesting thing. I think where it can go wrong is if they like overplay their hand, and if SAW gets enough utility to do what they want on Banana. I feel like I'll be really disappointed if it starts well for SAW and they have everything they want and can't get that Banana control, at least like with a positive trade or without losing people. That's what I'll be looking forward to on the map.
All right. Well, Prof, thank you so much for your thoughts. Anything else that you'd like to say before we head to a short break?
No, I mean, still the pressure on for SAW. Definitely some of the pressure released.
I think Materis needs to chat to the boys right now as they're coming back into the room. I wonder if they did have a chat outside, because that veteranship, I think we spoke about it between maps before, but making sure that the boys are as locked in as possible.
Yeah.
Going into a map like Inferno, and as that lead veteran of the team, I think those words and sort of that captaincy could pay off massively.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he led them by example, and now it's like, time for you guys to step up when it's needed.
All right, everybody at home. Up next, it is the third and final map of Inferno between SAW and Chinggis Warriors. The winner moves on and stays alive. The loser will be exiting MESA Nomadic Spring Masters 2025.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quase Tiki, ei, Tiki! E tem que torrar com a Tiki!
Welcome back. Well, we have a map 3 in store for you, Inferno. It's the game we never wanted to end, really, so we didn't let it end. We've got another game going here, Blood. It's elimination on the line between Chingus Warriors and SAW. SAW somehow battled back twice from map point deficits all the way back through a double overtime to get us here into the final map of play.
That nuke game's going to live rent-free in my head for a few months, Dinka. I'm going to be waking up with sweats when I witness it, as we're going to be heading into map number 3 here, and fittingly, it is going to be a classic Inferno to start things off.
Oh, we get a knife round as well, so
love to see it. So I should be starting here on the CT side, and we haven't had the opportunity to cast an Inferno game yet. So pretty excited about that.
No, I would imagine we're going to see maybe less saves from the side of Chingus Warriors. They love to go for rounds, a lot of retakes. And I'm all for that on Inferno, because I think Inferno can be a little dull when you see a lot of saves, but I think we're going to see a different style today.
Yeah, Chingus Warriors don't care about the meta. They're just here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and they're out of bubblegum, Dinko.
Yeah,
all out of bubblegum. Zowie has 50 kills across 2 maps. He's been by far the front runner when it comes to the fragging department for his team. But here we go. Heavy lean towards A from the CTs. Sejot. Sejot. A little banana man alone. Contact towards B. Spotted out. Looking for the reply.
He'll drop back a little bit further into the side. He'll play from CT spawn. He'll have the rotation eventually coming over to join him.
He's got a smoke as well to delay any hit. Little do they know, however, it's only just a 1 player here. The double nade. Oh, that's gonna hurt. He does have armor though, so.
Nade's going towards CT. Oh my god. Bye-bye. Here's Story off the top of the coffins, opening up one and throwing E-Fire in, but Ariukul sends him to the same grave. So we've got the site taken here for the Chingus Warriors. A retake being set up. No kits on the back of any of the remaining players. They have 1 flash.
Oh, that's a deep smoke.
And that is a very deep smoke that they will just have to disrespect and walk through at some point, you would imagine. But let's see.
The 3 Ts.
They're still waiting in Banana because there's smoke up there. They come through the smoke. 1 kill for Materis is not going to be enough. And Azu nowhere near the action. He's going to back away and save his Kevlar. So that's the job done there then. That's the pistol for Chingus Warriors to get into the B-bomb site.
Tactical nukes getting deployed.
Yeah, it was great work actually to remove Seyot from that position.
Also, I mean, Prof did make a pretty good point here. Inferno is a map that Chingus Warriors, they like playing. They really like playing this map. They're no strangers to it. So when they saw the map veto, they would have been very, very happy with the way it had inspired. Let's quickly take a look at the recent results on this map. They have 18 maps played. It's the second most played map for the Mongolian side here on Inferno, Dinko. And they actually beat Tyloo last night in the ECL. 13-9 was the scoreline. It's a map that they have looked comfortable. That being said,
as if they played that day yesterday and we're just like, yeah, we're gonna go play another official game.
So yeah, so they have the reps there. And for SAW, I mean, the caliber of the teams that played recently, obviously, is a different level altogether. You know, they did lose to MIBR in Melbourne, and EPL, they lost to Game Legion and Na'Vi. No shame there, really. You know, Game Legion and Na'Vi, really, really solid teams, obviously, even despite a few struggles that Na'Vi have had recently. And it's a map that, if you go back a little bit earlier in this year, they have had a pretty solid measure of success, right? You're taking out Complexity, who are a good-looking team right now. They beat Furia, they beat MAT as well. So again, both its 2 teams, no strangers to it. As they are going to be walking into a bit of a stack here, Dinko. Body blocked. Not going to do much. Zowie taking a sweet time. Good utility protocols. Zowie standing in the flames. How is he alive? How is he still alive? I don't know. Even getting another kill before he eventually will be taken down. Rotation's taking place here. And are they going to go back towards A? 28 seconds on the clock. No, they're going to head back towards his B bomb site. This is very tepid. This is strange. All the CTs here lying in wait. 18 seconds now.
Yeah, very limited time, but Rue extends into the CT peak. It's 1-for-1 as Story trades him out. 10 seconds on the clock as they get into the site. They don't even need to plant because they just win on elimination. 2-0 start here for Chinggis Warriors. A little bit Harriet moment start that previous round though.
It was a forced wipe, so now they're gonna just have to deal with the USP, so they're gonna be fine with it. A little scary. Great flash, by the way, and Zowie doing great work to get 2 kills from that position. And I feel like Zoo's just being the kind of the standout player for Saul, right? So far this event. Sorry, at least in this matchup. He would love to get a little bit more help from the rest of his teammates. A couple of nades being purchased by the CTs. A couple of upgraded pistols, but that's about it. It was a long day yesterday, Denko.
Sure was, but
today
this could be even longer.
It's already even longer.
Well, so far, but
Yep.
You never really know how it's going to go down later today. Could be a nice couple of 2-0s lined up for these later teams, but right now we're getting all the good games. We're getting all the action, all the rounds. This Story boosted up over towards CT, peering over the top of the smoke. It's going to be Controls to come out on top of that one versus Agile.
Ariel,
Yeah, let's go into the pool, yeah. He's going to be swimming in headshots if he can get around the corner with that Mac-10. Story not reacting. Rue takes 2, and Zowie to find 1 back on the 5-7. But as you mentioned, it's not expected to take a lot of casualties in this round, Chinggis Warriors, and they've kept it pretty clean.
Even though it's against just the, just a couple of great pistols there, I like how they approach that round, right? Very methodical, right? They're not panicking. They actually look way more comfortable on this map than... Just go. Yeah, they look way more comfortable on this map on the T side than they've looked, even though it's just been 3 rounds. Like, you're looking at the utility protocol, the way they're sneaking their way through. You saw Ariel. They didn't go for the smoke on top of the boost, right? They just went for the default smoke. He snuck his way through. Meanwhile, his teammates towards the A bomb side, just dropping on down. And just overall, just pretty good awareness. Apart from the small scare they had in round number 2, it's been clean thus far from the Mongolian side. 3 in the trot, but now we have the buy coming in for Saw. Op, quite a bit of utility. No kit in play. Would have liked them to at least have 1 kit here, but they decide, nah, just not gonna let them get the bomb down. Heavy presence towards Banana. So run on in. Cool ass needs to be careful.
Jumping out, it's Ariel to the pick on Agile.
They've lost the site.
Yep, site is overwhelmed. They're going to confirm that they've got control with the utility going in behind those smokes, preventing anybody from leaping out of library. Controls in a strong position at Boiler, and yeah, they just realized there's not too much of a chance of us getting back into this retake, so Saw call it off. They'll save on the B-bomb site, and we're looking at a 4-0 start here for Chinggis Warriors.
Great call from controllers, right? Like, they've been going for this heavy B leans, back to back to back, and now they're like, all right, just going to be going for a contact plate from Apps. There were 3 players from Saw towards Banana, and they just didn't rotate fast enough. And also, they didn't give them much time to rotate. I think it was 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Even though Balcony was, the Apps was smoked off, just going for the SMG plays, it's bursting on out, good flashbang as well. And despite a bit of damage being dealt towards Ariel, no casualties from the Chinggis Warriors. Oh, Rue, you want to get out of there. Radius is pretty massive on this map. And even an upgrade, right? The Mac-10 for Ariel going to be upgraded to an M4A1, and this is Chinggis Warriors looking very convincing and a little worrying if you're a Saw fan.
Maybe even more than a little worrying at the moment, but that save, it's important. It allows them to have a competition into this round where at least you have the AWP, you have those rifles around it, plenty of utility. Gotta start getting the ball rolling early, though.
And it's not just about, it's a fashion in which you're winning this round. It's not about, cool ass popping off. It's not about,
Yeah, this feels like the most controlled round wins we've seen so far from Chinggis Warriors throughout this series so far.
They're winning the brain game here. They're actually out-calling Saw, and they're just abusing the rotations. They are conditioning them, going for those early B hits. And right now, Tama getting called by Saw pretty early in the game as well. As we have Golden, who would be telling them. You can see Mutirus not really opening his mouth, so Golden doing a lot of the talking at the moment. Mutirus was the hero of Nuke, right? He is the reason we have map number 3 coming up here.
But to win that 1v2,
And of course, some really good calls as well in the T-side deep in OT. But now it's a whole new game. It's a whole new world, Dinko.
They got to come back into it. Slow start here for Saw. Chingus Warriors starting to build heaps upon heaps of cash as well. So even if you do win your round, you're gonna have to win a few of them to just break away this economy. Give yourself some reprieve for any portion of this first half. Sayot blasted, annihilated, knocked out by the grenades. And now we look at a 5v4 straight away. Chingus Warriors, they've got some great nades.
This is
on this map.
Best look we've seen out of Chingus Warriors. Very impressed with how they're approaching this.
Yeah, I think they're very happy with the fact they've got Inferno as that third map.
Second most played map, by the way.
Yeah.
Just beat Tyloo yesterday.
Well, they're looking for just a straight-up challenge against the AWP. The rifles applying a lot of damage, inflicting hurt upon the AWPer of Saw. And they'll smoke out CT, but they have no intentions of going B. They want to go through their own smoke it long and catch out Story's rotation to the library. I don't think he's going to be ready for this. Look at this push all the way up. Oh, this could be sick. Controls, does he check it? Oh, he's not able to land a couple of shots at all. Story will impale him with AWP bullets. Agile burning inside of the fire. A little bit of Portuguese barbecue, but we got to run back. We're seeing Chingus Warriors just have a look down banana. But they're not thinking about going back B. They just want to make it look like they are so they can go into a weaker defense currently positioned on this A site.
35 seconds, they haven't seen anything. It's all on Agile. And bear in mind, he got singed down to 36 points of health. 30 seconds, boys. You got to make a move now.
Yeah, you got to make your finishing move.
And no util remaining apart from one smoke in the hands of Coolast.
Where is it? Where is the play? Like, wait, here it comes now. 20 seconds.
Guys?
I mean, Agile may be low, but he can disrupt. If he drops the bomb and makes it awkward to recover it, they're starting to move it in the site. Chingus Warriors are leaving themselves with 10 seconds. Here they come, into the site. It better be clean on these entry kills. There's one from Rude, there's one from E-Fire. Now into the site, Plank coming in, and the rotation's a long way off. So, Chingus Warriors, they run it low, but they still get the job done.
Dude, this is so cool. I won't lie, this is so cool. Coming with Chingus Warriors, they had the one smoke remaining, right? And they knew the moment they deployed the Moto smoke, the rotation's going to be coming in real fast. What did they do? They go for the contact play, and I agree with you. It was a risky ploy, but the grouping and the spacing and the trading was chef's kiss coming out from the Mongolian side. 5-0, and it's not even close. These are very convincing rounds being called by controls. They look so well regimented to the Chingus Warriors. And it's not just, again, I'm going to highlight this. It's not about one player popping off. It's not about individual plays. No one hunting for kills. There's no one going for YOLO plays. They are just conditioning Saw so very well, and they are getting schooled on Inferno. (5-0). After the two Bollywood movies that we witnessed in this MESA 3, Dinko, is this one going to be just a French avant-garde movie where it's just, you know, Saw capitulating? Well, I mean, spaghetti westerns are entertaining.
Yeah.
So this is more cerebral play coming out. You know what? Watching it, if I'm Maui Snake, I'm like, oh yes, the cinematography, it's genius, it's genius.
Story waiting for the bottom mid pick.
They need to be more aggressive from Saw right now. They realize they're just, you know, getting schooled, just pull and pull effect. They need to be more aggressive in your face. They need to start taking a few more risks, looking to take a few more fights. But the utility deployment has been so good. Look at how low Sayot is. It feels like almost every time he's died, it's just been to the util. Down to 4 HP. Now Story, his time to shine. Flash is good.
Forces your upper back. You're pleased by the flashbang blood.
It's not just the flash, right? Gets him off the angle, and they don't go for the hunt. They don't go for the hunt.
Because they want to go B. And they want to go do a double setup.
Again, the
Sayot is so low, hiding in behind the coffins. Rude and check Kazuwu on the fountain. The British man stands up, and he now has the smoke to defend the B-bomb site further.
45 seconds.
Here comes controls over towards Story, who is able to clear him out without issue.
Huge find.
30 seconds on the clock, and Chingus Warriors, it looks like they're about to concede their first round.
You say that, Dinko.
I do say that.
There's no one in the pit. One player on site. If they're able to smoke off Story, they just have to contend with one player here.
Well, there's the smoke. Here comes the rotation. Missed shot from Story. Sees them committing in towards top middle. Second smoke lands at Moto. Agile in the side. His teammate realizes he has to leap through it to try and help him. And Agile's got the double off the sight, off the rip. Story close and hits the shot in close quarters combat. Kula has to go down, and the first round picked up here for Saw.
Yeah, much better coming in from Saw, being a little bit more proactive. Oh, it's so scary, right? Like I think it was it Sejan? There was a zoo towards the fountain. If he dies there, Sejan was at 4 HP.
It's scary from CJ too. Shout out to Ollie, knows what I'm talking about. But we got the first round picked up, and it's fantastic to see that. Even in that scenario, though, the Story realizes I have to dive through this smoke.
Yeah,
I have to make the decision, and a little bit more proactive play from Saw.
Absolutely. Well, all the money's not going to be propped. CJ's, is that from San Andreas? No. Well, Sejan finally coming alive. Aggression down Banana. Ariukal able to at least get one trade. They've heard that. It's going to harass him back to the top of Banana, but still, man advantage here for Saw early on. This is something they've been wanting for quite a while. It's a bit of signs of life here. Story, hero of the previous round, helping out his teammate.
Oh, so waiting just there behind the sandbags. It's Flash. Rude around the corner. Here he comes through the smoke. Oh, damage done.
Oh, no.
Controls comes out on top of the fight and opens up the B bomb site. Rotation coming back. Three players trying to charge in time. Under a minute left. Smoke in towards CT cross. Utility following up, and Materis realizes there's one play left, and it's to try and get towards Coffins and step up with one on E-Fire. He's waiting on his teammates coming back over now. They're both at CT spawn, and Agile has decided he's going to go join his teammate. They're going to try and limit the positions they can play in the post plant by mullying out New Box, by mullying out Dark, and forcing E-Fire into the open, but he's confident. He stands and fights. He still wins the duel. Story to pick off one, but Agile needs to move. He sees one in Banana. He's got the damage, but not the kill, as Controls and E-Fire combine to close another Chinggis round.
They're so well regimented, right? The moment they get the kill, what do they do? Smoke from CT, followed immediately by a flash, and then a Molotov towards Church. They know there's one player over there, and even the post plants, they don't tuck in. They keep peeking and prodding, keep making them feel uncomfortable. And mind you, this was a 4v3 advantage for Saw, but this contact to the edge of the smoke was ridiculous.
Bang.
Just so well done. This is so impressive from Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, it's keeping Saw on the ropes too.
The money is definitely in a rough position.
Well, they have max loss bonus at least, right? That's just helping them keep it going, keep themselves fueled with buys here. But yeah, we're even with that, you're seeing very limited leftover money.
What?
But they've had enough, and they want to challenge down Banana with a bit more might, a bit more fight. As Sejok goes forward, he's taking a headshot, and we have Saw on the opener.
Great smoke there, really limiting any maneuverability for the AWP. Having control of Banana. Saw. They're allowed the luxury of having 4 towards his A-bombs. And the thing is, one thing we've seen from Chinggis Warriors thus far, even if they lose control of Banana or top mid, they just don't give it up. They just group up all the time. They always seem to have a plan B or a plan C. That being said, this round, no flash. Is Demetrius going to swing? Surely he doesn't. Surely he doesn't.
Oh, Story's going to pick off one from long side. Meteorus gets ripped apart by Rue. Story with a second. He's keeping his team in this fight. Under a minute left. Here goes Agile off the balcony. Damage done. Grenade should finish it off. No problem. E5's out of there. And that's the round done. Saw with a bit more fight in them as they charge down Banana early.
And this might be the first time we've seen for Chinggis Warriors where they lose a player towards Banana and they're like, all right, we're all just going to be going for this A play right there. And that is going to bite them in the butt. Story. He's been finding crazy impact with the AWP.
Oh.
All right.
All right, the conversation around this needs to be, that's the beginning of the comeback in this half.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they keep 4 alive as well, right? So building up the economy a little bit. They're still not out of the trenches yet, Dinko, and it's filling with mustard gas. So they need to stay alive. I was reading a World War I
inspired here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, no, I was reading up on Trench Crusade. Do you know about Trench Crusade?
No.
That's imagine Warhammer 40k but World War I.
Okay.
It's fun. All right. Anyway, get back to the game.
back to the
back in the game. Back in the action.
Side note, but here we go.
They have managed to at least chip away the money for Chinggis Warriors. A few of these rounds were kind of close as well. But 6-2, they should still be feeling very comfortable here. A lot of these opening duels being won have been towards Banana as well by Saw. They've been looking good. This is brazen. I like this. This is a nice switch up. We haven't seen this yet thus far from Saw. They've been playing more for brackets control. Control is... This is kind of interesting from Chinggis Warriors. They're just waiting it out towards mid, right? Not really poking towards mid, towards Banana, but that should be the tell. They haven't seen anyone towards apps, but it's still 4 at A. It's still 4 at A. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
No, here we go. Ryuko and Ro just going straight into the site. Smoke goes down for the cross, and no one's here, so you can't really do anything about this if you're Saw. Once again,
I don't get it.
Just bursting through the defense.
I don't get it. Like, you have a player towards mid, right? You have 2 towards apps. And if it's going to be an A hit, you're expecting someone, 1T, to slowly lurk up towards apps. You see nothing, and he still cheat one more player back towards A. So I'm not sure what the play was. Maybe looking to push down towards mid, try to crunch a tease. But the timing could not have been worse. And man, Seja's been having a nightmare, dude.
This is what Inferno can become, though, when you've got a team playing as well as Chinggis Warriors are, right? You force the save calls to happen almost immediately when you take down the one player who's tasked with defending the bomb site so quickly without any delay whatsoever. Your teammates can't do anything. The bomb sites are so difficult to retake. And with your money in question, it's a real tough pill to have to swallow, because the conversation we were just having is that Saw need to develop this into a competitive half. But they haven't been able to do that yet, Blood.
I'll just say this. Chinggis Warrior have played the best CS we have seen thus far from any Mongolian team so far in the Nomadic Masters. Although it's just the one map so far. But this is so well done. Like, I am genuinely impressed. Saw. Oh boy. 7-2, Denko. I mean, they've won the half already.
Tiras is all the way down middle. Oh, great flash as well, but Tiras loses the fight against Kulast. Kulast got a double.
There's no one at A? Okay. Fast rotation.
Trying to get there in time is Agile. But he's got to get into the site now. They're already on the balcony. The bomb is on the back
Didn't
of...
see him.
But here goes Agile into the site. Needs a hero moment, and he's gone. Goodbye, good night, sleep well. Save call again. It is 8-2 as Chinggis Warriors have no mercy. Conquering Saw.
Mate, like, I was born too late for Genghis Khan's
just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit late, just like, 1,000 years or so, but at least I'm seeing, I was born right in time to see Chinggis Warriors play some of the best CS I've seen from them thus far. This is so well done. And you can see the difference between, maps where they're not super well drilled on, as opposed to a map where they have so many reps. This is a map they beat Tyloo on, who for me are clearly the second best team in Asia right now behind the Mongols. So sure, it can be like it's a league game, it's an online game, whatever, but you'll take it. The util work, just the spacing, the calling, and everyone's on the same page. Everyone's on the same line. Well, Sejap will at least hold on to his gun.
Well, that loss bonus certainly allowing a goodbye here for Saul, but I guess that's the only positive we're able to see at the moment for the team. Gotta start doing something with it. This is Matiras fighting a blinded Kulast and losing his life in the duel. Then Kulast was able to get a second off just moments later.
Also, like, just the spacing and the trading has been phenomenal from Chinggis Warriors.
Another timeout here for Saul.
They've won 2 already. And Golden, yeah, I haven't seen a smile on his face in the past 4 hours. It's been labored on the first 2 maps, but this is kind of spiraling out of control. To be eliminated, lost place for Saw, considering they're the highest ranked team in the tournament, Dinko.
Yeah. It's going to be quite a disappointing day for Saw. To go out last place, losing to GG Hao in the opening game. 2-0 fashion. And then losing to the Chinggis Warriors. Like I said earlier, this is the kind of event Saw come to with the intentions of building VRS points. Not losing so many of them.
Chingus Warriors gets this win, they're going to jump 8 points on the Valve rankings. They're going to go from 41 to 33rd.
Okay.
And also, it's not just that. It's also about, oh, here we go. Fast pop coming in.
Almost Heroes waits inside of the site. Agile at the pit. Oh, a lot of damage being done here.
Oh, the
but they're still able to trade, even though they take a lot of damage. And Cool Ass, he's waiting in underpass. Story drops into him, and eventually Cool Ass is able to take that kill. He's not going to re-peek up in the same position.
Look at his pathing, though.
Yeah, this is a long-ass pathing. It's going to keep Seiya very busy.
And he's aware.
He's going to be very busy on this. And he might still just lose the way. Cool Ass he just humbles Seiya. He just owns him. And now we've got Zowie trying to pull it off. That is so sick.
He can do this.
Great double transfer. It's Cool Ass, the final boss. He's going to stick it. It's not for him. Cool Ass has got to go.
Bro.
He got to go.
What?
And he won't. Zowie, what a clutch. Oh, he pulls it off. A double transfer inside of the A bomb site. And then he just gets on the defuse.
That was absolutely nuts from
Someone's
Zowie.
got to tell him the bomb's planted backside, right?
No, he knew it, but he just didn't swing.
He just didn't think he was going to stick it. But surely, like in your head, you as a player, you think he's going to stick it when you know you were last spotted in second mid.
This kill was sick, though. Like, everything was perfect.
This is nuts.
The second kill.
Woo! Nice job. All right.
The headshot was everything.
The great British slam. Right, we got himself a chance now off the back of that. We'll see if they can get a 4th round in this half.
Oh, my lord.
Advantage picked up thanks to Story. So maybe some life in Saw yet.
I think they'd be very happy with 4 rounds, considering how this half has kind of played out. All right. Can't rely on 1v3s and 1v2s every single time, though, Dinko. Fast play, the contact, and Sejot. Zowie, just the one.
Well, still looking better here for Saw with a 3v2, but very doable situation to close out the half here for Chingus Warriors as they look to lead the way 9-3.
Very uncomfortable position for Cool Ass.
Cool Ass is going to slip his way into first oranges. Oh my god, dink through the smoke. Cool Ass double dink. Rube now alone. The last line of defense for this post plant to see if they can close on a 9th round victory. Flash out to the left side. Good first kill here on Mutiris. He's going to offer up a little bit more than that, and they're pushing him together, and eventually they overwhelm him at the back of the bomb site. 4 rounds secured, and a pretty middling half here from Saw.
I think they're going to be very happy with just getting those final 2 rounds, right? A huge clutch coming in, and a little unfortunate for Cool Ass. He wasn't spotted out, and he got himself in a better position, but well read by Mutiris. He knew he was going to be first oranges. Nice try from Rue. But all in all, still, apart from the bit of a fumble in the 1v3 and also a very nice try from Zowie, this has been a phenomenal half from the Mongolian side.
Nice!
And bear in mind, on Nuke, they were 4-8 down, and they brought it back. Right now, they're 8-4 up.
Yeah, I think they're just very lucky to actually get away with the last 2 rounds there for Saw. Zowie was clutch. Gives them an opportunity. And DX Racer, the official gaming chair partner. The DX Racer Martian Series.
It is
elevating esports comfort, blah.
It's probably the nicest chair I've sat on, honestly.
Huh?
It's got motors and stuff.
It's got motors. You're a big fan of motorized things.
I like motors. Vroom, vroom.
A lot of perfect little adjustments. And that's exactly what Chingus Warrior were doing on the T side. Great utility throughout. We got a real taste of what was to come in the pistol round with the 2 nades going in towards CT. Seiya had a really tough time as the B player. Don't think he was enjoying his game. Maybe the second half can be a different story.
This is the, I think Chingus Warriors are 4-1 up in pistol rounds. Or am I right? Yeah, it's 4-1 up. And if there was ever a pistol round that Saw desperately need Dinko, it's this one.
Well, we are just about ready to get into the pistol round now for the second half. Saw switch to the T side.
Win the pistol, survive the 4 spies. And all of a sudden, we're looking at 8-6, 8-7, maybe. And it's anyone's game.
And that's what we're looking at. All right, decent amount of utility here for Saw. Quite a few pieces, in fact. Gonna be in banana. 3 sets of Kevlar. And Coolast going for a peek down mid. He's gonna take a goosh. Most of his health gone. He's gonna be humbled and set back. It's a 4-man setup here on the A bomb site, which means the B site is extremely weak. Controls needs to play this perfectly and rely upon the smoke to delay Saw.
Feels like almost like deja vu.
Instead of rotating safely, they're pushing down mid. So this is a really cool play that they're not ready for. Like Saw, they're just gonna turn their back. Oh my god, there's everyone behind him. Everybody's behind him. And Controls is just shutting them down as they come through the smoke.
What the?
Oh god, that is such a sick pistol from Chinggis Warriors, and Saw just get outmatched. That they just did not
You don't
expect
expect
that.
4 players pushing down mid.
No.
Also, what was that shot through the smoke?
Control's just blasting them as well. They're like, well, they're all flanking, which means the B bomb site has to be weak. Let's try and get in B, and he just stops them.
I mean, look at this. What? Absolute BS.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well then. They win the pistol. Chinggis Warriors taking a huge step towards victory.
Not a single kill. Forget the plan. Not a single kill for the T's.
2 M4s, 1 FAMAS, 2 MP9s for Chinggis Warriors. And 1 little P250 is the only investment here for Saw.
P250.
Double figures about to ring out for the Mongolians.
Also the timing on that first kill towards Banana, right? The final player was watching for the flank, turns around towards logs, to just go for the smoke, and that's the instant that the CTs go in for the kills. Controllers, gonna get some money, baby!
It should be.
Doesn't commit, I like that.
Run out of bullets, you'll let the M4 take 1 away, then he'll go back in once he's reloaded, and he will eventually get his monetary reward. 10-4 now, double figures, and this is it for Saw. They had to come back over on Nuke, but the comeback to get overtime was only a couple of rounds, right? You only have to win 2 rounds to get into the overtime, whereas now they have a huge comeback to pull off. And we have not seen any sign that they're going to be in this, that they're up for it.
It came down to what, like the 1v3 from Zulu, and then we had maybe a couple of rounds here and there where, sure, they were a little bit aggressive. Story with the AWP popping off. Apart from that, it has been Chinggis Warriors all the way. I think this has been the most one-sided map we've seen so far the entire day, if you think about it. Mutiris, however, will find Rue. They'll take that. Prof did bring up, E-Fire is that B-bomb side player. And he has been phenomenal thus far, in all honesty. When you have someone like Coolast popping off, the fact that he's still able to make things interesting. This is speaking interesting. They've just evacuated. Curious.
Yeah, gamble towards the B-bomb side that is not going to pay off, so it is going to be a save call.
Yeah, actually, I would have liked a little bit more aggression from them, because it is kind of a bonus round for the CTs, right? You had so many SMGs, FAMAS in play, but instead, yeah, just a no-info gamble towards B, not going to quite pan out. They could hold on to this, though. FAMAS, M4A1, MP9 in play. Quite a lot of money as well. So, yeah, so we'll get the first on board here in the second half, 10-5, but still a mountain to climb, Dinko. And say this, it's lava slipping down the slopes.
Burning their little feet.
Yes, indeed. And there ain't no Gandalf and there ain't no Eagles coming in for the rescue. They got to do it themselves.
But there is Schmeagle. No one knows for sure. He might have made it.
I don't think so. He was in the lava, Dinko.
Nothing can take him down. And the Pink Floyd Golden AK.
The Neon Cat AK.
Yeah, or it's probably more likely that, isn't it?
It's probably Nyan Cat. Yeah. I don't think they listen to Pink Floyd. Although, if they did that sticker with a saw sticker in the middle.
They do. That's what they have.
Was that a saw sticker?
Yes, it's a saw sticker.
Oh, it's probably Mutirus then, because he's an oldie. He probably appreciates Pink Floyd. Yeah, you're probably right. If it was a cat sticker, then yeah, it's probably.
Then yes, I think we could call it Nyan Cat. Yes, but you bloody genius.
Thank you. I have my moments. All right, here we go.
Sayat.
Not respecting the Ute. Oh my.
Get spotted, they know.
They notice too.
You're right behind that half wall. Sends a grenade in.
Really not dealing much damage today. Immediately evacuate the premises. Heavy presence towards speed, but still, there's a default spread from Saw. Boiler and Apps control with a Zowie and Agile. It's going to be lobbing a little bit of utility towards A. Try and abuse the rotations, but they're going to be going for the double pump. It is indeed going to be a B hit coming in from the T's. Rue and Ariukel lie in wait. It's going to be the boost towards new box, and rotation's too far away, Dinko. Let's do or die here. They have 2 Molotovs, full exec, about to come in. 2 versus 5 on the bomb side. E-Fire, he needs to rotate right now. The longer they wait, the closer he gets.
43 seconds. And the rotation. Stuck behind the smoke, which means Rue must deliver off the top of the boost here. Where's the flash? He's gone down. Rue sitting inside of the smoke. He got out a sick flashbang. That's going to allow another kill. And Ryuko winning at the back of the bomb site. Jumping up as Zowie lands the headshot, but it's E-Fire on the double. Make it 3. He burns them alive inside of the B bomb site, lights them up with the M4. And we're now looking at 11-5 as we are starting to see the final nails be hammered into the Saw coffin.
Just took a little too long there, Dinko. Just 5 seconds too long, because E-Fire, he realized there's nothing happening. There's nothing happening towards A. There's no smoke, not a single sound, not a peep, and he comes in the nick of time. But I do have to say, the second player, I believe it was I don't think it was Rue. Whoever the other player was on the B bomb side, he did such a good job just staying alive. Just staying alive for as long as possible, waiting for backup to arrive. An E-Fire, flash assist, as well as a 3K. And Chinggis Warriors...
Last timeout regulation here for Saw.
Yeah, do or die time, Dinko. This is it. And for Chinggis Warriors, 2 rounds. 2 rounds. That's all they need. And they have 8 opportunities to pull it off.
Last real buy here for Saw then. Into Banana. Cool-Ass boosted up on top of the half wall, and Mutirus must just sit back and call from the 4 remaining screens of his teammates that sit around him. It's going to be a long old round for Mutirus to sit and watch. Oh, shot through the half wall.
Oh my God.
Aren't missing. Cool-Ass with a wall bang, Rue with a double lineup, Ariuko with an extra kill before death, and Cool-Ass retreating into the B bomb site. It is just a Zowie left. Many times he's been last alive. He had a clutch earlier on. Here's the first headshot, rips apart Cool-Ass, delivers the plant, and now on for the 1v2. They're charging up Banana, both together. A Zowie. They're going to molly new box. Will they clear his angle? It's a smart spot here from Zowie. First is good, but the spacing's better. And Controls comes in to close on map and series point here for the Chinggis Warriors.
They have made this clean, Dinko. And Zowie, he was a hero so many times. So many 1v3s, 1v2s being clutched by him across the past 4.5, 5 hours. I've lost count, I've lost track of time. But this time around was not to be. Nice try from him. But Controllers... Again, I have to give credit to the basic fundamentals coming into play from Chinggis Warriors. It's not just about individuals popping off. The spacing has been great. The utility usage has been phenomenal. The calling, the mid-rounding from Controllers has been impeccable. He is out-calling Mutirus on a must-win, a do-or-die map here. As we see aggression from Controllers, they're looking to end this one. Maybe a little too overeager, perhaps? No, he's got backup. Azariukel keeping him pinned down, flushed out by the utility.
Well,
it looks like it's the beginning of the end.
Yeah, that's it then for SAW. They have come to Mongolia. They have not conquered. They have been conquered.
They came and saw, all right. Oh, too late. E-fire. Doesn't matter.
Over the top. Through a second kill off the coffins, and it is the Chinggis Warriors that will conquer SAW today. They eliminate them in last place, and Chinggis Warriors are currently looking like the best performing Mongolian team we've got here. They have a dream of making the playoffs this weekend in Ulaanbaatar.
What a beating on the final map as well, Dingle. Looking at the way the first two maps played out, we saw double OT on map number 1, Ancient. We saw it on Nuke as well, which was just a hell of a game. Coming in Inferno, you're expecting another close game. You're expecting SAW to put up a fight, especially considering how they will bring it back on map number 2. But no, nay, said Chinggis Warriors as they send SAW home.
When you look at this squad, SAW should be coming in from Europe. They just come from Melbourne, right? They were just at Intel Extreme Masters. They should be a team coming into this event expecting to pick up some VRS points, not losing more, right? This is a team that had a bad run out in Australia. They come to this event looking to try and recover that, and they just drop 2 more places. That they're currently going to be ranked number 20. They lose their 18th spot, and so they drop further, and we're going to see Chinggis Warriors climb up that ranking. For SAW, it's disappointment. They're eliminated in last place here at MESA Masters Nomadic in 2025.
Let's go! Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
마운틴에게 길 다음 번째 갔어. 29개 없다고 좀 모르겠는데 민준이 왔잖아.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, oh, tiki. E tem que torrar com a tiki.
Chinggis Warriors getting it done. Hope lives on for Mongolian Counter-Strike here in Ulaanbaatar. One more chance to find a place in the arena. We're stood by Ariukal right now for a post-match interview. Ariukal, can I get your initial thoughts and reactions to that win, hard-fought win over SAW?
We're really happy now, and I didn't expect him how they play.
You didn't expect how they played, or you didn't expect to win?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what did you expect?
I think this guy is maybe Europe top tier team, and so.
No, you're good.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah.
No.
Are you happy with the team's performance?
Yes.
So what I would say this last map looked different than the first two. Is Inferno like maybe your best map secretly?
Yeah, and we watched South demo Inferno, and we know them.
Okay, so you and the team were very prepared for SAW.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think? Who was the best player on your team today?
I think E-Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which map? When did he deliver?
Old map.
Old map.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, like, really impressed with your performance, like in general at the tournament, and especially in this map. Like, I mean, across the board, all of you. Tell me, on Nuke, you had 1v2 match point. Muteris clutched it out. You lost Nuke. How did that feel?
Very bad.
Yeah. Any words after to like get people pumped again after the map to come on Inferno as good as you did?
Yeah. We said it's okay.
Yeah. Who took charge? Who was the motivator in the team?
I think Goose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Ariukul, you have one more chance tomorrow to try to make it to the arena here in Ulaanbaatar. If you were to win tomorrow and make it to the arena, what would it mean to you and the team?
I don't know, bro. I think we just can beat them.
Okay, all right. Focused and ready to go in that matchup tomorrow. Anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Ariukul?
Биднийг дэмжээрэй. Бид нэр тэглэалтгүй.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, brother. Best of luck
Thank you.
tomorrow. You can take your headset. Yep. Great. Yeah, all good. You can head off with your team for some rest and relaxation. Yeah, that always great to chat. Slight language barrier, but yeah, some insight gleaned. Him and the team's reactions and feelings at those points, like at the end of Nuke, where they potentially could have had it. He thinks eFire is on top right now, and yeah, mainly focused on the matchup they'll have tomorrow as opposed to
I mean,
making it to the arena.
It was
interesting.
the thing that he first said, like he didn't expect them to play like this. I feel like that's kind of like a, you know, they kind of didn't play well. That's kind of his read on SAW. Like they're, as he said, they're a top team. They should. I mean, we were all expecting it. They should come in and take care of business. And honestly, I still believe there is like a slightly different universe where after that 6-1 on Ancient, they just keep rolling and stomp this 2-0. But unfortunately, I think they let the foot off the gas, maybe, you know, got to a bit too relaxed and just allowed the underdogs to get back into the game and have two scrappy affairs and then into this Inferno, which is kind of a masterclass. I have to say, this was clean all the way through.
Yeah, Chinggis looked very comfortable on Inferno, and SAW just sort of crumbled. Prof, I find it hard to sort of describe exactly why that was. Prof, if you've got any ideas. It just looked like Chinggis were the far better team here when it came down to this map.
Yeah, I mean, they looked a lot more organized on Inferno than on other maps. Like, it looked a lot more like top-tier Counter-Strike, you know. They were grouped, they would find a pick, they would pause, and then they would explode together and trade out. And I want to say, like, Sijat, another bad performance. Like, he was in Melbourne. He posted a 1.18 rating. In Melbourne, playing against MIBR. I know they had 2 losses, but like 5 maps, I think 2 maps against Falcons as well. He comes here 0.78. Like, he was struggling every map in the red. This map, again, I think honestly exploited him quite a bit. I do think some of the positions he was in, maybe even if he gets a kill or two, Chinggis Warriors still win the round. But the way he was falling in some of these rounds, there was like no chance at all for SAW to get into anything. And you know, you go down, I think it was 8-4 for the half, you lose the pistol, it's pretty much GG. So I don't want to single out the player, but I kind of have to. Like, he is taking these positions. Like, SAW is, I don't know if it's a tactical decision, even I don't know if he is calling this, but they're like going for these 4-1 splits. If your player is not feeling confident, like, why are you leaving him alone? He's getting caught off guard. He's like, you know, taking out a smoke in the wrong timing. And you can say like, it's unlucky, but you can't be unlucky 5 times. If you're unlucky 5 times, then, you know, there's something wrong going on right there. And I think, like, for SAW, this is a disaster.
Yeah.
This is a disaster of a performance. Overall, this whole tournament, disaster.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not going to go too deep on singling out a player in the negative, why don't we single out a player in the massive positive? Rue for Chinggis Warriors went absolutely massive on Inferno. 21-11, 1.82 rating, landing his shots, giving his team energy. That's a huge performance and certainly helped carry them over the finish line, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he posted up the numbers, but I feel like the way they're playing, like, even if he didn't post 20 kills, he had like 14, someone else would have these kills. They're just like moving together so well. I know, like, Blay was getting kind of stressed out in one round where they were the clock was being drained all the way to to the limits, like 15 seconds going into the A bomb site, they just trade it out and win the round. There's no problem for Chinggis Warriors. I just think, like, I don't think they know this is their best map. I think they play this map better than any other map, so maybe this is going to change. They just beat Tyloo, they beat Saw now in Inferno. I think it's a pretty good pick for them moving forward. So yeah, I just want to say also on the other side, I was looking back. So this series, total T rounds won for Saw.
How many, Prof?
8. And 5 in the first series.
5 in the first series,
their
yeah.
T-side, this is a T-side meta. People are winning like 55-60% of rounds on the T side. Like, what is happening here? And you know, I said Muteris playing great individually for being a captain, but I feel like the T sides, I don't know if I can even blame him. I feel like some of these situations, like, does he need to micromanage that much for these players to not get on the pistol round? 5 players in banana, no one's looking behind. You know, maybe you don't expect 4 people to flank you, but you can't expect 1 person to push down mid, especially in this match against this opposition. Like, you can't give away such easy deaths to an opponent like this.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough for Saw to kind of come together after this. Maybe some tough conversations to be had. Definitely some things need to change within this team. In the very least, you know, how they're playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Is what I mean. I mean, to imply nothing else over the top of that. Yeah, because they should have had a better result here. Just going out 0-2, I don't think many people would have expected that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they lose, like, I think we were speaking about it before in one of the pre-games, like, I think this lost them like 3 spots on the VRS, just this head-to-head, because it's such a big disparity in the teams that, you know, losing to a Chinggis Warriors that's like in the 40s, 50s, I don't know where even on the ranking, it's, you have, yeah, 47th, 49th, depending on which date you look at. That's going to be such a big hit, and they don't have any lands coming up. They have CCT to play online, and that's pretty much it. So I don't know. I do feel like changes in personnel are not off the table after something like this. They came in here, obviously, MRQ bootcamp into Melbourne, into here. That's a lot of travel, a lot of being away from home. But they come here with like 2 extra staff. They come with a videographer. I think that kind of implies they're coming here expecting that they're going to win, right? They want to have that kind of, and maybe that added some extra pressure. But you know, you have to. This is professional Counter-Strike. It's competition. There will always be pressure.
Yeah, very tough spot for Saw. Saw going to be heading home, Saw and beaten, exiting the tournament 0-2. On the other hand, Chinggis Warriors' hope lives on. Prof, if you look over our shoulders, you can see GG How and Heroic getting set up. Everybody at home, that is the matchup up next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with it very soon.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, tiki. E tem que torrar com a tiki.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back, everybody, to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. Up next, we have Heroic versus GG How. The winner of this matchup will be the first team here in the arena in Ulaanbaatar. My name's Parla, he's still Prof. Let's break this one down, brother.
Yeah, let's do that. Two teams, as I said, with wins on the first day. I think Heroic doing what was expected, and GG How surprising. I have a question for you. I have a little quiz.
I'm ready. I love quizzes.
There are two HLTV MVPs on the server tonight.
Sunpius one of them.
And who's the other?
I want to say ESA.
This is correct. Ding, ding, ding. $100,000.
Oh, for real?
Straight from the prize pool into your pocket right now.
No, in which case I refuse.
Okay, so you're putting it back in the prize pool.
Yeah, interesting then. Two HLTV MVPs on either side of the server, and two players that you hope to see rise in this occasion, especially Sunpius, you know, his pedigree.
Yeah, I mean, he is, in my opinion, the best player in the event, right? I think he's one of the reasons why we are putting Heroic as favorites. Has won on LAN, IEM Dallas MVP 2013, top 6 player, I think, that year. So last year, kind of turbulent in flux, as you like to say. Going to Falcons, leaving Falcons, everything that went there, being replaced by Simple, then Dexter coming in for that spot. I think realistically, in my opinion, right now, he's better than both of them. So great team overall. They have a good coach behind them, and also a really exciting rifler and Tanir. So they have, I would say, a lot going for themselves right here in Mongolia.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Heroic are the favourites in this matchup. That being said, though, GG How have shown us they've come here to play. If we're staying on board with Heroic, why don't we set the scene and check in with one of their players and hear from xFloud? Or not, let's not do that yet, let's keep talking. We were talking about Sunpius and his pedigree. If we're talking more generally, why don't we look back at Heroic's last match? So they won 2-0 over Chinggis Warriors. It was a comfortable victory, probably the most comfortable victory of any team at the tournament so far. I don't think it will be as easy. They definitely could pull off a similar performance, but a bit of a step up in competition here, potentially on paper. Yeah, I mean,
we also saw Chinggis Warriors against SAW today. They also looked pretty good. Obviously, you know, this team beat that team with this score. I think these things are really hard to quantify sometimes. I don't want to get into the weeds of, you know, how each team played against SAW, but I do think Heroic is like a big favorite here. I do think they'll put up a good 2-0, kind of put us back on schedule a bit with a kind of a blowout. This is how I feel about this game.
Okay, all right. I can tell you now, Prof, and everybody at home, we can hear from xFloud.
That's very nice.
On Heroic.
We're here with Heroic's xFloud. Congratulations on winning your first match of this tournament yesterday. How are you feeling?
Thank you. We're feeling good. I'm feeling good. It was a good win, and we are aiming to win again today.
That's great to hear. You had the most kills on a match against Chinggis Warriors yesterday. How are you going to carry that momentum into today's match against GG How?
I think we're going to focus on the same basics, and hopefully we will get the same results.
Okay. After facing Chinggis Warriors, do you think any adjustments are needed in your team when going against Asian core teams like GG How, or is it just business as usual?
We have always preparation against teams that we're going to play, so we have the same things, like we are preparing and we are preparing what they can do and what we can do against them. So we have a game plan against them, and hopefully it's going to work out.
Okay, how confident are you on winning against them?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be an easy game. So we need to be playing as a team, and we need to keep focused till the end of the game. So, like, I don't think it's going to be easy, but we are not also afraid to play against them.
Great insight gleaned by our MESA interview there from xFloud. xFloud admitting that he believes it's not going to be an easy matchup.
Yeah, disagrees with me. Should never do that, I think.
That's fine, that's okay.
No, but yeah, obviously they're taking it very seriously. I think this is a very PR proper interview. You can see that someone isn't like a top tier org compared to like some interviews where people are like, our mental is bad, this is bad, this is bad. This guy made a mistake. He's like, yeah, we're taking everything seriously. We're doing preparation. I mean, I think that's to be expected that they're doing prep with their coach. He's coming up and he's saying like, okay, this kind of which maps we're expecting to play. This is how they play in general. This is what we're expecting on these maps, and we'll confirm this after the veto. And that's kind of a thing that could be interesting because GG How plays 7 maps. This is kind of crazy. Like there's more Asian teams here that play 7 maps than anyone in the top. In top 20, there's like 3 teams that are trying to do that. So that makes it a bit unpredictable, and also because like they're playing different kinds of teams, so the win rates are like, okay, how much does that actually mean? We saw, I mean, the earlier game, Inferno for Chinggis Warriors looks polished, looks very polished, but they don't really pick it that much. So what do you really know, right?
Yeah, let's turn our attention now to their opponents, GG How. So they start off their campaign here 2-0 over Saw. We know definitively now that Saw definitely weren't in good form at this competition. They just bowed out, of course, losing to Chinggis Warriors. Nonetheless, we did glean from that, from the GG How Saw battle at the very start of the tournament, that GG How perhaps stepping up in form slightly here in Ulaanbaatar, Prof.
For sure, yeah. I mean, they have been grinding. They've been playing a lot. This lineup came together earlier this year. Some changes, you know, first Isa was actually benched and they signed Boros. But then after that, they brought him back, and now he's the IGL as well. That's kind of how it goes. And they've been grinding a lot. They just came from Shanghai, where they're playing on land the ACL tournament, and they'll be going back there to play the playoffs after this. So, you know, once you get in the groove, you know, these things, the confidence starts rolling, you starting getting wins. Doesn't matter if it's like maybe wins against lower tier competition. We saw like Complexity earlier this year before going to Bucharest, going on this online streak, beating, you know, tier 2 North American teams, then beating tier 3 European teams, and then taking that to a LAN, and then beating some big names on LAN as well. And I feel like that's what's happening to GG How, who are, you know, basing their game a lot on individual skill, having skilled rifle. I mean, Isa, Boros, then Osamas, and the Mini also, we saw him on the first game. He was also popping off, like also with the AWP and the rifle. So, you know, I feel like this is they have some positive momentum going for them.
Why don't we check in with a player from GG How as well, everybody? We've got Bibu on the line.
Maybe not.
Maybe not just yet.
I think there are some issues with the interviews
just
right
yet,
now.
which is absolutely fine, everybody, because me and Prof, we can just keep talking.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't we focus in on the fact that, I know we sort of talked a bit already about how GG How are sort of beating our expectations. Instead, why don't we talk about the players to watch? You highlighted some of them already. Osama on day one yesterday, he was hitting some incredible shots. It looks like the confidence is definitely brewing within him. Yeah,
I would say he's the player to watch for GG How for sure. Like, even though, like, it's Isa and Boros mainly in the, you know, the CT rotation positions, and when you talk about like the big teams, that's where you're gonna find your Nikos, you know, your Spinks and stuff like that, players that are fragging the most for their teams. But Osama, he can be like sitting on B on Dust 2, and as we saw, just like kill 4 people with a Galil coming in and anchor these sites very, very well. And I think that's a quality that gives GG How a lot of flexibility, right? If you can just leave him alone and do your own thing, go for some pushes, and know that he can hold down the fort, that allows you to play a bit more freely. I think that was one of the coolest things about that clutch as well. Yeah. Done with the Galil. Galil of all guns. Yeah, Galil is not really the sexiest weapon. No, what's your favorite weapon? My favorite weapon is... What's your favorite? The M4A1S. Okay. Because I'm low skilled. It's pre-nerf potentially. It's a nice gun. I think I'm gonna go with the P250. Yeah. I like a pistol, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, map veto up on screen. It looks like we are playing Ancient, Anubis, and then Dust 2. Okay. No train coming in. GG How did pick that against Saw, but they didn't wanna do that. Didn't wanna go into that map. Obviously, the rest, the bands of Inferno make sense from Heroic. Okay, Anubis. Okay, I didn't see a lot of Anubis. We saw one earlier today in the morning. Always excited to see that. I do think that's a good option there for Heroic for sure. And Ancient is, I feel like this is a map that all of the pugsters like to play these days. It's just becoming like the new go-to kind of middle ground for that. Everyone is open to play. Maybe they're not the best, but they're not against it either.
Looking at the stats for Anubis, Heroic's pick, but certainly a chance there for GG how to sneak in. They've been playing it a bit and have some decent success on it. That being said, generally speaking, Heroic's caliber is a bit higher.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even mention Tanir, for example.
Tanir!
Tanir, I mean, honestly, the whole story about Tanir is pretty interesting because he wasn't even supposed to be on this team. Like when Heroic was building this lineup, the fifth, or not even the fifth, I feel like he was one of the higher priority players to have was Nilo, right? They had the 3 players coming from Sengal for the core, so LNZ, Xcloud, and who am I missing? Youngster, right? And then Sunpias as the opper, like a great upgrade, and then it was supposed to be Nilo as the fifth, also like one of the more impactful players was supposed to be, right? Picked up from Metasport, so much talk about him, like bold prediction for a bunch of players, and then he takes a break. Not a lot of publicly said about it. All we know is that he doesn't really. He's not fit to play, let's say, in the words of Astralis about Bro, right?
Well, a chance here for Tanir to get his feet in the sand and stick around.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, from the start, coming from Gun 5, he's a kind of last-minute signing for this lineup. He's proved that he can do pretty well, even though, he wasn't like popping off yesterday. But let's see if he can do that today.
Yeah, I guess yesterday he didn't technically need to. Heroic just had a solid, stable performance against Chinggis. I would like to see them nonetheless still raise.
You can go. It's fine.
You can walk behind us. It's fine, Xcloud. If anything, it would be cool for the fans to see you. But no, he walks behind the camera.
But what is that penguin dash? I feel like.
Say that again.
It's a penguin dash. It's like a little hoppy run.
He took some little steps to sneak off, and now he's over your left shoulder.
Yeah.
Guess we're still not ready to get this one going.
No, I mean, we see some headsets are still not on. I saw the TeamSpeak test was going on a bit earlier, but like some empty seats behind us as well. Unless Saw is gonna sit down and take over as the IGL and play 4v5, there's probably gonna need a bit more time.
Talking about avoiding empty seats, anybody around Ulaanbaatar in here or close, make sure you come down to the event itself in the arena this weekend. It's going to be an amazing show.
There's going to be a signing session with us.
Yeah, it's going to be a signing session with us. We're going to have show match. Of course, there's going to be grand final, etc. It's going to be an awesome celebration of Counter-Strike in this fantastic culture of Mongolian CS.
Yeah.
With that said, go on, Prof.
Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe it's time for a little break.
I think so. Break, or are we ready to go? No, I think it's time for a break. I would like confirmation of that. Yeah. Okay, everybody at home, not ready to go with this one yet. We will have to take a short break, but we'll be back with the action very soon. Heroic versus GG How.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, oh, tiki. E tem que tocar com tiki.
For me, this tournament is really important, mainly for the points. We need the points.
There is really good teams here, and we are a new team, so we are excited to beat some of them.
Obviously, they can fight hard.
We'll show that we are a really good team, and we can beat top 20 teams in the world.
We need to be 100% if we want to beat them.
We hope that we'll make good damage in this tournament.
And we need to show that we can play really good on LAN, so obviously for us it's really important.
I just trust my team, and I want our team to do the best, and we don't think about others. I always say to my team, especially my coach, every time I go to a LAN the stage, I say this is my home. Like I feel it was so exciting for me. I hope you're gonna keep support us. We will do our best and make you proud.
Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got game 3 of the day. It's going to be Heroic taking on GG How. Tantalizing matchup, Neo. Hopefully we get what we deserve here. A close competitive game, but you have to say, Heroic, the better team, but GG How maybe have some better fraggers.
Yeah, this GG How side, no one knows really where the ceiling is just yet. I mean, as they're kind of talking about in the interview a little bit, they're a new team, right? So even they themselves don't actually know how high this team can actually climb. They're trying to get VRS points, and they're actually really doing a decent job within Asia now, climbing those ranks. So this is a side that generally could be really scary looking forward. It's just basically, can we get them consistently playing on a LAN environment to really prove kind of their mettle? We've got a few players here, right? Issa, Boros, these guys have been around a while, but I will have to throw out Osamas is the man.
He was super crispy.
Unreal.
Like, watching him on Dust 2 the other day, like, it was phenomenal. I wasn't familiar with his game. I'll say that much. I didn't know how good he was. But yeah, I feel like on their day, if they turn up, I feel like they can give Heroic a real run for the money. I definitely think Heroic are the better team. Certainly the favorites. They've got some heavy hitters themselves. But yeah, GG How, it seems like if they're in the zone and they're feeling it, the vibes are good, they can definitely take this series.
Let me put it this way. At the start of the year, Osamas was playing in a bit of a mix. They were actually making some decent waves, and they went out to China and played in Extremes Land, right?
Okay.
LAN out there, and the mix that he was playing in with Osamas, they won the whole tournament, beating Rare Atom, some really decent teams there, and a decent amount of prize pool as well for the region. And at the end of doing interview, and they asked the IGL of the mix and said, you know, you guys, what's the plan now? Are you guys going to stick together, this, that, and the other? And they basically said, well, if you keep Osamas, yes. If we don't keep Osamas, then no. And they lost them to GG How, and that team fell apart. So that's how important he is, and that's how important he has been, of course, for this side. So we'll be going live in just a second. We can talk a bit about this veto, where Ancient coming up first is picked by GG How. Has been a very, very good map for them recently. They're on a really decent little win streak there. Anubis then to follow, picked by Heroic, but a bit of a risk there. I just do think Anubis is one of those maps that if you get a couple individual riflers online, it can be really scary, and if we need it, Dust to our decider.
We haven't mentioned Youngster yet, and I feel like he's a player that's going to be able to keep up in the fragging department. He's got a sort of similar sort of play style. He's just as aggressive. He hits just as hard. So I think in terms of the chaos and the fun, spectating this, commentating it, I think we're in for a bit of a treat here.
Yeah, I'm really actually looking forward as well to see how Heroic deal with how GG How sort of dispatch AWPers. Right? They become a bit of a weird side. Minis are their primary AWPer, but it's a real loose term in a sense. They actually do have it kind of floated around a little bit. BB's picked it up before. I've seen him recently at ACL out in China being picking up. Issa's also picking up it as well, where like Mini will then pick up a rifle. So they do fluctuate that quote-unquote primary AWPer role, depending on, I think, it's the map, the situation, and basically kind of who's feeling it. So that could be quite interesting, how the Umpires deal with that when it could have 3 different people picking up the AWP. But from what we can see, all 5 players on both sides are in the server. There was a bit of a type saying ready, and everyone said ready. So I think it's just a matter of time.
That suggests the game is good to go. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First map of Ancients. We're going to kick things off. It's going to be GG How on the T side. They chose to be here, and we'll see what they got up their sleeve. I don't expect the tactical masterclass from this squad, but I do expect an exciting performance. They've got themselves a couple of smokes, a flash on a Molotov here on the T side, and looks like they're leaning towards B. And off we go. We are here, we are locked in. The favorites, of course, Heroic, but we'll see whether GG How can keep up and give us an entertaining game. It will be a B execution. They're setting up a long and short smokes and focusing towards the cave right now. Full speed ahead now.
This could be interesting. Stacking up as a bit of a group. Yuto being set up for this pop. I kind of like the way you're going to approach this, right? You just want to try and get this pack into the thick of it as quickly as possible. And they're waiting for it. They're going to send Osamas out first, as they always do. He has been spotted, though. The smoke comes down, and as he spots one by the box, and flash coming over, UFB swing, going to find Osamas goes down. It's a quick on the trait. Tannir also going to get caught, looking for a second, and some players will deliver, running out of ammo, but given the chance to get away.
Oh, there it is. Lovely work from some players. Good reaction. They felt that one coming. As soon as they saw the smokes delivered, they're flashing through and challenging, but still, Issa in this round. Down but not out, has the bomb in his back, 38 points of health, gonna head back to T-Spawn and just reset everything. It's gonna be X-Flat and Youngster to try and work this one out. This will be for an ace clutch as well, so we'll see if Issa can pull this one off. A bomb plant is looking very promising indeed. He's already hightailed it over towards A. There's no movement of the CTs. They'll be operating together here. I don't think there's a kit in play as well, so he actually has a solid chance of winning this. Low HP, sure, but if he cuts it down to size, it's a quick 1v1 with a tricky position here. There's every chance he can find the ace clutch.
I just think, you know, a year and a half, 2 years ago when CS2 was in its very early stages, we would have known he's rotating, or at least the players would have, because they could look at their FPS. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore, but you're sticking together. This is the right way to play at the youngster and X-Cloud. You just don't need to isolate or be isolated in these fights. And this is just going to try and buy as much time as possible.
So, no kids as mentioned. 100 HP on either player, hoping to bait him out. Issa, not blinking, hoping he can find the first kill here. It's going to come down to this one. And xCloud, very well played, very calm, very well measured there, and it will be Heroic picking the pistol, but as mentioned, getting the bomb plant down in a situation like it was done, it's quite impressive for Issa, and he'll also get 3 kills there, so an extra $900 on top with the bomb plant, so he'll be able to get himself potentially an AK or drop one at the very least for one of the star players.
Yeah, absolutely. AK out for him. You know, get some decent guns alongside it, but I'm going to say that shutdown towards B, really effective by Heroic. It's good to see the individual step up. Also, some players should never have been given the opportunity to reload. That's the main thing that kind of cost
should have swarmed him, right? I also mentioned just planting the bomb, you get an extra $300 personally for planting that bomb on top of the bonus itself. So that's going to be why he can get that AK and the helmet. So it's a full investment, as you might imagine. We've seen some unbelievable things from GG How with the Galils, so don't discount them just yet. You can see they've actually got a pretty similar buy to the CTs here. Speaking of which, we've got Boros opening things up. He takes that first kill, fully blind, and finds LMT.
Keep an eye on Osama with that Eagle as well. He's crisp when he gets going with this. It's gonna find Youngster. This is a little spicy, spamming through the box on fire. It's a bit of a no-quantity swing and a miss from him. Issa delivering with that AK. That's a second for him in the round. And this feels like it might be the round, Henry. Down to 2. xCloud and today got a really tough task ahead of them.
They really do.
Nice shot.
Good start, but nothing can be done now.
Great round.
Yeah, really great play, waiting for the initial CT aggression, which can be quite common with those MP9s. Even while blind, Boros gets the initial kill. In towards B they go, and absolutely shut down. Couldn't find the footing to fend them off, and really no damage done from the CT side here.
xCloud, he's just about evaded. At the moment, the slight swarm there was checking in towards Dodo, but they just don't go deep enough. It looks like he should be getting away alive with this M4. It's basically the only last place they haven't checked. A lucky man, he'll be keeping at least something alive in towards an X, but what you've got around it, that's a different story. I mean, sure, we might just go and kind of force buy in response, right? And I, wouldn't kind of discredit it at all, but it's a really kind of, horrible spot to be. You don't really have a choice.
You do have the force buy with the bottom of the barrel loss bonus. You saved them before, you might as well go for it. That was the blind kill from Boros. It's combative on the front lines there. Tanir, nice shot that Famas, but that's pretty much all they get. Completely swarmed, surrounded, and that's a much better round than what we saw in the pistol. It's going to be an uphill battle now for Heroic. Can they answer back? Just before I get too excited, we have got a little tech pause.
Oh.
As per tradition.
Okay, that's unfortunate. He can't move.
He can't move.
It's timeout, mate. You can't move anyway.
Yeah, do need to be able to move.
Yeah, it would help. But, I mean, so far, so good. We were seeing really at least the early kind of limit testing, the default of what GG How are trying to do so far in this round. It's very early, a little bit of a test over towards ramp, just see what the response is looking like, see what we can do by sending a rifle in and testing those waters. And actually in both rounds they have been delivering. It just feels in the pistol didn't fully commit, as we mentioned. That time much better. They kept pushing forward, get the kill, pressure on towards Sumpire, swing with Issa, does very well using the only AK in the round, but super effective. He gets 2 kills with it and a bomb plant, exactly what you want to be seeing. So yeah, really good spot for them to be in. Heroic, not alarm bells by any means, but I think this is a side.
Not the most compelling round, though.
Yeah, you have to really get used to playing GG How, and I think a lot of teams, actually, from what I've seen of the last couple of weeks being out in China with them, they are so unorthodox in terms of just relentless aggression. A lot of teams kind of struggle with that. You're thinking, okay, surely a little bit more timid pace round here. No, never.
Kind of similar vibes to what we saw in Big Eruption yesterday, like a team that's difficult to predict and can kind of really bring anything to the table. We are going to see a very exciting game today. It might not be the highest level of a tactical CS, but it's certainly going to be exhilarating, high-octane fragging as we do go 1-1. And bear in mind, this is for the playoffs as well, we should mention.
Yeah, very true. Of course, both sides picking up wins yesterday. And actually, both of them made it look pretty effortless, if we're being completely frank. I think, especially, Heroic, we always expect, I mean, they are the clear favourites now in this tournament, but I think GG How was super impressive yesterday. They're on a bit of a win streak themselves.
The thing is, though, yes, they beat Saw, but after what we just saw,
that doesn't mean a lot.
Pardon the pun. Yeah, like the fact they just got owned by Chinga's Warriors. It's like, I don't know. That is in terrible form right now.
Blair and Dinko were mentioning it in the cast, and they were saying, they've got nothing coming up, right? No major, no tournaments. They're tumbling in the VRS. And funny enough, Story, even said in an interview prior to this tournament, we're coming here to win. Like, we actually think we can win this.
I mean, you've got to say that.
You've got to say, of course. But at the same time, it looks so much worse when you bomb out O2. You get a 0.89 rating as well, as what is meant to be one of their best players. It does look kind of funny. But yeah, no, I think what Dinko and Blair mentioning is like, they do need a bit of soul searching. They need to kind of figure out, right, what do we actually do now? Like, what does Sword do? They've gone away from Portugal. They can't really go back to it now without looking.
The problem is they had that small honeymoon period where they took a few scalps at EPL, and it was just like, that was super impressive. Like, Zowie was like looking like a world-class player at times. Like, he was taking down big-name players, getting huge scalps, getting 30 bombs, but couldn't really replicate that. I think he had an okay tournament, but overall the team looked very flat. And we're seeing a lot of that recently as well. Like we mentioned before, that big Eruption game. Big looks super weak as well right now. They're in a very similar, almost identical position to Saw.
Yeah. It's just something. At least one of the European teams who was expected to do kind of well at this tournament always bombs out last. They happened last year, happens again here. But finally, Tech Pause is concluded as we get the show back on the road.
All right. Thank you for bearing with us. Hopefully, that's the last of it. And as mentioned, it should be the force buy here, and indeed it is. Heroic will have a much weaker setup than what we saw from GG House. It'll be pistols mainly. Bear in mind, 1,400 loss bonus after losing that second round, and Osamas will just be mowing them down. xCloud will offer up a little bit of response, but not much at all. The round's pretty much dead in the water. 5-7s here would have to be a quick double kill if possible. Not going to happen. And this is very convincing. This is some momentum building up early on.
They just look so crisp, don't they? They're so sharp, and they actually have been recently. They've been putting out some decent scalps for the side, and actually getting really good LAN experience for. I would say some of the less experienced players. I think more primarily looking at your Osamuses and your Minis who haven't had, I think, the experience of, obviously Boros and Issa have been around for a while, but actually Bibu's actually a decent experience. He's played a couple of pro leagues, he's played with Para for a while, and they actually have some LAN experience under their belt. So far, these guys look effortlessly clean. So yeah, fantastic position.
They've got some swagger on their play as well, right? It seems that they've got every duel they take, they know they're going to hit the shot. And that's a terrifying prospect. If you're the favorite team going into this matchup as well, you're trying to play methodical team CS, and you're getting up against these players who just get in your face, hit their shots, and is relentless with their aggression. It can be stifling. It can get in your head, and you can realize that you can't keep up. Your strats aren't working. You need to bring something else out. And I think we might see some of that. I think Prof mentioned, Sumpire is definitely the most experienced, best player in the tournament. But in terms of hitting hard with rifles, I think you might give it to some of the GG How players. We'll see whether... Oh, is this another tech situation? I think it is. I said that'll be the last of it. It's not quite.
You had to curse us.
As soon as I get in the building,
it was
the wheels do fall off.
It was quite instantaneously.
It's quite as soon as I arrived in the casting booth, you could see everything's had to go wrong. I apologize.
Well, yeah, it looks like we're just restarting the server. It seems like some players actually missed a smoke because of some sort of a little bit of a stutter. So actually, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, if we're being completely frank. But
not in that particular round. Yeah. Though. What was he trying to do? The B door smoke, or?
Judging by the only smoke that I saw thrown, it was again pretty useless. I think maybe over to an elbow from Spawn. So. And they did swing, and there was just like a molly and nothing behind it. So, yeah, maybe something of the sort, but who cares? We're going to restart it. It already seems like it's slightly getting figured out, so there we are.
Thankfully, it's just a full eco here. You cannot justify a single dollar expended in this particular round. This is like the nightmare start. You win the pistol on the CT side, you lose the second round. It really can't get any worse than that. And you get no kills at all in that force buy of yourself. So, yeah, this is about as bad as it can get from an economical point of view, ladies and gents. So, yeah, full eco, not much to report. I'm not really going to go full send on the commentary this particular round. We'll kind of save our voices.
I like the little stack in here.
What little stack have we got? Like, oh, okay, yeah. All right, that's something to talk about.
Yeah.
Kind of...
Poor Boros might be in a bit of trouble in a minute.
No, this guy, he's feeling himself this tournament.
You reckon this is his kind of tournament to shine a little bit?
I think so, yeah. Like, there's not much pressure. You haven't got the heavy hitters who are going to really like shut you down, and players that can go toe-to-toe with your level of skill. Like when he's on, I know he became a bit of a meme after the whole Falcon situation, but like you can't take anything away from him in terms of his individual prowess. It's up there. Like in terms of raw mechanical ability, he's up there with some of the best players in the world.
Dude, that last kind of Paris Major, what a showing from him. He looks so good. Boss, what have you got for us? Oh, hello, Boros!
This guy's ready.
This guy is so clean. I'll give you that.
He couldn't have handled that any better.
Quite literally pin perfect. Yeah, he's in the first two on the right-hand side, transfers it onto the two guys tucked a little bit further around that corner. They couldn't move as well because bodies were dropping. So well played.
And that's the thing, when you join a team like Falcons, like, I don't think he thrives there because they're trying to contain this kind of wild animal almost. And he needs to be let off the leash. You need to, like, this, like, let him feel himself. Let him do what he wants to do. Like, and a team like Falcons, where he's not the big name player and he's being told and kind of like demanded to fit into a system, I don't think that's where you get the most out of him. This sort of roster, though, this makes a lot of sense.
It's very true. He's just not a system player. We look at kind of previous lineups for him. I mean, that Monty one, of course, is where you know, really kind of exploded into being and obviously made that run. Oh my god, he should have got two there.
Could have waited a little bit. He obviously has no idea there's multiple players on the other side, and that's what we're talking about with this GG How team. Give them an inch, they'll take a bloody mile every single time. Pixel perfect headshots, running and gunning, grouping up. They're just like, that's just a 5-man play in towards A main, take down those first couple of players, and in we go, smashing heads in towards CT spawn, and that's round over.
Generally, Asamus is, I actually think this is the tournament Asamus is like really going to kind of make his name known. I think ACL, where they've now put their spot into the playoffs, I think they can make a good run there, but it's really, really good teams. But genuinely, Asamus, from what I've seen of the last 2 weeks, unironically, maybe one of the best kind of tier 2 riflers I've seen in a long time.
The thing is as well, they're shutting down Senpais. He's not going to have an AWP for some time here. Like, we're going into, what, round 5 soon? He's like, we're nowhere near an AWP. So this is alarm bells.
True.
Heroic, they've won the pistol. It wasn't like a super clean slobber knocker. They actually had to grind it through. They let the bomb go down. And now I feel like they're in their heads. They're realizing they're not really getting going. They're not getting warmed up here. And we'll see if they can answer back. They saved 2 weapons, but not the most promising ones. We'll see whether this replay tells the story further. So yeah, some pious Tanair trying to get something done towards A main, got nothing for it. Beautiful shot from a Salma center towards CT spawn. And now it's tactical time. I was about to say we can't do enough.
Please not,
We've had enough.
And as he's called for attack, I think it's a good time to just slow things down a little bit. Actually, the real issue with GG How is that in the same vein of it's specifically around or specifically some individuals, you give them an inch to take it a yard, it's actually the same in terms of momentum. If you actually let this side snowball, they're so difficult to stop. And I think Heroic know that, right? It's not worth letting, basically, people like Samus and Boris heat up. Don't let these guys get on a bit of a heater, which they kind of already are.
I love this, like, this set, not even set piece, but it's going around as a 5-man unit, the fragging unit, and just hitting your shots, and then when you find a gap, just exploiting it and overwhelming your opposition. It's incredibly difficult to play against. You get inside your own head, you start doubting your own ability when you're getting absolutely rocked by the AKs.
I'm really looking forward to see what Mini can do on the AWP, especially if you get a head-to-head against some Pius. Of course, some Pius.
He won't have an up for a while.
It's true, but you know, I have to agree, got to be one of, if not the best player
They've missed their red smoke, and you know what? I don't even mind it too much. You know, they'll make it work.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot about this team, I think, but
who needs Utah when you can click so well, right? And I think it might be part and parcel for them. So far, big control taken, and they actually call for a pause off the back of it. They're just going to wait and see what the response is looking like for Heroic, and pretty understandably, Heroic don't want to do it too much.
They are going to have maximum loss bonus next round, so the Sunpires will be able to be deployed going forward. For now, though, Deagle, no armor. They have got that FAMAS and M4 saved. Nice position here, boosted up, the double stack. Can actually work out. If they got both rifles there, so the FAMAS and the Deagle beneath. Slowing things down. If it's always just a 5-man approach, you look on the mini-map, they're always just together. There's no luckers.
Scary, yeah.
They're just like, right, let's just choose our area. We're going to take it together and just take them out in the Angels. They've locked them in towards Cave as well. That stack has to remain. And they get absolutely owned again here.
Boros, he just doesn't miss. LNZ and XR are going to get caught as well.
Flash as well. He flashed himself in there. So it's not even a teamwork. He's just like, boys, I'll take care of Cave. Don't worry, I've locked him in with the Molotov. Sunny P, though, stepping up. That's not bad with the 5-7, doing a boatload of damage here. Still a 3 versus 2, but he's done so much work here. There's a chance they can recover some rifles. And Pius will find the M4, swinging back with the 5-7 Istanir, and actually giving themselves a fighting chance. It was looking like a done deal. But Pius has now found himself a 3rd kill.
He just get overlooked, that angle. People already push far forward, and when the AWP takes a pop shot, he just doesn't expect the rifler to be already pushing towards sight. Bomb goes down. Hold on to Tanair. He's had some special moments with a 5-7 range. It feels unlikely. Out of a chance here.
Do this.
Tapping down, and it's all down to Mini. M4 for him to work with. He's so low when Mini swings and a find. My God. It's actually a massive sigh of relief. It never should have been that close for GG How.
As long as you win the round, though, Nair.
Yes, they're
going to fall by next round anyway. Your money's still decent. You've got, like, they're just fully reboarded into this round. They've still got $8,000 on it. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't have any ramifications. They're still chilling. If they lost the round, of course, very different story. But there's no financial implications here.
Yeah, it's the best kind of wake-up call to get. You still win the round, but it's a little scary. And then, you know, Issa will just say to the boys, all right, guys, you know, just calm out, lock in a little bit.
They got so much cash.
Dude. They're getting fired up. It's actually not a good sign for Heroic. You don't want this side getting kind of loud and proud.
Zone.
Yeah.
Good grenades, significant damage. Boros will be somewhat hamstrung. 25 HP, good grenades. This is where they can chop away at the likes of GG How. Just having this utility, not having to challenge with the AKs, and actually just giving yourself nice, easy duels with the M4s here. We've got a nice little setup in towards the cave. Youngster, I haven't really said his name yet. Rightly so, he's 0 and 4.
Yeah.
He's the player you really want to start popping off in these sort of games. He's the kind of guy that comes from this school of Counter-Strike as well.
So one thing I'm really interested in, we've seen, this is now the third different setup we've seen in terms of this cave control, right? The first two didn't work. Boros, very easily dismantled. LNZ tucked close left. See how Boros deals with it. Well, he'll soften him up to start, so that's not bad at all.
5-man setup again. Look at the minimap.
I love it.
It's not traditional CS, and that's the problem.
I love it.
It wouldn't be sustainable in top-level Counter-Strike, but in these particular games, when you're just hitting your shots and Heroic not getting going at all, just staying with 5 players and just allowing them to... You'd assume, like, if they were aware of it, they'd be pushing around the map and getting information, but they're just playing like kind of textbook Counter-Strike on the Heroic side.
It's an Orthodox, most difficult to deal with. Mini poster, but a replenish of the smoke over towards Ram. Spam off the back of that flash. And let's see, still tucked in this close left. Boros, swing and a miss for him, but a quick trade from MESA. You'll take that every day of the week. Boros was low, so it's fine. That's not the swing you want through the smoke. Youngster gets 2. There's his name finally in the headlights. Next foul, one of his own. It's all down to the IGL, who's going to lead by example, but he can't. Heroic finally back to winning ways.
Breaking that streak. That's more like a Youngster making his name known on the server as well. He definitely can go toe-to-toe with the likes of GG How here. That's yeah, so there he is, getting that first kill, slowing them down towards the cave. Smokes down, flashes through, but Youngster head on a swivel, getting it done. Left, right, good night. Takes down Issa. It's a pretty clean round as well, just what they needed in this stage. It's early days, they can still win this half. You can see they're getting fired up as well. They're going to have to match the energy.
It's true. I actually love that from LNZ, right? It's not been a great start, right? But you're very immediately trying to fire the boys up, but then you're getting swarmed by Boros, and you're not expecting that pace. He ran through every bit of Util and a flash in mid and didn't care.
So now the double AWP will have to step up. Tanir and Sampaius. Oh my god. Youngster, not the cleanest spray. I think he'd have been done for with 1 kill, even if he got the quick tap there, but it's the man advantage. Sampaius holding towards Red Room right now. Is he aware of the prospect of Issa holding towards Cubby? Again, no lugs, no intel hunting. All 4 players just staying in the same area. We got the bomb outside the B doors. Boros goes down. He was relatively low anyway, but 3-on-3 with plenty of time remaining.
He's just starting to move through Red Room right off the back of that initial kill and the steps he heard of them running away. And now he hears them running back. He crosses and doesn't spot the AWP on this left-hand side, but it's a really strong angle. He's wrapping him behind. Tanir could be dead in a mere moment. Issa could really get so much valuable information here. This is such a strong position. Surely Issa calls everyone over.
Yeah, they're just pumping the brakes for now, seeing what he can do, because the more time that goes by, we'll see whether they can actually take him down. He's got no idea. He's in towards CT spawn. Back and forth we go. Tanir showing he can wield that AWP, no problem. 1 player remaining. It is going to be Mini, but 30 seconds on the clock as the bomb in his back, but he's got so much to do here and not much in terms of resources. Tries to fake out the bomb, looking for the kill with the AWP, but it'd be foolish to give him a 1 versus 1 here. They're going to make sure he commits to it first. Another fake plan, and has to go for the no-scope here. And speaking of which, Tanir will find one of himself and gets himself 3 kills in the round. Lovely work, and it's going to be the first tactical timeout coming in from GG How. We go 5-3, and I think the money, this is where it becomes a bit of a conversation. They do have another full buy left, but it's being chipped away at now.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really, really good round. You know, in the same vein, we've been kind of hyping up Samus and Boros in towards this series. On the flip side, it's Youngster, as you brought up, but also Tanir as well, right? We need Tanir to be lights out. We've seen Matt have a couple of those moments throughout this year, especially online as well, where he's doing a lot of his best work. That's sick. What a round from him. So this is a good opportunity for the new coach over towards GG How Lord, bit of a legend as well.
Bit of a legend.
Really actually shows experience, because it is a side who do like to play a lot loose in terms of their style. And Lord, of course, needs to try and rein them in a little bit. I really feel, unfortunately for me, the best possible thing they could have done there, which Issa obviously didn't know about, is actually just continue to push forward and clear the A site.
Sure.
If he goes through, Tanir goes down, that is round done. But it's the fact that Tanir, A, gets the first, and then an insane flick to shut it down for the second.
Some lovely shots there. There's only so much you can do when people are nailing kills like that. We are going to get into potentially another mid-take. You can see the smoking off towards Cave. from T-Spawn. Boros has been an absolute demon of finding kills in that area. xCloud on high alert here. He knows there's been a lot of activity towards middle. Speaking of which, Boros is coming in with low HP. Doesn't matter though when he's got the AK in his hands. It's going to be Tanir though, continuing his success in the previous round. Back and forth we go. 4 and 4. Slight edge to Heroic with the low HP Boros. Smoke down towards Donut. And again, they pump the brakes. Wait for the reactions to come through. Some Pyres trying to rotate over back towards middle. So Boros is going to be trying to find his next frag as well. Tucks himself in. We're working with Issa here. 2-on-2 battle in towards the red room. Some Pyres on top for now. And there we have it. It looks like another convincing Heroic round here. Finally getting on their feet, finding their own momentum here. And this is the round that will break the back financially of GG How.
No surprises Boros swings there, is there? If we're being completely frank. The bomb can still go down here. Missed shot from Mini. Full tap, doesn't stick. Bibu goes down as well. So Masamus, Mini, I say, is going to do it all alone in this spot. A lot to do and not a lot to work with, unfortunately, for him. I think realistically, the best thing they could have done there, in that red room peak where Boros is so low, probably actually he dies first and Issa trades off the back rather than vice versa.
Oh, definitely.
They were really hoping that Boros would get a very quick headshot to kind of try and flip the script in, but they actually need Boros hit that first fight.
He should have swung out first, you're right, instead of him trying to get the trade. But still, this is looking much more solid now. Now they've actually got a few rounds under their belt. They've actually managed to get Youngster activated as well. He's looking sharp. And the money should be broken here. Yeah, it's going to be an eco, a couple of sets of Kevlar, some Deagles. But the thing is, these guys will be doing some unspeakable things with that Desert Eagle.
It's true. You can see, though, Heroic are really starting to figure out in terms of just the pacing of the game. They're actually starting to get util down really, really early. A lot of teams will hold that util for late round or hold it for kind of replenish smokes. But they know they actually have to dump a lot of it in the early part of this round.
There it is.
Boros, what a shot. He looks for a second. Damage dealt by LNZ, but now a known quantity.
4 players at that B ramp. They might just peel off here. Knowing they've got the advantage, don't want to run into a ton of utility and a big spray down. What we got here? Throwing a rifle out of round. That's a good idea. Upgrading to that AK-47. 5 versus 4. Still big advantage for Heroic. And Asamas on the other side of the map, trying to see if there's any sort of CT response, hunting for information towards A main. But it looks like they'll be going through T spawn here. Go for the Caterpillar approach.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
The Counter-Strike Snake through spawn.
Wonder if they split and send Asamas and no, he's going to join up with a pack.
They've got no nades, right? Oh, they've got a smoke. They can smoke spawn. That's all you got to do here.
You take it. I saw Issa
smoke spawn and just get a 1D,
yeah,
that should be enough.
Practicing the smoke lineup as in warm-up, so...
Okay, nice.
Part of the plan, let's see. xCloud is here, Sampaio's not too far away.
That smoke's even fine. You can wait this one out, or you can just run through as a group. Both options viable in this sort of rounds.
Looks like the latter, I bet with GG How.
Yeah, true. I was about to say, like, this is what most teams do. They wait out for 40 seconds here on the Deagle round and try and surprise with a last-minute plan. But if I was hazard a guess, I would say it would be the rush through the smoke, and they've chosen their moment. He is alone. xCloud will be big boxer. It's a nice position. They can't flush him out with the Molotov. He should be good for at least 2 kills him, if not more. Very talented player.
There's one. For the second, then he'll get it. Little Laban runs out of ammo. He's just staying alive. Pistol pulled out, and the pistol does enough. xCloud, really good deliverance on that big box. And he also had the support of some Pyres. He rotated away towards the B side. Thankfully, LNZ shoos him away. Says, no, go back and support. And he's actually the one who cracks open the first on that late round execute. Ooh. So it's a consolation kill, and it's a nice shot. Don't get me wrong, but it's a good shot down from Heroic. You love to see it. Make sure that the round that should be theirs, but actually making quite easy.
Nice work from xCloud. Didn't panic. Gave himself plenty of space to get a 3-kill spray down. Right then, 5-5. All of a sudden, that huge lead GG How found has been squandered. It's a tie game. Couple more rounds to go. Their map pick. And xCloud's starting to feel himself now. After that kind of conditioning them, you're not going to get towards A. He's now pushing A at the start and getting himself to a tricky little position there. Doesn't push him towards T-spawn, but gets himself into a spot where he can get a lot of information early.
Smoke down now as well towards Donut, so they've really just locked off mid. Mid control is given to GG How, but they actually can't do anything with it.
Well, Bibu certainly can with that AK-47. That's not bad. And it's going to be an early 5-on-4.
He spanned the wood there, didn't he?
I think you're right, yeah.
He's been doing that every round, and he finally gets rewarded for it.
It's the most annoying way to die on this map.
It really is. Suppliers come over to support. Speaking of spam, he comes over, also loses 40 points of HP. Look at this, though. That's a bolder move by xCloud, and he actually gets away with it just about.
Huge duel. The round was hanging in the balance of that 1v1. xCloud gets it. He takes heavy damage, but he retreats back in towards A, hoping that funnels him in towards the B bomb side, where they've got the heavy artillery, the Sunpire's orb. Time ticking away here. 45 seconds. I smoked out a cave. Bombs on Mini. And I think the CTs are ready for this one. They're going to tuck some Pyres at the back, but he's rotating away. Osamas is the linchpin of this round.
He can hear it, and he'll deliver on one as well. Swing out of miss from LNZ. That's a bad time to swing out there and towards ramp. And now an empty sight of Samus does fluff his line a little bit, so Tanae give it a freebie, but surely a 2 versus 3 with the HP that Heroic have, this should be nigh on impossible. And actually, if we're being completely frank, they shouldn't even just give it a go. Save, regroup, go in towards the next. I know you've got money, but it's just like, what is actually the point? You're not going to do anything in this sort of a round.
Especially when you've got the AK-47s, right?
You keep the premium guns. There's literally no point. Especially, you know, Exile's basically 1 foot in the grave already. So, fantastic response finally from GG How. That's, again, a bit more reassurance that we actually can make a bit of a slower round, actually, for their sake. Work.
You're right. Good stuff.
All damage by Bibu in this
Nothing
round
too flashy tactically, as we said, from GG How, just hitting the lovely shots and just making sure they work together. Good trading, good spacing. The fundamentals are great.
Yep.
When I say that a tactical masterclass and not like dropping fakes and executions on them, they're just kind of getting basic space, waiting for CTs to dump their utility and going in as a squad. It's very effective.
And sometimes, you know, especially in games like this, when they won't know each other very well, you know, obviously they know some of the individuals, but sometimes simple is best. I think that is actually what GG have been leaning on a lot. I mean, they're also still, like they've mentioned, they're a new team. They've probably not had a hell of a lot of time to really work. They've obviously this Asian Champions League where they've been playing and then coming straight to this. So
that play style lends itself to maps like Ancient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maps like Anubis, not so much. You do need to have like, especially
like too.
Yeah, sure. So I would say if they're going to have a chance this series, it has to be Ancient here. I don't think that this will work as well, especially on the CT side of Anubis. You really have to have great communication, great comms, set pieces on the CT side as well to get information, control of certain areas of the map, and that's going to be a tall order against the well-drilled squad of Heroic. But we're not there yet, and this one still hangs in the balance. Last round of this first half, ladies and gents, it's been exactly what we wanted. A great display of skill. Heroic sweating, no blowouts here as we go into potentially a 6-6 game. Heroic with those saved AKs, with the open sub-pious as well. And again, just 5 players over towards B, and we'll see what kind of approach they're going for. This doing a straight-up rush now. I think they are. Take us away.
If an 8 broke, don't fix it. They're going to swing, and they're going to fight 1-for-1. Nade will deliver on towards Boros, but still, Samus just doesn't clear it towards Kobe, but he's trading quickly. This is what GG How do best. And a shot from sub-pious lights up Mini. There's still a chance here. Miss one from him. He'll remove and the nade over. Might see him off. No, softens him, but still a 2 versus 3.
Here we go then. The B rush has actually got them in a somewhat promising position. The problem is the bomb's down in the worst imaginable spot. Smoke will deny vision as well. They need to slow things down. They're completely smoked out. Until they get that C4, they can't really do anything with this. They've got themselves one smoke. They'd have to throw a deeper smoke towards it, exactly like that. So it helps, but you can just start spamming that just like this, and you've got low HP players, so you're going to have to wait till the spamming concludes, then choose your moment to walk through, try and nab it, but they're not going to make this easy for you. Molotov's actually a nice idea, and he's got the bomb. Here we go.
Okay, safe block comes through. Look at this as well. This could be really spicy. Tanae had the angle to lock on towards Issa, but he actually kind of pulled away as that smoke was starting to extinguish, and there's a chance here. Issa, on the shade. Yeah, I'm going to say, if he could get that reload off, he actually had the right there. They knew where Tanae was from earlier on that spam, and I actually thought when the bomb gets picked up, which they can hear, I thought that's when Tanae will push forward, but he pulls away. Regardless, not the end of the world. 6-1. Pretty good game.
Yeah, from being 5-1 down, Heroic will be happy with that. When it happens, you know, we go in that second round, and thanks to Issa, basically, the fact he actually manages to get the 3 kills on the pistol, get the bomb planted, he set up that foundation for them. Without that, they wouldn't be in this position. You can see in the gun rounds, they did fall off a little bit. They got huge momentum at the start, but once Heroic digged their heels in, they were obviously the better team, the better squad overall, but definitely enough. 6 rounds on the T side, it's workable, but I'd say they need the pistol. GG How, that is, in the second half. This is where things get a little bit more complicated. You can't just group them as a 5-man unit and abolish people. So we're going to see...
Well, you could, but it would be rogue.
You can do that, but it's like it doesn't suit the playstyle as well as it does on the T side. We'll see what happens here, and I'll have a look if we can see the buys coming through. Not quite yet. We're just waiting. I think we got the 2 minutes. I forgot about that.
The big hope that I'm looking towards in the second half, if GG How is...
Look at all the paperwork and like the dossier and information Heroic have got. I doubt they've got anything on the GG How side. Probably
like, boys, how we feeling? All right?
We just rush them. You just want to just rush them in the middle?
Yeah.
Right.
Just fight elbow? I'll be there. I haven't seen one piece of paper yet, so... brilliant. I love it. But yeah, the one thing I'm really hoping that we see towards the second half, and it does lean itself a lot more to that CT side of Ancient, is Mini getting active on the AWP. He just didn't really do a lot. And I've kind of sung his praises a little bit because what I've seen over the last couple of weeks has actually been pretty crisp. So I need to see a little bit more out of him. The good news is that if he does continue to play a little quiet, they'll just give it to BB or Issa. Someone else will just pick up the end with B. That's how this team operate. If Mini's not feeling it, someone else will just pick it up and Mini will just play as a supporting rifler. So they do have this ability to fluctuate a little bit, which is cool.
Always gives me like a pain in my wrist seeing the fully horizontal keyboard. I mean, it's got to give you RSI or something. Like,
I used to play the opposite way, like in reverse, like that, and that was pretty bad. But some people, I know, like Cypher, he like has his mouse and a keyboard around the monitor. I mean, it's insane to me.
Completely locked in. All right then, ladies and gentlemen. Exciting game so far. Bear in mind, this best of 3 is for the playoffs. First team to make it through. We'll see whether this pistol will be successful for GG How. Like I said, they probably do drop off a little bit on the CT side. Heroic definitely the favorites here. And we've got double dual elites, flashbang on the CT side, and you can see a much different approach here from Heroic. They've got double smokes, Molotovs. They're going to be fully executing in towards the A side. Trying to shut down that prospect early, though, is Issa. Trying to get a bit of intel, and they're going to swarm him. Does that cancel the execution that it is trying to flood in the bomb site? I think they're trying to bait out a reaction. So the execution still will come in with the smokes, but it's a little bit more fast-paced than they might have anticipated here.
Oh my god, it's all go down. Asamas taking a lot of damage. He's somehow still alive. You can hear all these steps. Dooley's pulled out looking for the second. Oh somehow, some way, he can't get it. X-File to find Mini at the same time. We were talking at a 2 versus 3 now as the bomb should go down momentarily. I say, what a move by Boros.
I was going to say, with that guy alive, anything can and will happen. He denies the plant for now, but it's going to be Bibu 5 and 7 right now. Low HP players, so he can definitely make this work. The bomb's down in a precarious spot. Minute to play for, though. They're going to see whether he plays himself, and he does get a nice little ding. They're both tantalizingly low now, but still, Tanir stepping up, holds his nerve, finds a valuable pistol here for Heroic. 2 players surviving, no bomb plant required. A little bit more pandemonium than you might have expected there.
Yeah, a wild peak to make when you got 15 points of HP, but credit to Tanir, he's so confident in his own self-ability. Asamas should have got 2
He
here.
definitely should have got 2.
That actually could have been the difference in the round, if we're being completely frank. I love the move by Boros. It's so unorthodox, but yeah, today, what a shot. What a shot. For all change in reaction there.
All right, I expect the 4 spy here, and indeed we'll get one. We're going to have the 5-7s, MP9s. Boros at the top of the scoreboard right now, 15 and 9. Mac-10s. Primary objective here for Heroic. They haven't gone for the firepower, but Boros certainly has, swinging out of the cave, flashed in by Mini, gets himself the opening kill, but that's still absolutely fine because they're going to be helping themselves to the A-bomb side. Oh, no one's checking tempo.
Interesting. Many will take that every day of the week.
Yeah,
so
dude, that's a bit of a fumble there. Like, the spacing's all off, and the fact you're not even looking at it, like,
It's a 5-on-3 now. We've got a little chance here in this retake.
There'll be no kid, of course. So as long as they can just, like, hold crossfires, which they're not going to be aware of, that's so fortunate. Youngster gets it. They don't expect the second player, though. This is absolute chaos. It looks like they've done enough there. I don't think Heroic can hold on. They're too low. And that's going to be what a round that is. So it's, again, losing the pistol, winning the second round force by. It works out again. Lords stop loving it. Boros is certainly loving it.
Let's go. Gosh, love that from Boros. Actually, it's just part and parcel of him right at the end there. Knows he's tagged him. Running out there with the MP9, but what I don't really understand what's the play there. It's not being held at range either, so I can sort of maybe give him the.
That's a bit of a fumble. I feel like they're just like they're getting lost in the chaos as well. Heroic, they're trying to match the energy
I think
on the GG outside.
You see as well where teams they tunnel vision. They've heard like some step or a bit of commotion somewhere. They're like, okay, there's a guy Donut, there's a guy CT, and it looked like sometimes it's just hard focus on Donut. I don't know if they've heard something that wasn't there. He's hearing ghosts, but that really did cost them.
Oh, that they've done it again is very frustrating.
GG How force buys, man, so scary, so scary.
At least he got the bomb planted, so there's like something behind this. And X-Floud, he is mad as he gets a long-range Tech 9 headshot. Finds Asamas as well. Takes damage for his troubles, but they've set themselves up nicely. They're going to be trying to execute in towards B here. Some pass for the utility outside the double doors, and Boros, you thought that was his all day long, but X-Floud will get himself a second kill somehow, and that should be enough to get a nice rebuttal. I'm saying you probably want to save here. You've got 3 rifles to save. It's unlikely you win this round, but knowing GG How, they probably go for it. They at least have a look in, and they're peeling off. Fair play. You have to fall off this one. Like you'll be left, like we talked about in the previous half on the CT side, the economic situation from losing these sort of rounds can be dire. So that's a great bounce back from Heroic. 5 players surviving here. X-Floud doing absolutely everything. Boros could have saved him there. It was X-Floud who was already half HP. I don't know how he doesn't get that kill. The way he's locked in right now with 19 frags, he'd already get that all day long. He pre-fired the position as well.
at the same time as well, you can also say, like, does he need to be pushing there as well? You know, a normal rifler of a cave player is either sitting deep in cave or maybe just in the doorway and holding for the swing as that smoke starts to fade, as we saw Heroic do kind of all the way throughout. However, it's Boros. That's just not how he likes to play it. So, not to be 8-7, a one-round game. And we've kind of spoken about this for GG How. Big fan of this side, loving what they're doing. Ancient's been such a good map for them recently too, but like you already mentioned, Reed, if they lose this one, they're actually in a lot of trouble in this series. Anubis then becomes a completely different beast.
Just looking at that replay again, Boros had that all day long. That's his first real fumble.
He lights out so far.
One. Yeah. All right, so luckily they do save the 3 rifles. So we still have a decent round here. They can answer back. The war of attrition officially begins here in the second half. Who will come out on top of it? Heroic, they probably close us out, no problem, I would say. But it's going to be Boros bouncing back. Tania wanting to take the challenge, and he will succeed. That is a huge scalp to take. Shutting down Boros, just 1 kill. It's a sigh of relief now. Now they can just pump the brakes. You know this team's going to be aggressive. They're going to be hunting for any sort of response here. And you've got the man advantage. You've still got relatively healthy players out there, and you can see them just waiting. They know it's going to be coming. Issa exploring options towards middle. 2 players in towards B. Bomb and Sampaius basically in T-spawn. So this is going to wait out any sort of utility. Bleed these CTs out. And that is the key word here because there's just 1 smoke remaining on the CT side. There is a kit for Issa. I'm surprised at that. We'll see whether they can make this one work. They need to bring it back to a 3-on-3. But there's going to be no movement for a while here. Sampaius drops the bomb. And they're still just going to wait until the CT oversteps the mark or makes a mistake here.
These pause calls are brilliant, right? They really do just make GG How feel uncomfortable. They want to fight. They want to react to everything. And you know, already they're 2 star riflers, quote unquote, are the ones who have gone down early. But tough predicament, 45 seconds, and the bomb's not committed. He's rotating all the way back over towards elbow. So a decision to be made now about where we want to go.
I think they've made the right decision. X-File's going to go towards Donut. Youngsters in towards A main. They're going to send 3 players through Donut. Probably have 1 lurking in the middle.
Too deep as well.
Yeah, so I feel like this is a done deal. They've made the correct call here.
I'd just save again, honestly.
Issa will give it a look, and if he gets a quick kill like that, they'll call for rotations. They're not going to just give this one up.
So scared about the flank with his
Because they've got 3 players and 100 HP, like we said, that diffuse as well. If they still have that smoke, that'd be great. Speaking of smokes, 1 goes down in spawn. T-sides now limited utility as well. There's a single flash remaining, and you do need to have the discussion. They'll be talking about it, whether they're going for this. So have a look in, see if Bibu can find a quick one. If he does, then the round's back on. They've got 2 players towards Temple as well. Time is of the essence, so we're over at the halfway point, so they need to just work out what they're doing.
Wow. So sharp to near, but Issa also hitting shots of his own as well. He had a good chance in the second there, but just can't quite line himself up as he's dropping down on the Temple. I think time's run out on this one, and Youngster going to get both to close. Heroic 2-round lead.
And it's eco territory as well. Can't even do a partial buy this for double digits. Starting to shrink, starting to feel the pressure now. Some key rounds slip away. Good spacing, good trading. X-File's doing an excellent job in towards middle.
Agreed.
He kept the round alive for a while there, but Tania and Youngster waits for the perfect moment to strike main. They checked it, they could only really give it a few seconds notice, and then he just times it to perfection. So, a chance to build up the economy here, lay the foundations to close this one out. Double digits will be absolutely confirmed. They can only really bring out a couple of upgraded pistols and no Kevlar, so I can't see a world where they win this. But would love to be proven wrong. They've got 4 players in towards A main. It might be overlooked. His Youngster defend, he's got the perfect weapon for the job. As mentioned, no Kevlar, so he is ready. He holds towards elbow. He knows this play's coming in. Like, this is the team that will be researching against GG How. Know their tendencies on these ecos. You can see the way he was positioned there. He could feel this one coming. He was aware this is something they like to do.
Minion running gunning with the USB, but yeah, it's spot on. He knew exactly what was coming. He was on the perfect pixel peak for it too. There's a little crack on the brakes, which means he can get the angle. So well played for him. Does his job. Actually, it's good money for the Mac 10 as well, so you take it all day.
Yeah, he only gives away a Mac 10, and like if you're buying next round, you never see a CT operate with Mac 10.
Yeah,
it's just not the gun. Yeah, like the MP9 is feasible, of course, but the Mac 10 not so much on the CT side.
Don't overextend here to me. Oh, never mind. Carry on, do what you're doing, mate. You're doing great. Just ignore me.
There's so much skill on the server right now. It's a thing of beauty. I'm really enjoying this game.
This actually, I think, probably is the real, like the best in terms of mechanics at this tournament. I know there's bait that are really solid side, but I actually think they've got a really decent kind of tactical approach to that side. They've obviously got some individuals, but this is just raw mechanics in a lot of cases. And a lot of these rounds are actually being decided off the back of that. That was a nothing round. It's whatever. A back 10 is saved, but
it was still pretty exciting for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like it's just anything can and will happen in this matchup.
You can't predict anything.
Yeah, like you can see youngsters, he's putting a lot of pressure there. They actually did quite well with the Swarm. They take him down, but as mentioned, saving the Mac 10 not really do much for them. Starting to struggle here now. We said this CT side would be a lot more challenging for them.
1 HP push him.
They can't
I was already doing it, Boris. Don't worry.
Yeah.
With GG How, after all.
Yeah, the thing is they just can't dictate the pace anymore.
Yeah.
So they have to play setups. They have to spread themselves out. They have to be locking in the utility and doing early damage and making sure the HEs land and just do at least 15 damage to get the one-tap potential. And I don't think they have the tactical book as deep as Heroic. So it's going to be a tactical timeout here. I take it back. It looks like technical.
Yeah. It's a tech pause into a tech pause.
Yeah.
So hopefully, only a brief one. But I think we really, just missed a few things over towards this GG House side. I mean, again, I've been singing his praises, and we haven't seen it in this game just yet. But if we got a Samus to the level that we've seen of him recently, him alongside Boris, it could have been really interesting. But, looks like a TeamSpeak issue, which actually is a pretty easy fix normally.
Those are the ones we like.
Yeah.
We can handle that.
If I see people starting up from the PCs or they all turn off, that's a different story.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit heartbreaking when it was like 2 a.m. and we got big, taking headsets off and starting to stand up. So, oh my God, not now, lads. I can't. I can't.
Part of me wants to go out there and be like, please sit down, please.
We'll work it out. Let's just stay here.
It was, I think a cheeky 2:30 a.m. finish here in Ulaanbaatar. So, and it could be a bit of a better than Midnight Oil in this one. We've got a whole other series after this, and also it could be a bit of a barn burner too. Bait taking on Big.
Yeah, Big. Not looking themselves. It's a very weak performance yesterday. Sure, they got the win.
Though, right? I mean, they dropped them out to the Huns, who have now been the first team eliminated.
True.
I mean, they were still a little dicey for my liking. So we'll see. But we are back live, which is good. And look at this by LNZ. He's actually got so much room already on towards B. I mean, sure, not got any information, but his angle alone is pretty scary.
Well, back and forth we go. LNZ is certainly undetected for now. Gets himself a freebie. Veto traded out presumably, and unfortunate the time. He knows this has been tagged up, but it doesn't seem to matter. He finds the AK-47 and gets himself 3 kills. GG How back into it in the second half. This round looks like it's a done deal, but xFloud has got plenty of time to work. The problem is the bomb is down in towards the cave. He has no util. His spacing is in towards that mid area. He's going to have to try and navigate the red halls. And no one's there to find. So he's had to burn so much time even making his way towards the cave. And by the time he even gets there, they'll be aware of this possible flank. And they're playing it very well. 2 players in towards cave. It's a patrolling middle. I just don't see any way in here.
Yeah, talk about leading by example. For xFloud, any kills he gets could be actually pretty big long term, right? Just a bit of financial pressure, right? Someone's got no residual cash built up.
Would be actually pretty decent.
I'd take that every day. He's actually got a bit of a gap in behind, but this is a pretty nasty setup in towards cave. It's very difficult to break this one down. He's also being flanked at the same time we're talking about this. It's all a timing play, really. It's just getting in behind. Oh, hello. He will get his kill, but thankfully it's in for the trade. That 1 kill alone on towards Mini, I actually don't think it's the end of the world.
No, it's absolutely fine. Money's still good for Heroic. This is the round that might decide the outcome of this first map.
Sure. It's out both ways.
Yeah, exactly. They have to expend a lot of resources with 3 CTs going down. Issa, though, really nice, world-class play here. So crisp with that AK-47. Gets the first with the M4. Picks up the T-sided rifle. Manages to get 2 more. Saves the day here. Not a very sustainable approach, but we'll certainly take it for now. Orb for Mini, 5 and 10. Hasn't really got going as of yet. Boris certainly has. He's now for 20.
Big control taken. Not too much of a fight here. It's going to play out through Red Room, but
so
he actually exposes himself and xFloud punishes. That's that is really unfortunate. He had the right idea though. I liked it. Cross. Nice shot from Mini. That's better. That's more like it.
Yeah, needed that desperately. Samus here as well. Got full mid control on the CT side. We will see Youngster calling over his teammates. Execution potential not really there. They've only got 1 Molotov somehow remaining.
All of them burned in towards mid. So
there might be some util on the ground, but I don't think there is.
I really wonder what the players for Bibu here. I feel like it gets to a point as this round starts to tick down that you may start to be tempted to do some sort of move. He's actually going to join Asamas in through Donut. This is the right call. So boros gets a kill towards B, but they're not baited away from the A site. And this is right. Asamas is here, ready for this first fight. And BB's not too far behind either. Asamas going to jump down in the flames, get the first. Can't quite get the second. He's still got support. Bomb going to try to go down, but Mini gets caught by some Pyres. 2 versus 2 now.
This is the round. It's going to be a flank from boros coming through. Low HP, a nice ding found on the Sumpires as well, and Bibu continuing to frag. That should be enough to win at this point. They've got 2 kits available. They've got a smoke with the bomb as well, and Sumpires doesn't even get a chance to clutch this one out. That's huge from GG How. They needed that desperately. It would have spelled disaster if they give that round up, but they're fighting back. 2 for Nail here. boros with 2 kills. Good flank in the end. X-Flow, that opening kill through the smoke, but Mini, excellent work there. Popping open the smoke. boros, solid as a rock over towards B. Samus, as long as he gets 1 here, that was absolutely fine.
That was job done, honestly. But you've really well done from Bibu.
Yeah,
a lot of damage and a big kill on towards X-Flow. So yeah, massive. We've got another timeout coming through, another one. The 3rd and final called by Heroic, and pretty understandably so. GG Hell's on to scale back up in towards this game, and they're going to go for a buy, which makes a lot of sense, but somebody's got to take a hit in terms of a lesser gun. It looks like it will be LNZ, which does make a lot of sense. So it's a double glue, double AK buy. And for LNZ, I'm assuming just 1 upgraded pistol around armor.
This is the sort of round you want to do set piece.
Yeah.
This is like a full A execution, something like that. You don't really have the firepower, but you know you have the tactical prowess.
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting here. But the thing is, when you take a timeout, it's quite like kind of telegraphed that might be coming here.
Yeah,
so if you're on the CT side, you might want to deploy one of your aggressive setups as well and try and just sabotage whatever they have in mind.
Absolutely. Got MP9 as well for Asama, so they might just try and get him in the thick of it.
I think they go for like a lane push here. That's what I'm expecting.
0 A presence in the early start. I actually love this. They're gonna, they are going to go for something aggressive. Look at it. Asamas, who's normally the anchor over towards the side, he's actually going to play in towards elbow, and he does so damn well.
Push.
There's an upgrade.
This is this is a really good call. GG How opening kill. Continuing though. Relentless is boros. Maybe overstepping the mark here, but he's got the skill to back it up. Tanir will find one. He's in towards that cave. They know Issa and boros are over here. boros goes down. Tanir upgrades his weapon, and Asamas with a double kill. That's probably all she wrote here. Tanir probably gets this kill no problem. Had no ammo in the mag there. 2 versus 1. Tanir, 20 kills to his name as well. Through the smoke, cuts it down to size. And Asamas has been spotted as well, but still finds the kill. Huge amount of impact there. And that's going to be a significant victory. That's now going to be, what, 3 rounds in a row? Money actually broken with no bomb plan there as well. They have to take an eco. The past,
hello.
They're going all in.
This is a rogue call. Buying here?
They are going all in. I can't believe it. This decides their fate.
Yeah, why?
They won't recover from this.
Why not buy in towards the next? It's not the most drastic spot.
Maybe they'll pull it off.
Yeah, it's true. If it was GG How, it'd make a lot of sense.
This is the time of the pocket strap, boys. I can't stress it enough. A execution is you pretty much your go-to in these sort of rounds, and that's what we're going to see here. We have 2 players setting up the smokes, and in we go. They're hoping they can just thread the needle, but Mini's here. He should get 1, no problem. There it is. X-File goes down, trying to enter the bomb site with pace, and it's not really working out. The Orpa does manage to pick up 2. And this looks like another guaranteed round for GG How. Don't have the firepower. Taking quite a lot of damage though. 50 from the Molotov. Bomb planted at the very least.
I'd Bogdan's law it. This will usually, or he's happy to. A Mini obviously struggled a little bit. So I'm going to go down, so I replenish there.
Sumpires has to go massive here. He is one of the masters of clutch as well.
Triple play in towards Donut, I see him.
Good flash. Not good enough, I'm afraid.
So you say, yeah. LNZ down he goes, and then another swing coming through.
Come on.
Whiffed and Bibu. Alongside Issa, that is a huge round. I mean, hey, a bomb plant. Small silver lining with a loss bonus. I'll say that, but it's actually not a lovely spot that they're in. That's a lead now taken back for GG How, and what was the noise and the bravado out of Heroic is pretty muted over there now.
Oh, perfectly played. They knew it was coming. Like, if I'm able to read those sort of rounds coming in as well, you can definitely tell the Orpa's going to be in position. It's the most go-to sort of strat in the low buy, executing towards A. Hope you can catch them off guard with the Orb in a perfect position towards Temple. It's the most difficult spot to deal with. On your executions, most people won't smoke it, they won't Molotov it. They just hope to take the jewels, and if it's an Orb there, you're kind of just out of luck, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's sick. 11 to 10. Like you mentioned,
bomb again, so loss bonus, it's still, though, it's compromised. Like, you haven't got much in terms of firepower, 3 Galils, so you have got some util behind it, but I don't know, this is looking rough now. This 4-map point.
Got no smokes for a post plant, if they even get to a plant.
Backing towards A, though. You got the bomb going for maybe even a contact play. They've got some mid control. Oh, Shadow's right, he's trying to bait him though. And he's ready for him. Nice response from Youngster. You can find a Samus here, but she can't. Oh, wasn't ready. What a gap.
So ballsy from Samus.
And
Get bomb on though.
Sure, but it's still, they can still win this round, but it's been incredibly difficult. Just flashbangs remaining. Senpai's in towards the temple. Someone needs to have a novel idea here. How can they surprise him? How can they shut this one down? Like we said, the Galil, difficult to go toe-to-toe against these two CTAKs, and Tanir does actually manage to get the first. Can he get the second? Knows there's another one here now. Good flashbang, trying to isolate the duel, trying to come out on top. 3 versus 3. Time is ticking away as well. It's Issa with the only diffuse kill. I think they've got a Samus, no problem. There it is. Kills coming through. Heroic back on their feet. There's been some questionable decisions with the finances here, but still, they come out on top. A contact play, working towards middle, in towards the A bomb site. It works out. That is huge. And these have been very close rounds, so the money's going to be in some dire straits as well. The CT side, we've got Bibu on $1,900. We have 3K for Samus, so they're going to have to force by themselves. We're all tied up, 11-11. And now advantage heroic. Tanir saves the day here, winning out the duel against those CTAKs, isolating the fights, getting the dings. LNZ pretty much confirms things there as well. Back and forth we go.
Legitimately, that round actually could be the win factor for Rogue. That is such a big one to take. And yeah, look at what they've done to the finances. LNZ and Xcloud.
Huge.
Oh, that is such a big mid take coming through elbow. It's a double for LNZ, and surely that's that.
Yep. He can save, but he's saving a Deagle and MP9.
Yeah, what you can do
with that? And hunt some weapons here. That's all you can really do. So there it is, finding one of the M4s. But you can't go for this one.
No. My God, 12-11. Map point for Heroic on your opponent's map pick, and on their best map, no less, as well. So a lovely spot for them to be in.
They found 2 rifles.
It's true.
Like we said, that's like the best case scenario in this particular situation.
Just go away from this and try and buy around those in towards the last in whatever way you can.
All right. Heroic now, one opportunity to close this out in regulation, but you want to hunt this as well. You've got money to justify looking around the map. The thing is, though, still very difficult. Tanir, desperate for a kill. 1 would do, 1 would be massive. 2 would be spectacular. Manages to get every single member of GG How. That could be enough to push them over the line here. What a play. Audacious maneuver, popping the smoke and getting both kills in a fantastic manner. LNZ to open things up. Huge spray down. The round was already over here, but the main storyline is, will they save the 2 rifles into the final round of regulation? What a kill to close things out.
Tanir, he has been lights out on this C side. He was doing his work in towards CT, but he has been flying, bro. 12 there. I mean, honestly, you cannot ask any more of this guy. That hunt is excellent. Look at the pie.
It's so
double MP9 and a few upgraded pistols. Best of luck. Map point Heroic.
And bear in mind, we said Ancient is where they had to win. Xcloud with double kill to open things up. It's a very tactical map coming up with Anubis, and you feel like Heroic will just make light work of them there. Xcloud just knocking them down left and right. Good night. It's going to be GG here. It was a great game, though.
It was. What a game. Back and forth all the way throughout. A masterclass on Boris. I give him his credit, but not enough. We just couldn't see the rest of the core really light up the server in the way that we did for Heroic. Tanir, obviously fantastic. I thought Xcloud was great all the way throughout, and Youngster as well, just pretty consistent. That's all you want. You've got all 3 members of your star rifling core all stepping up in big rounds. That's all you can ask for. And they came back from a bit of a deficit in their own regard. They lost control of the momentum.
Yeah, they did.
There was a lot to like in that
They had to take a lot of risks towards the end there. Back-to-back 4 spies, getting the bomb down, just about scraping through to have enough of the Galils in the follow-up. But Tanir definitely carried them through to success there. That play in towards A main with the Galil, taking down the 2 CT players when they had to win it. It's close, but they get the job done. And like we said, moving on to Anubis next as well. It's their map, it's their territory, and I expect this to be a 2-0.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in game.
What an electric map of Counter-Strike. Heroic take GG How's pick of Ancient and move ahead 1-0 in this series. Prof.
Very exciting. I thought you were going to throw me a question. Really enjoyed this. The hype here in the studio. Finally,
a noticeable difference.
Finally, someone getting. I mean, we had exciting games, but I don't think we had excited players. Not at least to this level. Bora started it kind of on their T side, coming into it, playing very well, popping off, and then as the comeback started with Heroic, they're also responding with their own energy, and it was just awesome to watch and witness, and feel how important this is to both teams.
Counter-Strike is absolutely a team game, but in a matchup like this, at times it felt like Boros versus Tanir. Both players were having a fantastic map, but it was Tanir that was Tanir-tanium, perhaps so hard and locked in. It was a brilliant performance by him, and I think it's poetic. Let's reel this back a second. It's just one map here, but it was a stunning performance, and that's what I'm reacting to, and especially considering the context that we mentioned pre-match, which is that Tanir wasn't necessarily meant to be on this team, and we were hoping maybe this is where he can get his feet in the sand, I think I said, and stick around, and he's certainly given a great case for that in map 1 of this series.
For sure, 113 ADR, 3 opening kills, 6 multi-kills, a clutch, a very important clutch as well, 26 frags all in total, 26-13. That's like, towards the end, I feel like he was just so into it. That
2K at
the
the
2K,
end.
You can say that's, it's just like exit frags or whatever, cleaning up, but that sets you up for a easier round in the future, and also like, it was just so clean. It looked so good,
so fresh and so clean.
I mean, I want to give him props also for in the first half, like one of the key rounds in their kind of putting up a CT side in the first place was, I think this. Oh no, you just missed it. It was an op round where he picked up the op, got a triple kill, clutched it out. That was huge. Like you could see how everyone Heroic was like getting behind him. I was also actually just like chilling by the team. I saw like youngster like grabbing his head. He's like, what the hell is this guy pulling off? He's not supposed to be an opper, but he can do that as well.
Yeah, Heroic ended up finishing in style, but overall this was a back and forth series, Prof, and for Heroic to close it out off the back of GG How getting 4 rounds in a row, I think it shows some composure and that they're playing to a solid ceiling right now, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Boros in the first half, he was definitely motivated. I was just brought to my attention the fact that Sunpius and Boros used to play on the same team in Falcons, and we know how that finished quite unceremoniously, I think is the word. And maybe he has a point to prove there, and at least it looked like that. I think he had 7 opening kills in the first half, or first like 12, 13, 14 rounds, a bunch of multi-kills. He was really putting his team on the back and opening up and closing pretty much some of these rounds instantly. And then on the CT side, Isa kind of activated. He had a very big multi-kill to keep them in the game, and it looked like they had it. It looked like they had it for sure. I mean, the force buys coming in from Heroic almost felt like a bit of desperation, but in the end, the economy broke for GG How. Heroic came through and closed it out. Like Tanir, some great rounds. Like that little fight that happened in A main when they're keeping this 3v4. I think this is exactly it, right? Playing time, using the flash, finishing off this kill, and then just allowing his team to pivot off of that and hold the post plant down. It was beautiful to watch.
This,
and this
2K
one
here, electric.
How does that? That's the pop flash from the teammate into his nade, into pushing through and getting both kills, just really clean.
Yeah, if we talk about Sunpius quickly, because did just mention him, I think. At the very least, we mentioned him before the matchup. We see him as one of the players with the highest pedigree in this whole tournament, but he didn't have to step up at all here for Heroic. A low score, considering his background and the usual types of performances that he does, but rather than painting this in a negative light, I think it spells well for Heroic if they're not hinging entirely on the Spanish AWPing talent of that man.
No, not for sure. I mean, he's a great player, but they do have a lot of those are the riflers on both sides, kind of that delivered here. xCloud was also pretty good. So, yeah, a quiet game from the Spaniard. Honestly, didn't notice him. It's one of those where you're like, yeah, Sunpais is there, but didn't really speak of him too much. He wasn't in too many situations. I think he got like a few important like trades and stuff like that, but other than that, it was a quiet.
Exactly,
quiet
and so by extension, perhaps if Tanir and xCloud can kind of continue their momentum from map 1 into map number 2, which is Anubis, and Sunpais start stepping up just a little bit, it's going to be a huge force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. I mean, going into Anubis, I think it's a pretty good pick for Heroic. I mean, just looking at their recent format, I don't really associate them as being like a historically an Anubis team, but you know, you go and see who they played, how they played. They're kind of building a case to be a pretty strong one. Like they're beating all of their opposition around this like top 20-ish in the world. You know, the wild cards. They lost to Bait, but beat Betboom and similar teams. So I think the pick makes a lot of sense when you look at. I mean, the win rates. Maybe if we can bring them up, they can be quite deceiving for GG Hao because they also have like 70%. But if you look at the teams that they played, you probably won't know like most of the names at all, right? So it is kind of something that comes in sporadically and maybe against some weaker teams in the MENA region, but not really against any of the big teams. When they go even play in China, it doesn't really pop up, or if it does, they lose it, right?
What do you think can benefit GG Hao here? How can they get off to a strong start? I think it was yesterday where we were speaking about Anubis and those CT sides. Is it time to take some risks for GG Hao? Is it time to be quite mobile on that CT side, press the issue? Yeah,
I think that's the thing. You need to find a good balance between being aggressive and being like too aggressive.
Perhaps with their style, it could pay off. Of course, it can go disastrously. But just if we're spitballing here,
yeah, I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. It just needs to be organized in a good way. Like recently, I remember watching some games of like 3D Max, for example, taking on FaZe, and they like to play very aggressive on the CT side, but that just meant that FaZe was just sitting in T-spawn pretty much and killing them and winning rounds even without having to do anything, you know. Everything ended in the first 30 seconds, so you don't want to give them that, but you need to keep them on their feet, and I think it's the troublesome part is like someone like Tanir, when he is just lurking, he's gonna be very, very hard to find openings against. He's going to push you back very, very safely, and I think that's what Heroic are going to build their game on. Like if someone's going to be pushing A or pushing B, you know, I feel like they will be ready for that most of the time. So that's the tricky part. Finding those timings is not that easy. Manufacturing the fights on the CT side of Anubis is very difficult, but definitely that is still better, I think, than just sitting in the bomb sites and waiting for you know 4 or 5 guys to execute on you on the A or B bomb site, because that's impossible. It's impossible to hold those sites.
The direction that Tanir goes in on map number 2 is a big question in my mind. I think a general trend in CS, well, of course, a general trend in CS is momentum. Individual momentum is sort of a different thing. That being said, if he stays activated, it's going to be tough for GG Hao. He's going to be swinging angles. He's going to be pushing the pace. He's going to be asking flashes. He's going to be going.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that doesn't have like too much like top tier LAN experience as well. Like him and Youngster, I think they have like 7, 8 LANs in total. Like also for him, some of them are these like smaller LANs in Belarus or in Russia or something like this. So not too much experience there. And then sometimes we see him come to these LANs and he's not really on his game. He also has this thing that he likes to kind of play with a tilted screen. I don't know if you know this. Kind of like this. This is how he likes to play. So that's, I don't know if we can see it right now.
Wait, show it again to the camera.
So this is like a normal screen. He likes to play like this.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's unfortunately
maybe it's like crook in the neck? Or?
A lot of monitors don't have that anymore. Like some of the better monitors, including these ones, don't really have that because like who uses that function, right? Because that's the function you use to like put it vertical if you want to program or something. So a part of like his adaptation to LAN is adapting to stuff like that. You know, you just need to play straight. And apparently he says now it feels like it's crooked, you know? The straight one feels wrong.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps if they win...
A lot of people like it crooked, you know, just a little bit of a bend.
Interesting,
yeah.
interesting, yeah.
That's what I heard, I don't know.
I don't know, Prof. I'm going to leave that thought with you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to move on to... I don't think we have too much time left anyway. But just a quick final thought. We mentioned Sunpire's for Heroic.
Yeah.
If he were to start stepping up a bit in this second map,
yeah.
we're going to need to see Mini on GG How's side step up as well. He was quite missing on that first map. That being said, when he did hit his shots, they were good shots.
He had like 2-3 rounds where he showed up, but then you look at the score, it's like, oh, this is first kill in the game.
Exactly. Right? So that's a battle to look out for, everybody at home, between the two AWPers on the teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the difference is like Mini is also like he's a decent AWPer, but doesn't even AWP that much. Like he's kind of like a hybrid, like 20% AWP kills when usually it's like 40. Monacy is like 50% AWP kills. So he's fine to like flex into rifles, which is good because you know CT side of Anubis is tough, which means you're going to be losing a lot, which means the economy is bad, which means you can't really afford that many ops. So that's a kind of a nice thing for them, but it's going to be a lot. One also positive is one thing I really do remember from Boris from his prime in Monty was Anubis, like just finding timings, finding kills in mid, and just doing his YOLO things and taking aim duels. So if we can bring that, I believe on the T side they can get some stuff rolling, but the CT I feel is going to be really difficult for GG How.
Yeah, I think very important for GG How. Well, I mean, time's basically up, but hopefully they've fully mentally recovered and they're ready and raring to go. Prof, any final thoughts before we leave the desk?
Any final thoughts from you?
No, I'm good. I'm very excited to see how this map number 2 goes. Heroic in a very good spot right now. Can GG How bounce back and take it to 3? Do not go anywhere, everybody. After the break, it's Anubis.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, oh, tiki. E tem que torrar com a tiki.
Yes, bro, ready.
up on the docket, it is Anubis. Now, the desk is talking about this a little bit, Henry, and I think they're spot on. I don't know how comfortable or confident I feel about GG How on this map.
Oh, certainly not. We alluded to it in kind of the end of Ancient as well. I feel like they had to bring that one through in their favor. It's a much more tactical map. If they start on the CT side as well, I just don't think they'll have the coordination, the set pieces. It's a very difficult arena to operate in, and we'll see how they get on. They will fortunately be starting on the T side here. This is where they'll do the best work. We did talk about their approach on Ancient as well, the fact that it's going as a 5-man unit, and this round is no different. It's just group up as a 5, throw some basic utility, and get in there. It's effective. It works. They've got enough skill to back it up, but it's the CT side we're worried about. If Heroic even just get 3 rounds on the CT side, I think they're in trouble. They need a real stellar performance here.
You're not feeling too positive about that CT. Let's have a look and see. We're popping out towards the A side. Boros being sent out first. No surprises, but it's Asamas and Boros both to drop in the initial fight. Tecton and LNZ do well. Now they can fall back, but Mini getting a double. That'll make things a little spicy. 3 versus 3.
Why are they forcing these fights so much? They had the opening kills and they're running through smokes one by one. Youngsters in the thick of it as well. I feel like they're going to give this one up. There was a 5-on-3 essentially, and now they're going to find themselves in the man deficit as now Mini and Co make sure it's a 2 versus 1 going in their favor. Tannir, the MVP of the previous map, got a lot of work to do here, and it doesn't look like he'll be successful. That is disappointing from Heroic. This kind of overplayed their hand.
Yeah, it really felt like they didn't need to fight.
There was no bomb planted. Like, you got the first 2 kills and you just running through smokes.
Yeah, just fall back. There's just no need to fight it. That feels like a really, I mean, honestly, a really rookie call.
Yeah, that was not what I expected at all. Like, they didn't really have to work for that.
Yeah, I think that there is just still this little bit of fear with GG How because they're pushing teams the distance and they are showing their mechanics, right? And teams are wanting to fight and shut them down to really, like, show a bit of bravado. But yeah, no, that was not what we want to see from Heroic.
They're going to force buy. We have talked about this. Winning the second round is absolutely massive. You can pull it off. It's going to be Tannir on the scout, not some bias. Deagle and 5-7s. Otherwise, it's going to be LNZ challenging towards middle here. Smoke goes down, hoping that they'll push through there. Got a lot of mid-pressure coming through at this point. Some Pius finds the first, takes down Boros. Valuable scout to find. Bomb outside B. Might just go for an execution towards the end of it here. Got Asamas patrolling A main.
5-7s on this map always scare me. There's so many little cubbies I can play in. And of course, untappable. But Nexlar will get caught by Asamas running and gunning with the Mac 10. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. No commitment being made by this bomb just yet. Mini, Bibu, and Issa all grouped up just behind the smoking towards mid. Asamas is still just playing around in towards A main, not fully committed behind that smoke now as well. We had the opportunity to push kind of forward through it, but I think smartly just pulls away. And now, Heroic are guessing where they're going.
Okay, massive advantage, of course. GG How. They're setting themselves up for an A finish. It's just Sun Pius here. They push B, they get intel, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Unless Sun Pius can get at least 1 kill and survive, there's no way. They might as well just save the pistols. That's it. That was his only chance.
Yep. Just fall away. You've got a gun, right? You picked up a rifle. Why not just keep this and go in towards the next? And maybe have a little bit of util behind it if you really want to. 1 or 2 flashes, try and do something a little spicy. Speak about CT aggression on this map, but so far, so good for GG How. They're doing the best work when it matters. They'll give this a go, and it's not panning out all too well. Asamas Mini for 2 and seen off at the end by Bibu.
Beautiful. Questionable decisions now from Heroic. Like we said, the saving there was definitely the better approach. And now you're going down 3-0.
Yeah,
rough one here for us.
Why not save going towards this round and, you know, just give it a go again, right? It fell apart quite quickly, and fair enough, it happens, but it just feels like there's this lack of reset and maybe also lack of respect in a way to GG How. These guys can hit hard, and T-Side's the only real side. They do their best work.
Boros taken down with the Deagle, but the teammates prevail. Some investment here, not a full eco, as you can see. That's a lovely Deagle shot. Showing they can hit hard as well. Doesn't take any damage for his troubles as well. P250 lying in way, but they're gonna still be on the back foot here. They lose Tannir in the process. Boros, so sharp, so clean with the rifle, as you can see.
My God, he just doesn't miss, does he? 7-1 on opening duels. We will talk about that a little bit in that first map, but I mean, that is just nuts, right? Sending him into the gauntlet, and he comes out on top so often, it's pretty ridiculous. Bibu gonna get another as well, so it's all down to the man who started off this round, LNZ, but no chance of closing it. That is for damn sure. Bibu will make sure of that.
Well, this is the dream start. Exactly what they needed. They're going to stand a chance here. 3-0 couldn't be better than that. And that's recovering a 5-on-3 deficit in the pistol as well. Heroic with some weird decisions, I would say, in this one. Like the fact we saw them pushing the smokes with that advantage and then not saving the rifle and the pistols and Kevlar in that second round. Sure, they get the opening frag here, but that's pretty much all they get. And we get a gun round here. I don't think Sampai's can bring out the AWP. I tell a lie. He's going in. He has got the AWP, but he's got Kevlar. He does, so he's actually done well with his finances. We haven't really seen much from Sampai's. No, one of the quieter players on the server in the previous game.
Immediately finished map 1 and hit DM straight away into aimbot. So
okay,
yeah, I think he realizes himself, and I think LNZ was actually reassuring him, saying, "Relax, it's fine."
I remember back in the ENG days, like some of his most phenomenal performances were on Anubis.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether he can step up once again. xCloud going to be tested here. LNZ to back him up. They've dumped the utility towards Cake. Not much damage inflicted. xCloud will respond with a smoke and just kind of take some of the pressure away. Got a boost behind it though. Get a set mini out. This is actually kind of nice call. You think with the smoke there, you have a bit of freedom to wiggle around on the CT side, but do they hold the boost?
Oh my, xCloud.
Yeah,
you will hear this.
Audible cue on the drop down.
And he wants to repeat, get a really slow map himself as well, but that's a nice shot. Only a pixel is all he needed to find xCloud. Right side peak, of course, for him.
Trying to work out what the intention was there. Like, normally if you're going to play like a pixel like that, you've got a nade in hand, you're trying just to get the response. Like
a molly to stop them running out.
Hoping to take a one-on-one duel against potentially an AK, if not an AWP.
Yeah, good luck.
Didn't love that.
Bias, what do we got for us? He's got to hit a sharp shot here and he misses it. He actually overflicks it, unfortunately for him.
Molotov's coming in.
There's a tough spot. He's pushed down, but he gets a big kill and he gets out. How is Sampai's given the luxury of escaping that dire situation? He might even be set up for a second. Support that was off with the rifle. LNZ looking to find 2 behind it. But again, Mini steps up for a big one of his own. He's then clipped by Tania. It all goes quiet into 1 versus 2.
It's a good hightailer, but no lockdown. Oh, it's a bit scary there.
Yeah.
Like, you can see like some really kind of up close and personal decisions. This whole angle held by xCloud almost gave the round up. Sampai's with some fancy footwork though, managing to get 2 quick kills. Mini, some nice shots from him as well, but ultimately comes down to the 2 versus 1. And they can't hold on. Hero back to the winning ways. And bear in mind, it's one of the most T-sided maps we have in the pool. As I mentioned, 3-4 rounds is all they really need. I expect them to get more than that.
Yeah. It's also the fact as well that just with GG, how generally speaking they are, as we can evidently see, a T-sided team, right? And on a map in which they're A, not confident on, and then B, have come off the back of a loss, I mean, you look at the CT side and you do worry a little bit. So, yeah, spot on. I mean, you said 3 rounds, and I'm kind of partly agreeing. Maybe, you know, if it's 8-4, I think Heroic super happy with that, actually.
Sure. LNZ opens things up, finds a miss up, but back and forth we go again. That's the mid setup with the AWP there as well. Boros, so deadly, but not quite the maneuver we're looking for there through the smoke. It eludes him. It's going to be a nice spray down. Youngster, that's more like it. In terms of the cash, the financial ramifications, it's eco territory as well, full eco for GG House. That great start has been squandered. No bomb plants, no real impact. LNZ opening things up. A nice push towards mid. Had some pirates on the AWP defending him as well. And Boros, I think he was hoping to find more of a gap there. He was completely grey screen still.
Yeah. It's a bit of a brazen move as well. Maybe feels a little unnecessary. LNZ, he is really firing up the troops each and every round. And that's what you want to see, especially against the GG House side, who do get loud, do get proud. Especially when their stars start to shine. Swing and a fight for Tania. And that's a massive head-to-head. They were the 2 stars that map number 1. And Tania, who comes out on top. Beep, boo, burnt to a crisp. That is perfect util.
Right smile from him there. You don't laugh, you'll cry. It's going to be LNZ. He's feeling himself now. You can see he's in the zone.
Yeah.
Making all the right moves.
Hits some nice shots, isn't he?
He's really making statement frags happen towards middle, conditioning them to stay away from that area. Nice work with the dink, but no kills found. Building up a nice reservoir of cash now. They've got AK-47s on the CT side. This is their pick. My prediction is they'll dominate this one. Sure, great start, but I feel like it was Heroic fumbling that pistol, quite honestly.
Even the second round as well, right? Same thing there. So, no, I think you're absolutely spot on. You know, we're at the moment, Heroic have actually got to be thinking, even though it sits 3-all and on paper it doesn't look like anything too specific, the way these rounds are now starting to come together when the guns are in play, Heroic have got to be loving life at the moment.
Look at the lack of utility. They bring 2 smokes into this round. They've opted for AKs over Galils, which makes sense for this team. But you're operating on a very tactical map with not very much at all. Self-flash for LNZ coming up. You bounce it off this door, go for the wide swing yourself, but he doesn't detect any sort of activity towards middle. So just go for more of a default play, drop that smoke, go back up the A bomb site. xCloud hasn't had the best showing over towards A, tucking himself in. Good flash, but yeah, ready for it. He seems to be forcing the issue there. He's 1-5. I think he's trying to get his head in the game.
Yeah.
But like, it's so unnecessary. Like, he's taking so many 1vx duels and like having no real backup there. Sure, he got flashed in, but doesn't get anything for it. He's going to be in his head a little bit. Can they still come out on top? Good damage, good smoke and response as well. Youngster now alone in towards B, and you can see he is surrounded, overworked in his position. We had 3 players outside B, 1 towards the dark room as well. 4 versus 3. Youngster has looked pretty sharp over towards B.
I mean, Heroic are fully committed to the rotate here as well, and at the same time we're saying this, the bomb on the back of Minis actually was, at least for a moment, retracted.
How did they make this work? They've got 1 smoke, so you got to choose where you got the Molotov as well. You should probably smoke CT and Molotov platform. Did the smoke get blocked?
It did. It hit him. Swing and a miss from LNZ. Boros looking for 2, but he can't quite find that. Youngster will trade. That's good spacing from them, but Issa will deliver on towards some pious. Okay, Youngster had a chance, but a running pistol will see him out. GG Hal survive with 2 and find a 4th.
xCloud just seems to chill.
Yeah.
Just play the anchor role. You don't need to find kill after kill. Like, make them commit to you before their duels come through.
Agreed.
Like, I think he's in his head a little bit after a couple of fumbles, but yeah, like, that's a bit of a liability on that side of the map right now. There's not like a super tactical kind of excursion they made. There was just 1 flash over the top. You're hoping to find, sure, a cheeky kill, but they were more than ready for it. Money's still good, though. They won 3 rounds in a row. Still in a prime position here, Heroic. No problems, really. Take a tactical timeout, give Sora a chance to chime in.
Also really like, from what we've been seeing, and partly this comes down to why xCloud has been struggling, is that he's actually being constantly pressured by Asamas every single round. The first thought in his mind is, let me just see how far I can get in towards main here. Let me just see what space I can get. He's not always actually the one getting the kills, but he's just baiting in the fights, putting pressure on. And I think in that instance, because the last few rounds, we've essentially always seen Asamas pushing towards main. He's trying to counter him, and that's the one time he actually sits back.
Just like, you're winning the team Counter-Strike, though. Like, give yourself these advantages. Make them work for it. Don't give them jewels. Like, that's where they're going to shine. GG Hao will beat you in the 1v1s, but if you can bleed out the clock, we'll see whether they can actually step up here. It's going to be an important round as we get to this stage of the game. 1 round in it, and the money is tight on either side of the equation. Now because remember, they had no grenades in that previous round, so now they have to reinvest, get all those out, so this is actually very important at this stage.
I'll have to say, smoke over. Maybe not going to commit too far behind it. So he's actually just trying to bait in a bit of attention right now as he lurks over towards B. Bomb is in that direction too. He's just trying to keep some level of attention drawn over there. Still though, for now, not a huge amount on offer. Bomb going to be collected by BB. He's now going to go join up with Mini and Issa in towards mid. It's still Boros and Asamas who've been limit testing A main time and time again. See what they can do here. This is all being set up for an A split. xCloud's gonna be that first contact. He seems through doors. They're spamming. Boo needs to be getting away with the bomb, and that's the first thing that goes down.
All right, xCloud finding some impact here. Second kill of this first half, and these are the little maneuvers I was talking about. Heroic now hunting for information, not satisfied with that opening kill. Issa, though, with the bomb, he needs to be very careful. If he goes down with nothing, they're in trouble. As Youngster catches him in the back, and now they are locked in, isolated, segregated, as the team starts to drop like flies here. Youngster looking very good. He finds his 10th kill on the server, and that should be all she wrote. Bear in mind, as we said, this is a very important round financially. Loss bonus is only at $1,900, so it'll be some partial buys there. They've got Asamas and Issa with like $1,000 right now, so they're a bit of some deagles and stuff, but essentially Nico coming up next. Mini will try and do as much damage as possible as they do take him down in the end. 4 players survive. This is just what the doctor ordered. Heroic. Sure, it's a tied-up game right now, but just trust me, CT's staying level peg with the T side on Anubis is not good news.
No, not at all. And considering that Heroic have actually got a really decent T-side about them as well, you know, that's where today does all of his best work.
And we've said, like, that's where GG Hao will drop off as well.
Exactly.
They're going to have to do God's work on the T side. They will not be able to keep up on the CT side, in my opinion.
It just feels like they don't have the system right now. It is still a new and early team, right? Of course, there's Corby playing a little bit together, but yeah, as a whole, a new team on a map like Anubis, it's so difficult already to play the CT side, and then you're going against a really diligent T side out of Heroic. I don't know if I have faith at all. So yeah, you know, we've both kind of said, you know, 3 to 4 rounds in this first half. We're pretty happy. Heroic have already got there, and the way they're playing, I'd be super surprised if they don't get any more. They could genuinely actually take a lead the way they're starting to kind of ramp up into this now.
AK-47 still on the CT side. Shouldn't be much to talk about in this particular one. A couple of sets of Kevlar, a couple of upgraded pistols. That's about what we expect. And I just don't think they have much more than that.
It's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, like I was going to say, I don't think they have the tactical depth to really make much of this, but if they can find some opportunities, we will see this one get a little bit uncomfortable. It's going to be a B split coming in. 2 players make it 3 towards the dark room, 2 outside. Don't really have much to work with. We're going to have to hope they can thread the needle. Sampaio still pretty quiet in this series so far. Through the smoke they go. It's absolute chaos here, but Young's has got so much time and space. Significant damage. How is he still alive? I don't know. Someone take him down! All right, that's one of those rounds like, lads, what the hell has happened there? How have we not taken down that player?
How is Youngster alive there? How in God's name has he got away with that?
That's a little bit of like a tilting round.
Yeah, and then the knife out as well, and then failing the knife is going to be the most embarrassing thing ever, right? I mean, that just looks so dumb. But yeah, you know, the first 2, fair enough. It's a little bit of chaos. He runs out of ammo, but I just don't understand how he's not punished. It's Bibu. I don't know what happens to Bibu. Gets distracted or something. Mini, that's just...
Yeah. I'd be laughing too. Well, there it is. They're now in the lead on the CT side.
I think Young's he's just baffled that he's still alive after those first 2. And I would be too. He's like staring at Bibu when he doesn't shoot him. This is a massive round again, though, right? You know, we talk about Heroic having the real opportunity to take a lead on the CT side. If they can win this round here, they are once again going to shatter that finances over towards the GG House side. And at that point, we can start building on it.
Bit more synergy towards A now. LNZ and X-Cloud actually working together instead of just isolated 1vx duels. Allowing some players to go towards middle, so changing the stance a bit. It's kind of plugging the holes where they've had problems. So you'd like to see this. Some players, he gets 3 kills in the previous round, but still, he won't be satisfied with his impact so far. Molotov's coming through. Ducking and weaving, doesn't take any damage. No sound cues given up.
Nice smoke over towards main as well, so that just forces Asamas away. I think he was waiting for a little bit to see what the reaction was looking like for Heroic. He also had Mini, he was lining up a bit of util, but then doesn't actually end up throwing it either. It's used elsewhere. So we now got this round out with its, you know, the rifles across the board, but there's no util left to work with for GG House. They're going to have to take raw fights. I mean,
they got no time here, bro.
Yeah, I don't really
You've just been smoked out with 30 seconds. You just have to push through this. If you've got a nade to pop it open, you've got nothing.
No flashes, no nades, nothing.
Okay, they're a team that don't necessarily need utility, to be fair.
Yeah, it's true. Boros go kill.
Boros, surprise, try and keep those numbers over there.
There's 3 there. Oh, well, no mind. He's dead.
He's going to push through. Yeah, this is tragic.
Brilliant. There's X-Foul. Time.
And like we said, that this is where Anubis will become a thorn in their side. Like, if you don't find those initial picks, no one gets a cheeky 1-tap, and you get bled out of the round, you haven't got much utility left. Like, this is a prime example. This encapsulates the problems we kind of discussed going into the second map.
Yeah.
That's a very flat discipline. Like, you just felt like they had to do something. So they thought, okay, we'll just Boros try and get a kill on B and was walking A. That's all they had left.
It's actually one of the worst ways to lose a round as well.
But look at it, like how bad this is.
A real fundamental show that the game plan immediately fell apart, and then we had no plan B, no backup. We couldn't adapt on the fly, and that's really going to hurt the mental a lot. You're going in for that last 30 seconds through a smoke and just saying, oh my god, I hope we get a bit of fortune on our side. That's the worst kind of round to lose, because it really does massively hurt the mental state. And again, like I said, money is going to be hurt. They're going to go for some level of a buy coming through with bits of upgraded pistols, tiny bits of utility, but finances, for the most part, being safe for that final round.
Yeah, got schooled.
It's a great half from Heroic, regardless of even the insert towards...
Even with that nightmare pistol situation, a 5-on-3 throw. So what have they got left in the tank here? If they don't win this round, there won't be much to speak of in the final one. Like 6-6 is the best they can hope for. That's already a bit of a death sentence.
It is. I'd be so surprised if Heroic don't get at least 7. You know, you look at this round, and even still, I mean, sure, there is a couple of rifles in play, but they're not even on your star players.
There's always a chance, these boys, though. They just need to find a slight gap, thread the needle. There's a chance. Popping open the smoke. Sampaio. No intel garnered, but still, he has got a smoke to just make things uncomfortable. So now they've given up their hand. They are going to be heading in towards B. A lot of firepower on the CT side. 3 players ready and waiting.
Sapias, he knows, he spotted one shoulder earlier, swing and a fight for him. Youngster going to get one of his own as well. Sapias had the chance at two, but can't quite deliver. Issa now thrust into a 1 versus 2, and he has no information about where either of these two are now. Bomb down is a small win in a sec for GG How, but that's all they will get. Really, really well done. Actually, a nice shutdown under the pressure by Heroic.
Yeah, just knowing he's just got off that bomb, he's got no time to maneuver. He won't be able to take down both of you. That trade is guaranteed. He doesn't even get one. Thankfully, they get the bomb plant at the very least. The loss bonus is accumulating. They'll at least have AK-47 for this final round. And the AWP as well. Mini's got $6,000, so he'll definitely be purchasing that. I think we're going for a double AWP setup on the CT side as well. They'll leave a rifle in spawn and have double AWP. So they're going to upgrade their pistols. They're going to have all the bells and whistles, all the defuse kits, absolutely everything they need, including the AK-47 for LNC. He's having a great game.
Yeah, spawn-based PK as well for xCloud, so he's going to try and get he might actually go for that pick in towards main, right? He's been seeing Asamas continuously push somewhere around that door, so you might see if he can catch him.
Here we go, aggression from the CTs here. Youngster leading the charge, and we're going to see an opening kill. Sapias warming up into the series now. He goes 13-6. They get so much intel off that kill as well. B is just completely vacant. In towards A we go. xCloud, you need to stay alive there. You have been a bit of a liability in this side of the map, but he has got away. He gets the intel, and he's got the reload of the AWP as well. Gets himself up towards heaven. And he shut them down. They can't afford to just run through a smoke again. They saw what happened before.
Yeah, they've thankfully learned that lesson, but really well done for him to actually get away. But actually getting the nade down before he gets away really softens them up. It actually sows the seed of doubt in towards GG How. Didn't want to give it a go. Youngster, he doesn't need to fight either. This is a pretty perfect position for Heroic. As long as they can play off trades, they're really honestly chilling. Bit of util being thrown. We've got a triple stack over towards the A site now. Have a minute left to work with. The decision has to be made. We're getting aggression coming from Heroic. Going through main, they're pushing through. LNZ leading the charge here.
Just to note as well, some of the heavy hitters, Asamas, for example, 2 and 10.
I know, he's not done anything.
This is just, it's not the same sort of map. That's why we said Ancient, of course. They'll do really well there. It's a Fragger's paradise. Easiest shot he's going to have all game. Just jumps into the crosser, essentially.
Dropping down.
Yeah, gives them a freebie, and he spotted them go towards Temple as well. You see youngsters on it. If he can just find one, he doesn't necessarily... Oh, this is maybe too much commitment to the fight.
He doesn't need to do this.
Needs at least one. Good.
Get it.
Okay, nice work. He's done very well. Gets the double. And Asamas, like we said, that's his 3rd kill of the half. Some Pius with a rare miss, but shouldn't be much to report here. I don't think he stands much of a chance at the 4 versus 1. We said 8-4 would be a good scoreline, even for Heroic, but they actually get 8 on their CT side.
I know.
So, like as predicted, they win the pistol. They get the 3-0 star, but bear in mind there's just one gun round after that.
It's such a showing that it's just not a good map for them.
At least it's exactly what we expected.
Exactly, and it probably actually, unfortunately, as we've expected, just gets worse from here on out for GG How. We've already seen them have, slight issues when it comes towards this CT side defense setup, no matter what the map is, and it's on a map that you really haven't looked too special on. Because this is a tough predicament for Lord.
The 3rd map's Dust 2, right?
Yeah.
That's what we said. They had to win Ancient to stand a chance in this series.
And Dust 2, they actually would have been, once again, really confident on. That's a great map for them.
Dust 2, Mirage, Ancient, they're going to test you to your limits. But the
Boris and Samas.
Yeah, this is not that arena though. This is like, this is why all the top level superstars players like Dong, they hate this map because you have to play as a rigid unit. You have to have a set piece, and even on the CT side, every round change your setup, and you can't be too audacious with your maneuvers. You can't take too many 1vx duels because you just won't win. There's not great angles for the CT side.
Absolutely. Having seen the last couple of weeks of Asamas, I came into this tournament thinking it could be a real breakout for him, but when against the real heavy hitters and a real time to prove yourself against the top team in the tournament, and he actually has gone really quiet. It's been a pretty bad half, 3-11 for him. The only one who actually even stepped up was Mini. You had a very quiet map number 1, to be fair, but yeah, it's really tough to see. Boros, he was lights out map number 1. He finds himself 6-11. You're getting just nobody online, as you touched on, right? And I think that must be such an awful spot to be in, even if you're like, is it the IGL or your Lord, the coach here, saying like, I don't know, guys, no matter what we call, we're actually just not online. We're not hitting the shot. And on the flip side, Heroic are. I mean, Youngster's looking fantastic. Sampires, he's looking great. He's already got more kills than he got map 1, so, can't complain.
Definitely not. It was a bit of a slow start for the likes of xFlower, but he kind of plugged the holes in his game as well, started playing that more passive defensive role instead of forcing the issue. If you give them the jewels, that's where they'll thrive. You need to make them work for it. And we saw when they did, they just couldn't even breach a bomb site.
Again, to start like big, what xFlower was doing, actually, I feel like it's like a perfect way to kind of counter. They like to play slow and methodical, and your pushes can be kind of catching them off guard, but you're trying to take aim duels and trying to do quick maneuvers against a side who just want to fight. They're also in a guns-up mentality. So yeah, I like the adaptation from him. I think a lot of it actually, you got to give credit to LNZ. Not only calling well, but he just goes and supports him. He just says, right, we'll just play together. I'm going to give you the confidence to fight, but you're also going to have the support in terms of util. So a really nice way to plug it, as you mentioned. And this pistol's everything for GG How. They need it.
Definitely. They won the first one, but as mentioned, it's a 5-on-3 advantage for Heroic. They kind of fumbled it, but this is where we'll see Osama's tested. Molotov to flush him out of middle. Very effective one, in fact. Youngster aware of the potential flanks coming in from B. They've got great mid control here. LNZ watching for the A main push as well. It's going to be the first kill. Osama said he's stepping up here. This 4th kill.
It's quite GG How-esque the way actually Heroic approach it. The pack mentality, I love it.
Through CT spawn.
Yeah, this is sick. Exile leading the charge of the bomb, but they're obviously going to hear this, but they can actually probably get a plant in towards back cake if they dive down. They've got to clear out Bibu, and one cross now as well. He's now being put under a lot of pressure here. Bibu trying to play around the pillar. He might get a kill, yeah, out of bullets, but also out of players over towards Heroic. X-Floud caught just 180. Didn't know where to load. The defuse is already on LNZ. A 1v3 really needed here.
Yeah, he can't do anything about this. He can't get to the bomb. It's behind the cake. So both pistols in the bag here for GG How. Can he find anything else? Hasn't got Kevlar. Might as well go for more, but doesn't want to feed them. 10 HP. So bomb planted. Do you need to force buy? No. But will they? Probably. They'll take a tactical timeout just to discuss the options here. You want to bring the coach in. It's like, if you're playing it by the book right now, you probably don't need to force buy. Get a really strong gun round. That's what you're going to punish these guys. On the gun rounds, tactically, you can beat them.
Exactly.
You don't need to take them down with Deagles right now and Galils. Let's see what they go for.
Oh, you say that. I'm seeing a couple of investments.
Yeah, they go for it. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just like, if you ask me, like that, if you're looking at the percentages right now,
for sure,
you're gonna close it out quicker if you just rely on your gun rounds. That's where you'll just really best them.
Heroic, I mean, they obviously, they'll look back at that first half and be like, generally, when we get to a position, especially also I think when they have a full battle util, I just don't think GG How knew how to respond to it. They didn't know how to respond to, replenish smokes or Molotovs or even nades just chipping them away. They weren't really ready and active to kind of do something in response. So yeah, we'll see. We've got a double Tech 9 buy. Double Galil and an AK in the hands of Tanir.
Gordon round. We'll close the gap.
Double MP9s, they can actually make this pretty scary.
A execution here, like a very basic one, but looks things. 4 players rugs. You'll just be smoking towards heaven, molotoving a camera, flashing over, and just hoping they just don't have the protocols in place to really fend this one off. And right now, it's Samus, the weakest player of the bunch, at least in this map, and he will be defending with the M4. He's got a smoke in hand, but he's not sure when he wants to deploy it. He wants to get a bit of activity first, but that could be, he could get caught like with nades in his hand, and he's going to have to try and drop it right now, but he's going to take the fight instead. That's round.
Yeah,
that's round.
That AK is great. He does go down to, is that his own molly? Yep. Yeah, his own molly, brilliant.
But like that should be round. You don't go for this.
Yeah, hate to see it, but yeah, exactly. You just say, we say this, but they're still at least sort of tempted by the idea. They're staying close enough, but it might just be a bit of a proactive exit play. I say that. In goes Mini. Felt unnecessary, so down go all of them. And in the same vein, we spoke about this, about Heroic, but GG How fall into the exact pitfall. Why are we going for that?
Because now you're bottom of the barrel, you're $1,400 lost bonus.
Yeah, you're in
As I've said a few times this tournament, this is worse than losing the pistol. Didn't know that from Samus. It's such a committed duel. You're crouched there, you're not even jiggling it, you're just crouched up top. You're only ever going to get one in that position. He gets 0, and like I said, the round's done. You should be saving that, boys, I'm afraid. Play the big picture. Now you're going to be force buying with nothing. They can feel this one slipping away. That was the moment. But it's pretty much over, I would say.
Noise-cancelling headphones on, stopping X-Floud. He's making sure they know he's winning the mental game, that's for damn sure.
So we're going to need something spectacular with the Desert Eagles here.
Boros, we need a masterclass from you. If ever there was a time to step up, he's obviously been quiet comparatively.
They're momentum-based players, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's like, you're going to have inconsistent results with this team. Like, they're just going to be relying on the star power, the brute force, pack mentality. If it doesn't start working out for them, especially in these tactical maps, like that's where they're going to have a real problem here. They need a miracle to win this round. If they get it, the game's back on. But it's like 10% chance if you look at the current setup. They've sacrificed a B bomb site. There's a nice shot from Boros, but we have got LNZ, in-game leader, actually opening up the B side. So they're going to fake in towards A. He'll call everyone back any moment now. He's detected. This is really nice play. Yep, you can see him communicating right now. B is wide open. bring that bomb back.
Why not just keep going deep here as well? I actually don't hate this from LNZ. Normally, in a number disadvantage, I'd say stick around the site, but I kind of like this idea. Just see what you can find. Poke and proc.
Maybe
Gets 1.5.
Little much there, but still, it should be okay. They think they've got the man advantage. They'll go for this, but they're smoked off, so they have to go around beach, really. They have no kits, of course, so you have to go beach. You can't just run through the smoke again. There's still a chance. A slim one. Even better now, actually, because it's actually be a 4 versus 2. Sampayas, known for his clutch ability, can't hold on. This is them actually bouncing back. That's huge. I did not expect him to win that round.
And to do it with 3 alive as well.
Yeah.
My God.
LNZ, I feel like he said it was an okay idea, the pushing towards tempo.
He gets one easy get out,
just
though.
Jiggle and play for the first and get out. Like, the fact you committed to that so heavily really put your team on the back foot.
Yeah, I like the idea of going for looking for information, seeing where they're rotating from.
Like I said, the fact they rotated silently, that was actually a very nice call from GG How. Credit where it's due.
Yeah, I think the big thing LNZ is get one, get out. Because at the same time, so Youngster was also hanging way further back on the flip side towards mid.
They didn't have enough numbers there to actually justify that sort of risk.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a force fire, but yes.
He is... Boris is spraying whoever's next to him. It's raining over there.
All right, like we said, they needed a bit of a miracle there, and it comes through. Overplaying the hand somewhat. Nice shot from Boris to open things up.
Gotta say, though, as well, you know, part of my mind is sort of sitting here saying, you're allowing these guys to get fired up. It's the worst possible thing. Just do not let GG How get fired up. And they've got to be feeling at least a little confident off the back of that. You've won a round that you, on paper, should have had absolutely no chance in winning. Let's see. Buy back in place for Heroic as expected, but it's not the best. Got a couple of Eagles that brought to the table for Tania and LNZ. Rise as a util, those two over firepower, but don't even bring a hell of a lot of it. So we got a couple of smokes, a couple of mollies, 1 flash for this round. They've basically just got to commit to an execute outright.
A lot hanging in the balance here. Round number 16. 5 players towards middle. Contact play. Issa, nice defensive position, could get caught with the nades in hand though. Comes out to X-Flat. If he finds a quick pre-fire here, he's onto something. Good flash, very effective. Opening kill found. There's another player back of the cake here, and it's going to be a Samus. He's got a nice crispy shot with the AK-47, being surrounded though. Where's the backup? Doesn't need it. X-Cloud now coming to life here on Anubis. That's huge. His force spike could work out. Boris was screaming, get eco before. I'm going to take their own medicine now.
Very true. I actually think you save it. I don't think it's worth giving it a go.
Dude, these guys...
They're not going to, but...
No, I think they actually are.
Surely.
So that huge bounce back there. Nothing too remarkable tactically to write home about. Nice contact play towards middle. I would say that's more prep work, knowing the tendencies. We saw that a few times in Ancient, knowing when they have these sort of rounds, they just give up middle control and they just have an incendiary in hand. It looks like they were very aware of that setup.
You saw a little cam there. I wonder what he was saying, but X-Flag was getting loud. He has been all throughout. They do have to save, though. And it will be Heroic locking themselves into double digits, getting ever closer to the 2-0 and continuing a flawless run in this tournament. They are the favourites, especially now without Tyloo. It's much less of a debate about that #1 spot. I think we were pretty divided on the English broadcast about who was actually going to be #1. A few of us going with Heroic or Tyloo, but we sort of all agreed that they were the 2 favourites on paper. And now, without that main competition,
here we go.
I am telling you,
help A or come A?
I don't know. I'm enjoying it though.
He is killing them. He's not wrong. He has actually really picked it up. I'll give him his credit. He's looked a lot better, X-Cloud, after a really poor start. 1-5 he was at the start, and he really just could not get going, was making mistakes. He was obviously really trying to force it off the back of a slow start, and now he's back to his pretty solid ways. Sampayas tap, but he's getting so close as well. That they can see him off. If he can time it well, but he's just going to use it to break open the smoke.
Damage received for either team here. GG How give this one up. It's all done. Series over, and it'll be Heroic through to the playoffs. Huge advantage here. Boris trying to reposition. LNZ's got full control of Darkroom right now. He knows the tendencies of Boris, so loves to push a smoke, loves to be presenting an unexpected play. Oh, that's great effort from Bibu, but still 10 HP.
Well. You're lucky not to get the kill there, honestly. Yeah, the right idea.
Well, they know 2 are dinked now.
Yeah. Oh, Boris, he wants to fight. You know it. He's going to do dry as well. He's going to win it. He's so low. He's got 20 points of HP. How has he won that?
It's unfortunate for LNZ. Probably should be picking that one up. Definitely had the time to do so. Was just aiming for the head instead of the body, of course. Oh, it's getting a bit rough out there. Taking too much damage in these duels. 3-on-3, but they are the walking wounded right now. Youngster will have to step up. xFlower drops the bombs down. They're running out of time here. Looks like GG How have done enough to stay alive.
Double swing. That's fine. Really well done. GG How go back to a 3-round game. Today, I'd try and keep this AK alive, to be honest. There will be support in terms of a buy around him, so it's fine. He's going to have, you know, rifles back in place. Only LNZ may have to take a little bit of a dip, but then again, Snake can maybe drop something over, so it's not the end of the world. Like, at the very least, if he wants a bit of utility. GG How aren't giving up the fight just yet, and I will say as a whole, I'm still not super convinced by this CT side. I'm not seeing that, you know, breakdown of Heroic or really going to it. It does feel like it's coming off the back of individual stepping up in a big way. Like that kill, for example, and there's a lot here. 1.5 kills, more or less. But
that was the main
it is
that
one
broke them here. It's taking so much damage on route.
Yeah, it's just one for me. It's like I'm not super convinced of GG How yet. It doesn't feel like they fundamentally understand why or what Heroic are doing, but sometimes individuals are enough to get them over the line in some of these rounds. Long term, though, I'll have to see. 3 rounds behind, Heroic still 3 rounds away from the map in the series.
Boros starting to feel himself now, getting into this one. He had a rough start, but now bringing his scoreline to 12-12.
Nice
grenade, Youngster. 16 kills to his name with the Galil this time. Gets us over towards A. Maybe he's going down for sure. Oh, the timing could be better. Brutal gets a dink as well, and SI, he'll be dropped. That's the A bomb site. Open for business. Might not expect Mini here, though, and he actually gets himself another frag. Back to a 3-on-3. They can reset the round. They'll drop the smoke towards heaven. We've got xFlower rotating in through middle, going for that late lurk. They've pulled all the CTs over at this stage. Huns desperate for information. xFlower not really controlling the spray. Man advantage, but not held on to. It's still anyone's round, but still look how low the CTs are. They're in a lot of trouble.
Some passes down to the nade. Tanir. 1 versus 2. Like you mentioned, got the HP to work with, but the longer he waits, the more they start to group up on this idea about the flank. At least the very move by Mini. I don't know. This is super weird here because Mini, he might actually miss the net a little bit. He's going to hear him though. That's fine, but he misses the shot.
Okay, that's at least intel. Taking him down to half. Should be there round still.
He doesn't know where the second guy is. He's really taking a bit of a chance here.
Yeah, I don't see him winning this one. Bomb plan, maybe.
It's got to be an insane shot.
He knows where the second player is. Okay, advantage now to Tanir. You can plant the beach here and go towards B main. That would be a pretty sick play. You're suggesting you've gone all the way back, but if he's tucking on the bomb site, it's the unexpected maneuver. Just like this. Oh, no. Oh, he hits it. That's a huge round. What a clutch. Felt like he had no business winning it there when he gets spotted from the stairs as well, but still, he comes out on top. Some swagger in his play. No problem at all. Youngster did great work here as well to get this 1.5 kills. LNZ to convert. Mini did well to actually get this frag and stay alive. But ultimately, that's a very important round. 11-7, you're going to have to force by here.
That shot on towards sight from Evox, that one there, super well done. I think he gets a little fortunate that he's turned around at the right time.
You fucking nuts!
Oh, all right.
Bloody hell.
All right, mate. Chill out.
Also, mate.
It's a 1-0 game. Let's not get too excited. I guess this is for playoffs, though, and they're 2 rounds away from playoffs for Heroic as well, so really getting hyped up, and this is a thing. 2 sides with a lot of big characters and some big performances as well. Today, that is a huge clutch. Youngster, of course, has been fantastic all the way throughout. Bias has actually been creeping his way to a nice couple of kills, 16 and 12. Not too bad for him. For a quiet map, he's been doing decent work. We do have a buy, though. It's a double MP9, 1 and 4. Couple of upgraded pistols, but upgraded pistols scare me in GG How's hands.
Boros can make some magical things happen with his Desert Eagle, but they're taking heavy damage already. xFlower gets a taste as well, down to 44. Youngster, bit of an excursion over towards A, wants to feel out the map, see what kind of response he can get here. Key players on this side, very tentative, as you might expect, knowing they're up against Eagles here in the force buy, looking for series point, playoff point. One more would do it. Just win this round, it is GG. There would be no way they get 5 in a row.
Boros still wants to fight a little bit, but he's going to pull back for now. What is the call by Issa, though? It's a really heavy A-lean is the call, and that would be the wrong one because Heroic are heading B. That is for sure some pious. What a shot. Clips boss.
Look at
that's
that.
around. Yeah. Just safe. Just it.
You can't do anything about this.
Yeah.
5 in a row required now. We said Anubis would be a struggle. We have not seen anyone really pop off. They've had a couple of moments and some good coordination. There has been some good team CS from GG How. But yeah, you can see it's a different kettle of fish altogether compared to Ancient.
It was a gamble call by ESA. I don't even hate it as well with a little bit of an unorthodox force buy, right? It's just, you try and take a chance. It's just unfortunately, in the 50-50, it doesn't go their way.
You play this team on Mirage, Dust to Ancient, you're going to have a lot of trouble. Like in the best of 3, you're going to have to play at least one of those.
Yeah.
But a better team like Heroic, they will devour you on maps like this.
And they've also got some really hard-hitting individuals. Tanair, of course, the man on our screens, is exactly
he's
one of them.
One of the players that can keep up with them. That's the problem as well.
I mean, this is the style of Counter-Strike that he made his name on in Tier 2, right?
True.
You know, going through kind of the lower echelons.
Down, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's just all of that for nothing. I do actually think, though, I think Anubis is the hardest map to save on. There's very few places you can go. It's quite condensed in terms of where you actually can escape. And yeah, I think it's a brutal map to save on. So it's really easy for the Hunt and Tanair. Nice work from him at the end to just make it all the more uncomfortable coming into what is most likely the final round of the series.
I've enjoyed the series. I've liked the back and forth. I like the banter. I like the energy.
Yeah.
Like the analyst said, like it's nice to see the teams and players getting excited here.
Yeah.
We've had some good CS for this tournament. We haven't really had the fire in the belly.
It's true. It's true. That playoff spot, very valuable for both of these sides who are so desperate to get really positive VRS ranking. They both need it.
Double nades do nothing for them. That's pretty much all their eggs were placed. They're going to be pushing it towards A main. Youngster might not be aware of it. They've actually got through. There's something to be said about this. They've actually got beneath, but there's not really much that someone can do about it. He might even be spotted. Gets up steps. Okay, this is somewhat interesting. No one really there. He might be able to catch him rotating over towards B.
Oh my.
He'd have to do something pretty spectacular, though. It's so unfortunate. GG, boys.
Did everything right until that. That's so unfortunate. Last 2, it's Mini and it's ESA to try and save face here for GG How, but down goes your IGL. And it's all down to the AWP, who's actually not looked too bad in this map. But
my friend, you got 5-7, no nades, 5-on-1. Good series, a lot of fun, but as expected, it's the map that's going to be the problem here. If they win Ancient, we go to Dust 2 now. We've got a real cracking series on our hand. Unfortunately, it falls a little bit flat. Bear in mind, they managed to get the pistol victories in as well, but ultimately just outclassed in every facet on here on Anubis.
For being at the lower side as well, you know, real credit to Sampayas, who's quite consistent all the way throughout. A fantastic first half, kept it up in second. I thought Youngster looked great as we saw, but it's actually kind of the redemption arc from X-Cloud. He was getting loud outside the server and actually in the server too. So honestly, you know, for GG How, this is a side that are still new and still got, you know, much less experience than Heroic and are still actually, you know, showing that they've got the individuals to shine.
I think we'll still see them in the playoffs.
I'd be surprised.
They've got enough skill on that side of the server, and still, congratulations to Heroic, our first team through to the playoffs here, and now the favourites for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a side that have got a lot on their shoulders. They know they can go deep in this tournament. They know as well that how important it will be to win something like this, propelling them up the ranks. So it's a sick showing, and I think it's all dispelling aside. This is now 2 different sides they've taken down, but to take down real heavy hitters, hard aimers, guys who actually can really prove that you might not have the mechanics, they've really proved to themselves that they are just the best of the best.
All right, good stuff, ladies and gents. Quick 2-0. We've got one more series to come, and we'll see you with the analyst after the break.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Heroic looked good on Ancient, but they looked even better on Anubis, taking the series over GG How to 0. Prof, very impressed from what I've seen, by what I've seen from Heroic there.
For sure, they live up to the favorite tag. They live up to kind of the expectation in this game and on this map especially. So take it quite convincingly. I think 13-7. You could think maybe there's a chance. I think start to finish, it was Heroic all the way through.
Absolutely, and it all started off with that CT side.
Yeah.
You know, Anubis famously very difficult on that CT side, and Heroic, I want to say, made it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they lose the pistol, which they had an advantage there, kind of fumbled it. Then the force buy was also kind of close, but you know, eventually 3-0 start for GG How, and then after that it was just purely Heroic on the defense, feeling pretty comfortable. I honestly don't think that they were doing anything super special. You know, we talk about like how you need to be super proactive on the CT sides. It was some poking and prodding here and there, and I know xCloud went for some aggression that didn't even pay off, but they would still kind of win the round. We saw some crazy stuff from Youngster. Like Youngster had this weird game where he ended up, I don't know, like 15 kills on the half. 0 opening attempts at all. Like he had these like weird kills here and there that didn't really seem like much, but he found impact. Sampayas came alive as well on the op, on the rifle. So it was really solid across the board. I think a real team performance.
Yeah, Youngster though definitely.
This is the round, by the way.
Yeah, where he stayed alive. I counted it down. I think it was like 13 to 15 seconds, making contact with like 4 different Ts, and he managed to stay alive with some support from his teammates. Yeah, Youngster definitely deserving of a shout out for that first half. Yeah, he seemed to just keep solid control of that B side and keep his team
Which
in
is
it.
not easy,
Not
definitely
at all.
not easy.
Not at all. Yeah, replays up on screen. We can see how some of the action transpired. Something we spoke about in our pre-match based off the first map was Tanir. You know, if Tanir keeps that momentum up, if he needed to, going into map number 2. But in fact, he didn't need to. His foot was let off the gas pedal a bit, and instead it was, as mentioned, Youngster, but Sampayas as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Sampayas, he was just solid, you know. Watching this game, I didn't feel like it was some huge individual performances, pop-offs. You know, here and there were some rounds, but most of the time they're just all in the right place. In the right place at the right time. xCloud will join us shortly for the desk. This is very exciting. He was very exciting.
The X Factor. Where's he at?
Here he is. He's coming over towards us. Gonna ask a few questions to the winner. We'll have to give you the microphone.
Yeah, we've currently got some replays going on xFab, but very shortly. Yeah, there we go. In short, the X Factor himself.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go, guys. Yeah, excellent.
I mean, my voice is a bit, you know.
Yeah, talk to us a bit about that. By far the most vocal match of the tournament so far. Why were you guys so hyped? Why were you so vocal?
I mean, we didn't do anything at the beginning. They started, you know, Ancient, they had a momentum 5-0 or 6-0, so they started to, like, you know, scream before round ends. So I take it as personal. So we give them the answer.
All right.
So you took it personal, the meme, you know?
Michael Jordan style.
Not Michael Jackson, but close.
I mean, they can scream when round ends, but if they are screaming before it, so, you know, you need to give them answer.
That's where the BM line is drawn. Okay.
Yeah.
What about shooting corpses? How do you feel about that one? You know, shooting on the ground.
Quickly, or if you want, just put it up slightly, just in front of your mouth.
Like these, maybe?
No, closer, like here. There we go.
Okay.
It should be a bit clearer then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, shooting the bodies on the ground. How do you feel about that one?
Did they do?
No, just in general. You know, some other players do.
This is a bit one level up, you know. So
yeah.
It didn't happen. So if they they need to start it because I'm not the guy who will take the first step.
But you're yelling a lot.
I will do it against Kerrigan probably.
Okay, against Kerrigan.
Kerrigan, yeah.
Okay, why?
We have little beef with him, you know.
Oh, you have little beef?
Yeah, from ESA Pro League. I'm joking. I love him. I love him.
Okay,
I'm fan of him.
Yeah.
Okay, did they call you onliners or what?
I mean, I don't think we are onliners because, like, we put like even before the previous team, we put very good results on LAN.
Okay.
And right now, I think we're still putting good results. Like, it was a mental game. We were back in Ancient, but we managed to, you know, come back. Same on Anubis. I think we started very bad to the map, but end of the day, we managed to win.
I think that's unfair on yourselves. You didn't start bad. I mean, you lost the pistol in the subsequent rounds. Then you got 3 in a row. Then you lost one other round, and then you just stormed ahead. So I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like you've been quite hard on yourself there. You're hard on you and the team.
How are you feeling in this game particularly? Kind of started. I would say maybe you individually were going for some plays, didn't really pay off. Was that part of the game plan to kind of put them in an awkward position on the T side to just like push and take the space away?
I mean, we didn't have any unique gameplay against them. Like it was a more don't take duels together. I mean solo, sorry.
Yeah.
So we were focusing taking duels together, and when we lose, like when we were back in Ancient and Anubis, us in score, like we just focused the next round because we know like it happened, especially after Ancient. We knew like we can come back from any moment. And Anubis, I think we started from down, right? Like we were a bit.
Yeah, 3-0 was down.
Yeah, so like we just focused round by round, and yeah, there was no any counter. It was just more duels because we knew they like all of them is a bit aggressive.
Yeah.
So we just expected what they're gonna do.
I wanted to ask just about Ancient because it was a very close game. The economy towards the end wasn't looking really great for you. I think it was like 2 force buys in a row, like one you lost and then you won the next and it kind of broke through. What was going on then?
To be honest, on Ancient they put very strong gameplay. Like I was a bit pressured because like game is going to them to us. So I think the crucial points was that half buys.
Yeah.
Like I think one round I got 2 kills with Take 9, and there was some rounds like for example Andre, like Turner, when they saving 5v2, like we tried to kill them. So that kind of moments were very important because like they were very strong, they were fighting and shooting hard. So like it was very stressful game.
Yeah, people say like the rating people can inflate with stupid kills. I feel like those 2 kills are an example of like every kill can be very important. I feel like those 2 kills really set them for just Tech 9s in the next, not Tech 9s, 5-7s and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And also he pulled off some insane. I don't know. You're I guess all alive, so you couldn't see, but that looked pretty insane from his POV as well.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah,
it was insane.
Excellent. Can you speak a bit about the potential skill ceiling that you and the team have? Because we're seeing you guys come together, seeing you guys build. What do you see as the ceiling for you in this roster?
Like I will talk for my team. Like right now we have a lot of firepower because like I'm as opener I'm doing my job very good. Like we have very good lurks which is aggressive. They're not just holding their angles. So if I have a bad game then they're ready to take take the drive. So and like our IGL I think he's very unique because like he's not a bottom fragging IGL. He steps up when he needs. And like this is very good. Like we don't have a noob in our team, basically.
Yeah.
At least for this tier.
It's a good quote. I like that quote. It's a good headline.
Yeah, absolutely. You're a very interesting team and roster and looking good right now, and I think there's a lot more to come, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to ask one question because you mentioned LNZ. Like, he is really developing as an IGL, and now, you as a team, first back in Sangal, and now with Heroic, I think you're taking like one more step, and obviously with Sunpais and Tanir, pretty good, players also coming together. How is he developing as an IGL? Tell us a bit about him.
Like, to be honest, I can see his improvement from Sangal because like what he does most, he's getting a lot of feedback from people, like especially from coach staff.
Yeah, that as well.
Like for example, Sampaius, he has a lot of experience, then he's sharing his experience with him. So he's trying to find a middle ground that he calls, like he leads, but he also gives a lot of freedom to players because, like as I said, we are like, in my opinion, like old Swedish Counter-Strike. Like they were playing a lot of team play, right?
Yeah.
Because they didn't have a lot of like people shooting hard. But at the moment, meta, like if you have a lot of people shooting hard, you need to give a bit space.
Yeah.
And like you can do ending call, So it is what we're doing right now, and he's very like balancing what I said. Like he's calling still, but he's able to give a lot of freedom to players.
Yeah.
He's trusting a lot.
Yeah, sounds great.
X-Flad on the mic, man. How many interviews have you done before?
I think it was like the long interview. It was on when I was in Eternal Fire, so 2022 maybe.
Yeah, killing it, man. You're giving some great insights here. Prof, anything else from yourself?
I mean, we could go on for forever, but
yeah,
enjoyed really what you guys are bringing to the team, to the table. Kind of watching you guys really deliver today, and just want to see more of the hype and excitement, and see you on the stage. Actually, that's the question. Playing on a stage next.
Yeah, it's like I think for all of us, like. Yeah, Tenor, me, and Youngstar, it's for the first time.
Yeah.
So I think it's very good. Like we are proud of. So finally we managed it, and hopefully we can finish it with a title.
All right, X-Flad, congratulations. You and Heroic, the first team going through to our arena. Anything else you'd like to say to the fans watching?
Like English and Turkish.
Of course.
Whatever you want.
Like for Heroic fans, guys. thanks for your support. And for Turkish fans, arkadaşlar bizi izleyen, destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ederiz. Arenaya çıktık. İnşallah orada da güzel bir performans sergileyeceğiz. Bizi destekleyen herkese, beni destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Kardash. We can let you go now.
I'm feeling, thank you.
That's a Paula quote. Let's
nice
go.
One.
Thank you very much.
Peace, brother. All right, yeah, heroic. Definitely a performance to be proud of. That first map, bit more competitive and tight, but then they just ran away with things in map number 2.
Yeah, that was really good. Did you notice that I tried to bait him in the Zantares jail situation with the body shooting on the floor?
Yeah, I thought
he didn't get the reference. He almost fell into a trap. Maybe he did just a bit, but you know, not too much. But a great guy. Really enjoyed hearing him speak. Like his English he speaks so fast. He says so much in such a little time.
No, good on the mic, and also it's nice when we can speak to these players in very positive circumstances. They have a day off now, and they make it to the arena. Like
they're 2-0. Like they're doing everything as it should be. Like didn't drop a map yet. Players are performing, and nothing, no warning signs. But I really liked when he said we have no noobs on our team. And I think that's in CS2 is super important. Like everyone needs the frag. That's just how it is right now. And I mean, if they can continue translating what they have been doing online to LAN and getting experience, I think what's interesting for Heroic is like they're not here for the money, they're not here for the VRS, they're here for the experience and for the confidence that comes with winning. And so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking to one of their staff in the green room, and he mentioned, you know, these boys have been practicing very hard, and he's enjoying seeing the results coming out on LAN here. And yeah, potentially Heroic can go all the way, looking strong. Zvone, enough from us for now. Everybody, we've got one more best of 3 to go today. It's going to be Big versus Bait. So 2 of the stronger teams here. It could be a very electric matchup of Counter-Strike. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with it very soon.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, tiki. E tem que trocar com tiki.
games. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in game.
Back, everybody, to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. It's time for some big bait action.
The big British bake-off.
No, it's because we were just eating a pizza. That's why. Baked goods on the mind. But we should be focused on the Counter-Strike. Yeah, we've got bait versus big, everybody. I'm still Parla, he's still Prof, and it's time to break this one down. Prof, I think I see this like 55-45 or 60-40, both in favor of bait.
Yeah, I would push it to 65-70.
Okay.
I would challenge you there, and I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
Maybe, if you ask very nicely.
Tell me why.
Nothing but a
mistake.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
I mean, nothing but a heartbreak is what big are going to be expecting here.
Yes.
Unfortunately, because you know, when things start going bad and things are continuously going bad, and then you try to like pull back into something that didn't work before, and you're like, maybe it's gonna work this time. That's a recipe for disaster most of the times, and that's what Big have been doing in the last like 2 years, recycling the uppers, recycling generally talent that they had before didn't work out. Searson to hyped and then back to Searson, then back to hyped. Stuff like this hasn't really been exciting. Hasn't been exciting this year, particularly this lineup with QB also coming in. Not really an inspiring signing. I read something on the HLTV forums, which is very, I think, insulting, and that was like comparing.
What? On the HLTV forums?
I mean, it was.
No.
It said like QB is like the new Kyojin, and you know, there is some. You could pull that reference. Like he is struggling individually. He hasn't really added anything to the lineup. And this year Big started. I think they peaked at number 16 in the VRS in January. They're now 35 in the world. It has been like from bad to worse for this team. And yesterday they won, but somehow lost. I lost more respect than I gained.
Let's talk about the results for both teams yesterday. Staying on board with Big. So, yeah, they played against Eruption, and they overcame Eruption, but it was 2-1. They had an overtime. It was very hard fought.
Yeah, it went to the limit. I mean, first map overtime, second map very close, third map also super close, and they were, last map Mirage, 12-6 up. It goes all the distance. It's like, what is happening here? These are the type of matches you should be really closing out as Big as a very, I mean, established names. I mean, you have Tabson and Crimbo, if nothing else, right? I don't want to say like, oh, this team doesn't have anything. It's just like even the pieces that they had before, someone like Crimbo has been underperforming. JDC has been, I think, the only bright spot coming, you know, off his back of, I don't know actually where he was, but he was in Mouse NXT, Mouse kind of doing some supportive stuff. Now actually kind of the star player for this lineup and one of the bright spots, but it just hasn't been clicking. They haven't been lifting the team together. It hasn't been cohesive, really.
Yeah. We're being eagle-eyed by the big boys. Right
there you go. Maybe this gives them some inspiration
we've
because
got to watch what we say. No, I'm kidding. The flip side of this, though, is that we have seen Eruption. Like their form's pretty good. That being said, I think your point does completely stand. Like Big shouldn't be struggling against competition of that sort.
It was like one caveat is it was a very long late game. So you maybe can want to give them something from that, but the problem is like Big's trajectory has been pretty clear over the last few months. If this was like the only one-off, it'd be like it would be easy to write write it off as a one-off, but it's really not. They haven't been winning practically any important games. The MRQ went horribly bad. They go to some lands when they get like invites like Melbourne, didn't really do anything there. They did get one map off of Mouse, but that is a one-off.
Yeah, if we turn our attention now to Bait, Zvone. So yesterday, and let me sort of use this, well, the reason why I gave the odds I did is sort of based on Bait's performance yesterday. They did win. They won 2-1, but it was over which
Huns.
Huns, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, it was sort of a matchup that we expected Bait to sail through a bit easier.
Yeah.
And so potentially today they're not on fire either, and in which case maybe Bigs can put up more resistance.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm not completely sold on Bait here in the now as of yet.
I think obviously I don't want it to come out as Bait being like some super dominant force, because they're not, but they have good pieces. They have been getting better and better. I do think they still lack sometimes the composure and the quality to close out advantages. I think they get ahead of themselves. They get a bit quirky in some situations. They go for some fights that I was like, oh, there is no need to do that. But you know, Hetrick, NPL, and Kensizor recently, I think these three players all have like the individual quality, and they set them up in a right way that, you know, most of the time against the opposition of like Big's caliber, they'll come up on top.
Yeah, if Kensizor can, you know, do some good work today on the server, going to be a big asset for Bait. You mentioned Hetrick. Why don't we check in with the man himself for a little pre-match interview?
We're here with Bait's Hetrick.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, ready to play and hopefully to qualify for the arena.
Congratulations on winning your first match of this tournament yesterday. So, when you play against Big, are there any patterns in their play that you think you guys can take advantage of?
I don't know, honestly, we didn't play them yet with B8 roster. I don't know a lot what to expect from them, but I just know that they're a structured team. They're usually like play very team-wise CS. So we will just try to play like the best we can, to communicate well, to show some great preparation as well, and hopefully we can win.
How confident are you on winning?
I'm pretty confident, I would say. I just wanna, as I said, like play game by game, because right now we need to gain more LAN experience with the team to feel like how each player feeling on the LAN atmosphere. So yeah, we will see, and hopefully we will take mistakes and learn from them.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hetrick looking to take it game by game. Specifically with regards to Big, he mentioned the fact that he sees them as a team-based CS team, and they're sort of just going to focus on themselves.
Yeah.
He didn't really reveal too much with his words.
Cards,
yes.
In his pocket,
hidden,
maybe.
In the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, team-based Counter-Strike, play our own game, classics, and not too much to glean from this one, I think. The former NIP man. What are your feelings about Hetrick?
I think he's got one of the sickest gamer tags there's ever been.
Yeah.
Hetrick with a 1?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Kind of like hat trick, but with your head. Is that what it is? 3 goals with your head?
I don't know, maybe if they win, if we get him on the post-match, we can ask him.
Yeah, but they're over there in a huddle.
They're in a huddle right now, everybody.
Very composed.
Yeah. We're about to hear a big roar.
Yeah, I mean, for them it would be really big to get into the arena. Obviously, not super experienced players.
If there's one detail that we can delve into a little bit more from what he said to our wonderful interviewer, is the fact they really want to get to that arena for that experience and building on experience. Prof, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean that would be awesome for them. They're a super inexperienced team. Like, their major qualification has been, I would say, not really a super big surprise, but not something that was given. I think that
they fought so hard for that. They went down to the very last chance against Astralis.
Yeah, 0-2, 5 in a row. Kind of a crazy situation that they even need to win 5 best of 3s in a row, and they did that. And then for a few. For a few days, they were, I think, had a streak of like 8 or 9 best of 3s in a row. Eventually fell to Heroic in the final online, and coming here in really good form overall.
Yeah. We can also now check in with one of the players from Big. Prof, let's see what JDC has to say.
Was yesterday's tough win due to the difference in playstyles between Asian and European teams, do you think?
Is there a big difference?
Yeah.
I think they have a unique way of playing their own CS. They rely a lot on their mechanics, on their aiming, and I mean it fits for them, but there is a difference, yes.
Your today's match is against B8, which is an European team, and would their playstyle be familiar to you?
Yeah, I think we know how they play. We know what to expect. We are very well prepared. It's just now about like performing, showing up to the server today, and play with confidence, and that should be it.
For today's match, do you expect to rely more on the executed structure or adaptive mid-round calls?
I think it's a mixture of both. I think you can only win if you have both mixed up and you are really good in adapting, but you play structured CS. So we are just focusing on us, focusing on playing correct every round, trying our best, giving our all, and that's the only thing we are worrying about right now.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go, John. John saying there that he thinks the team are going to need a mixture of strong executes and some adaptability as well, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it works, right? And that's what Big have been doing, like trying to find kind of a new identity in CS2 where I mean, individual raw skill and mechanics are super important, and we see that
the pace of the game sort of demands it.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, I also don't want to come across as like only individual mechanics matter, because I think like when you look at the top teams, they have the mechanics, but they have so many tricks and little adaptations and utility in their sleeve and team play, playing off of each other, that like today I feel like players are just across the board so much better than they were 3, 4, 5 years ago. I mean, had a whole discussion about like, you know, would Astralis of 2018 beat like Mouse Sports today? And I feel like the players in Mouse Sports they have so many protocols that just didn't exist in like 2018. And I think that's kind of what he's saying here. I don't think you can do just one or the other. You need to have adaptation. You need to talk to your teammates. You need to figure out what's going on in a round. And even if you're not ready for it, maybe find a solution, a B or a C solution in a round.
Everybody at home, as you can see, our players are waiting, ready to go. But yeah, we don't have an exact start time right now. Just having to fiddle with some buttons and dials and hopefully get things going pretty soon.
Yeah.
Prof, anything else that you'd like to add before we head to a hopefully short break?
Not much. Honestly, exciting. Could be an exciting game. Would really like to see more from Big. Like I was really disappointed with their performance, and I kind of you know, I'm giving up because sometimes you have to give up and like start anew somewhere else, and that's me. Maybe something sparks. Maybe there's a new, you know, excitement coming from Big after this game, but I'm not ready for that option yet.
Yeah. So I guess in that sense, me and you, even though our odds or percents were a bit different, Big definitely have the edge here, but it would be great to see Big have a strong performance and make this a competitive best of 3.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have some good players. They have history as an organization. I don't really like, you know, I like the national teams.
Yeah, absolutely. They have that true national history,
yeah.
Big. They have such a following in their home country.
Yeah.
And it's what you remarked about on the other day, you know, this identity that they more so had some years ago.
Yeah.
If they can find that again, you know, and specifically on the server.
Yeah, I mean, someone like
it would be big.
Someone like Tabsen being with the org since its inception, right? I do really respect that, but you know, need to get stuff going as it is right now. You know, it's not going to be easy for them to be in the top tier competitive cycle. It's going to be a lot of open qualifiers, closed qualifiers, and stuff coming up for the German side in the future.
Yeah, well, Prof, let's see if they can rise to the occasion now. All right, everybody at home, we will be trying our best to get this matchup going very soon. It's Baked versus Big. The winner will be heading to the playoffs and the arena here in Ulaanbaatar. Do not go anywhere.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
2킬 한 번째 올라갔어. 자, 29개 없어. 저 고르게 지금 민준이 나왔잖아.
Tiki, 4, Tiki, 8, Tiki.